in April 2025. We will open
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Hello. Hey guys, what's up? I'm back. I've been doing late night streams for a while now. I should get on earlier. I'm gonna be playing Brewmaster. I'm gonna be making beer. You'll see like little black borders on the sides. I tried fixing the size, but for some reason it just so I can see chat fine, but for some reason it won't leave a certain sizing, which is really fucking weird. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. See the little black borders here on the side? And look at the options, the display, it won't change. It won't change the size. It'll stay like that for windowed. If I want to change the graphic resolution, it won't let me either. I'll have to go to full screen, but I don't want to have the game full screen because I won't be able to see chat, and I don't want to have chat on my phone, and I don't have like a second screen to see everything. So there's that. So, oh my god, I fucking hate when it does that. So we're gonna be playing Brewmaster. We are going to be making beers and other drinks. Well, supposedly. This is my first time playing it. Disable tutorial. No, actually, I want to. Free play mode, a sandbox mode in which all items and recipes are unlocked from the start, allowing you to freely experiment. Only recommended for experiment. No, Brewmaster mode. There's nothing more wonderful to have in one's life than time. I don't believe people. Aw, damn. You're about to take your first steps into the world of home brewing, a world packed with creativity, discovery, and most of all, excellent beers. Brewing is an art with endless possibilities where true mastery can take a lifetime. Yet at this heart, it's wonderfully simple. Anyone can pick up a brew pot, throw a few ingredients together, and create a tasty, thirst-quenching beer to share with friends and family. So that's exactly what you should do. Let's start brewing. Just as a disclosure, do not follow anything in this game. It is not 100% guarantee. This is just for fun. Just in case. Because there are some people that would try it and it's not my fault. It's a game. If you would like to learn how to make beers, please inquire or try to figure out where you can actually learn classes or good tutorials from YouTube. Because there are some people that like dedicate their lives to that shit, and it's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna be listening to my fanfic because I'm not really gonna be talking much. I'm gonna try to get on early tomorrow, sorry. So I can, like, I need to make money. At least, like, $50 so I can pay off my internet bill. Alright.
So in this instance, with a sword that obviously evil, the question wasn't is it cursed, but rather how cursed is it? The question had barely left the proverbial station when every seal tag on the sheath suddenly burst alight and were incinerated by emerald flames. And the second the tags were ash, cracks splintered up and down the naked sheath before the entire damn thing burst off the sword like some kind of hellish verdant firecracker, displaying the sword's bare, malevolent, glowing blade to the world. The spectacle wasn't slowing down either. The glow slowly grew brighter and brighter, manifesting from the blade. No, at this point it was on fire, and the fire was spreading into the scarecrow beneath it. Some part of me had an idea of what was going to happen next. The logical part of me, meanwhile, expected the supernatural flames to, burn the doll. But no. The flame seeped into the scarecrow caught fire, and then the flames outright animated the straw. Letting it crawl its way to a kneeling position. The head then snapped upright, and the straw that made up the face tore apart. A pair of squinting eyes and a jagged grin stretching from side to side of the head leering at us. And then, as the entire thing pushed itself to its feet, one blazing straw arm reached over its shoulder, grabbing the hilt of the sword and tearing it out of the doll's back. Sword removed, the entire thing rolled its muscles in anticipation. You can take consolation in that Shitche Saiken has not yet learned how to talk on its own, at least. I do believe that even the voices of anarchy would find his tongue to be quite caustic. Hawkins drawled one lilt away from chuckling. So then, who would like to try their luck first? Him. The blade-wielding flaming doll cackled in silence as it spun itself into position with a degree of skill I could only describe as the work of a true master. Well, this was fun, but I believe I have panties to raid. So long. The seal behind Brooke neatly fell out of place, leaving a dust trail as the skeleton absconded. Rarg. The bear wasn't far behind, literally ripping its way through its own section of wall, and the wall beyond that for that matter, which left me alone with what looked to be an actual blade from hell. I grimaced, tightening and retightening my grip on my sword's hilt. Funk Free, please tell me that you don't still want to fight, I said calmly. Said and definitely did not plead. A minute ago, I would have somewhat minded cross. Funk Free returned in the same tone. Now though, run like children.
B.
I prompted, my eyes following every twitch of that glowing green blade. Unless you want to try your luck against him in no sword style. Yes. As in now. Go ahead and step back then. I'll take this. I barely glanced at Zoro, who already had all three swords drawn before leaping through the hole he cut and shoving as many warm bodies between me and the stage as I could manage. Funk Free's flat offering incentive to anyone too slow to move for good measure. Zoro ignored us in favor of the supernova standing beyond the twitchy scarecrow. Shichai-saiken ha. A sword with a curse so strong that given a half-decent vessel, it can move on its own. That's correct, Hawkins responded. Meanwhile, unsaged Shichai-saiken twitched in place and repeatedly and impatiently sliced itself back and forth through the air. The treasure of Asuka Island, possessed with an endless thirst for blood and carnage. It was attempting to become strong enough to bring about a minor apocalypse when I found it, but I thought it interesting enough to take along with me. Honestly, its last wielder seemed rather glad to be rid of the thing. The straw man tilted his head ponderously. His name escapes me, however. SSSS. He blinked in surprise. What was? SSSS. The Delver rather, Shichai-saiken itself hissed out, an infernal voice clawing its way from the sword's fleshless throat. Hawkins grimaced and slapped his forehead. Oh, wonderful, he's devised a way to communicate. Now he's just going to be
I already
him.
played
His eyes
Mario
shifted
Party,
around,
though.
casting about for the source of the sudden change in atmosphere. A sensation that everyone nearby shared. For no reason, I could immediately discern that unholy, literally demonic sword didn't seem all that concerning anymore. What was that name again? Zoro asked dangerously, slight blurs forming around his arms and head. Saga, I now recall. A retired Marine, I believe. He and his fiancée were in good health minus a nasty migraine and some inevitable bruising and bone breakage when I left Asuka, if that matters to you. Hawkins nonchalantly answered. Zoro relaxed and turned his attention back to the possessed scarecrow, with a look of perfect calm and serenity. And then, with that very same calm and serenity, Zoro started to untie his bandana from his arm. Yeah, you better believe that I and every other Straw Hat watching took that as our collective cue to scram. Oh papa, things are getting in tea. Why's everyone? Run, you idiot. The shockwave that nearly knocked me off my feet 2 seconds later both vindicated my decision and made it clear that I needed to run much faster. Oh, I anticipated purely the best case scenario.
Jesus,
Of
so
course, the
much
skeleton
water.
bite would one day become popular enough that even New Worlders would flock to it. But you know, even after the Whitebeard pirate set up Odin's cottage, I thought that I'd at least have another couple of years before I needed to worry about the magnitude of collateral damage from a single fight. Lola's palm slammed onto the table as exclamation to the glare she was already directing our way. Straw Hats, I thought that only your enemies pay for underestimating you, not your allies. I glanced around briefly before answering. We were in the lobby of the Lucky Rabbit, the rather crowded lobby, but soundbite was blurring sound and everyone was very studiously and nervously ignoring us.
Phil, you
The
piece
perks
of
reputation.
filth.
The only reason you're having this much trouble is that the other supernovas are here at the same time. And we'll all be out of here as soon as our preparations are complete, I said. Still, in my defense, I jabbed my fingers at the other two occupants of the room. Blame these jagoffs. They're the ones who dragged me into their bullshit, as I so loudly proclaimed. Not so fast, Zoro scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. I only got involved because that bastard sword got involved in things. You want someone to blame? He pointed at the last remaining suspect. Blame the one who put this mess together to begin with so that the rich could get richer. Hey, that's not true. Nami yelped indignantly, shooting to her feet and sweeping her finger out. If you want to blame anyone, blame. Oh, she faltered as she realized that there was nobody else in the room to point to. At which point she collapsed back in her seat with a groan, her halo hanging dark and heavy over her head. Crud, she raised her head and stared at us, her eyes shimmering with tears. It was all going so well until the bear got involved. Why did the bear have to get involved? That is a phrase I never wanted to hear in this office again if ever Lola deadpanned. And do you really think any of us are buying that? Soundbite asked with honest incredulity. Siege, the navigator snorted, her face instantly drying up. Worth a shot, she cast a resigned look at Lola. Alright, how much do I owe you? The governor captain wordlessly slid a sheaf of papers across her desk to the witch. Said witch flipped to the final page, took one look at the bottom line. Jark! And froze up in her seat with a look of total terror, a hand clawing at her chest and her eyes in tempo abruptly spiking like a hedgehog. Zoro and I both glanced over her shoulder and actually winced in sympathy. My advice. Zoro comforted as much as he could, patting her on the back. Lie back and think of the prize. Hero Jarfikanami uttered pitifully. You know, overall. I idly noted. Property damage aside, I'd say this ended pretty well. Oh, 2 days till start. Nami stared out over the crowd of assembled pirates. Assembled navigators. This was something she dreamed of ever since the first time she dreamed of assembling a true world map, that one day she could stand in front of an audience and share her findings. Now, if only it wasn't a bunch of pirates, most of whom hated her and the rest of whom had a schadenfreudic desire to see her fail. But in all fairness of those who hated her, half felt that way because she fleeced their crews over the past week, and the other half because they envied just how damn good she was. And those who wanted her to fail only felt that way because it was their best shot at the grand prize too. But to hell with all of them. She wasn't going to fail. And she knew just how to attack. You're all here, she announced, securing their attention with a sharp crack of thunder from her looming halo. Because this is a race, and the entire point of a race is to reach the finish line in one piece. Something that will not happen if you go the wrong way and end up running face first into the blockade on your own. That, and you all decided that I was too much of an advantage to the Straw Hats to keep to themselves. And now, to unbalance them. Good thinking.
2
I want to do the same if I were in your
kilograms of
shoes.
malt extract into the pot. I think I put too much water into this.
The rabble all reeled back shocked. The navigators were the supernovas and a minority of the rest. They just smirked knowingly, having seen how she was trying to play the rest. Asses. But, Nami forged on, clapping her hands primly. Seeing as I am where I am, I guess if I have to do this, I'm going to do it right. So I suggest you all sit down, shut up, and listen. Because if on race day you wander off or get in our way. She tilted her head ever so slightly, a perfectly serene smile on her face. Then I'll either let the Marines hang your sorry hides from the gallows or kill you myself and hey. Now that sent a collective shiver through everyone present, and they all shoved their asses a little deeper into their seats, ears wide open. Her audience properly focused, Nami flicked her wrist and sent white cloud billowing out of her climb attack, forming the same map she'd shown Drake. Alright, so here's where we're all starting, Nami declared, tapping the map with the butt of her staff. And these, here she traced several routes, most direct but one winding and snake-like, are the potential routes we could take. No questions came her way, and Nami smiled, tracing a rather straight line to the archipelago. This is the most direct route to Sabaody from the starting point that also takes proper advantage of the wind and currents, and it's the most lightly defended spot in the blockade. She promptly smudged the line out of existence. We will not be using it. The reason being the sheer complexity of that route. That same current that makes it so fast is also incredibly narrow and decidedly vicious.
Oh my
If two ships try to take that route, they're liable to get smashed together. Oh, and did I mention the reefs you need to navigate? Several of the assembled navigators visibly winced at that. Her staff shifted, tracing the more serpentine, roundabout route. This is the route we're going to be using because, well, it's the one I intend to use. Nami paused to let a smattering of begrudging laughter and grumbles work its way through her audience. It's not as fast as the direct route, but the current is large enough to hold all of us and, like the direct route, it hits a weak spot in the blockade that our scouts have pointed out. The Weather Witch let out a full wistful sigh as she regarded the depiction of the blockade line with pity. Poor privateers, they just don't have the knowledge of currents I do. A little muttering broke out at the wistful look on Nami's face, but it died in a hurry when she turned to glare on them. Oh, and just a reminder. Since we're all going to be using this route, that means we'll all be bunched together until we hit the blockade. As such, I have 2 words of warning for you, if you're gonna come for the king. Nami sent a minute bolt of lightning up to the roof, and then the roof-covering bank of clouds everyone had missed until then roared as it disgorged a true bolt of living, obliterating her makeshift map in an instant. Don't miss. With everyone recovering and reeling, Nami reverted to all smiles again. And just for the record, the rest of the routes constitute the standard shipping lanes to Sabaody. These were the ones originally suggested, but because they're standard, they also have the tightest defenses.
Why do I feel like I fucked this up? No, I'm gonna start over.
And they're not as fast as the race course, so I checked them out. Of course, if anyone wants to try their luck off the main race course, and of course, wants to leave the safety and comfort of the largest pirate fleet since the last time one of the emperors got in a fleet action, they're free to.
Built brew pot small to 21L. Okay, so 21 and then... Okay, so this is 21L. So I was fine, but I just went a little overboard.
With everyone recovering and reeling, Nami reverted to all smiles again. And just for the record, the rest of the routes constitute the standard shipping lanes to Sabaody. These were the ones originally suggested, but because they're standard, they also have the tightest defenses. And they're not as fast as the race course, so I checked them out. Of course, if anyone wants to try their luck off the main race course, and of course, wants to leave the safety and comfort of the largest pirate fleet since the last time one of the emperors got in a fleet action, they're free to. I'm sure you'll do fine, just ask the kid pirates how well that went for them. From the shudders through the audience and the way the kid's navigator looked all too ready and eager to shank anyone who even looked at him. Nobody wanted to try that. Recoalescing her map, Nami waved her hand, flowing lines springing up both on the map surface and hovering just above. Alright, here's the shape of the currents and wind patterns. Oh. An hour later, a happy but satisfied Nami watched as the navigators filed out, most cowed and shivering but a select few simply impressed. That was good. It felt good. Nothing could ruin her mood. And Nami. Scratch that. One thing could ruin her mood, and it had just showed up. Hello, Hachi, she said as politely as she could. Which is to say, frigid enough to chill a sea king, but not caustic. Hi, Hachi said weakly, waving the only hand not wringing its companion. I know that I'm one of the last people that you want to see right now. Hachi, I'm being cordial with you entirely because Cross Caney and Koala vouch for you, but that is the nice to be standing on. Get to the point, she snapped. The octo-fishman visibly winced, his face twisted in guilt. I know that you still haven't forgiven me, and I know why. And I know that I deserve every bit of it. Nami, mouth open to deliver a blistering tirade at the first part, choked as Hachi fell to his knees and actually prostrated himself before her. His brow pressed to the ground. But you also know me, he forged on, his voice sorrowful and pleading. And you know that I wouldn't be apologizing to you with everything that I have, everything I'm worth, unless I meant it. Meant it from the bottom of my heart.
Whoa.
I am sorry for everything that I can apologize for everything that the others can't or won't apologize for. And I know that what we did, we can never take back, but still, he shook his head miserably. There has to be more that I can do. Anything that I can do, anything at all. The navigator's implacable facade twitched minutely as she processed the proclamation. And after a moment, she finally addressed him in an attempt to answer the question burning in the back of her mind. Why? She asked quietly, forcing her voice to remain low and calm. Why does this matter so much to you? Hatch-eye squirming intensified briefly. Then finally he sagged. Because I don't want to be the cause of any more hatred. Because I've always known that what we did wasn't what Big Bro Tiger or Queen Autoheim would have wanted, not in a million years. But after everything that had happened, after all we'd lost, I was just so angry. And what Arlong and the guys my brothers were saying sounded so right, but they were wrong, I was wrong. The octo-fishman raised his head and clunked it against the floor with a miserable groan. I can't live with this, Nami. I can't just let this rot at my soul. So I'll give anything. I have to if it means clearing my conscience. Anything to make the pain go away, please. And as Hatch, I lapsed into silence. Nami just stared at him. Stared at the sight of one of her biggest tormentors kneeling before her, miserable and begging for mercy. And for the barest moment she considered saying no. She considered telling him to shove off, that he could rot and suffer for all she. And then the image of a leering, spike-nosed monster shot through Nami's mind, and she had to actively swallow down a wretch. Instead, she cleared her throat uncomfortably and addressed a different topic. Kirabai and Chu. Why?
Almost there. Almost there!
She then glanced away from him with a slight scowl. And get up, would you? Hatch, I hastily pushed himself up, though he still remained on his knees. I only asked Jim to free them because they had the same dream that I did when we were kids, and I needed the extra help. I thought that if they were living their sentences out with me, catering to humans and fishmen both, they could move past their hatred and understand how far we all fell. I never thought for even a second about getting anyone else out. Hatch-eyed then coughed heavily into his fist, wringing his other 2 pairs of hands. Also, if it helps about those 2, I'm pretty sure that ever since Cross blew up at them, they're at least starting to realize what utter bastards we all were too, so progress. RGH, Nami grumbled. She brought up a hand to massage her forehead, which had been throbbing for a while now. Alright, look, Hachi. I get that you're making an effort, and I can acknowledge that if nothing else, I'd have to be blind and deaf to deny it. She then scowled heavily as her eyes and tempo darkened to the heaviest, most lightning-choked black it could manage. But you willingly followed the man who killed my mother and took a leading role in making my life, and my sister's life and dozens of others a living hell. Maybe I will one day find it in my heart to forgive you, but that day is not today, and I doubt it's anytime soon. And I don't know that there's anything else I can ask of you that will change that. She closed her eyes, reflecting on what she knew and how things stood now. But Nama's halo lightened slightly and curled around her as she turned away from the fishman, hugging herself slightly. I will say that I'm sorry that I can't forgive you, because who you are now is someone I would like talking with if I could. Hatch, I slowly nodded, his eyes closing in a vain attempt to stop the tears gathering there. I understand, he mumbled. I'll just be going then. And with that, he got to his feet and started to walk away. Did any of you ever find him? And then froze as the question so soft and hushed, he almost doubted he'd heard it hit the back of his head like cannon fire. Hatch, I blinked several times, digging through his brain to put together what he was being asked. Then his eyes closed with a sigh as he composed what he believed to be the correct answer. No.
Oh, wait, how much do I need?
Arlong spread word of him, but we never heard
Clip
anything back.
steepled
Nami
grains.
grunted slightly in acknowledgement if nothing else. Good
Clip
enough.
steepled
She was in silence
grains
for a
into
moment before
brew
taking a
pot.
more businesslike tone. Start preparing all the food you've got. The pre-race party is tomorrow night. The prize money will be loaded onto
So
your
it's
ship.
just
So
this?
as soon as you've sold out, ship out for Sabayati. I will, Hatch. I nodded, resuming his exit. And Hatch, The octopus looked back, and Nami managed half of a sincere smile. Be careful. Hatch, I smiled back, and for a moment he honestly felt like maybe things would be alright.
Boil the
One day
wort
till start.
in
We
brew
were prepared
pot
for 2 bottomless stomachs,
small.
not 3. Hearing Arlong's lieutenant's wail, I felt pity for Hatchai, and almost felt it for those 2 too. Otherwise, I was a little preoccupied by the spectacle at hand. The pre-race party had gone
Continue
into full swing
heating
when
the
sun
brew
went down,
pot
but it hadn't
until the
taken long for
wort
the
is
focus to shift to
boiling
Luffy
for
and Bonnie's
100
contest.
cc's.
But as the aforementioned
You
whale
can
pointed
use
out,
your watch
there was a
to
slight probability of there
accelerate
being one more big
time.
eater to compete. And as our misfortune would have it, it was one of Kid's men. Thank God it wasn't Kid or Killer themselves. But I still didn't fancy the idea of our crew directly clashing against the only crew besides ours to have more than one supernova. But alas, here we were, straw hat, pink hair, and yellow jacket inhaling platter after platter. Leaning towers of plates piling up around the center of the action, bets trading hands at a breakneck pace. And every skilled chef in a 2-mile radius shanghaied into helping. You know, I actually think I missed the rush of preparing this much food. Lola mused as she handily spun the last dollop of whipped cream onto a deliciously giggling pile of chocolate mousse. Speak for yourself. Valentine groused, whipping a beater through a bowl like it owed her money. How am I supposed to take any notes on your complete mastery of all things chocolate if I'm constantly putting down new plates for these Sierra? She suddenly squawked as a blur shot past her head. She then squawked again in indignation. Hey, my earrings. Whoops. Sorry, Luffy said, not sounding sorry in the least as he offhandedly spat the saliva-soaked lemons onto the pile of dirty dishes nearby, leaving the yellow-clad woman positively steamed. Why did you even wear those when you knew you'd be serving someone who would try eating food that was made of wood, and looked like it? Mikey distractedly pointed out, knife blurring to keep afloat in the constant stream of fruits and vegetables that needed chopping. Excuse me for only being used to crewmates with half their sanity left, instead none like you guys. The ex-agent snapped, brandishing a bright red squeeze bottle. So unless you want me to serve you up in the next sweet and sour dish, cram it into back to work, what in Sebek's name do you think I'm doing? The chuck wheeler demanded, alternating between stirring and dicing
Now the wort
ingredients
is
with his flippers
boiling,
and
time
tenderizing
to
meat
add
with his tail.
another
Whack.
crucial ingredient.
A feat that
Oh,
earned
I
him a
could
shoe
throw
upside his
this
head from a
away
passing
then?
Sanji. Oh, hey, what the hell? Less flash, more substance, blubber. But the chef scoffed, casually balancing a half dozen of the prepared dishes on his limbs. Either work efficiently,
Let's
or become what we're working
see.
on. The dugong twitched violently, but shifted with only minor grumbling. Ha! Valentine cackled, shooting her fist skyward in victory.
Retrieve
And as for you, Miss
20
Valentine,
grams
Sanji
of
continued,
bitter
his tone rising
hops
15 degrees
and
and acquiring
50
a half cup of
grams
sugar.
of any
I'd appreciate it if
British
you could try and remain
hops.
focused as well. The ex-agent, the dugong, and pretty much
British
everyone else in
hops.
hearing range uttered in confusion. I'm sorry, it's just that you're being a little bit distracting, is all the black-legged
Glow
cook
is
politely
Rugal.
apologized.
I
If you're not
need
going to be able to keep up with our pace,
50
I'll need you to excuse yourself from this
grams.
kitchen. Or at least move yourself to a lower priority one. If you don't mind. Huh. Mikey barked, breaking the stunned silence first, though he didn't slow down even an iota.
50
Despite similar
grams
arguments going
and
on up and down the kitchen, the output
retrieve
wasn't
20
slowing
grams
down,
of
and
any
the platter
bitter
stacking up
hops.
around the contestants was getting
Let's
to the point
go
we could build a house with
with
them. And Mary and Apis were
Magnus.
giving it the all-college try in the form of 3 complex igloos. And despite the arguments and the complaining, morale in the kitchen was surprisingly high. Heck, I even noticed Lola chuckling fondly to herself as she prepared a new batch of ingredients. What's so funny? Soundbite inquired, apparently noticing the same thing. Hey, that's mine. Nah. Lego. FFT. Besides the obvious, I mean. The snail snickered while Luffy and Shura paused briefly in their duel so that the yellow-wearing man could try and drag a massive leg of something out of Luffy's jaws. Ha, the Corsair governor sighed wistfully in reply, a slight flourish tinging her actions now. I'm feeling nostalgic from this, is all. Happier memories of my family, see. I gave her a slightly
Continue
dumbfounded
to
look.
boil for 10
You mean the
minutes,
family
then
you yourself
remove the
described as,
bags
and I
and
quote, psychotic
churn off
bastards? Lola nodded noncommittally. They are, but at the same
the
time, a lot of them weren't.
hops.
Nurture over nature, see. There were bad
So
times, yes,
at
but they were still my brothers and
58,
sisters, and there are
to
several that I
remove
miss
the
dearly.
ingredients
Heck, even
bag
some of the more monstrous ones I
from
wouldn't
the
mind seeing one last
container,
time.
look at the bag
And
of
this all,
Percy.
I gestured
Okay,
at the barely restrained chaos of the cooking
so,
stations. Reminds you of them. Of the good times without any of the bad. Lola agreed with a light smile. Then the smile vanished, and she shook her head. Do me a favor, Cross.
58.
When you get into a fight with them. Don't you mean if? I couldn't help but needle. Lola shot me an unamused look. When you get into a fight with them, she repeated.
Oh shit.
Put me in contact with my mother. If things keep going the way they are at this point, there's something that I want
Oh,
to
I
tell her.
fucked up.
Personally. Sure, why not? God knows I've always been fond of that last parting shot. But also, more importantly, she set her utensils down for a moment so that she could give me her full attention. A very conflicted expression on her face. When you fight my siblings, don't break them too bad. A lot of them are monsters, and there are even a few I wouldn't care if I saw dead, but even among the monsters, they're still your siblings. I get it, I nodded patiently. You have my word, which should make this a good stopping point for you. GRK.
Wait
I
until
gagged as I
the
was suddenly
brew
hauled up by the
pot
back of my collar.
small is
Watching
at
is all
a
well and good,
temperature
Cross,
of
but when you start distracting the
21
staff, then we have a problem.
Cs or
Sanji looked tired as
lower.
he tossed away, eliciting an amused chuckle and waved farewell from Lola. Meanwhile, the cook himself heaved an aggrieved sigh and took a deep drag from his cigarette. So hectic. Now I see why the one-legged bastard was so crabby all the time. And if this is what it's like now, the All Blue is going to be a nightmare. Huh. Looks like you've given someone an existential crisis yet again, Cross. Soundbite cackled ecstatically. Yip, erg. I winced and rubbed at my neck where Sanji had tossed me out, though luckily not on my ass. Yippee for me, what do I get when I get 10? Hot fudge and a boot upside your ass. Now let's get some distance, both from him and the splash zone, yeah. Yeah, I grumbled, crossing my arms behind my head and wandering off so that I could see
I
what
boiled
they
it
could
for
see.
just a
It should be noted that not
little
everyone
bit
was
too
partying quite so
long.
rambunctiously. But rivals or not, most of the Supernova's crews had into a common relationship with each other, if only because of the forced proximity. Still, the only interaction that could be called calm was between Drake and Hawkins, who were steadfastly seated in the background, apparently determined to keep their status as the only sane ones of our collective. And while the others were louder and more active in their interactions, it was heartening to see that they were at least positive interactions. Besides Bonnie and Luffy's intense but friendly competition, Killer was actually positioned among the several chefs facilitating the contest. His primary usage was as a living blender, admittedly, but it was a strong show of trust from Sanji. And a little ways away from the cooking area, Zoro, Yoruge, and Boss were engaged in a comparatively tame barrels at a time. How were they not dead? I don't even drinking contest a short distance away. Meanwhile, on the non-culinary front, Bajo was watching Golden Week work on a new painting some distance away from us. And from the way he was rolling a coin through his fingers, I think he was seriously
Hola,
considering making a few purchases. At
Producción,
another table,
¿cómo
Kid and Apu were talking animatedly
estás?
about something they had written in a pair of notebooks. Well, so long as they were happy. Well, you too! Soundbite whistled intently, garnering the pair's attention. I advocate the usage of Arsuhole myself. It injects a sense of posh to matters. They're comparing notes on expletives, aren't they? I deadpan as the two captains grinned intently and started speaking with renewed vigor. It's a real learning experience, let me tell ya. Oyanueo, Aw, and Nami were huddled over a table, intently poring over coins. For some reason. Really intently too, jewelry loops and everything. Penguin and
Okay,
Satch, I were hashing
retrieve
things out with Bardo and his new
fermentation
co-first mate Desire, I think he'd said. And from the way they were all gesticulating and posturing, I'd say they were either arguing quite aggressively or in the middle of some kind of rap battle. Really, it could be either. Moving on from the supernovas, the crews were all getting along pretty well too. At one table, I could spy Poe speaking and gesticulating quite animatedly, with an eager audience in the form of the Kitty Trio. Heck,
For the
Chopper was even chowing down
wars
on cotton candy while he took liberal notes.
fermentation container.
At another table, Hamburg and Jin were putting on an arm wrestling show. Fortune and a few crewmates had formed a cheering squad. Adamanizu said, and Foxy himself took the bets, of course. I was pleasantly surprised to see Vito holding a conversation with Conus, apparently over their weapons, based on the array of metal odds and ends they had arrayed before them. Quite surprising, but I suppose he wasn't as greasy as his suit made him look. Still pretty greasy, though. And then there was Lasso giving Sue a ride as she chased after a low-flying coup. Everyone else was sitting around, drinking, relaxing, chatting overall. It was all very nice, very pleasant and friendly, very composed. Enough of this. Soundbite filtered mutter into my ear the same moment that Drake stood up and left. That's all he did, but it wasn't a subtle exit. I watched him go, then look back at Hawkins, who gave a slight nod in his direction with a roll of his eyes that clearly
Holding
said,
the
deal
brew
with this.
pot like a
Would you?
fermentation container.
Exhaling, I
proceed
wondered after
to
Drake,
pour and
pondering
make
what to do
sure
when I
the
caught up with
lids are
him.
both
Really, if I was being
containers
honest, he
are
was
off.
one of the biggest wild cards on the island. A former rear admiral, hanging out with pirates, who would then go out of his way to deliberately join Kaido's beast pirates. I might not have done the best in trig back in college, but even I could tell that a few things didn't quite add up with the guy. The still standoffish as the guy was, he was one of us, meaning that it was in all of our best interests.
Oh,
That I cool
there's
him
still
down from
stuff
whatever
in
head of hot
there.
air he was trying to build up. As such, I mentally ran over what I knew regarding Otto's SBS had shared of Drake's backstory. Grew up idolizing his marine father. Said father turned into a cruel, abusive pirate, though really, gang of seafaring bandits would be more accurate. Even by fake pirate standards for unknown reasons. Though from what glimpses I got of him I'd say that too corrupt for even Akinu was written in a report somewhere. Drake escaped when he was 19, only just slipping free of the bird cage, climbed the ranks to rear admiral, and then turned pirate, as if resigning himself to fate, the story had said. All very tragic, but no real help to me. I mean that left years of in-between details that I could only begin to guess at. And
Receive
frankly,
a
nothing
packet
from what I didn't know
from
explained why he would have gotten fed up with what was ultimately a pretty tame party. The day the Barrels Pirates died, they were throwing a party. Yeah, that'd do it. I groused, accelerating my pace, because I did not want to leave him in whatever headspace he was currently sitting in. Thankfully, the dinosaur human hadn't gone far. I found him sitting alone on a crate a few blocks over from the party, contemplating a bottle of rum. Okay, this ends now. You know, I piped up in a particularly flat voice, earning a sidelong glare. Drinking alone is seriously risky business. A lot more fun when you do it with friends. I had to suppress a flinch as Drake's gaze sharpened his in, slit pupils sharpened, but it wasn't long before he turned his scowl back on the bottle. Friends to teach, he scoffed quietly, offhandedly tossing said bottle over his shoulder. Do you actually think any of those thugs consider you or each other to be friends? Besides, he snapped impatiently when I opened my mouth. The inscrutable exception that is your crew, I mean. Everyone else, once we walk away
Se
from this,
llama
whatever this all
Brewmaster,
is,
es
they'll be each other's
para
clothes. It's
hacer
inevitable. I nodded my head
cervezas.
to the side with a dismissive grunt. May,
Me dio
personally, I have more faith in
curiosidad.
you, but call me an optimist if you must. I can understand where you're coming from. The ancient Zoan scowled at me flat out as he crossed his arms out and started tapping a finger on the handle of his mace. So message received there. So what?
Use the
Did you simply follow me so you
calendar
could bring
to
me back and
wait
get me to link arms with the rest of the degenerates so that we all get along as one big happy family? TSH, considering how I feel like I need to wash myself every time I hear kids speak. Hardly, I dismissively replied. Personally, I'm just aiming for tolerate at the moment. Hence me following you to at least find out the reason why you decided to bounce. I cocked an eyebrow at him inquiringly. Suo. The ex-marine bared and ground his teeth. You're not going to go away until I give you an answer, are you? AI is that a real question. He had nothing to say to that, instead snapping his head away with a sharp tusk. If you're fishing for some deep emotional reason, there isn't one. I just don't see the fun in watching a bunch of idiots get drunk off their asses in celebration of violence. My cheek twitched slightly at that ill-hidden venom. No reason, re-ate. Still, externally. I settled for heaving a put upon sigh as I slowly started to scratch the back of my head. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. The kind of parties you're talking about, not that great. A lot of other, less scrupulous people. They'd be doing just that, getting wasted for the sake of themselves, full stop.
Of corn
Hell,
sugar
Shiki did the
to
same thing with slaves to boot.
container.
I then put on a fun smile as I glanced back towards the party. But see, the difference here. Those sons of bitches only care about their own happiness, damn all else. Pure hedonism. But here, yeehaw. Drake and I slowly turned our heads to watch as Raffi galloped by on the back of a greased boar, hooting and hollering and, "Get back here, you little troglodyte." And yes, that was definitely Robin's hat she was waving around, if the archaeologist booking it after her was anything to go by.
350,
Alright,
okay.
still pretty hedonistic, I slowly admitted, reluctantly tearing my gaze away from the corner it had just turned. But, it's a selfless hedonism. We don't just want ourselves to be happy, we want everyone to be happy. Drake snorted noncommittally. And you're confident applying that to most of the other scum assembled as well. I'm confident we're all tolerating one another, and that even kids making a positive acquaintance. I shrugged indifferently. I mean, sure,
There
we're
we
planning
go.
to double-cross everyone tomorrow. Siege. But the same goes for everyone
Retreat
else.
plastic
And yeah, it's over money, not blood, and that's a thin line. Look, put it this way, have you done anything to anyone here worth getting gutted over? I took his gruff silence. This instance of gruff silence is a no. Then at least try and trust that nobody here is going to do so at the drop of a hat, alright? Still a gruff silence, but the way he inclined his head seemed to be in thought. Maybe a slight push. I mean, I waved my hand slightly as I gathered my thoughts. The thing is, people being utter bastards like that, or betraying someone for no good reason. They exist, sure, but they're certainly not everyone either, you know. Not all pirates, at least. My hand slapped to my face in a mirror to Drake's head snapping around to stare at me. And I pushed the buck too far. Damn it. I clawed my hand down and met his intense gaze with a bored one of my own. For the record, if you plan to rip my head off, remember you fall on the Luffy can kick your ass out of the line. Fun fact, he thinks Dino steak is delicious. Drake continued to stare at me intensely for what felt like a short eternity, and then he just sagged. I'm just going to do away with the bullshit and ask you straight, how much do you know about me? I snapped my finger up as I started to concoct the perfect fuck it. Enough to let you know that Doflamingo will be getting his sooner or later, I told him blunt as a sledgehammer before shrugging. If you want indoors open, feel free to talk to Will about it. Though we'll still be involved, so there's still no escaping a West soundbite sing-sang. Drake's
no,
face twisted up in pain,
el audio
grimace,
es un
and pushed his brow in
fanfic
misery. I needed
de
fucking Drake
One
to ground out
Piece.
miserably. I honestly couldn't help but chuckle
Y sí, el
sheepishly
juego,
as I
la
rubbed the
neta me
side of my
estoy
hat. I know
divirtiendo.
the feeling, yeah, only
Está
I don't drink, so it's not
divertido
so
el
easy.
juego.
We shared a patient moment
Está
of
bien
silence.
gracioso.
In short order, it was broken by a chorus of shouts of
Me
victory,
está
defeat, and incredulity
entreteniendo.
alike from back away we came. I glanced over my shoulder with a fond smirk. Well, sounds like somebody's stomach finally gave out. I nodded my head invitingly. Wanted to come along and get plastered while watching stupid people do stupid things. Beats drinking alone, he grumbled, shoving off his makeshift seat and walking alongside me. Haha, I chuckled, slowly raising my arm. Drake, my friend, I do believe that this is the start of a... Don't touch me. Not there yet. Not even close. Fair enough. He's smiling. I am not. You're right, you're smirking, and that counts.
La
Sage,
verdad no sé
and
si
lo, the smirk
hay
does not
algo
go away.
así, a lo mejor.
B-R-O-B.
¿Quién sabe?
Dawn of the starting day. 72 hours remain. You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you? Oh, wrong series. My mistake, Tilda. Dawn of the starting day. You puss-ridden, flea-mangled, mange-peppered rabies carrying. D-Duke Dogstorm. M-Master Catvaper. The transponder snail just started ringing. The SBS will begin soon. Titan Dog and Mega Cadillac froze at the call from the zoo's lookout, bar right. They stood, staring daggers at one another for a moment that felt like an eternity. Then after a moment, they sagged. The truce stands, they sighed, and after waiting for their retainers to go and wake up the rest of the nocturnal minks, they set off for the snail. A one-eyed jaguar mink watched them go, and then looked back at the nearby dog mink that was sagging in relief. Sue, he drawled slowly, cocking his functioning eyebrow. Any chance that you'll stop with the cross voodoo dolls, given that he can stop their fighting on a dime? And just like that, the dog mink's relief evaporated. When Zamisha grows wings and flies us to the moon, Wanda snarled in response. Oh, come now, surely the situation hasn't escalated that far. Pedro scoffed. You musketeers are some real lucky sons of bitches, a passing reindeer mink grumbled, her arms crossed impudently. One more ball and we could have scored a triple off your lazy. Thwack. Joya. Score off this, ticks for brain.
Jesus.
A white-furred rabbit mink snarled as she clung to the guardian's back and gnawed at her head. Get off of me, you cotton-tailed clod. Wanda's eye twitched viciously as she turned a baleful eye on the suddenly more reticent Pedro. Aye. and a royal A
Make
she
the
bit out,
tube from
which means that normally my only
rotation,
duty is to put up with the
dictates
Brewmaster
top
being at
and
one
top
another's
of the
throats.
barrel, then open
But now,
the
thanks to that
top.
loudmouth prick, I have to deal with quarreling from both
Place
core
the barrel on the
24/7.
lower
When the
surface.
straw hats
Oh,
land here,
oh.
I will rip his vile tongue out with my mouth. Pedro started to nod in understanding, before pausing as a thought struck him. Wait, isn't Carrot an aid too? The glare Wanda shot at him was somehow flat and scathing at the same time, and the Jaguar raised his hands in an admission of defeat. A short while later, the majority of Zoo's population was assembled around the communal snail. Cross seemed to be taking his time letting his audience call in, as was evidenced by the fact that he decided to put on a musical number. Of all things, to avoid dead air. Some say that pirates steal and should be feared and hated till the infamous loudmouth buccaneer sang, his voice
Place
rife
the
with
barrel
laughter.
on the lower
I say we're victims of
surface
bad
and the
press. It's all
fermentation
exaggerated.
container.
We'd never stab you in the back, we'd never lie or cheat. We're just about the nicest guys you'd ever want to meet. What the heck even?
Nos
Alright,
tiene que
question,
poner
his
en un
tail
lugar
switching
más
in agitation.
bajito.
Hey ho ho! A wild chorus of voices suddenly crowed out of the blue, all full of cheer and wild glee. It's one for all for one. And we'll share and share alike with you and love you like a son. We're gentlemen of fortune, and that's what we're proud to be. And when you're a professional pirate, sounds like Cross is putting on a veritable ensemble performance. Dogstorm chuckled fondly. You'll be honest, brave, and free. A new but simultaneously familiar voice crowed out. Cat Pepper blinked in surprise. Wait a minute, I know that voice isn't that. The announcer for the Foxy Pirate side of Mimizu. Pedro finished just as incredulously. The soul of decency, the infamous Widemouth continued. You'll be loyal and fair and on the square. And most importantly, when you're a professional pirate, the chorus cheered once more as wild as ever. You're always in the best of company. The Duke and Master exchanged bemused looks as the song wound down to a close. Well, Luffy's certainly proving himself a charismatic one, isn't he? The hound chuckled. The feline leered back with a snicker. Depends on how many of those people at his back want his head, don't it? Before either of the BRs could start anything, however, they were interrupted by their snail regaining its typical cheeky grin. Well, that was fun, Cross said cheerfully. Hell, never thought I'd ever get
Pretty
the
sure
chance
I'm
to sing a song
fucking
of all
this
things.
up.
But, seeing as I've had that chance, I'd say that means we've had enough time for our viewers to all sign on in. So, for those here, allow me to. Yo, Cross, have you started up and welcomed people to the SBS yet? A most definitely unexpected voice cut in with a cackle. No, but damn it, not again. Cut off even by a poo. Oh, he's never going to live that down. Carrot snickered into her paw gauntlets. You three-limbed monkey-faced, piano-toothed theaster's cash and... A far rougher and less familiar voice roared indignantly, getting cut off at the end of his sentence by the honk of a horn. I was supposed to do that. We discussed this. This is the sound of me not giving a fuck. Apu cackled, following up the taunt with a guitar riff. In C minor, I might add. And you's not staying. Why the hell did you censor me but not him? Only I get to choose who goes blue dipwad. Percent asterisk eshene. Lots of guests this time, Cat Vipper observed. Including the hijacker Apu, they seem to be in close proximity. Did the Straw Hats make even more allies? Carrot wondered. Their tones don't exactly scream friendly, though Dogstorm muttered thoughtfully. Ugg Cross made a long-suffering sound that was eminently familiar to all his listeners. Well, people of the world, as you can already tell, emotions are running high for us. And this doesn't just mean the Straw Hat Pirates this time. Let's set the tone for this whole thing by starting it off hard and fast. For those of you who have been keeping up with our voyages, my crew and I have reached the end of paradise, which is to say, the first half of the Grand Line. And as such, to reach the other side of the Red Line and voyage forth into the New World, we and all other pirates who share our goal must first pass through the final locale of paradise for pirates. The world famous, it was honestly a miracle that the snail didn't hurt something with the sheer amount of tension Cross packed into the word isles known as the Sabaody Archipelago. Unfortunately for us, this is easier said than done at the moment. For those of you who aren't following the news in the Grand Line, or at
Descansa,
least the
muchas
scuttle,
gracias por
but
pasar un
Dabby fought
ratito
Morgan been given
conmigo.
permission for this peace. The Marines have set up a blockade around Sabaody to bar any pirates from reaching it or the New World on the other side. As you might imagine, we're not happy. You're not alone there, Wanda muttered. And we're not alone there. The mink was caught between blushing and snarling in irritation as her words were mirrored. As you might have gathered already, we formed some extremely vague semblance of an alliance with some other big names. We have with us the best, the brightest, the most fearsome, most powerful, and Kid and Apu are here too, I guess. Swear to Hash gonna kill you. Papa, yeah, because the joke is so original, you've used it how many times now? I've got a joke about that in mind involving your mother, but I'll refrain from using it because I have class. Unlike you. Girls, an unfamiliar female voice cut in, speaking in a nice and condescending tone. You're both annoying bitches, now can we please move this the hell along? I want to get to Sabaody while you all are still young. Right. Sorry about that, dear viewers. You know how it is with pirates. Especially antsy ones. As such, in the interest of ongoing entertainment, let the show go on. Now in 5, 4, 3, to the puzzlement of the gathered minks, Cross went silent, and then to their surprise, the visual transponder snail, that snagged not 2 days prior would live, presenting an image on the chunk of sailcloth it rigged as a screen. There, on top of a very large sparrow with a blue and white hood and a madcap grinning snail seated on his shoulder, was Jeremiah Cross. Next to him sat an unfamiliar man in a purple turtleneck, cream pants, and a striped hat. Or at least, he was unfamiliar until people noticed the widest mouth any one of them had seen in a normal-sized human. Hello everybody, this is Jeremiah Cross and Soundbite, the voice of anarchy declared, throwing out a jaunty, two-fingered salute that a snail backed up with a snicker, then swept his arm out to indicate the man next to him. And with me in this special double edition of the SBS's returning guest and announcer, Item is with the Foxy Pirates. Pleasure to be back, Cross. Item declared, waving his arm eagerly at the camera. I'm happy to be here again, and you can be sure that me, my captain, and crew in general are absolutely honored to be a part of what is surely the largest dead-end race on record. Dogstorm and Cat Vipper exchanged wary glances at that declaration. They'd been in one or two of the races in the past, and one and all they tended to end in a particularly sticky manner. What's a dead-end race? Carrot wondered. An uncommon competition among pirates, and anything goes race with a massive prize at the end. Dogstorm explained briefly. It tends to end about as well as you think it would, Cat Vipper sighed wearily, massaging a migraine out of his brow. And considering how the Straw Hats are involved, I'd say that the only real question about the follow-up for this would be just how many other crews are involved. A pleasure to have you here as well, though the pleasure will be much greater if it ends like the last competition we fought you guys in, Cross snarked, drawing ineffective leers from his companions. Anyway, we can go into more details for those unaware later, but first, how's about we confirm that this is the largest dead-end race on record? The camera view swung around from Cross and Idamamizu, and the minks and the world alike gaped at the sight that was unveiled, a bird's-eye view of the sea. and the massive polyglot fleet spread out on top of it, blanketing the ocean with a cover of more floating wood and metal in one place than most people alive had ever seen. Rounding out the picture was a miniature but still massive storm cell brewing behind the fleet, the winds visibly turning the cloudy heavens on high. So Pedro dragged out slowly, scratching nervously at his scar. With that many ships at once. I do believe the ocean is about to be lit on fire, yes, Wanda answered, her anger suppressed in favor of anticipatory dread tinged with bloody excitement. Now, those of you who know what a dead-end race is, I'm sure you're wondering how we're going to give the ships the starting boost they need, Cross stated with a proud nod. And for those of you who don't, normally dead-end races use a convenient mountain river or a reverse mountain. The steeper the better. But considering this is open ocean and there are no convenient mountains nearby, well, we had to come up with a solution on our own. A completely insane solution that's liable to kill us all and that personally I still think we're a bit close to. The bird the humans were sitting on spoke up as it hesitantly stared down at the water below. But yeah, plan if you want to call it that. So, standard fare for the Straw Hats then. Still wonder what it is though, Dogstorm mused. Yeah, you've really got to one whoa. Carrot reeled back in shock when a stretch of ocean suddenly roiled and churned. A great and foamy cloud of bubbles smashing through the surface all at once. What the heck was that? Ah, excellent. That'd be the solution in question getting under motion, Cross explained. His grin becoming distinctly wolfish as he watched the fleet below swiftly scramble into action. Pop quiz to everyone back home, who remembers the little climatological cataclysm we ran into earlier in our voyage, known as a knock upstream. Dogstorm and Catviper stiffened and paled in an uncharacteristic show of synchronization as the implications of what was happening struck them. Uh-oh, they chorused. What's wrong, my loyam? Barre cut himself off in confusion as he noted something on the screen. Hey, is it just me or does the ocean behind those ships look a bit? His words and every other ongoing conversation trailed off into stunned silence as out of nowhere. An entire stretch of ocean started to simply collapse, as it were, water spiraling down towards the seafloor with alarming speed. Accelerating speed, as over the course of a minute, the whole expanded from a meager pit to a massive, yawning chasm that led straight into a pitch-black abyss, audibly roaring from the sheer intensity of the suction. The fleet pitched back from the outermost edges of the maelstrom, only their anchors holding them back from getting sucked in. A scant few did get sucked down into the screaming abyss, or rather, sucked screaming into the abyss, but it seemed to be composed of either the poor bastards whose anchor chains had snapped, or the stupid bastards who hadn't put down an anchor at all. Woo-hoo, Cross crowed, hanging onto Chuchun's plumage for dear life. Aw man, it's even bigger than last time. It's actually trying to suck us in from the sky. This is awesome. Speak for yourself. You're not the one who has to fight against the natural impossibility here. Chuchun squawked as he flapped his wings with manic vigor. Oh, but this is entirely natural, my fine-feathered friend, entirely natural. We just brought it about through artificial instigation. Cross snapped a finger up to point at his tertiary co-host. Care to elaborate for those at home, Adamizu? Certainly, Cross. The wide mouth saluted smartly before addressing the video snail. As you might recall from the Straw Hats broadcast on the matter, the knock-up stream is a massive geyser that can erupt in the middle of the ocean, sending a pillar of water high enough to reach into the sky. Very convenient for our cause at the moment, but unfortunately, like all natural disasters, extremely unpredictable. You see, the knock-up stream is usually initiated when water drains into a subterranean cavern on the ocean bed, and is superheated by geothermal heat. Rather than wait for the sequence of events to play out naturally, however, we instead brought them about ourselves. All it took was some of our more aquatically aligned allies. Shout out to Captain Dugong and the great Kung Fu fleet. Soundbite cheered. To dive down and set some explosives over a cavern they found themselves, and voila. Adamizu swept his arm out over the oceanic abyss. One knock-up stream on demand. First comes the whirlpool, and then just as swiftly as it appeared, the maelstrom swirled shut with barely a gurgle, the water splashing back into a calm sea. And yet in spite of this apparent calm, the pirate fleet didn't relax an inch. Rather, they appeared to be even tenser than before, every inch of rigging drawn sharp and taut, and the anchors raised out of the water like they were on fire. And then once the cavern is filled to capacity, the ocean calms down to normal. Cross picked up, his eagerness ramping up even further. But not for long. Catviper let out a choked gurgle as he watched the ocean start to bulge where the maelstrom had once swirled. Surface tension straining under the immense amount of pressure rising from below. And they did this on purpose. As you can see, the ocean is barely hanging on as the pressure mounts to astronomical levels. Adamizu declared in as grandiose a tone as he could achieve. Any moment now the pressure will be too much and the knock-up stream will erupt and reach the heavens in all its glory. But why? One only got 2 words out before she clamped her hand over her muzzle. Now some of you may be wondering why we'd be using a force of vertical thrust to accelerate ourselves, when what we need in this instance is lateral thrust instead, right? Cross queried with an impish grin. He's got your number down pat, Wanda. He gurk. Carrot scrambled frantically at the paw her superior had offhandedly clamped around her throat. Did you really think now was the right time to push her? Milky questioned in honest incredulity. Well, simply put, it all comes down to a most simple and basic concept of life. What goes up must come down. Unless it's a bounty, Ito interjected. Yes, that. Anyway, Cross clapped his hands eagerly. As we've often repeated, the knock-up stream is a titanic pillar of water. All the water we saw go down the maelstrom. A skyward current of the stuff. And when the initial force of that current ends, it'll all hang in place for a moment, before it all comes crashing back down. And all that water crashing down in one place.
The best thing about brewing beer is people want to drink it. American style, American pale ale, brew history, American brewing style explained. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Each drop comes with its own set of requirements that needs to be met by your beer in order to complete the job. They also have the optional bonus requirements that grants extra rewards. Oh. Difficulty, straightforward. Batch size is small. Use the ingredients dark malt extract. Bonus requirements SRM and that is at least 20. Okay. I don't know if I can do this. This is actually very entertaining. My fucking voice thing. Never just stop working. Where is Okay, so the requirements, let me just write it down because I'll forget, and I'll forget to look it up. Batch size, batch small, dark, malt extract, and SRM 20, at least 20. A local band wishes to mark the release of their first record, a space-themed concept album with a beer as dark as the depths of the universe. Quarterly readers are invited to submit an approximately dusky brew. Just as the recipe for American Stout extract is ideal for this job, and it uses dark malt extract. I'll take this one. Now there's line is pick the recipe. It requires the recipe for the American Stout extract is ideal for this job. American Stout. Each recipe shows the requirements. When doing the job, you usually want to pin the recipes. Why is it? Do I have to? Nope, it's still the same. Jesus. I can't see the fucking name. What's the point? Pinned recipes like track jobs can change anytime. Okay. Okay. Oh, American Stout extract. Select the catalog. This is where you buy the ingredients.
Yes, that. Anyway, Cross clapped his hands eagerly. As we've often repeated, the knock upstream is a titanic pillar of water, all the water we saw go down the maelstrom. A skyward current of the stuff, and when the initial force of that current ends, it'll all hang in place for a moment, before it all comes crashing back down. And all that water crashing down in one place? Well, there'll be effects from it. Specifically, a ripple effect. Wanda tilted her head in confusion. A ripple effect. What is he? A tapping on her wrist drew her attention to Carrot, who was pointing her other paw frantically, pointing it to the north of Zanisha. Wanda's eyes slowly widened as realization fell over her. They couldn't possibly be that. Think very carefully about who you're talking about, Pedro deadpanned. Wanda outright paled in anticipatory terror. Ooh, dear. Oh, I'll let that sink in for a minute for those of you who can put the pieces together. For everyone else, well, we've got a bit of time before it happens, so let's go ahead and explain how a dead-end race works. It's really quite simple. Gather a bunch of pirates, dangle a lot of money in front of their noses, and then send them through an oceanic obstacle course of death traps and sudden but inevitable betrayals. Ah, sounds like a pleasant Saturday morning at Mimizu's side. Of course, this is a little different from your usual dead-end race, and I don't just mean the starting boost. Veterans out there, how many of you have heard of a dead-end race with a pot of 8 billion? PFFFT! Keen Dalton raised an eyebrow at the sputtering witch on the other side of the table. Huh. You're the last person I expected to be shocked by pretty much anything on Cross's show, you know. Growth, the witch's ogre rabbit of an assistant nodded in agreement, kindly handing her off a new bottle of booze. Go make a cow pay, raw-eyed ass. Kira hacked, booze still clearing her airways. I've heard of or seen some ridiculous amounts of money, most of them from my own mouth, but this much from pirates. Seriously, is that an actual king's ransom or something? She turned her attention on the fourth person in the room. Well, I'm talking to you, big guy. You are the expert on bounties around here. Bite my blazing incandescent ass you why, what you? Don Aquino shook the room with his roaring sneeze, glowering at the half-old, half-young woman from his spot huddled in front of the fireplace. I'll help you the second you help me. You're the so-called witch around here, cure this damn coal. Oh, what you? A sneeze cut him off again, and he tried to wipe off the new mass of snot, sniffling to clear the airways. No chance, glow pants, Kira snickered as she gestured for her assistant to give the small giant another blanket. I'm good, but not even I know how to cure a common cold. You're stuck with it until you can sneeze, sweat, and worst-case scenario puke it out. Sorry, not sorry because you almost barbecued my wayward apprentice. Farampi, the newly minted Elbashan guardian grumbled. Perhaps you shouldn't have come to a winter island in less than appropriate clothing, Dalton mildly stated. I ate the hot fruit. I've spent the last 3 decades of my life living in an iceberg field. The cold has never bothered me, watch you. Another sneeze cut off the burgeoning tirade, and a glower fixed itself on Aquino's face. Dalton uncomfortably scratched at his chin. Have you considered that your old home might have housed something of a dry cold with just ice, whereas a snowy kingdom such as ours is a bit wetter in nature? Aquino stewed in place for a few seconds before snapping his head away, pointedly adjusting his sunglasses. Shut up, he sniffed. So anyway, the money? Kira prodded. Yeah, you heard me right. Cross gloated as if in response. 8 billion berries. That's 9 zeros. Think about that number. Let it sink in. We had to take some very special precautions to make sure the pot stays safe. And sorry, white hats, we're not telling. Yeah, that'd just be stupid. Anyway, the other main difference. Cross's grin took on a particularly vicious sheen. The obstacle here isn't preset traps or other pirates. At least, mostly not other pirates. Instead, we have a whole blockade of privateers and marines who have also kindly volunteered themselves for this duty. Kino's frustration slowly disappeared as a grin spread across his face. Well, if this is going to be anything like a routine breakup of Alabas's blockade, it should make quite a spectacle. Ah, speaking of which. Ah, right. You said you had a list. Aquino tossed an envelope to the witch doctor. It's been nothing serious so far, but Cobra is determined to take every precaution regarding his health. The Kingdom of Alabasta thanks you for service. For payment and necessary resources, the royal coffers of Alabasta are open to you. Kira scoffed dismissively, waving her hand. Open, sure, but I won't plunder them too bad. Call it remembrance for an old quack who never charged too much, I suppose. So, free. Now hold your horses there, you walking space heater. Oh, the marine staffing issue had only somewhat improved since Anai's lobby's destruction, leaving them nowhere near the resources to pull the blockade on their own. It was widely accepted that was the sole reason that they had hired so many privateers to blockade Saboti. But even outnumbered, they remained the ones in charge when the situation called for it. Naturally, however, with the average marine being overall less capable than the average pirate even in the Grand Line, it required significant force to keep everything running smoothly and discourage any saps from mutiny or desertion. As such, 3 powerful marines were in charge, each one individually capable of matching a ship full of privateers or more. One handled the soldiers, one handled the ships, and one handled the strategies. The former 2 were in a constant state of unease around the latter, not because they were the only devil fruit users in the entire fleet. They had long since shown that they didn't need their powers to be strong, nor because the man outranked them. He was amicable about everything despite his typical scorn towards ability users. No, what unnerved them was that under their current assignment, they were required to cooperate constantly with someone who had managed to uncover the New World Masons 4 times already, and neither one was eager to report to the Divine's de facto leader that she'd need to wipe his mind a 5th time because one of them screwed up. He'd been a good sport about it, but Suru was starting to get annoyed. Of course, that worry was presently taking a backseat to a much more immediate one, in the face of Cross's latest announcement. The man who could have passed for a Chinese emperor was completely and utterly unflummoxed, and was even sporting a slight smirk of intrigue. Ah, so that's your game then, Mr. Voice of Anarchy. Vice Admiral Whitefeather Combe mused with an almost fond-sounding chuckle. Smoker and Hina hid their flinches by clamping their teeth down on their tobacco bundles. Now, with all of that explained, back to the ripple effect. Just think for a moment, dear viewers, Cross crooned, nearly rapturous with anticipation as the aquatic bulge towered higher and higher, slowly starting to loom over the mass of even the biggest ships in the assembled fleet, which had by now put a decent amount of distance between themselves and the building cataclysm. Several hundred metric tons of water, slamming down at once into the ocean. That wouldn't really cause a ripple, so much as it would bring about a tsunami. It took all the self-control Smoker had to keep from ashing his cigar any more than he had to. He cannot be serious. Cross dispelled that notion when he flung his arms out with an utterly mad cackle. A tsunami that we're going to ride straight into the blockade, baby! Harnessing the momentum from a natural disaster for their own causes. Come now, Commodore. Combe, I hid his chuckle behind his fan. Shouldn't you of all people have been expecting something like this from the Straw Hat Pirates? While Smoker twitched at being called out on his skepticism, a ringing alarm sounded out from the broadcast. ESTM! Soundbite hollered ecstatically. You heard the snail people. Itama roared, pumping his fist into the air as his ride flapped its wings in terror. Brace yourselves and brace your sails. The first ever Skelter Bite Sabaody Dead End race is about to begin. On your marks. Come's smirk stayed firmly in place as he snapped his fan aside, glancing towards his current subordinates as he stood from his seat and walked towards the cabin's door. Captain Hina, if you would be so kind as to inform the mercenaries to prepare themselves for combat. Of course, sir, she responded, then hesitated as she and Smoker followed him out onto the quarterdeck. Are there any specific orders you'd like me to communicate? Get set. Why, isn't it obvious, my dear? Combe, I drawled as his eyes scanned the horizon. Ka blue wash. Smoker and Hina both flinched in shock as a titanic wave of noise smashed over them, originating both from every snail in earshot and from beyond the horizon, and both could do nothing more than gape at the blue tower T rising on high, connecting heaven and ocean in defiance of all logic. And then, as that tower suddenly halted and started to fall, one word cut through the shock like a cannonball. Go. Kindly inform our helping hands. Combe chuckled over the raucous round of roars that sounded out over the SBS, sounding genuinely eager for whatever was to come. That the game is afoot. Cross bringin'. Now, 2 things to say here. First, we initially planned on posting a full explanation on the details of the race further up, but it was just too much exposition at once, so we cut it down. We still have the scene written out, however, and we'll be publishing it at a later date so you can see one of our deleted scenes. Probably more if we can bring some past ones up. And second, perhaps more importantly, we know that we said that we would be finishing up the road to Sabaody this chapter. And because we promised that, we wouldn't not do it unless we had a very good reason. Up arrow top. Left arrow previous chapter. Next chapter right arrow. Edit bookmark. Comments 25. Of life, death, and all between. Negatives of constellations. Hopeful green sila. My shard steel. 55 wee eels. Giving riddle. This bites. Zamiak. Chapter 72. Chapter 64. Road to Sabaody. 6. Riding the currents. Clash of the master tacticians. Cross brain in, and here's that very good reason. Tilda 5 days after Nai's lobby's destruction, Tilda. With the many adamant supporters of absolute justice assigned to the new world. Sengoku could finally enjoy a semblance of the stress relief that the Marines medics had ordered despite the continued fallout from Anai's lobby's destruction, but it was soon to be shaken. While many miles away, Jeremiah Cross was formally refounding Marine integrity into the New World Masons. Another conversation of earth-shaking potential was going on in the highest of Marineford's pagodas. With Akanu in pseudo-exile, Kazaru still recovering, and nobody else of their rank available. Aokiji alone was present as the other stars spoke to Sengoku. Given that the fleet admiral was almost hyperventilating, the Loggia was currently doing what he could to ease Sengoku's nerves. It helped only enough to ensure that he wouldn't be suffering another heart attack while he glowered at the snail. Fleet Admiral, the voice began again. I don't give a damn that he's Roger's son. Keeping him imprisoned or trying to execute him will cause more harm than he could produce if he was still at Whitebeard's side. You can't make me agree to. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, stop insulting our intelligence. We know. The Fleet Admiral fell silent, as much from surprise as the sharpening glare on the line. Under no circumstances are we going to allow Roger's son free now that we have him in prison where he belongs. The elder star stated without a hint of give, which drew an aggravated scowl from Sengoku. But we are acutely aware of how much damage has been done, and that we cannot hope to win against Whitebeard as things stand now. We need more time to recover, and build our resources. Sengoku leaned back slowly, his temper cooling a scant few degrees. Very well. What are your orders? Keeping Whitebeard's followers in a comatose state will deceive Evercards to the state of their health, and we will use a jail ship to keep them at sea level. The depths of impelled down would be too conspicuous. We will keep them hidden for however long it takes to build our forces back to the point where we can stand against Whitebeard. Then and only then will we announce the newest warlord in our ranks, the imprisonment of the Spider and Witch, and the execution of Fire Fist. Until then, no Marine ranked lower than Admiral shall be informed of any of this. Sengoku sighed, the tension bleeding out of him. I apologize for jumping to conclusions, he ground out, barely managing to keep his tone even mildly respectful. As you should. However, we will still require a contingency plan. Sengoku's body tensed again, and he very deliberately limited his response to a simple yes. We must be prepared to assemble our forces at a moment's notice. It will only be as a last resort, but should news of their capture somehow reach the ears of any of Whitebeard's allies, we run the risk of allowing Roger's son to slip through our grasp. Provided that you maintain secrecy, we should have nothing to fear. Sengoku ever so slowly relaxed once more and closed his eyes. So be it. We'll focus resources on fixing the damage from the Straw Hat's assault, scrutinize all communications surrounding the jail ship, and I'll keep our strongest forces rotating near Marineford. In the face of Anai's lobby's destruction, it should raise no suspicion. See to it, Fleet Admiral. Ka Lick. And with that, the connection closed. Sengoku shook his head with a weary huff as he started mentally arranging formations. But first Aokiji, he ordered, barely glancing up at the Iceman. Return to the containment of Fire Fist and his allies and maintain their state. Ensure that no harm comes to them, and that operational security remains airtight. You have unrestricted authority. Do whatever needs to be done. Aokiji nodded in solemn acceptance and stood to leave. Yes, sir. He ambled to the office's door, hand poised to let himself out, and paused there, standing silent for a small eternity, before slowly turning his head over his shoulder. Sir, I feel compelled to ask a question. Sengoku glanced up from his paperwork, an irritated expression on his face. Of all the times for you to actually show some life, what? Fleet Admiral, given the circumstances and potential consequences of our actions, I feel compelled to ask. Aokiji set his jaw. Should Fire Fist Ace really die for the crimes of his father? Sengoku's fist slammed down onto his desk, his scowl intensifying and his expression contorted viciously. After a moment, he took in a deep breath and let it out slowly before giving Aokiji, of all people, a thoroughly chilling stare. Do not lose focus now, Admiral. It is not, nor has it ever been, a matter of whether or not he should die, but rather pork is D. Ace must die. The Fleet Admiral would focus on his work, dismissing the Admiral with a wave. That is the last I'll hear on the matter. You have your orders, now go. A chill of frost briefly crept over the office's door handle, but just as swiftly it passed. Understood, sir, Aokiji nodded tersely. And with that, he departed and the matter fell dormant in Marineford, though not in the Iceman's heart. Oh, when the transponder snail disconnected, the 5 elder stars exchanged glowering looks. It is sickening that we have been brought to this point. Anai's lobby's destruction on its own is nothing, a blow to our pride, a reduction in our resources, but nothing that would necessitate anything but an increase in their bounties. But this problem has become absurd, the youngest of the 5 sneered. It is impossible now for a transceiver to have survived the purge. Vegapunk despised our orders, but he followed them to the last, the tallest mused as he stroked his beard. Nothing survived, and the likes of the geniuses capable of designing such a device are few across the world. It would take recklessness to the point of insanity to entrust such a device to an erstwhile unknown like Jeremiah Cross. The boy is reckless to the point of insanity himself, the katana wielder grumbled, patiently tapping a finger to his temple. By broadcasting the invasion, he invited us to send our best forces against him to support CP9, knowing that he couldn't match them. Yet they escaped, and he along with that insufferable spam have done the unthinkable, discard us. A no-name rookie pirate and one of our own men have torn the veil. Our choices are limited, the mustachioed member grumbled as he rubbed his hands in thought. The talk of freedom will become more and more widespread the longer that he speaks. And this debacle has cost us the chance to eliminate them directly. Another broadcast of this magnitude would push us to the point of no return, and martyring them would turn too much of the world against us at once. As satisfying as it would be, Sengoku made the right choice in stopping Admiral Aikinu from burning down Water 7. The Straw Hats claim that they beat the world. The cane wielder tapped his oaken staff on a tile. The only thing that they've done is guarantee that we will fight again. And when we do, no amount of luck or skill will allow them to walk away. Orders will be sent to Aikinu in the New World to recruit replenishing forces from every island that he visits. And we will monitor the Straw Hats' journey for anything that we can exploit. We will bide our time, build our resources. His demeanor and that of all the elder stars darkened significantly. And when the time comes to put an end to Roger's line and to Edward Newgate, absolute justice will become the only justice. As for the whistleblower, for once, Garp's eccentric whim works in our favor. With him proudly accepting the blame, we can issue Jeremiah across the highest starting bounty in history. If we're lucky, some random ignoramus with more bullets than brains will make our lives all the easier for base recompense. You will forgive me if I find our recent track record in matters of chance to be less than encouraging. The blonde grumbled despondently. Tilda, present Tilda. Remind me, which of us were speaking about fortune so long ago? The blonde elder star scoffed as he grimly watched corsairs trade blows with individuals who rated only slightly higher than the black flags they were fighting. Not relevant at the moment, the mustachioed star ground out impatiently. Indeed, the sword-bearer nodded sagely, his eyes closed and expression pinched in intense thought. The question of the hour is how we intend to handle the situation. As it stands, the Straw Hats have a non-negligible chance of passing the blockade. We always knew this maneuver would be a stopgap measure and that they would pass eventually, but we never predicted they would manage it on the first clash. So, the question stands, should we leave Komai's orders unchanged? The geek-clad man cracked an eye open, and regarded the image of the Thousand Sunny, and all upon it with the intensity of a sea king considering its prey. Or should we cut our losses here and now, and order Komai to give Straw Hats an opening? A contemplative silence stretched out between the five for interminable minutes, until ultimately, three of them shook their heads in denial. The time is not right, the tallest stated firmly. Our resources have recovered and recent events have served to enhance our capabilities, but not to the extent that we need to be truly ready for the war. To attempt our stratagem now would be folly. And their reputation aside, this blockade was specifically designed to be capable of facing down the likes of the supernovas. The mustache were groused. It would smack of suspicion, not to mention incompetence, if the Straw Hats came through. And there is also the matter that they would most likely assist Black Bart Bartolomeo's crew to consider. The king wielder mused in an almost idle fashion, as well as how we can only surmise what alliances have been formed between them in the meantime. Open a crack, and they would not stop before they'd made it a chasm. A silence fell. And finally, the youngest started slowly, uncertain of the idea he was about to air. I'm assuming it's because it's doubtful the blockade could actually stop them if we gave them express orders to. The still air of the chamber was shattered by the sound of a single splitter cracking out of an ancient cane. We, the king's owner, ground out, livid fury tinging his every word. Are not determining the Straw Hats' actions to be a fait accompli. None of the other elder stars commented on their comrade's breach of decorum, nor on the tinge of uncertainty that had entered his words. Oh, and they're off! Admiral declared as Chuch unbanked after the fleet, flapping and banking furiously to try and compensate for the knock-up stream's updraft. Putting up a pair of binoculars, he scanned over the ships. All ships that didn't sink and managed to surf off the tsunami are off to a fantastic start, but currently, early lead goes to the Bardo Club's cannibal. Hey, yeah, well, temporarily, having 3 times the sail-to-ship ratio of anyone else will do that, I quipped, eyeing the shimmering barrier Bardo had erected on the bow of the cannibal. It was effective, true, but if the way he was laughing while the rest of his crew scrambled to hang on for dear life and maneuver them properly, he'd be dropping it soon. But right on their heels is the Straw Hats' Thousand Sunny. Idamizu continued, and a ways back, but gaining as the Kid Pirate's iron tramp, belching all kinds of smoke. Looks like the paddle ships are proving themselves as the design of tomorrow. Yeah, but they'll only chut as far as they've got fuel and working parts. Good for a burst, not so much for laying down pure hurt. Check-a, Soundbite gestured his eye stalks downward, where the tramp and Sunny were indeed stowing their paddles and decelerating. They've got the leads they wanted, but now they're drawing it out for the long game. Still neck and neck for second, but everyone else is still in haze too. As for everyone else, see Dom's Chuch to swing about and start sweeping over the rest of the fleet as he squinted to get a better look at flags. Well, it looks like most of the front-runners are made of the supernovas, as well as a few others, such as my very own silver and brass foxes. The former thankfully were christened from the cringe-inducing name of Sexy Foxy, though I dearly hope you didn't reverse the titles, I cut in, cringing at the name. I will have you know that I am now known the world over as Fiendish Foxy. Foxy smugly cut in. I may have lost to your monster of a captain, but I still pushed him to the brink, and there's not a thing you can say to me that will belittle. I gave Soundbite a flat look as I chopped my hand across my throat in a request for a moment's peace. You only got that name by begging the divine, didn't you? I took way too much pleasure in the way Soundbite's facade crumbled. It was going to be either that or Splithead Foxy. He whimpered in utter misery. Said whimpering is what met the viewer's ears as I unpaused the broadcast. Sorry for the cut there, everyone. What I said to bring him down was a little too caustic for a public broadcast, I gloated, smirking smugly. As I was saying, Idamizu continued, his teeth grinding together in a forced grin. My cruise ships are part of a nice clump about a kilometer behind the Iron Tramp. Another 2 kilometers behind them is the main mass of pirates jockeying for position. And behind those scrubs are the wrecks. I cut in, grinning as I buffed my nails on my chest. Pro tip of the day. Combat power is nice and all, but seamanship is just as important. And keep those anchor cables maintained. Right you are, Crossito concurred, nodding sagely. I'd say we've got about 9 pirate crews permanently out of the race and pretty busy trying not to sink on top of the poor bastards caught in the whirlpool. My grin widened a bit more. Honestly, I'd expected more dismastings and collisions right at the start. I wasn't kidding when I referred to the tail end Charlies as scrubs. Only a few had bounties above even 30 million. I guess Numb's briefing only got through most of the skulls present. Pity. Still, I'd gotten a nice thrill of schadenfreude with what we did get, and as it stood, we still had more than enough warm bodies to ram into the blockade. Meanwhile, Idamizu was still going. And with the race settled down for now, I'd like to invite my gracious co-host to explain our little starting booster. Gladly, I replied, sweeping my arm out in a grandiose gesture. Well, as my good viewers may have guessed, there are perks to knowing a weather witch and a wind loggia. It took a bit of practice, but they were able to combine their powers and whip up one hell of a wind. How are you holding up, laddie Erg? My commentary was cut off by an invisible force blindsiding Chuch, on into a tailspin. Hey, what was that for? To get a word in edgewise here, uttered Vivi. Until you've experienced getting your arms wrenched out by the entire universe, go suck on a duck egg, Cross. I already have a migraine from this and you're not making it any better. Got you covered, Vivi Chopper piped up. Thanks for this, by the way. You're really helping my research. Yeah, no pro wait, what do you mean, Risa? Vivi and Chopper, everyone. Doesn't my crew just say the darndest things? I chuckled as I hastily chopped my hand across my throat to cut the connection. Though I don't think we managed to cut the pink lace mini twister that blasted up from a sunny stick in time. Anyway, while Vivi and Nami are maintaining our momentum, we've got our friends in the Great Kung Fu Fleet to thank for the initial starting turbo booster. Everyone, give those lovable dugons a hearty round of applause. Belay that applause, Cross. My co-commentator waved me down, suddenly intent on the horizon. We've just run into our first obstacle. Holidays gazed and frowned, as indeed we had. Oh, Crocus grimaced at the sight of the lone three-masted ship utterly dwarfed by the pirate fleet facing it. Behind him, Leboom let out a pained warble. Said ship wasn't turning and running, instead it was charging in, boat chasers booming. Closing his eyes, Crocus clasped his hands together. Lord of the Seas, forgive them, he huffed wearily, saying it more for the sake of saying it than anything else. For they know not what they do. Yeah, that's a privateer, alright, Idamizu noted with barely concealed venom. Looks like it's going for the supernova cluster, which I really don't get. This isn't normal privateer behavior. Every true blood buccaneer hates their guts, but half of that is because the bastards have the survival instinct of a shark. They wouldn't be charging the strongest of a generation, they'd be going for the weakest parts of the pack instead. Well, from what I've heard, the Marines have decided to provide some incentive for them to press the attack, cross-test, needing one of his temples in irritation. Guns to their heads. At the bare minimum. Hang on, they're almost in gun range. Indeed, as Crocus watched, the splashes from the privateer's bow chasers were now landing among the nearest edge of the supernova cluster. The fire was also finally provoking a response. One ship, sporting Castle Crenulations, a Castle Jolly Roger, and some of the biggest cannons Crocus had ever seen, was tacking from near the center of the ragged formation right to the edges. More gunfire bloomed from the privateer, and this time one shot rang true, a cannonball smacking right onto the nose of the ship. An impact that did absolutely nothing as the cannonball literally bounced off the stone-clad prow. Okay, I've seen fortified ships before, but I wouldn't expect that kind of no-sell unless it were thanks to Black Bart's barriers. Idamizu exclaimed. Well, it only makes sense that someone like Bijay would know fortifications. A fact that goes both ways, as we're about to see. And indeed, the pirate ship's two bow chasers did a hell of a lot more than nothing in return as they blasted out a simultaneous barrage. One cannonball missed, merely tearing a large hole through the privateer's sails, but the other smacked into its opponent's bow and kept going in a stream of burst seams and flying plankage. The destruction ended about 3/4 down the length of the poor ship, leaving it wallowing in the sea, at which point the pirate ship turned to present its broadside and opened up. 4 more cannonballs burst from their barrels, and of them 2 hit. One dismasting the ship and the other caving in the keel right where it ran up the bow. The last broadside was just plain overkill. The hapless ship sagged in a great many important places, and a large chunk of the deck was suddenly blurred into obscurity. The heck? Crocus wondered. And first blood goes to the fire tank pirates Nostra Casello. The Foxy's announcer pronounced. I don't think those privateers are going to be trying anything anytime soon. I almost feel sorry for them. And yes folks, that blurring is on cross order. Trust me, I can see what's behind it, and it is not for sensitive stomachs. Yeah, well, no matter the gore, let's go with thoroughness involved. It looks like that's a pure, heck victory for the fire tanks. Cross noted sagely. They got the kill, but now they've fallen a bit behind the pack. Indeed, despite some furious tacking and maneuvering, the Nostra Casello was visibly a few hundred meters behind the rest of the supernovas when it returned to the current. Crocus grinned and nodded with pride. Yes, this is how a dead-end race should be, more decisions like this. This is strategy. His grin twitched irritably as a memory niggled at the back of his skull. Unlike a certain cannonball-happy cabin boys, ideas I could name, the Woolaboo warbled, sinking away from the evil aura his caretaker was giving off. Actually, Cross, chances are that this was a calculated move, Idamizu shrewdly noted. Since that was just a scout for the blockade, it had plenty of time to transmit its location. That means that the fire tank pirates will have everyone else between them and the front line when the fighting starts. Risky long-term, but smart. We have some time, but get ready, viewers. Things are gonna pick up, soon. What the Cross? What is that? Crocus blinked clean out of his bad mood as Gift's view swung around to display a bird. Oh, is that a crane or something? Perona wondered. Yeah, I think that's a crane. Zio nodded, full of eager energy. I remember seeing a bunch of them in a swampier bit of the summer zone. They were really, really tall, with legs like tree trunks, and their eyes were really glowy, and when they saw something they'd zero in on it, and then their necks and beaks were super fast and strong, and they managed to break through the shell of a turtle gator in one hit, and it was so scary EP. Tech's babbling sputtered out into a panicked gasp as she suddenly swayed on her feet, on the verge of passing out. So a new crane mutation in the swamps, got it, Perona chuckled as she patted the child's head. Granny, could you? Already recording it, Granny assured her, jotting the observation down in a logbook. We've also got a particularly coordinated pack of cow-sized gophers in the eastern prairies of the spring zone, and something's been leaving carcasses riddled with iron needles in the more ruin-covered sections of the fall zone. Ooh, Perona lamented, sagging into her overstuffed throne as she swept her arm over her eyes. So much work, I thought it was Shiki making the Lovo ecology go nuts. Shouldn't the evolution be calming down without his dozers around anymore? Oh, it has, Granny noted with a sunny grin. Now we've only got half a dozen species popping up a week instead of a 2 dozen, but if you'd rather leave them all to go on a rampage instead and have us go on strike. I'll tame them. Perona yelped, waving her arms in panic. Jay, just let me spend a few more minutes relaxing watching this BS, alright? Whatever you say, dear, the old woman simpered with an ill-hidden grin. Okay, someone want to explain why 2 of my cousins are being toted around by a crane of all things at 12 o'clock? Soundbite sourly queried. The proof of Soundbite's words was now close enough to confirm. A snow-white crane with a harness akin to the one Shiki had equipped to his eagles. 2 snails within was flying directly towards him. It perched gracefully on Chechon's head, avian and gastropod eyes alike alighting on the voices of anarchy. Jeremiah Cross and Soundbite, an aged and sophisticated voice drawled from the snail next to the gastropod. Your reputations precede you. Cross blinked in surprise, and then his expression sharpened. Vice Admiral Komai, the pirate returned in a respectful tone. Yours as well. Although I must say that I'm surprised you'd meet with us in so civil a manner. You do realize your superiors will have your head for not lambasting us before a global audience, right? The marine channeling snail eyes shifted in such a manner as to indicate the dismissive waving of a hand. As it so happens, I'm at a point in my career where they quite frankly can't make me give a damn. I will show respect where it is due, and I refuse to let my superiors dictate what that might be. A stunned silence stretched out for a minute, before a pair of dangerous grins spread across the voices' faces. Oh, I am definitely going to enjoy matching wits with you, Vice Admiral, sir. Perona's eyebrows shot up nervously. This just got dangerous on so many levels. Sounds fun, Zhao chirped. Depends on your definition of fun. Oh, well, only if you're comfortable with that risk, the Marine responded, his tone and expression perfectly neutral. After all, our orders are to prevent passage. We may be disinclined to attack if you move far enough out of cannon range. After all, your odds of success are, shall we say, less than positive. We outnumber you all by quite a bit, and any attempt to run this blockade will have casualties. Quite frankly, running back to whatever hole you might have come from would be preferable to being sunk or imprisoned. No. That message sunk in, clearly directed towards every member of the invasion force that it carried to if the way Gift turned around to behold the fleet again was any indication. After several seconds, some of the fleet began to break off from the main group. Of course I cut in frigidly. That also comes with the caveat that if this break through attempt fails because of too many deserters, whoever survives the defeat is going to hunt them down and murder them in their beds. At that, most of the ships resumed their heading with almost indecent speed. There was still a handful that branched off, allowed by both sides to depart from the group. Unspoken was that they were the ones too foolish or too cowardly to be of any help anyway. Using fear as a tool, Cross? I thought you to be a more sophisticated orator than that, Combe. I sniffed imperiously. First off, glass houses and stones, you weasel, I retorted, rolling my eyes. Second, and more importantly, it's not exactly like I'm threatening saints here either. A lot of the crowd here's the scum of the seas that not even we acknowledge, and they all know it. Cross paused, glaring balefully at the fleeing pirates. Or at least they should know that by now. But hey, if they take offense to that, they can say it to our faces. That refocused the majority of the hesitant pirates in the pack, and anyone who had abandoned their posts swiftly got back to work. Combe, I let out a sigh that smacked of resignation before donning a more sincere grin, applying intimidation in an appropriate manner for proper benefit. All right, Cross, I will admit, I'm impressed, and I hope that you'll continue to show me the skills that have earned you the place of the Straw Hat's world-famous tactician. It will be the first true challenge I've enjoyed in a long while. A feral smirk came onto his pseudo-face. A challenge I foresee myself overcoming. I returned his smirk with a grin of my own. Don't count your sea kings just yet, Vice Admiral. Plenty of people have tried to bring us down, and thus far none have succeeded. Why, what a coincidence! Combe exclaimed in an overly grandiose tone. The same could be said of my own track record when dealing with pirates. So in the end, I suppose there's really only one question left, isn't there? Indeed there is. I leaned in to shove my smirk right in the snail's face, and we spoke as one. Whose prowess shall prove superior? The handoff lasted for about 10 seconds before I leaned back with a cheeky grin. Tenbury says you're gonna lose. I'll raise it to life and impel down, but best of luck nevertheless, Cross, Combe chuckled casually. After all, I'd hate to only trounce you once. And before I could say anything more to that, the crane spread its wings and took off, swooping away and soaring high to circle above us. Damn, he got the last word on you, Soundbite whistled in awe. That never happens. Well, may as well let him have that victory, at least I smirked. But it'll be his last. And not without a fight anyways. Eh. I blinked and looked over at Mizu in surprise, the pencil neck quite literally shivering in his seat. What makes you say that? All my co-commentator could muster up was to raise his wobbly finger and gesture at the horizon. I followed the direction he indicated, and sucked in a sharp breath through my teeth. Oh, right, I bit out tersely. That could be a problem. Oh. The camera panned ahead of the great pirate armada to share in the commentator's vision, and displayed a horizon that had turned black and white with ships. Iceberg and Lulu's eyes widened. Polly and Zambai's reactions were decidedly more operatic. Holy Sea King Barnacles, that's a lot of ships! The ex-bounty hunter belted out. But what kind? Iceberg wondered out loud. Thankfully, the camera view cooperated with his thoughts, zooming in on the approaching armada. From the slowness of said zoom, and the continued good picture quality, this was accomplished by Cross and Mizu's bird mount wing closer. How many ships is that? The latter weakly asked. Let's go with a metric shittin' and call it a day, Cross replied in an equally wary tone. Wasn't this supposed to be a weak spot on the blockade? Yeah, well, credit to Kid. He's a raging jackass, but he is a supernova for a damn good reason. The gathered shipwrights listened with only half an ear. Most were busy taking in the various ships gathered. While overall a decidedly heterogeneous mass, some patterns could be discerned. A lot of Aberdeen clippers, Polly noted, intently gnawing on his cigar. Rest seemed to be a mismatch from every damn shipyard on the planet. Time, Bow said Severnaya split. And Water 7, Iceberg noted with an exasperated huff. Lulu squinted at the screen. Now that the mayor points it out, I'd say he's right. That's the Arnston there. I designed half of the metalwork on that tub myself. So, typical privateer ships. They've always preferred whatever merchant ships they happen to have and could stick cannons on, Polly scoffed, waving his hand. I don't see what the problem is. Even with how many of these guys there are, these are the supernovas we're talking about here. They'll go through single-deckers like these like a wood chipper. Okay, Mizu, you're more familiar with privateers than me. How bad is this? Cross inquired. Pretty bad, the wide-mouth grimaced nervously. For starters, privateers carry oversized crews, so borders are going to be a problem. And more importantly, where the hell are the Varines? I'm sorry, Varines. Variant convoy ships. Those are nasty suckers, and privateers love buying them second-hand. The commentator rubbed his chin thoughtfully. They're not marine battleships, but they're the closest you're going to find outside of the Navy and the larger national fleets. Something like this, the Marines would Shanghai them in a heartbeat. Polly flinched back under the weight of the stares on him. Okay, so I forgot about those guys. Sue me, I don't see any of them on screen, and I take it that not knowing where those things are is a bad thing. You have to ask. But hold that thought. We're about to get a clash. And indeed, the screen swung about to display the cannibal racing into view from the bottom of the screen, Bardo's barrier visible as a shimmering middle finger. In response, the line of privateers turned broadside and opened fire. Water spouted around the cannibal, but any hits simply bounced off a barrier, and shots further afield at the Thousand Sunny and Iron Tramp were equally ineffective. Any cannonballs against them were simply hurled back at their senders, where they did hit home. Still, while all that was relatively straightforward, one question remained in the viewers' minds. What the heck is the plan here? Zambai demanded. Pirates are just gonna crash right through at this point. Oh, okay, I gotta ask, what is the guy's plan here? Mizu wondered. None of the supernovas are firing. Okay. Not the Bardo Club, not the Kid Pirates, and not even the Straw Hats. Are they going for a melee? I slowly turned a thoroughly flat expression on Mizu. Remind me, I've put out how many SBS broadcasts on my crew by now? I pointed out. Fair point. Still, I did get where Mizu was coming from. The Thousand Sunny, for all his virtues, did not have a big cannon battery, only 10 on either side. There was that, but we were saving that for a bigger target than these guys. The Cannibal and Iron Tramp, on the other hand, had batteries closer to the expected 40 that you'd see on ships of that size, so they had fewer excuses. Still, as Capone had so helpfully demonstrated, turning broadside to get in a gunnery duel was an invitation to let everyone pass you. A head-on assault was the best idea, but still, that didn't explain why they weren't using their bow chasers, unless... I adopted a deadpan expression as I snapped my fingers and pointed at the Sunny. Robin, you wouldn't have happened to overhear Luffy and a few of the other super-novas getting into an argument over something or other before the race started. Would you? Something about, oh I don't know, buddy counts and bounties. However did you guess, Cross? I needed the bridge of my nose as I waved the connection away. And of course they're intentionally getting into a brawl. Because why would we expect same behavior during a life or death blood sport race? A failure to employ pattern recognition. You realize I could just punt you off this damn bird to your screaming doom, right? Soundbite's eyes shot back and forth in a momentary panic before snapping to Ito. So, latest updates, friendo. Hey, I'm not done, you little. The cannibal is still in the lead, the Thousand Sunny and Iron Tramp right behind her. Adamizu declared, bodily shoving his way in front of me and into Gift's eye line. The privateers are still firing and laying down a hail of lead that would be deadly for anyone else, but they're not stopping. Instead, the supernovas are going for a melee, and damn the cannons. I gave Ito a sidelong glare for a second before leaning forwards eagerly. On impact. Crunch! With an almighty cacophony that we could hear from our perch without sound bite's help, the cannibal Bardo's barrier reshaped into a pointed ram at the last second smashed into a privateer ship, messily splitting it into two ragged halves. Credit where it was due, the privateers tried to leap onto the cannibal as it passed, but the higher sides meant the attempts were doomed from the start. And throughout the carnage, Bardo displayed his respect for the privateer's efforts by planting his foot on the cannibal's figurehead and throwing his head back and cackling like an absolute lunatic. The Sunny joined the scrum bare seconds later, his bow-mounted axe dials doing an even better job splitting his ramming target like so much plywood. Privateers had no more luck boarding him either. The Iron Tramp, on the other hand, was working solely with raw momentum. It smashed up the ship it crashed into no problem, but the wreckage immediately got tangled up with the steamer and privateers immediately began swarming the ship. Their reward for such enthusiasm was to face killer in open combat. Poor bastards. Idly, I wait for Gift to censor that too. Uwick, just looking at the results was making me nauseous. And it looks like the Iron Tramp is stuck. Idamizu forged on, getting a closer look at the carnage with a spyglass. Not that it's helping the privateers. What Killer's doing to them is illegal to show in 153 of the original 174 member nations of the world government. Squelch. My spleen. Correction, make that 162. Yeah, well, sucks to be them, I gagged, waving my hand uncomfortably. Now, let's check on that. I stared at the hole the Sunny and Cannibal had busted open. Right in front of them was another line of ships. And the privateers in the line they'd just broken through returning to close in on them from the flanks. Well, Sea King balls. They got here fast. Cannon fire erupted behind us, and with a thought Chech unwhirled around. There, we saw two more fleets, smaller than the ones blocking us, but with bigger ships advancing on the supernova cluster. I take it those are the variants you mentioned. I demanded, my mind racing. Where the hell had they come from? Yoop, Idamizu replied, popping a pea. And can I just say that this is all bizarrely coordinated for a bunch of privateer scum. Word to the wise from an adrenaline junkie brother, don't mess with vice admirals on any level, physical or otherwise. I groused as I crossed my arms. They will find ways to fuck you up. Oh. Why, I do believe I might have left something of an impression on the poor boy, Jonathan mused, tapping a white queen against his knee. I can't begin to imagine what would give you that idea, sir, Drake responded through grit teeth. Hem, said gritting intensified at the feminine cough behind him, and he held up the tray in his arms with a terse jerk. Also, would you care for some more tea, Captain? He ground out in a voice that promised murder. That would be lovely, Lieutenant Commander, thank you, Ain simpered politely, proffering her teacup to him. Drake reached for the teapot and completely by accident knocked it against the table, cracking it. Oh look, it's broken. So easy and fragile to do that to some things. Like some people's necks, the grim-faced Marine growled as he marched out the door. Pardon me while I go and get more. And with that, he slammed the door shut behind him. Crack. Wit. Excessive force. You'll need to get a new door too. Grarg. Vice Admiral Jonathan turned his focus away from the screen by a few degrees so that he could address the smug captain. Just for the record, you do realize you're pushing my second in command ever closer to a mental breakdown with your treatment of him, yes? Oh, of course I do, yes. But it's just too much fun to stop, Aim responded with a smirk. You yourself should know that, Vice Admiral. Fair enough, Jonathan shrugged casually. Just know that I'd advise you to change your fake cough a bit, please. It sounds like you have a fat toad stuck in your throat. The captain's hand shot to her neck with an eep and a blush. As so noted, sir, she coughed. For real this time. Jonathan chuckled before turning his full attention back to the race, as well as the strategies being employed by his fellow if he was being generous masterminds. The scene on the screen was undoubtedly a fine strategy on Koma's part, tangle up the fastest ships which, naturally, would bear the strongest pirates and then slam them in the flanks with the largest privateer ships around. And knowing both Koma and what he himself would do, Jonathan was certain that this wasn't even close to the only gambit Koma had planned. Just as he knew that there was no chance that Cross's own tried and true strategy of applying overwhelming amounts of force with pinpoint accuracy would be so easily overcome. Honestly, he was torn between wanting his comrade in arms war plan to succeed and wanting to see how his other comrades and their fellow pirates would get out of it. But where did they come from? Idamizu's demand snapped attention back to the screen's spectacle, where the commentators were watching the approaching rear line with dread. They couldn't have approached us this fast without someone noticing. Soundbite. Nobody expects attacks from above. The snails already present skull deepened. But in this case, there's another blind side. I don't know how, but they came up from underwater. Divorce. Coding. How could we have been so blind? Soundbite did a double take and divided his eye stalks, somehow managing to look very indignant with one eye apiece. Excuse me. You two knew about this. The captain is not unfamiliar with Sabaody Archipelago, so yes, Idamizu groaned, rubbing one temple. But for the rest of the world, who is, quick notes version, by coating a ship with a special soap-like residue found only in Sabaody. It is entirely possible for any manner of ship to become capable of traveling underwater, cross-lectured, intensely gnawing on his armored thumb. It's for that entire practice that we pirates have no choice but to sail for Sabaody in the first place. RRGH, but because we focused so intensely on the blockade line itself, we never considered how they'd exploit what lay behind it, damn it. But we had submarine forces scouting out the blockade all over the past week. How could they have missed so many ships? Ito questioned incredulously. Because Koma's a genius, and if there's one section of sea survey to hell and back, it's the sections immediately surrounding your organization's global HQ. He must have hidden ships in every aquatic nook and cranny he could find. Cross snapped his head to the side with a sharp tisk. I'd call it brilliant if it weren't in the process of biting us in the ass. Yee, if you say so. But more importantly. Ito snapped his hand out over the ongoing fighting. We've got action up and down the line here. The privateers are closing in, and the supernovas are slowing and bringing out their own cannons. On screen, the blob of the rest of the supernova ships, joined by the Silver and Breast Foxies pulling up the rear, let loose with a furious cannonade that quickly blanketed the battlefield in smoke. Remarkably, the privateer ships remained silent, grimly pressing on. Well, it might have been grim if it weren't for one teensy tiny insignificant little detail. And everyone but the fire tanks and Drake pirates are sucking Sea King balls. Come on, Captain, I thought our gunnery crews were better than this. This is an embarrassment to the Foxy pirates. Heh, chalk one up for actually aiming. You go. Connis, line 'em up and knock 'em down proper when you get the chance. If any gunners under my command got results this bad, I'd bust them down to see them recruit, then let them work their ways back up to their old ranks just to bust them down again, engroused, running a hand down her face. This is just painful to watch. You're a very kind person, Aang, Drake drawled as he walked back in, a renewed tea set held in his close to too tight grip. I'd just demote them and then assign them to potato peeling and shit cleaning between drills. Well, I'd love to hear you two get into another argument over who's the bigger hard-ass. Jonathan cut in with an exaggerated put-upon sigh. Why don't you take this chance to try and impress me by looking at the variants and tell me what you see? Two officers squinted at the privateers in between broadsides. But still, for the record, I get where you're coming from. I mean, I live with Sniper King Usopp. This pains me on a physical level. I can almost hear him cussing out all these incompetents for how badly they're doing. And no, that's not a request soundbite. Damn, and he's getting creative too. Finally, the straddles that Drakes and fire tanks were achieving became hits, two variants flying to pieces in a matter of seconds. And that finally jarred something loose from the junior officer's brains. Huh, did they offload the cannons on the lower gun deck? Aang noted. Why would they do that? More speed and more men for boarding, probably, Drake answered, before wincing as another ship disintegrated. Still, 3 of these variants are so much matchwood, but they're still closing. I'm almost impressed, except for the fact they're planning to go to melee, which doesn't make any sense. Drake continued louder. Gunnery's their advantage with how badly the pirates are shooting. Why close to melee range with this many high-bounty pirates? Yeah, I got nothing, Aang admitted, however much it sounded like it hurt her to do so. Hold that thought, Cross, let's check in on the Leto Nipton's hairy ballsack. Further tirades were halted in favor of the camera screen snapping away, forcibly swapping back to the fight at the head of the race. Aang and Drake's eyes widened. Each of the 3 pirate ships now had 2 privateers crammed up against their sides. Men swarming up the sides heedless of the havoc the pirates were wreaking on them. Then again, the lightning bolts, sprays of metal, and ship-splitting barriers that frequently lashed out to smite ships to the rear were probably excellent incentive to vacate those general areas. And naturally, the 2 ships grappling the Iron Tramp were completely censored out, but there had been a brief glimpse as the camera view changed, and all the Marines present were thoroughly grateful for the censoring. Oh, so that's how you match the Straw Hat through sheer brutality, Drake groaned, covering his mouth. You should try experiencing them up close and personal. The smell really pulls it all together, Aang deadpanned. That is sick and wrong, and I really should not be surprised Kid did it. Please hold for withholding vomit. Silence for a moment. Then, okay, that's better. Anyway, the leaders are completely tangled up. Everyone's got a privateer ship or 2 grappled to them, and the privateers are going deck to deck just to get at them. And man, are they getting cream for it. Wait, they're just gonna leave it at that. Aang demanded. You mean you want to see more of Kid's carnage? The lieutenant commander boggled at her. More like I want to see more of the Straw Hats, fighting so that we can better model strategies focused on capturing them. I believe that that's a goal that we as fellow Marines can agree upon, yes. Let me get back to you on that. Which seriously begs the question of just what the hell is the gun the Marines are holding, and where can I get it? Cross forged on, sounding increasingly befuddled at the ongoing brawl. Because these guys are getting massacred. What is the leverage we have, by the way? Drake wondered. Jonathan just smirked for 2 seconds, at which point the smirk fell and he squinted at the Thousand Sunny. Wait, what on earth? Hey, what the heck are those 2 doing? They heard Cross yelp. The picture zoomed in, Aang and Drake eagerly leaning forward. Oh, I mean, it looks like they're jumping onto one of the privateers grappling the Sunny. Adamizu stated questioningly, tilting his head as he watched a pair of dots leap off the Sunny's ship. I can see that. I snapped. I'm wondering why. Tilde 2 minutes ago, Tilde. Couped event. Compressed air blasted out of Frankie's inflated forearms, flinging an entire line of privateers clean off the Sunny's sides. Naturally, more climbed up and naturally Frankie tried to charge up again so that he could blast them too, only to run into an increasingly familiar issue. This super never ends. Frankie groused as his hair flopped in front of his face. Oi, I need a cola recharge. And more, a storage note to self, bug the little furry dude about helping me with that later, he added under his breath. Arms sprouted from the sides of the ship and started snapping bones. Letting Frankie step back and grab the bottles of that Mary tossed into his hands. As he installed them in his stomach fridge, he took the opportunity to size up the situation. In short, it was hell. The air stank of gunpowder and piss and fear. Growing bodies littered the Sunny's decks, and the ships grappling them were charnel houses. And despite that, these assholes just kept coming. Seriously, it was almost as bad as Nai's lobby had been. The Mully fighters even had to rotate in and out of rail defense duty to keep up their stamina, while Kamis, Lasso, and Usopp kept up suppressing fire and Namisordo with the ships on Billy. Raining the wrath of God on the other privateer ships jockeying for position. Crack Thum. In fact, there was one tree-sized lightning bolt frying another ship now. Oi, Mary. Frankie shouted up to the wheel. You super! Sure we can't just change directions and shake these guys off. Answer hasn't changed since the last 2 times you asked it. The ship girl shouted back. We lose distance and risk losing the current if we try thaw. There they are. Every gear and joint in Frankie's body ground to a halt, and he slowly flipped up his sunglasses to side glare at her. You. Sure, he bit out. Unless Kid lied to us or was really badly mistaken, but their ships are lying beneath them, then I. Those be the bastards. Mary punctuated her statement both through a snarl and by ramming half a dozen livers in place with a single swing of her arm. Somebody man the helm, we'd be engaging in some boarding action against these bilge suckers. I'm on it. Chopper shouted, clambering up onto the poop deck and slipping into Mary's place in front of the wheel. Just don't give me any extra work. I'm already working on 3 different lists for boss alone. Say what? The name Dugong paused in his repeated punching of a privateer he had trapped under his arm to give the human reindeer an incredulous look. Why the hell are you? You know what you did. Ah hey, as you say. Don't worry, we're not the ones who will need a doctor after this. Frankie shouted back, before joining Mary and jumping off the Sunny and onto the neighboring ship. Oh, they could be trying to cut down on the flow of reinforcements, Adamizu slowly suggested. They're certainly doing a good job of it. Yay, I muttered as Mary busted out her rotary cannon and hosed down a good chunk of the deck of the ship she was on. But knowing my crew, there's no way it's something so simple or logical as that. Oh. Mary quickly stowed her new and newly beloved weapon after she ran through the first ammo belt. It was amazing firing it as expected, but 2 things stayed her hand. First, Nami naturally. She had a few choice comments about that she wanted to vocalize, but she withheld them for fear of a certain mollusk screwing her over. Second, and more importantly, while she and Frankie wanted the deck clear, they also wanted the reinforcements to keep coming, so that their targets would actually chance getting within hand-to-hand range rather than cower behind cover. And thankfully, they were actually climbing up onto the ship right now. Her eyes narrowed as she glared at the pair of dingy bastards charging them. Charybdis help her, they even looked like the types to abuse their ships. One sallow and gaunt with a hooked nose and an overall cruel demeanor, and the other big and beefy. with a ridiculous mustache and flowing blonde hair and a generous layer of fat over his admittedly impressive muscles, and both dressed in some of the most impractically fancy Navy-adjacent outfits she'd ever seen. So frankly,
Right.
either way, they'd be doing the world a significant favor. That them. Frankie asked, striding up next to her.
I'm pretty
Let's
sure I
confirm, she growled,
fucked
cupping her
this
hands around her
up.
mouth. Oi, were you two the jackasses who attacked Kid? Who are you calling jackasses? Mustache roared, charging at them with his fist cocked, which in Mary's mind was close enough to a confession for her. Frankie, do me a favor. She raised her free hand and snapped her fingers with a flat expression. And wreck these bastards. With pleasure.
Did he
Frankie
do
proceeded
this
to do just that
right?
with extreme gusto, landing a punishing uppercut on the charging bastard and knocking his ass skyward. Then, exchanging a thoroughly malevolent grin with his smaller comrade, he took Mary in one hand and flung her towards the other Marine. The unorthodox maneuver, along with Mary's absurd strength, took the poor sap aback, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The next moment found Mary heaving him into the air and jumping after him, even as Frankie followed suit with a strong hammer uppercut. Oh, okay, now what are they doing? I snapped, throwing up my hands. It was an honest question. I had put together what beef they had against these guys, but honestly, a few good shots would have been enough to put them down for the count. But no, they were determined to put on a show, it seemed. They had both sent their opponents flying into the air, and now they were. Yuito. I dragged out uncertainly. You want to try taking this, buddy? Because I just really lack the words. Oh, well, it looks like Frankie's flipping his guy upside down, while Mary's wrapping her arm around her opponent's neck, and Dynamizu slowly tilted his head. I'm right there with you, Cross.
No idea
Not
if
a
I
damn
did this
clue.
right. I
Incredible,
probably didn't.
said another voice beside me. I whipped my gaze around to Boss, who was now sitting right next to
This
me.
is
If it hadn't been for the
hard.
logical side of my mind reminding me that he could moonwalk, I probably would have joined Ito and Chuch and in their yell
So
club.
Josh can
What in the
probably
actual
brew
fuck?
certain style
As
of
is,
beer to meet
I did
that
still make my
requirement.
opinion of
Sure
his
to set
unprompted
this
appearance
out
known.
here.
What is one of our crew's monster quartet doing this far away from the battle? Cross, that isn't important. Boss waved me off way too casually, straightening and pointing down at the fight. That is what's important. For the first time in a generation,
American
no, 2
style.
generations, the legendary finishing moves are being performed. Since when in the blue hell are you a wrestling fan? I demanded, and then shook my head. Forget I asked, of course you're a wrestling fan. In search of a bit more sense. I looked back down to see how the fight below was going. Mary had now flipped the one guy upside down and released his neck, grabbing his thighs instead and leaving his head resting on her shoulder while she held the rest of his body up. Frankie, meanwhile, now had his legs wrapped around his opponent's torso, hands grasping the legs to drive the poor sap into the deck. Muscle buster. Muscle driver. Only the greatest of men can even attempt such techniques. To see both together, he froze, eyes widening. No could it be. Glancing back at Mary and Frankie, I noted that they were still holding their opponents just in mid-air and streaking towards the deck. Oh, and also lined up perfectly. Nice bit of coordination there if it weren't for the intense migraine it was causing me. It is. Boss interrupted, still wide-eyed. It's the legendary tag team finishing technique. This is going to hurt, isn't it? Mizu whispered to me. It already is, I growled, massaging my eyes. The muscle docking. Down below, we watched Frankie piledrive his opponent head first into the decking, and simultaneously, Mary landed on his shoulder, driving her opponent's neck straight into her shoulder with a snapping sound that we heard all the way up here. Both of us winced, but it really said something about how desensitized I had become that I was able to look away from the grievous injuries to the childishly grinning dugong next to me, my full attention. A dugong I was starting to have a sneaking suspicion about. How wasted are you? Boss snickered shakily and held up a cig gourd that was still dripping. Parting gift from Izzo straight from Wano. Why do you ask? I stared at him flatly for a second before holding my palm up to his. Sobering attack, impact. I didn't even twitch as I blasted him clean off Chuchan. Fell. He yelled as he plummeted towards the ocean, only to get plucked out of the air by a passing Nami and Billy. Old man, I kindly request that you tell your sons not to share whatever booze you make in the new world with Paradise rookies anymore, a deadpan. Looking gift straight in the eyes. Sighing and looking back at where Boss had fallen, I added, and man, am I going to catch complete hell for that later, but damn if it wasn't worth it. Crash. I snapped my eyes back down, and the sight that met my eyes was that of a plume of dust rising from an enemy ship below. A ship that looked like someone had taken a bat to it so hard it had split in half. Monster, I said dismissively. How can you say that so casually? Mizu demanded before freezing as my words processed. Apologies for the interruption, viewers. Why don't we switch away from the madness for a bit and check in on the midline action? Oh. The shot glass shattered against the wall, dangerously close to the screen the assembled executives of Dressrosa were using to watch the broadcast. Panting, Senior Pink stomped out of the room, visibly steaming. Make sure he pays for that, Treble noted, not taking his eyes off the broadcast. With the young master and a small team of his choosing taking care of business elsewhere, that left him in charge of Dressrosa. What was that all about? Sugar whispered to Pika next to her. The giant man could only shrug indifferently. On the screen, the view shifted back to the cluster of supernova ships, locked in a sprawling melee with the privateers engaging them. The drakes and fire tanks had positioned themselves in the center, blasting away at the privateers and using their fellow pirates to soak up the boarders. It was a job they were doing very well. Bodies streamed off every ship and laid in heaps wherever there was space. Shattered hulks dotted the waters behind them. It was a slaughter, not a fight, and yet the privateers just pressed on. Huh. So, Cross, how much do you think the setup was deliberate on anyone's parts? Well, I'm pretty sure Drake and Capone planned their positions. The rest, probably serendipity. Hang on, zoom in on the Silver Foxy. The camera obliged, showing a charnel house and some very good infantry tactics. The Foxies appeared to have been organized into units, and as the executives watched, one such unit surged onto the sides, letting another fall back to medics near the masts. More importantly, the captain seemed to be locked in single combat with a sharp-dressed man everyone present recognized. Hey, that's Abel Tasman, the business-stealing rat bastard. Joris squawked indignantly. Naya, hee. Maybe they'll knock him off for us. Matchface chortled, slapping his stomach with glee. Ha, who's that? Cross wondering, sending everyone present scrambling for a notebook to record another thing Jeremiah Cross didn't actually know. Abel Tasman, a freelance merchant admiral who runs the Vernig merchant convoys I mentioned a while back. Mizu elaborated. The casual tone undercut by an acidic scowl. And by freelance, I mean works privateer when business is short, which is most of the time. The Marines tolerate it because Tasman is pretty much the largest private fleet in the blues, and he's no slouch in a fight himself. While Foxy's doing pretty well for himself, and whoop, there's Big Pan, flinging him into the air. Does he know? Cross shook his head as he watched the ill-dressed admiral flail in the air. No, Moonwalk. Glad to know that some things aren't getting picked up by every prick alive. A fact that Captain Foxy takes advantage of by nailing him with a slow beam. The executives all leaned forward, eyes wide and eager as the business thief flew through the air in slow motion. Big Pan's picking up Foxy and holding him up to Tasman.
I don't know
Foxy's
if
laying
I
down,
did
the nine
this
tails
right.
rush from hell into him. And the slow beam is worn off, sending him blasting towards the jewelry margarita. Well, I'll be damned, it actually looks like he's going to stick the landing. Oh shit, Bonnie's right there. Wham! Experienced pirates all, the executives did not wince at the fate that befell Tasman. It was a near-run thing though, even for them that was gruesome. And he slams right into Bonnie's head. His back is in an inverted V. And Bonnie hasn't budged. Oh, that's gotta hurt. From the shape his spine is in, I'm not sure he's feeling much of anything. Cross cackled ecstatically. It helped that it was a disliked rival getting injured like that. That whippersnapper got what was coming to him. Loud G bellowed, probably a bit louder than he intended. More than what that opportunistic prick deserved. Baby 5 sniffed petulantly. Think there's any chance he actually bit it. Looks like a snap between the T6 and T7, meaning Diamante analyzed as he squinted at the contorted admiral before scowling irritably. Damn it, he's still alive. A resounding exclamation of crap echoed around the room. Oh hey, cross-decidedly Pete voice interrupted. Look who finally decided to join the party. Oh. The rest of the rabble. Komai nodded sagely, casting an idle glance at a nearby clock. And right on schedule too. I do so enjoy it when my adversaries are punctual. Yes folks, the stragglers and scrubs in the fleet have finally caught up and they're laying into the privateers with a vengeance. Ito explained, out of shot as Gift swung around to display the encroaching fleet. I can't tell if they hate the privateers, want to one-up the super, Novas, or just really want that 8 billion. Probably a combination of all three, cross-reason. The unengaged variants are using what broadsides they still have, but I don't think they're gonna stop them. At this rate, most of the pirate force is going to bust clean through the blockade. Ugh. Okay, I'll bite. Why do you sound disappointed? Chuch, unasked. I'm not disappointed. The tactician swiftly clarified. If anything, I'm anxious about what fresh hell is about to fall onto us. Because if I have any decent grasp on Komai's thought process, and I really hope I'm not overestimating my own intelligence when I say I do this as the part where he abandons the current strategy and moves to phase 2. A smirk spread across Komai's face. Yes, Jeremiah Cross did know what he was talking about. Reaching over, the Vice Admiral picked up his transponder snail and dialed the number. Sir, execute phases 2 and 3. Simultaneously. An exhale carried over the line. Oh good, I would have suggested that myself, sir. There have been some complications, but if we're launching both phases, they're not critical. Komai cocked a doubtful brow. I see. Very well, if you think they're not critical, I won't worry. We won't disappoint you, Vice Admiral. Kalek. Komai chuckled as he raised his fan before his mouth. Your move, Cross. Oh. Beneath the surface, the Polar Tang's captain observed the battle, dividing his attention between the submarine's own periscope system and the visual snail channel in the SBS. Eyes scanning for a weak spot with all the observational skills befitting a surgeon. His crew stood by at the ready for any commands, some closer than others. So, what's the deal with the captain? Penguin whispered to his longtime buddy Shechi. He's been acting kinda weird ever since we left Skelterbite. Shach, I nodded. Yeah. Like, he's been even quieter than usual, hasn't gotten short with Popo and hasn't decapitated anyone in a week. Something's definitely up. Heck, he's even been humming over the last few days. I think it was that piece that the Straw Hat Snail was blaring for a while. Penguin paused, grimacing. Though to be fair, that one could be because it's still stuck in his head. Damn little bastard, who cares what color our sub is? Personally, I think he's thinking about things. And not the usual things. Secret things. Important things. Yeah, that makes sense. So, when are you gonna ask him? Penguin's eyes widened, and he leaned in a little closer. Are you crazy? I'm not asking that. You ask if you're so curious. Me curious? Shach, I shut back. No way. You the one who brought it up. I'd like to avoid having my liver and a kidney swapped again, thank you. A brief silence fell as they glared at each other. And after a few seconds of said silence, they noticed that it was indeed silent, because they could no longer hear Law humming. One tentative glance confirmed what they were afraid of. Their captain was now standing directly beside them, visibly ticked off in his pet demon red, his sword tapping in his palm. Well, he demanded in a voice that brooked no argument. Gulping audibly, the two pirates shared a nervous glance until Shach, I mustered the courage to speak. We were just wondering what was up with you, Captain. You've been off on your own lately thinking about things. Did you find a lead on? Penguin glanced around and leaned in closer. Him. Law regarded the two for a long, impassive moment, then glanced outside the viewport of the submarine. Damn, he sighed, slipping. I was too late. Your yammerings already attracted the battleship. Both pirates paled dramatically. What battleship? Penguin all but demanded. The coded battleship we were trying to slip past until you morons started making noise. Despite his words, Law was sporting an eager smirk. Oh well, this'll be fun at least. Brace yourselves, boys, we're about to get hit. And then the deck rose up and smacked Penguin and Satch, I square in the nose. And if anyone claimed that Law snickered at that particular moment, then they were nothing but a filthy liar. Oh. Drake's gaze glided over the battlefield, binoculars in claw and idly ducking and swaying side to side in order to dodge the odd musket and her cannonball. The battle looked to be going well. The privateers had been breaking on the rock of their fellow supernovas for some time, and the arrival of the scum they gathered up was probably going to be the breaking point. He shifted his gaze east. Naturally, the three crews ahead were rapidly chewing their way out too. Krakum! Drake winced and ripped his binoculars from his face as he tried to blink away the spots in his vision. Yes. Very rapidly. The battle was going well, and yet he felt uneasy. And he knew why he felt this way too. The Marines hadn't shown up despite the fact that the privateers had to be veritably screaming for help. And he knew from personal experience no less, that no Marine worth their salt would miss out on a chance to shoot at privateers and pirates as massive as this. So the question was, where were they? Putting his binoculars up again, he scanned the sea. Water, ship, water, bulging ship. Wait a minute. He moved back to that one spot. The water was rising, sloughing off of something. And he knew what that something was. Stowing his binoculars, he buried his claws in his ship's deck, steadying himself as his battleship swayed beneath his feet. Out the corner of his eye, he saw a Marine battleship breach the water like a colossal whale, incidentally also tossing a yellow submarine out of the water like it was a bathtub toy. Drake relaxed as the ship stopped swaying, eyeing the other 5 battleships breaching around them. Surrounded because of course. Scowling, he walked over to his transponder snail and dialed one of the more arrogant pirates surrounding him. Which is to say, Vijay here. Given your track record and typical modus operandi, I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume the Nostra Casello isn't built to tangle with Marine battleships, Drake blandly stated. You'd assume right, but Vijay grunted, unhappy with both the slight and the accuracy of it. Both Snail and Drake winced as a battleship opened fire. only for the projectiles to swap with several barrels on said battleship before exploding against the mass. And while Trafalgar's efforts are appreciated as self-serving, he can't be 6 places at once. I'm hoping you have an idea for a valid course of action. Water bulged again, and before Drake's eyes, 3 more ships, an old galleon, and 2 more battleships burst out of the water around 3 of the battleships. These sported a thick coating of kelp and barnacles rather than the glimmering sheen of a saboty coating, and they immediately fell upon their marine counterparts. And the last 2, well, they were busy firing on the now panicking scrub pirates. A savage grin spread across Drake's face. My answer depends on yours. If I were to ask you to provide covering fire while some of us charged that one battleship, would you be capable of it? The snail gave an equally savage grin back. Well, I do have some cast iron cannonballs I can offer at a discount rate. Nodding, Drake waited for Bajet to tack into position to support the south wing, which meant he got an excellent view of the surviving variants abruptly bursting into flames. Glancing behind him, he noted the north wing was also dealing with the sudden onslaught of fire ships. He grinned and turned to his sailing master. I want a full spread of canvas up the current, he ordered. This is our chance at the lead spot, and I'm not giving it up. Aye, Captain. Drake, you rotten sewer lizard. You knew that was coming. Bajet roared over the snail, his fury punctuated by his ship's cannons firing at full bore and trying to sink the blazing boats before they could do the same to him. Oh, did I forget to hang up? And to mention a rather obvious trap. Drake innocently queried. Anyway, I've got just one word to say to you, Bajet. A word that, for the first time in my life, I say with pride. His grin widened as he directed it straight at the castle ship. Pi tilde ra tilde t. You son of a. Ka lick. Oh. And Drake takes the opportunity to zip ahead. Idamizu declared. Sneaky kid, ain't he? Yeah, well, so long as he's not actually firing on our asses. You know what they say, I replied with a rapidly spreading grin. All's fair and whack. I was forced to cut myself off mid-sentence on account of nearly being shoved off the side of my ride. And the only thing keeping me from plummeting to my doom was. Finish that sentence, Ito prodded, face-encompassing smile twitching as he kept a solid grip on my collar, showing far more upper body strength than I expected from someone like him. By all means. He say nothing, nothing at all. Sound bites swore vehemently from inside his shell. Listen to the snail, listen to the snail. I nodded fearfully in agreement. Yeah, well. Beep, boom. Thankfully, the blast of explosives and my suddenly renewed death glare prompted Ito to pull me back to safety. And we turned back around to face the ongoing battle. Our eyes and gifts were all drawn to the line of explosions that had erupted around the 3 leading ships. Most hit water, with the shattered hulks of the privateers around them, and there were still a lot of the assholes trying to press in, but several bounced off of the iron tramps plating, Bardo's barriers, and some quick defensive work from my own crew. It took even less time to find the source. 4 battleships that had surfaced behind the line of privateers, and seemed to be using them as niches while they bombarded from afar. And note that when I say battleships, I mean blue and white bona fide marine battleships. I could see Nami and Billy flying for an attempted attack run, only for them to hastily abort before someone in a marine uniform invaded their lightning and nearly skewered them. I guess it couldn't be that easy, because behind them, nothing but pure blue sea. We weren't quite there yet, but I could feel the tipping point coming fast. I grinned, that was going to be fun. In the meantime, looks like those weren't all the coded ships the Marines had. We've got 4 blasting away right at the head of the race. Quite ineffectively, I might add. Distance protects them, but it means their accuracy sucks, I agreed. Right as I said that, nearly a dozen privateer ships burst into flames and dove right at the 3 pirate ships to what I'm sure were apoplectic howls from Mary and Frankie. Yeah, that'll help them. Help them get their asses kicked even harder. Proving my point, one of the fire ships abruptly lurched and then began to sink into the waves, presumably the work of one of the dugongs. Speaking of which, since things seem to be in a holding pattern here, shall we go back to where the real action is? Gladly. Idamizu replied, turning the camera view back on the larger melee. And what we saw. Oh, First Mate Dugong panted, blood dripping down his forehead. He could readily admit that their ongoing battle to clear the 3 battleships wasn't going terribly well. The fact of the matter was that there were 3 Marine captains and only 2 members of the great Kung Fu fleet able to match them, with their Millennial Dragon allies currently being fended off by mass musket fire. And in his case, match was the best he could do. The Dugong shifted his stance and the grip on his spear, mentally growling as the captain in front of him matched the movement. It shouldn't have been this hard. The captain was female, not heavily built, and armed with a scarf of all things. A scarf that was somehow deflecting the head of his spear without a scratch, and which was smashing wood and flesh with equal devastation. He knew the Grand Line was nuts, but this was insane. He was still racking his brains for a solution to the stalemate when he spotted Foxy clamber onto the deck, lugging some sort of wooden contraption. Their eyes met. Foxy cupped his hands around his mouth. Get her into the air. Well, that was a hell of a lot more doable than beating her. Planting his tail, First Mate Dugong kicked off into a very low frontal charge, speared at skimming a bare inch above the deck. In fact, he was moving so fast and so low that a hasty thrust from the scarf skimmed right over him. And once he was in range, First Mate spun in midair, the action bringing his spear around in an upward smash. Naturally, the scarf blocked it, but if First Mate Dugong was confident in one advantage he held over the Marine. It was his species' tendency towards pure brute strength. Muscles bulged, cloth failed to stop the swing's movement. You won't beat me, you blubbery little gua. And the result was that the Marine stooge was launched clean off her feet and into the air. First Mate wasn't done either. Leaping off a convenient spar, he thrust his spear at her, and though that was blocked too without any anchorage, she was sent flying down. She tried to wheel around to stick the landing, but she met a slight issue on the way down. Slow beam. An issue in the form of a concentrated ray of slow particles. Sticking his own landing perfectly, First Mate balefully eyed Foxy as he wheeled some sort of odd contraption into place. A wooden box shaped in an inverse V, sharply sloped and meeting at the top. And I did that why? First Mate trailed off curiously. Foxy chuckled in reply. Why therefore it? The slow beam ended. The Marine fell the last few feet at her previous velocity. Legs still spread to stick the landing, and spreading even wider as her legs split the wooden horse. Oh. I cringed, my hands instinctively shooting downwards. Oh, that's cruel. Idamizu barked, flinging an arm across his eyes in despair. It's painful no matter what your gender is. That's just too harsh for most any living being alive. That got a sidelong glance out of me, including her. My co-commentator sobered up almost instantly, sporting a cheeky grin. Hey, I did say most. Oh. With his opponent on the deck writhing in agony, First Mate Dugong turned a flat stare on Foxy. And why do you have something like that? Foxy slumped over, a cloud of depression hanging over him. Trust me, that is a long and complicated tale that I don't want to tell and you don't want to know. Oh. What does he mean by no matter what your gender is? One of the Amazons gathered at Amazon Lily's battle arena wondered. And while that was only a single Amazon who happened to be seated in earshot of Hancock's throne, it was a sentiment that rippled throughout the arena. Yes, what did he mean? Hancock speculated aloud. He implies that not only do men feel excruciating pain in such situations, but they rarely stop to consider what women feel. Oh, let it go, the poor dears, Elder Nye sighed. I've talked to many men such afflicted over the years, and I can only conclude that it is a very neat pain. And Peach, as you say, Hancock skeptically replied. The reason for her truly placid response was that she was too focused on scanning the screen, and Endeavor Marigold was aiding her in. Noting the distinct lack of acid being spat her way, Neon glanced back at two of Amazon Lily's 3 rulers. It didn't take her long to spot their barely hidden concern, at which point she turned back to the show. I wouldn't overly concern yourselves. Sandersonia is easily one of the most powerful individuals in those waters, and she's in the company of the Straw Hats besides. She'll be perfectly fine. Ma'am Peach, but if so, then where's she? Marigold inquired, gnawing on her thumb. I can't imagine that Sonia would stay out of a fight like this willingly, so maybe that's the exact reason she's not out there in the first place. Probably keeping her out of sight for her own good. Rindle huffed, more focused on trying to reignite her cigarette than the show. Don't forget, if Lady Sandersonia were out there and not attacking pirates, that would raise a lot of uncomfortable questions, right? Ma'am Peach, I suppose. Hancock sighed wearily as she massaged her brow. Still, I wouldn't be averse to something distracting me from my concern. Moving on from that horrific sight, we Screonk! The entire arena flinched back, on account of what sounded like the unholy union of a howler monkey and a sword-breaking screaming out of the gathered transponder snails. You were saying? Marigold groused, digging a finger through her ear. Quiet, Mary, Hancock grumbled, pointedly ignoring both the griping of her sister and the snickering of the reptilian seat that was her partner. The camera dutifully zoomed in on the northern third of the battleships, and there was just enough time before the Millennial Dragon swooped into terror into the reeling ships to see Scratchman Apu flash a victory sign before he leaped off to find more opponents. And Apu clears the decks, leaving the ship wide open for the Millennial Dragons. Scratch one battleship. Good work, Apu. At this rate, just 10 more ships and you'll almost be as good as... Cross trailed off mid-insult, and the camera swiftly snapped around to show a sight that stunned viewers worldwide into silence. The 2 battleships that had gone after the scrubs were now sailing back into the fight, and they left a field of shattered wrecks in their wake. I can't say the sight of so much scum of the seas floating in pieces doesn't fill me with joy, Hancock said, not sounding joyful at all. Sister, you're contradicting yourself again, Marigold said tonelessly. Whoops. The southern battleship, the one Law had been playing catch and return with, promptly exploded. Powder magazine must have gone off, Item is speculated. And y'all know the fire ships barely did anything. I think we're actually gonna get through the blockade. As one of the assembled Amazons winced. Did he seriously just say that? Marigold muttered under her breath. Cross, it seemed, was no happier about the blatant fate tempting. Okay, first, do you have to sound so doubtful about the success of one of my plans? Especially one where your survival is on the line, too. And second, Ito, did you sleep through my broadcast on tempting fate or something? Actually, yes. The backfight we had around the time you toppled Thriller Bark saw me take a baseball to the noggin, so I was sleeping it off. Doctor's orders, Ito shrugged indifferently. But come on, look at the situation. The Marines here are only going to last maybe 10 minutes longer. The Marines to the west are probably crumbling as we speak. What could possibly go wrong? Winces were no longer sufficient. Faces met palms in a thunderous roar. Idiot Hancock spat between her fingers. I don't know why Cross is putting up with him. What could possibly go wrong? Cross repeated, a very sickly grin on his face. Overall, he looked fit to choke a sea king with his bare hands. Let's find out, shall we? Head back to the front runners, see how they're doing. The camera swapped once again, and the situation had changed. Somewhat. The kids, Straw Hats, and Bardo Club had cleared out the remaining privateers. Ex-Drake was hot on their heels, and the 4 battleships were closing in, firing as they went. And right on the prow of the lead ship. Hey, look on the battleship. It's an officer, Ito exclaimed. It's a vice admiral. Cross clarified furiously. Salem let out a squawk of agony as Hancock's clenched fist crushed his coils. No. That's Strawberry, she spat. And indeed, it was outright impossible to mistake the long-bearded, long-hatted vice admiral as anyone else, both his swords out and brandished. And his identity was doubly reconfirmed by the cold, emotionless glare he was using to stare out over the assembled ships. Yes, Cross drawled, menacingly conversational. A vice admiral on the front lines, and one of the notably worst ones in the ranks at that. Nothing could go wrong, my ass. Meep. Shut him up it. Gut on the plus side, with Kid, Luffy, and Bardo there we've actually got a halfway decent chance of beating high weight. What the hell? As one of the inhabitants of Amazon Lily leaned forward in eager glee. Oh. The Thousand Sunny rocked again, Koala shoving down the urge to go out on deck and fight for the umpteenth time. At least it wasn't Sandersonia trying to tear her way out of the chains they tied her up and down in the cargo hold. Again. That had gotten old after the first 5 times, and even new world veterans could get seasick if you tried hard enough. Hard time. Koala directed a baleful glare at her bespectacled hold mate. Pardon me if this sounds harsh, but you're technically on their side. You have a reason not to be out there whipping tail. What do you know? Enough, I think, Tashigi coolly replied as she adjusted her glasses. How do you think I felt as Cross aired the dirty laundry of O'Hara to anyone listening? Kuhn Papor deadpan, slowly starting to lift his hammer. Cran and handbag to be. Koog the rabbit wolf scoffed, storing his weapon away. Koala sighed, relaxing just a tad. Point taken. Sorry for getting snippy. Like I said, I do understand, Tashigi soothed, glancing up at the deck with a light snicker. Honestly, back when that happened, I had to excuse myself halfway through the interview. If I'd stayed to listen, I'd probably have tried to chop Commodore Smoker's head off. That got an honest chuckle out of Koala. Because he's a low, dear, right? And a safe target, exactly, Tashigi chuckled into her fist. As it was, I had to settle for merely gutting a sea king. Tense situation, but certainly the best dinner I'd had in a long time. The 2 women broke down in chuckles at that, and the good humor lasted until they were out of breath and wiping the tears from their eyes. Ah, that was nice. Thanks, Tashigi, Koala said, shooting a sly smile at her compatriot. You know, you're not bad for a fishy government dog anyways. Tashigi matched her with an overly exaggerated salute. Sing to you, you black cat rabble-rouser. More chuckles passed between them, then a companionable silence. A silence that was broken by Usopp scrambling down the ladder from the main deck. Guys, just wanted to let you know to buckle up tight. He warned them hastily as he cracked open a wall and started working on the mechanisms hidden within. Things are about to get Krakum. All 3 of the mismatched individuals flinched as a ship-sized detonation suddenly rocked the Sunny. Harry Usopp finished with a groan. The 2 exchanged a glance. Harry, after everything they had heard going outside. Sure, it was Usopp saying it, but still. To find Harry, Tashigi requested, trepidation coloring her voice. Vice Admiral Harry. The long beard and towering hat are pretty goofy, but it's still pretty hard to miss the Koala shot past the sniper. leaving Usopp standing frozen in place and staring dumbfounded after her. Coat. What's gotten into her? Koala didn't hear the rest of the words. Her brain was too full of memories and thoughts and counter-strategies and unholy rage. One part of the revolutionary was insisting, pleading on repeat, that this was a bad idea, that she needed to stay incognito. That throwing in the revolutionaries' collective lot with the Masons and Straw Hats on a simple whim of vengeance was stupidity of the highest order. The other half was withholding judgment, to say the least. She burst onto the deck, head on a swivel, passing over the ongoing battles before alighting on one of the battleships pressing forward. There. The beard was longer, the uniform different, but that face. She knew that face. She'd known it for half of her life. It was only natural, really, that seeing that image in daily nightmares for years on end would do that to a person. Idly, she became aware that around her, the fighting had stopped, or at least lulled. That only made it easier to stomp up to the helm, and the girl manning it. I need a fully grown snail, she demanded without preamble. To her credit, the ship girl just raised an eyebrow. Third deck, a loner's keeping Pinky and Brink company. Follow the electric guitars, she said. Nodding, Koala clambered below decks again, quickly finding the larger snail snoozing between the two baby transponder snails rocking out to a tone dial and dialing a number. Kilo Oscar Alpha Lima Alpha 622, she said immediately. A pause. Well, this is a surprise, Monkey D. Dragon grunted. I thought you were scoping out Skelter Bite. As if you aren't following the SBS and know about the dead end race, Koala scoffed, only just managing to keep her tone on the right side of civil. Or the Vice Admiral leading the charge. A moment of silence, then a small smirk. Fine, Koala. As long as you understand that you'll be explaining this to Kurusu. His expression hardened. And that if it comes to it, I will sign the burn notice myself. So long as it brings me his head. I'd burn the world itself. Koala winced as she registered the sheer vitriol in what she just said, along with the prospect of a personal meeting with the revolutionary's head of discipline, and calmed herself by running her fingers through her hair. Sorry. And, whatever else happens, thank you, Dragon. Just make sure it isn't half-baked, Koala. Make it a fight that you'll never be able to forget. The grin Koala gave in response would have sent even Luffy running for the hills. That's the plan, sir. Lick. Hanging up the snail, Koala took the ladder back up to the deck 2 at a time, then sprinted down the sunny past the gathered straw hats. Up the figurehead, and then jumped off it. Instinctively, her body shifted into the forms of fisherman karate, and armament haki flooded her veins. And as she passed by Nami, she kicked off a strand of eyes and cloud for that last bit of speed. I have waited 10 years for this, you bastard. Koala screamed as she descended upon a very surprised Vice Admiral Strawberry. Flaming axe kick. The Marine barely got his swords up and coated in haki in time before Koala's kick crashed right into his guard. Both it and the blades held. The bowsprit underneath him, however, did not, and instead splintered into a million pieces. Puffs of moonwalk kept Strawberry in mid-air, while Koala tucked in her limbs and dove for the ocean. Any disappointment the SBS viewers may have felt was short-lived, for bare seconds later Koala burst out of the water as if shot from a cannon. Strawberry, in a masterful display of the 6 powers, blurred from sight in an obvious combination of moonwalk and shave. The two met halfway, Koala's fist and Strawberry's sword clashing like angry mountains. Yes, singular, because Koala's other fist and the pommel of Strawberry's other sword had crashed not into each other, but their wielders' cheeks. Momentum launched the two in different directions. Koala shot back down to the water, tucking her arms in and diving, while Strawberry arced over to one of the neighboring battleships. He touched down, scanning over the deck and the frightened Marines there. Clear the deck, he ordered, sending the sailors scrambling to obey. This led to a good-sized bubble around Strawberry devoid of Marines when Koala darted up from the water, murder in her eyes and water coating her hands. Her arms blurred, and water droplets rained down on the Vice Admiral with all the impact and velocity of iron hail. But despite impeccable aim, all the projectiles only punched through the deck around him rather than his flesh. In a masterful display of swordsmanship, the Marine weaved through the droplets. Each caught on the flat of his blade and smoothly deflected with the barest flick of the wrist. And then, once the deluge came to an end, Strawberry found Koala right in his guard, one hand cocked back and doubly wreathed in water. 3,000 tile, she intoned. Strawberry's eyes widened. Iron body, he hastily grit out. True fist. The punch slammed square into his gut, blowing clean through both the iron body and the haki coating on top. Flesh rippled, inside tissues and blood vessels ruptured in the wake of the blow. End result, Strawberry hacked up a massive glob of blood. Behind him, the shockwave of the punch blew several dozen 113 at once. New record, clean into the drink. Suffice to say, Koala's smirk was both well-earned and extremely satisfied. And then Strawberry's head met hers with the sound of a ringing gong. Her guard crumbled instantly as her mind tried to reboot, an endeavor impeded by the force of the blows smashing her clean through the deck and, from the sound of things, through several more. Spitting out a mix of blood and spit, Strawberry jumped in after her. Oh, son of, I groaned. Coolest thing to happen in the race yet, and the grudge match of the decade, and we couldn't see it. Chuchun, is there any way you can get a visual on? Belay that. Ito interrupted. Look at the ship. I looked at the ship, though I don't know why, but hang on, was the ship shaking? Before my stunned eyes, I watched as part of the hull burst into splinters, then another further aft, then another and another, until finally, Strawberry came careening up and out through the deck near the bow and into the foremast, toppling it in a single blow. Naturally, Koala was right on his heels, diving straight for the Vice Admiral and driving her fist towards his face. I decided to abstain from telling Gift to zoom in. There was only so much gratuitous violence I could show at once. Well, I mean, I'd show all of it if I could, but still moderation, right? Oh. Koala was all ready to continue smashing Strawberry's face, and when she landed, it didn't matter that he was lying suspiciously still. It didn't matter that her head was ringing like the fire of Chandra, or that her ribs were riding at the unjust treatment she'd subjected them to. It didn't matter when her observation screamed bloody murder at her, though, and she skidded to a halt next to the toppled mast, right at the hairy edge of Strawberry's range. I'd just like to go on record and note the Vice Admiral groaned as he worked his way to his feet, damaged but still annoyingly breathing. That while I don't know who you are, young lady, I can certainly guess from where your anger towards me stems. Koala froze in place, her pulse slowing down as she tried to process what she was hearing. Oh, she whispered frigidly. And how's that? Strawberry took a moment to crack his head to the side, wincing at the sparks of pain that raced down his neck at the motion. At a guess, I was responsible for some manner of misfortune that befell a friend, family member, or someone else who was close to you. And now you seek to reap your own justice upon me. Am I close? Koala grit her teeth as her blood froze over all the more, shame running down her spine at being read so easily. You are not wrong. The Marine nodded solemnly. Then you should also know that your quest is futile. The freezing continued, her veins solidifying all throughout her body as doubt, damnable doubt of all things, touched her for the first time. 20 years, and this was when she had second thoughts. Already her legs were stiff and unmoving, but it was to her immense shame that her mouth didn't freeze up either. I know, she ground out, hardly believing the words dragging out her mouth. I know that hurting you won't bring him back, but you misunderstand. The freezing intensified to newfound levels as Koala tried to process what she just heard, but she just couldn't connect the pieces properly. Excuse me. She breathed, her voice numb. Strawberry scoffed and dusted off his jacket's epaulettes. Let me explain. You're looking to exact vengeance. Vengeance can only occur when one party has been wronged. That doesn't apply here, as I have done nothing wrong. The Vice Admiral drew himself up to his full height, positively towering over Koala's scrawny 5-foot and change frame. Let me make this clear to you, girl, he intoned grimly. No injustice has been wrought by my hands because I and every other Marine alive is justice. Meaning that whatever I did to whoever it was that you want to avenge, there is no question or doubt to be had. It was what they deserved. And that just about did it. Koala's doubts, the ice in her veins that had kept her locked in place, that had been keeping her brain sluggish and unable to think in an instant. It melted, vaporized, exploded into rage that raced to every corner of her body, burning and searing to her very core. And in that instant something just snapped. Unfortunately for Strawberry, however, this mental reversal was completely invisible, so he was unaware of how ill-advised his following action was about to be. Still, he grunted, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, I shall do you the favor of at least humoring your ill-founded vendetta. Tell me, what was the name of your wronged? Crack. That was all Strawberry managed to get out, the instant that his hacky alerted him to an oncoming kick to his torso. Koala's boot planted itself in the Vice Admiral's midsection, bending him around her foot for half a second before slamming him into the battleship's deckhouse like a cannonball. His brain had only just started working again when Koala blurred up to him and slammed his torso back into the wall by his collar. His name, she snarled savagely, her eyes acting as windows to a soul of purest hellfire, was Fisher Tiger. Those last two words finally achieved that which the past few minutes had. Emotion slipped into Strawberry's eyes as the Vice Admiral was finally shaken, stricken by fear and recognition. Where, Tarjich? He gargled out. Or at least, that was all he was able to gargle out before Koala slammed him into the wall again, this time wedging him in tight. And let me correct you on something, if you don't mind, because you seem to be laboring under a misconception. Koala seethed as she marched away from him. You seem to think that what I'm about to do to you is exclusively for his sake. Let's see, that's not true. Upon reaching the down foremast, Koala turned around to face Strawberry again. And then, without even looking, she buried her arm in the titanic pillar of wood, clean up to her elbow. With little apparent effort, she dragged the mast across the battleship's deck until it was perfectly lined up with Strawberry's embedded body. A body whose struggling abruptly redoubled. He didn't need observation to see what was coming next. Just so we're perfectly clear, Koala snarled, her blazing temper rapidly infiltrating her voice. This is for what you did to Big Bro. And with that, she heaved her arms, twisted her torso in a display of downright Herculean strength. Smash! Backheart rammed the entire mass of the mast into Strawberry's midsection, wedging him even deeper into the deckhouse wall. A wall which, to the Vice Admiral's misfortune, was proving its Water 7 origins in its hellish sturdiness, merely bending instead of outright buckling. This, on the other hand, Koala continued, her tone rising as she hauled the mast back again, is not for Big Bro. This is for every sleepless night I stayed up sobbing, crying because I thought he'd died because of me. Smash! This is for every life ruined by your actions, by your justice, by the hatred you caused. For every life lost that, for the longest time I thought were on my head because I was too weak. Smash! This is for making me hate my parents, my own parents, who I'd dreamed of seeing for years, all throughout that hell. Because of you giving them that fucking choice. Because you made them complicit in your fucking bullshit. Smash! Following the last impact, Koala was left panting and unmoving for a bit, her weapon lodged in place. And despite the ringing concussion he was suffering from, Strawberry held a faint hope that that was it. That his opponent had exhausted herself. That maybe, just maybe, it was over. The mast shifted back again. And then Koala started dragging her makeshift gavel back, up and up and up along the deck of the battleship, right to the very tip of the bow, where she kept its bloodied end unerringly trained on Strawberry's twitching body. But most important of all, Koala droned, her voice dead and her head bowed. This is for your absolute worst crime of all. What I'm about to do to you, I do because of the single darkest moment you put me through. Koala raised her head and stared at Strawberry. Stared through the cascade of tears trailing down her face, over her rictus of hurt and rage. This, she whispered to herself if no one else, is for that single horrible instance where I wore that smile again. And just like that, all hurt fled her face in favor of volcanic fury. Every muscle in her body wound up like a catapult's rope. This is for making me think, for even an instant, that I would have been better off staying. For making me doubt, and in a single, explosive burst of movement, every muscle in Koala's body snapped into action as she flung herself and her weapon clean across the deck at breakneck speeds. My right to be free. Oh, much of the world was left frustrated, personal though the grudge clearly was. They weren't happy with the SBA censoring all of the sound that came from Koala's mouth from the moment she was about to say the name of her loved one, even going so far as to blur her lips to remove the possibility of reading them. But of course they all still bore witness to Vice Admiral Strawberry's complete beatdown. Namely, while Strawberry vanished out of sight from the impact, his path of flight was visibly obvious on account of the back half of deckhouse. He was being hammered into bursting open by the man getting blasted clean through the entire structure, wood and metal contorting around the hole in some sick semblance of a sunflower. And while it would have been appropriate for the Vice Admiral to splash down into the waves and sink to Davy Jones' locker, he instead impacted the side of a nearby battleship. Calling his landing lucky, however, would be a grave overstatement on account of the broadside of the battleship caved in like the fist of God had struck it, and left the ship listing at a visibly dangerous angle. As such, determining Vice Admiral Strawberry's final fate was proving to be something of a challenge. Is he still alive? Idamamizu asked nervously. Couldn't tell you. I can't tell what's heartbeat and what's rubble. Cross any yipe. The good mood snuffed itself out when the camera turned on Cross. Women gasped. Men tensed. Children grabbed for the nearest warm body. Because you see, Cross' expression was eerily similar to the one he'd worn busting down Chicky's front door. Alright, that's it. Sorry, Colmite, it's been fun, but I'd say that we've led you have your way for long enough. There's only so much I can take, and you having that particular ass out of a white hat involved in this buggery is a step too far. Captain, permission to direct the ship's path. Do whatever you have to, Cross, Luffy responded. There was a single second of hesitation as Luffy's solemn tone echoed in everyone's ears, Cross's especially, but then it was gone, and Cross spoke again. Mary Frankie, it's time we stop playing nice. Bust out the you-know-what. Hell yes, the helm's girl in shipwright said in bloodthirsty eagerness. Word to the wise. I tell anyone in front of the Sunny right now to jump ship, SIP, because this is going to get messy. At Cross's tone, everyone watching felt a mix of dread and excitement. This only grew as the Thousand Sunny began maneuvering its way through the throng of clashing ships until it was positioned at the forefront of the mob. The lion-headed ship was positioned dead ahead, clean through the center of the privateer fleet, who were clustered together in a clear attempt to fend off whatever attack was coming. GFCU slowly zoomed in on the Sunny, focusing on the figurehead. You guys are pulling out all the stops to try to keep us from getting our way, to bog us down until we're all headed down to Fishman Island via the express route. But really, Komai, the pirate shook his head in mock dismay. I'm a bit disappointed. I mean, I'd think that you of all people would know better by now than to think it would be so easy. But hey, if you think that you've got the winning hand with this arrangement, so be it. No need to take our word on the matter, we'll just let our actions speak for themselves by showing off our trump card. And with that, the jaw of the smiling lion dropped, revealing a cannon muzzle within. Oh, so they're finally using that then, are they? Iceberg chuckled, rubbing his hands together eagerly. And for the first time too, it sounds like. Well, certainly no better stage they could have pulled it from, I suppose. Any idea what he's talking about? Zambai asked, his eyes wide and focused on the cannon. Not a clue, Polly replied, shaking his head at him. Frankie and Mary kept shooing us away from the bow while we were building the beast. Boss told us he wanted it to be a surprise. Frankie told us we'd just get in the way and screw things up. Zambai gave him a curious look, a member of the construction crew conspicuously unmentioned. And Mary. Polly's demeanor took on a haunted expression. Same thing as Frankie, just with more. He shivered in despair. Creative vocabulary. Seriously, those words should not come out of a kid's mouth. Right, of course, pure curiosity here, but what specifically? Well, both of you shut it already. Gah. Hey, what the? Their protests were promptly cut short by Iceberg grabbing their heads and shoving them down so that their conversation they were forced to watch the screen. Meaning that they were given front row seats to the more than a little unnerving sight of their beloved mayor, and Boss bouncing in his seat with a toothy grin reminiscent of a child on Christmas morning. What we are about to witness, Iceberg whispered reverentially, is one of the greatest triumphs to come out of Water 7 in our generation. Oh, the cannon shifted slightly until it was presumably aimed to hit the most ships with, well, whatever it shot. Then the cannon began to glow, killing what was now the forlorn, but still alive hope that the Straw Hats were just going to be firing anything in the same ocean as an ordinary cannonball. Tremble before the Thousand Sunny's ultimate attack. Cross proclaimed, eager energy revitalizing his voice as he swung his arm out. It's time at long last. Number 3 on my list of things I want to say at least once in the right context trademark. Cross swung his hand down and pointed his finger at the horizon, his face positively mad with glee. Fire main cannon. And by main cannon of course I mean the Gaon cannon. The light in Sunny's maw shrank down to a singular pinprick. F-woom. And then what could only be possibly described as total devastation. It was like everything in front of the Sunny at a fairly wide angle was outright bitch-slapped by the divine all-father of all storms. The larger battleships were either demasted stripped clean down to the main deck, 650-ton turrets included or left as totally capsized wrecks. Smaller ships were blown apart into nothing but timbers. And the less said about those people caught directly in the path of the cannon's blast, the better. Not even those ships on the fringes on the blast were safe, the luckiest of them listing hard and fighting to stay afloat. The end result of this devastation. A hole blown clean through the entire line of the blockade and an easy half-dozen ships wide. The conference room 12B of Marineford remained totally silent for a minute until Chief Petty Officer Helmeppo slowly raised his finger. Ooh, Admiral Kazaru, sir. No offense, but I think you've just been outdone. The yellow-suited admiral shrugged indifferently, not taking his eyes off the action. None taken that would take more energy than I usually have to use. No shame in being outdone by that. Except, Sengoku growled, his drumming fingers starting to cause cracks in the conference table. When we're being outdone by pirates. Hi, yeah, I suppose that's true. A resounding crack indicated the point where the admiral of the fleet's fingers went from causing cracks to 5 neat holes. Oh, I took a good half minute to bask in the aftershock of the destruction. Emphasis on shock, considering the looks on pretty much every single supernova's face. Bardo's starry-eyed cheering was expected, Bonnie's less so, but in hindsight, not that surprising. Drake looked to be trying to catch flies with his mouth. It was so wide open. BJ, from his drooling expression, was going to be hounding us to get a Gaon cannon of his own. Yuruj and Apu were on the deck of their ships rolling around, laughing their asses off, and Kid. You're muting this right? I muttered to soundbite. Can't talk, taking notes. Anyway, where was I right? Killer was unmoving and not doing anything, and Hawkins was... Ha ha. Oh, my transceiver for a vision dial. Basically pulling an Enru. Or, well, his version of it anyways. Honestly, his expression was quite tame, but the fact that his demeanor had shifted at all was worthy of note. But the crowning jewel of the reactions had to be the fact that for one glorious instant that I was going to absolutely immortalize. Trafalgar was staring in dumbstruck awe at the display, complete with stars in the eyes. He forced his gaze away after a minute, but no, that was going to be framed right beside the pictures of Enru shock, and Foxy's fear, and Robin's spit take. Oh, and that nice selfie that I took with Mary back on Water 7. Alas, however, practicality demanded that I proceed. GF, make absolutely sure that you can duplicate all of those faces for photographs later, I hissed with a venomous grin. Epsilon letter FF42 she affirmed. And soundbite, I said in the same tone. The following message is purely for the other supernovas. Ahem. I rolled my eyes at the sidelong look Ito was sending at me. Yes, and Foxy and the other skelter biters, I guess. You're live. I refocused at soundbite's prompt, and I jabbed my finger forward with glee. Attention all real racers. In case you missed it, the blockade's been blown wide open. Burn foam for Sabayoti, go. Almost as though Kid was actually listening to me, the Iron Tramp belched smoke again and started chugging for the gap. Lions darted up into the air and down into the sea from the great Kung Fu fleet. Dragons and dugongs alike hauling the massive vessels of our compatriots the right way. Foam churned from the Polar Tang's propeller, the submarine darting forward with impressive speed. Everyone else was reduced to just piling on unsafe amounts of sail and achieving whatever passed for their ship's max speed +1. For the most part, though, that was enough. Though nothing the rest of the pirates had done matched the spectacular shock of the Gaon cannon, sheer attrition had left the Marines, privateers, and scum pirates, still afloat in their area, unable or unwilling to contest the spreading true pirates. The result was that, while no one could quite match the head start the Sunny had, the aforementioned ships were gaining and the rest of the races were very clearly going to make it through the hole. It all came down to performance on the home stretch, and thus sheer seamanship. Truly, this could best be defined as being anyone's race. Well, that's what they all thought, at least. I felt an evil grin try to worm itself onto my face, and you can damn well bet that I didn't stop it. What the? Oh, Itamizu. Chuch, I gulped heavily, staring over his wing at me with a rapidly multiplying cold sweat. Cross has got that insidious look again. You know, the one he gets every time someone suffers. Huh? What? Ito blinked at his bird in confusion before blinking at me and gurgling in utter dismay. Oh, no. Cross, I don't know what the hell you're thinking, but knock it off right the hell. I grinned massively and interrupted him by planting a heavy hand on his shoulder. Mizu, my dear friend. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you for helping me compose the most wonderful phrase in all the seas. Right up there with pi tilde ra tilde t tilde. Wanna know what that phrase is? Not waiting for an answer. I shoved my maniacal face in his panic one and hissed like a man possessed a devastating series of words. All's fair in love, war, and pirate games. Catch you on the flip side. Soundbite crowed with a chorus of cackling. Mizu was already grappling for my throat to throw me out of the air. Or at least he was until I jumped off of Chechan. The pair of them cried out as I free fell towards the sunny, a sensation that reminded me unpleasantly of our strong world safari. But it wasn't like I was unprepared this time. As I neared the sunny, I pulled the cord at my chest. And the parachute Usopp had made for me and that I was going to damn well wherever from now on, deployed, allowing me to glide through the air with all the grace of a feather. Slam. Oof. Well, until I faceplanted into the mast like a drunken bird, but hey, at least I got back to the sunny alive. Uggie's an act for dramatic entrances really too much to ask. I groaned as I stumbled back to my feet, swaying about before shaking off my dizziness in favor of grinning at the Novas looming behind us. Their ships looking distinctly unhappy. Oh yeah, them. Better tell them what's up, huh? Yeah, you better. Soundbite snickered. You'll forgive me if I don't transmit their foul words, but on the plus side, my arsenal is rapidly expanding. You mean your vocabulary? Nami inquired flatly as she and Billy landed back on the sunny, joined in short order by the TWS boss and Koala, thus bringing our ranks back to completion. To profanity, all the same to me, the snail chirped with a grin. He turned his gaze downward briefly. Frankie, are we locked and loaded? Give me 3 more seconds to get this last barrel into place and, yes. Start talking, Cross, I'm powering this thing up right away. Gladly, I sneered before addressing the supernovas with my arms swept out in a perfectly grandiose manner. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow pirates, buccaneers, and assorted ne'er-do-wells. Allow me to inform you all exactly what has just happened. A path to Sabaody has been opened, the privateer's doom has been assured. A court-martial of some sort has been made likely for all white hats involved, and you all have been bamboozled. Now, the rear of the Thousand Sunny began glowing again. Because, you see, while the Gaon cannon may have been our trump card for offense, we've got one more for defense. Or more precisely, I jerked my thumb in the direction of Sunny's aft. Escaping. Seriously, no one ever questioned the effing hole in Sunny's rear. We've been double-crossed. Cross, you son of a... What the hell? As the enraged bellows erupted from the Novas and washed over us, I glanced curiously over at Soundbite. I thought you weren't transmitting them. I'm not, that's so natural. He, hoo. The wonderful schadenfreude of other people's outrage, I sighed wistfully before redirecting my smirk at them. And as for you all, how many times do I have to say it? Pi tilde ra tilde t. If you'll excuse us, we're just going to go ahead and take all the money for ourselves. And now, hit I, Mary. With pleasure. Our helmscrow cackled as she rammed her foot into the appropriate lever. Behold these scurvy maggots. The true all of the Thousand Sunny. Cooped a burst. 1 second, the Thousand Sunny was relatively close to other ships. The next, they had a simply glorious view of our asses as we hightailed it out of Dodge. Though I imagine said view was a wee bit distorted from how our escape knocked them all for a loop, but hey, what are you gonna do? PFF, ha ha ha. I cackled, adrenaline racing both from the flight and from the plan that I just pulled off. Then a thought occurred to me, because there was only one way that I couldn't have seen it coming. Oh, and by the way, Sengoku, I snickered. This is how we got away from Garp at Water 7. If you didn't already know about this, then here's a consolation for us breaking the blockade. It's all Garp's fault. So feel free to beat the rice crackers out of him. Captain Commodore and Vice Admiral stared blankly at the screen even as the latter offhandedly moved to dial his superior's number. Pure K lick. Hello. This is Vice Admiral Komai. I'm calling to give a status report to the Fleet Admiral. Oh well, he's a bit... busy at the moment. I can take a message. Oh, that's probably for the best. I'll try again later, Komai responded, wincing and hanging up the snail without another word. He let loose a long-suffering sigh, and reached up to rub his forehead. Well, since it seems I have time to formulate a response, what's the best way to phrase what happened here? You mean the way that doesn't see us strung up in front of a court-martial and sent to serve as role models for the grunts at G5? Commodore Smoker clarified in his dispassionate deadpan. That's the one, yes. Hina would like to suggest, Hina started slowly, taking the time to pick her words. That we remind Marine Headquarters that we were told to expect an unruly mob of pirates, and that at the least, Hina heard nothing of a coordinated spear thrust. Also emphasize how many pirate crews we did bag and all the privateers we've cleared out of the sea lane, Smoker added. Between this and Shaky's little recruiting drive, Paradise is going to be practically pirate-free for months now. To say nothing of the sudden loss of spare military power in the South Blue. Amen, Peach, yes, that will suffice, Komai nodded sagely as he stroked his beard. He then heaved another sigh. Though I suppose that none of that will soothe the burn that this is all, once again, on account of the Straw Hat's actions. And the fact that Sabaody isn't stocked with troops is on account of my hubris. He shook his head in surrender. That is on me, and I shall shoulder the blame as I must. For now, however, the genius Vice Admiral hid his smirk behind his fan as he regarded his erstwhile subordinates. Why don't we take this moment to discuss your recent misdeeds as well with him? Your, shall we call them, unsanctioned friends. The two smokers immediately froze up, exchanging looks of pure shock as they processed the implications they held. And then as one, they slumped in despair. Not again, they moaned. Oh, I rode the adrenaline high as long as I could, and that went on for a damn long while. But unfortunately, the sobering sight of Sabaody Archipelago's mangroves looming on the horizon, and I found myself falling into a more serious state. Only my confidants knew the main reason. But quite frankly, the other reasons were enough on their own. Soundbite, can you deaden your hearing? I asked quietly. Huh. Why do you ask success? I winced and gave my partner a wary look when he suddenly trailed off into static. Too late. Soundbite half withdrawing into his shell, and his eye stalks drooping were signs pointing towards yes. Oh, so that's what pure despair sounds like. Well, this is going to haunt my nightmares forever. Let me give you some perspective there. Your nightmare, the reality. Be grateful for what little you have to suffer with, Nami said, joining me beside the railing, her eyes closed. Yeah, that just about killed the mood. The rest of the journey to the giant mangroves was composed in grim silence. So grim, in fact, that I began casting about for a way to lighten things up a little. Have someone start speaking in farts and chicken clucks. Nah, I'd done that twice this month already. Try another comedy sketch. Hey, that needed setup. Can't just pull it out of a hat. Come on, there had to be something that of course. Hey, Nami. What Where should we be going to meet Hache? Oh right, we need to pick up my treasure. Hey, we're filthy rich. Everyone on board jumped at the supersonic squeak that suddenly bitch slapped them without warning. But when they recovered, most of them got stars in their eyes as well, and exclamations filled the air about what all they could and would be buying. A statue, a big bronze statue of me. Luffy cheered, running around like a kid in a toy store. Amo stores Mary crooned, hunching over her cannon and petting it a wee bit possessively. Amo stores for days. What hana? Hamsai, I'm technically part of your crew right now, correct? Tashigi asked, a light growing in her eyes. Any chance I could take a few million with me and troll the weapon shops? If Roronoa can have the luck of the devil, then so can I. Hell, I'll drag him along with me if that's what it takes.
3.
Some new weights would be nice. Zoro scratched his chin thoughtfully, completely oblivious to the threat to his autonomy. And maybe enough for us to share to boot. Boss nodded in sage agreement. For truly, the image of shirtless monuments of muscle and a chismo pumping iron in the grueling hot sun, is that not the essence of a slam? Wah! Our pet Dugong's daily ranting was cut off when the door to the deck below opened right into him. Sandersonia came out, rubbing sections of her arms and legs where the chains that rubbed against her. I can see that there was no way I could feasibly get involved with that beatdown, but damn was that situation one bad lurch away from landing me in some unpleasant flashbacks. I need some skin-on-scale contact. Where's Orchid? Port side, and trust me, she's been having about as much fun hanging onto Sunny's keel, soundbite informed her, preempting the adolescent Yuta that had surfaced next to Sunny. Sandersonia pressed her forehead to the Yutas with a relieved sigh. Ah, that drives the blood pressure back down from panic, and helps me ignore being back here again of all places. She then paused in realization, and she looked around the deck in confusion. Hey, I thought I heard Boss on the way up here, but I don't see him anywhere. Did he leave or something? Koala hummed uncertainly, poking at the door the zone had slammed open. Not quite. She pulled the door open, revealing the older Dugong to have been pancaked into the wall. Boss let out a wheeze as he coughed up a not inconsiderate amount of ash and tobacco. Medic, he rasped. Let's go, boss, let's go. DWS crowed as they carried their teacher off, foisted above the four of them. I hopes. Sandersonia chuckled and scratched her head sheepishly. Sorry about that. He'll shake it off, don't worry, Zoro waved her off. I'll check in you, Upper offered uncertainly, before his gaze suddenly darkened and turned on Koala. And as for you, don't think I wasn't cataloging all the hits you took fighting Strawberry. You're not going anywhere until I run you through the concussion protocol, our crew's custom protocol, mind you, and patch up the rest. Sweating profusely, Koala's eyes darted around for an escape. An action that might have been more convincing were her legs not visibly quivering with the effort of holding herself up. Fine, she sighed after a couple of minutes, holding up her hands in surrender. But you're bringing that spare transponder snail you've got into the sickbay. If that's what it'll take, then so be it. Now march. Yeah, go make sure she doesn't bite it or something, Nami distractedly said as she leaned over the edge of Sunny's railing and scanning the waters. Now, where's Takoyaki 8? Where's my Mon? Splash. You guys were so incredible. What? Nam's impending moneygasm was promptly matched and overwhelmed by a spray of seawater and mermaid limbs colliding with her and taking her straight down to the deck in a tangled heap. Why are we even surprised at this point? Lasso yawned from where he'd curled up for a nap. The tangle was quickly undone, but that still left Kimi flopping on top of Nami, her tail slapping the deck with unrestrained glee. Straw hats! I'm so happy to see you're safe! Hissing Garami mermaid squee, her arms tightening their grip on our weather witch. You all were like pow. Wah bam. And that muscle docking thing. So cool. And the way Koala beat up that vice admiral, and then when the ship went all whoosh, Kimi threw out her hands, smile wider than ever. Oh, it was so awesome I thought I was gonna die. She was right at the edge of the blast radius, so she almost really did die, Papuk chimed in as he hauled himself up the side. The mermaid froze for a moment before slumping over, finally releasing Nami as her adrenaline flatlined. Spin cycle Sooks, she groaned. See there, Kami, Vivi soothed, hefting the mermaid up and leaning her against the railing. Chopper's got his hands full right now, but I've got a few nausea pills left. And no, I'm fine, really, Kami chuckled, still grinning as she waved the princess off. It's just that was all just so amazing. It really was, Papuk chuckled before side-eyeing his master apprentice whatever. Kimi, it seems to me that you're forgetting that we're not here just to fawn over the straw hats, remember? Oh right. Oopsie. The verdette mermaid giggled, slapping her hand to her forehead. I'll go get the stuff, be right back. Before any of us could ask what she was talking about, Kimi flipped back over the edge into the sea. And then before any of us could properly worry about her, she was back on deck. Only this time hauling a frankly rather large crate behind her like it was nothing. Man, credit to mermaids. Fighters they might not be, but that sure didn't mean they weren't strong as heck. After shaking off her fresh coat of water, Kimi gave us all a beaming smile. We're here with a special delivery for you. She did a double take when her eyes passed over Namisbury's signs, but it was only a short pause. Hatchet still has the prize money, and we'll show you to where he is soon enough. But before that, Papuk has something else that he wants to give you first. That got shocked looks out of all of us, and almost as one we turned to Bobble at the smug, sunglasses wearing starfish. You have something you want to give us. I repeated. The invertebrate sniffed as he adjusted his shades. I'd say don't sound so surprised, but I do understand where you're coming from. Still, doesn't change fact.
You're so annoying, I already played it!
But a few days ago I heard tell that your crew had something planned for this island, from Sonny and Koala. I spared a moment to shoot a growling scowl at the visible, suddenly innocently whistling one of the pair of outlaws. And the reason that's important is that if even a fraction of what I suspect is true, well, Papuk jerked his shades in such a way to unleash a sharp gleam. Let's just say that my suspicions were enough to justify me putting in a call to my main branch down on Fishman Island, and the delivery arrived at Skelterbite just as we were shipping off. His appendages opened the latches on the box, and after a not-so-subtle double shove from me and Zoro, Nami came over and peered inside. And our unflappable navigator only needed one look to immediately jerk back and stare at Papuk in awe. Holy cow, is this, the Sharktooth line? She gaped breathlessly. The criminal brand spanking new, so exclusive not even royalty can reserve its Sharktooth line. I thought this wasn't due to release until 2 months from now. Oh, it's not, Kimi answered, both beaming and burning with pride. Papuk was coordinating with his designers back home all week to rush out this lot just for you. Nami stepped back, immediately reaching for her wallet. How much? It's on the house. The deck froze as Papuk leapt onto the chest, back turned to us and head bowed in a cliché but nevertheless cool gesture. And also, you should know, it's not Sharktooth anymore, scrap that name. Papuk gazed at the approaching mangroves of Sabaody, a look of wistful longing clearly written on his face. This line is now called Though a Bird Can't Fly. Because if you're going to do what I think you are, then the publicity that will arise from you wearing my brand while doing it will be more than repayment enough. And besides, he spun around and raised the chin part of his face high. I can say with confidence that it is an honor to me and to the criminal brand to have pirates. No, to have humans such as yourselves wearing these clothes. What could we say to that? What could we do? Well, stare. Staring seemed to be a pretty good bet. And then said Starfish smirked and tapped his foot on the chest. Well, what are you waiting for? First come, first served, pirates. That broke the ice like a sledgehammer, and it was not so small mob that, well, mobbed the crate of loot. Whoa, that looks cool. Gimme, gimme. No way, I had a 5. I said gimme. Whack. Oh, you little twerp. Hey, this looks nice. Say, does it come in green? Sorry, now this is what I call it. This agent got an old bro. Just you wait, give me a few minutes to slap together some armor, and then you'll all really get metal. You're making armor. Then I'll take some too. And I hope you guys realize that this isn't just for the humans on the crew. My special order to things for everybody better have to. From snails to elephants. Really? Let me at it, then I need to update my rebellion. Have anything in a husky? I know I look like a beagle, but I promise you I'm a husky. Translation, St. Bernard. Say that to my moth, love ball. Hey, this looks neat. Kishishi. That's just a different colored vest lumpy. So, I don't have a good response to that. As the mob proceeded in earnest, knees and elbows were flung about without a care in the world. I stood a few meters back and watched the exchanges with a fond smile. To see the crew all together like this, man, I just wish it could last forever. Thunk. But alas, it couldn't. The end, however short, however fleeting, was fast approaching. And it was heralded by Sunny casually drifting into the mangroves and knocking his one of the roots. I stared up and out at the scene before me. Man, how many more times can I say it? One more will do, I suppose. More inspiring.
Once I'm done playing it, you'll leave me alone with the freaking game.
A horizon tinted green by flora stretching as far as the eye could see. The sky enclosed by a roof of greenery. The very air itself filled and bursting with bubbles of plenty. Even the air itself was tinged with chemical natural smell, so... And then there were the mangroves themselves. Just pillars of pure wood in every which direction, connecting earth and sky both seamlessly and effortlessly. Even a single one of the trees would qualify as a skyscraper, and never does it easy. It was. A prison. I glanced to the side, raising my eyebrow at Pablo as he gazed out at the archipelago, his shades completely masking his emotions. After a moment's silence, I gestured for him to continue. Then where you stand, Cross? Every truly adventurous inhabitant of Fishman Island has, the Starfish carried on in that flat tone. Sabodi archipelago looks so wonderful, so beautiful. It draws you in, promises you wonderment and excitement. He bowed his face, still utterly stoic. And then you just can't leave.
I'm only doing one round.
All parts of the Titanic territory white cage.
This
Entry is universal, departure is infeasible. Papa's expression remained unreadable as he turned to face me. You think you know what you're up against? You think you know this monster? Then tell me this. How many children a year disappear into Sabodi Archipelago, seeking to experience the delights that Sabodi Park has to offer? How many parents suffer the same fate in search of their children? And how many others are lured based on all other manners of false promises and delusions? Well, Jeremiah Cross. Papa gave me an intense, searching look over the top of his shades. Can you answer me that? I stared at the starfish with just as much intensity, until eventually, I bowed my head and lowered the brim of my hat over my eyes. I don't know those numbers, Papug. Not a one. Papug nodded and said acceptance and started to look away. I don't need to. Before snapping back to me in shock. Because at the end of the day, the numbers don't matter. What matters here is words. And there's only 3 words I do know for this place. Only 3 that I need to know. And with that, I leaped over the edge of a thousand sunny. Swish! I set foot on the Sabodi Archipelago. As the rhythm of the silk crown coated my greaves, I felt the reality come to mind once more. This was the last day that we had together. Our last adventure as the people we were today. I couldn't change that fact. Wouldn't, honestly, even if I could, just because I couldn't change that didn't mean I wouldn't change one little thing. And that one little thing was oh so simple. Mark my words, world. The only words I need to know, I growled with utter venom, glaring dead ahead of the heart of me, are not 1 more. The Straw Hats will begin their years-long hiatus all right, not with a whimper, but a bang. Patient, I wanted to wait until we could close the chapter at the same time. But would that be too much? Well, it clearly was. So right. Hornet, look, I wanted to do the triple tap again, but it's been 4 months. Come on. Patient, no, it's been 3. So mistake, I decount thus far. Patient, 3 Hornet, 0. Zomniakin. At least they're picking on each other instead of me, XD. Patient, and oh yeah. And the fact is that most of the delays were because of Zomniakin. So direct all of your blame at the educational system. Zomniakin. I always am not stressed that damn thing. Cross-brained, but a fair warning viewers. We acknowledge that Skeleton Bite dragged out a bit, but we said in the first part of Road to Sabioti that the rest of the story will skip with the roller coaster of emotions. Rest assured, the next chapter is going to be the last one resembling a breather for a good long while. Up arrow top, left arrow previous chapter, next chapter right arrow, edit bookmark, comments 29, the letter V, Project X01, Vito, Fragrant Pear 8005, 120, always Hufflepuff, of life, death, and all between. This Bites, Zomniac, chapter 73, This Bites, grand finale preview. It all started so innocently. I think I just got a good name for you. How do you feel about being called Sound Bite? You say you're going to the Grand Line. You say you're going to be king of the pirates. You say you're going to have the greatest adventure of our entire generation. And before all that, you asked me if I wanted to join your crew. Am I right? Until it started to truly pick up steam and became a behemoth. Blue people from the North Blue to the South and everywhere in between. My name is Jeremiah Cross. Chances are you haven't heard of me, that's no surprise, seeing how I haven't been a pirate for long and I don't have a bounty yet. Alright, that's enough. If anyone wants to join, they'll have to do it midway through. For now. Long live change in any form, because whatever comes after, there's no way it could be worse than what we've got now. Hey, keep on hitting me if you want, but there are 2 things that are going to happen no matter what you do. You're going to fight my captain, and you're going to lose. And 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 have them all right, that'll do it. Hello everyone, Jeremiah Cross here, and welcome back to the SBS. Gah, I'm getting freaking sick of people doing that to me. That's it. I never thought I'd find a line, but apparently watching porn on the deck in broad daylight is it. People of the world, I'll wash my hands of this affair. Do not blame me for it. I'm out, but as all tales must, it's time for this one to come to an end. Alright, you ancient astral bastards. You wanna play hardball? Let's play fucking hardball. Joining us here today on the Straw Hat Broadcast Station, which is starting right here, right now, we have the man renowned as the Dark King, and one of the strongest pirates alive today, called D. Roger's first mate, Silver's Rayleigh. Mr. Silvers, I believe you've got an exclusive tale you'd like to share with the world. Oh, Cross, you better believe it. Because this has been a long time coming. Finally, after all these years, time to bring things to a head. Yeah, speaking of endings, did you know that in another world so very different from this one, an android spoke about her thoughts on life? At the end of an era, the world slowly begins to shift and turn, humbling towards an uncertain future. Events inspired her to love this game. The simplest gestures forge alliances. If you're that angry, then fine. Take the money you put down plus interest and walk away. Or, take the other route that promises an equal payout. And all you have to do is agree to partly take a seat and let me do what I do best. While the simplest misunderstandings inspire
Thank
confrontation.
God, no DK.
How long, Cross? Forgotten and unforeseen lay claim to the spotlight. Ratchet, nobody. You don't mind being here and activate Project Snake Eater. No matter what happens, no matter how much this hellish prison throws at me, I won't stop, not until I save my brother. Or my name isn't Bioject World. That android said these words. Everything that lives is designed to end. We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death. And you know what? That android was right. All the stars of the show step back. So, this is where we're going to be spending the next 2 years, boss. Yes, Donnie. Yes, it is. One question then, boss. I've got the same one in mind. Well then, allow me to vocalize it. Ahem, what the hell is that bucket full of thinking? Legends rear their heads in reality. The heart of the eternal first war. This is actually it. Houses. Out of houses. Damn place. Where are you, Cross? Where are you? House. We lost. Damn bastards, this is the car siege. Hell. This place is the 7th car. Hell of darkness. Another machine later for and follow up the android's words. You can say that all life is only a spiral of life and death. That life is all about the struggle within the cycle. That machine was also right. And echoes of the past sound out in the present. I always knew I'd see you would change the fire these days. Just never thought it would be quite like this. But hey, you know what they're saying nowadays. You've got to ask yourself, is this what I call justice? Can I take pride in something like this? And at the end of the day, ace. I think I can. But something that should also be known is that some cycles of life and death, of beginnings and ends, are longer than others. Former enemies forge alliances. So it's girls against boys. They're not as healthy. It's elementary school all over again. Except I'm wearing my makeup properly, and I'm not the only one wearing pink. And I don't know about the rest of you fuckwits. But I'm not the kind of asshole who likes to go belly when I still got debts to pay. 2 days to retirement. 2 days to retirement. Are you fucking kidding me? First you humiliate my Bucharest, and now this. You're a dead man. You flashy son of a bitch. The second we get back to the I'm going to chop you up, desiccate your pieces in level 3, roll them in 4, children in 5. I'm going to teach every one of my glory. Alliances unraveled through rebellion. Marines of the Black Key Squadron. Take up your armor and about face. It's about time we put down some dogs. Time to get worried for that to fresh. Everyone eyes on you. 1, 2, generals. I will never again lower myself to fighting beside you, no matter how many of nature support you. Even if it should take my final breath, we shall justice. All for one day. For those of us with longer cycles, we often find some solace in shorter cycles. And watching our team struggles, having rallies, and we know how all pursuit. Dies can never die. Whether changes good or bad. I never planned on this getting out. I never truly wanted to go back. So I'm not trust anymore. If this is what you really want, then so be it. Let's get flashy. It was always my plan to make the world tremble before me, and I'm still going to do it, one way or another. So they've really developed a weapons as pacifist does. For the allies and enemies set in stone. He wasn't going to tell us until it was too late for us to say no, was he? Fuffle, I nearly accepted that I'd never get this chance, and now it happens at the best possible moment. Jeremiah Cross, I am officially in your debt. You're guaranteeing that hundreds, thousands of soldiers are going to die today so that you can execute this man. The world has a right to know why you're doing this. So convince me that this execution is worth the price. So meet again, Lucky. Love me, and think it would be under circumstances like these. If this is what life holds for me now, I suppose I made the right choice after all. But while the struggle within the cycle can often be the most interesting part, sometimes being there even one enemy is what changes everything that comes after. The enemies where a single spark can turn into a firestorm. A blaze bright enough to illuminate entire worlds. Will the world hear and listen to what is being said? I started to oppose, and will always oppose the world government, because of their perpetuation of the most despicable lie, and their denial of the most glorious truth. Question after question, answer after answer. For want of a nail, a battle might be won or lost. Dozens of nails, lost and found and lost and found, a battle out of sight of the world. In the end, who will hold the final say? Is destiny ironclad, or will humanity grasp the rudder? At long last, the final steps are set. Sabayati Revolution. Everybody, it's time. Gather everyone together. It starts and ends now. Amazon treachery. Monkey D. Luffy, you are guilty of trying to assassinate our Empress, the Snake Princess Boa Hancock. Prepare to die. Impelled downfall. Ah, Captain Luffy. I've been expecting you. Come, I had some food prepared. Sit for a bit. Enjoy your last meal. Before your execution, I believe we need to talk. Yeah, word Magellan. We do. Paramount War. Marine for misery. Will you prevail in upholding the verdict you have laid down? Prove once and for all the evil might of the world government's decrees. Will your illustrious might falter in the face of we the good and unjust? All shall bear witness to that which occurs today, and none shall deny the truth. Denouement. Normally it's Cross who wants to change the world, but for once I want to try and change it too. I want to make sure that something like what happened can never happen again. Not while I'm still alive. And now, after all this, I know there's no way I can do that alone. So what do you say? Are you in? What new ending was wondering about, I wonder. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't the faintest idea. And for the first time in aeons, I can't wait to find out. This bites. The first half. Rant knowledge. This is Jeremiah Cross and Soundbite signing off for what might be the last time. One last thing before I forget. That first android also said she often thought about possibly being God designed to spiral life. She wondered if she ever get a chance to kill him. Hey, heck, I had 2 more isn't the best way to end this, but what's done is done. Say goodbye. Up arrow top. Left arrow previous chapter. Next chapter right arrow. Edit bookmark. Comments 36. The letter B. Project X01. Reveal Freighter Pair 8001. Always helpful buff for life gas and all the This bites. Zomniac. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Chapter 65, 7, Revolution Peak. 1. Chapter 65, Introduction. Cross Braining. Warning, warning, for good measure, warning. With the graphic in this chapter. We're getting into some dark subject matter, darker than we can see some three. You'll know when to skip ahead when the time comes, for example, because of how many people tend to skip these in warning. Hey look, it's really them, it's the Straw Hat Pirates. The state should we run. I don't want to be mad. I think that they give us an autograph. Man, they look so cute. Especially, yeah, he's obviously the most handsome of them all. I think I'd be so lucky to catch him in the Gloria shell. Alright, now you're on this day. Wipe my shoulder past Gloria shell, bring you on the crowd. That last bit. Keep dreaming, Snowball, till the Susnaka. Bring that monster, all of you. Granted, we had caught a good few whispers in that vein when we first arrived.
Honestly, it's easy to dodge, but you have to do that for a whole
Though I
fucking
wagered
minute.
most of the latter
That's
belonged to the ones who were
crazy.
on our bedside just by existing. Tempting as it was, we didn't dawdle. At this point, the rest of the crew had at least some ideas of my plan for Sabio. Mostly that we needed to have everything ready to go before the rest of the Suko was caught up with us. And that time was running out fast. Also, we couldn't put our hearts stand spending money to work until we actually got some money, so our first stop was still Girl 13. Apparently, the fishermen had taken one of the wide enough to tackle the Axie to swim through, so they had already docked the rip-off bar. Well, the sun didn't know what to do before the situation demanded it. And Tashi and Aura were waiting for a good chance to slip away and join up with the group so we were already on them. Amy was comfortable since Amy said we had affected the sky. She worried me. Though this time around her fins and even shoes were covered by a couple of convincing prosthetics, courtesy of Frankie. She could have gotten her faster in the water, but none of us were taking any chances. Of course, focus as we were on a destination. It didn't mean we couldn't appreciate the sights as we went. Wow, this is also cool. Whoa, instead of hiking call. That looks so awesome. Can I borrow it? I'm surprised no one. The prize of first cost for the one I'm supposed to. What? Yay. Can I see? Tell me I'm wrong. Did that little bit of well, watch what you like on the other side. Much surprised was right. Surprised was right. Not waiting my answer. Lovely grabbed the bar and started pedaling. Effectively kicking off the original rider with Marion Oblivious's spot. Vivi pinched her nose as she picked up the desk and she offered him a small in size, at least a bundle of bills. My apologies for our captain. He just can't help himself sometimes. Will this be enough to cover the costs? Princess queried with an apologetic smile. The guy looked between the bike, bills, and the principals. Thankfully for our anonymity, he seemed more focused on the money on our faces. Eventually, he shrugged and said to her, "Thanks for the business then." He laughed gratefully before brushing himself off and walking away to the other, turning away from Vivi's apt display of diplomacy. I looked back at the bubbles to make sure that no one else was having any trouble and double taking the set of 4 other new arrivals enjoying bubbles as well. "This is so awesome." Mikey laughed. Actually, when the bubble was big as he was that, I think it was pretty strong in supporting his weight. And shockingly enough, this was the tamest form of play. But okay, you guys already fly. Billy wondered. "This is different." The dugong felt out. "That's just work." Refi sank her, bringing my arm and she spun around beside her bubble. The yellow title spoon, we constantly need to think about it, that is our posture, our tail strength, our weird. My head hurt just thinking about it. Donnie mock gagged as he bounced up and down on his own bubble. Ditto. Leo hung peacefully, sitting seized on his own bubble in an impressive display of stability, considering the unstable perch. This is totally casual, simple, not character. Well, there's a good one. Gimme! While wound, Leo's bubble suddenly vanished out from the ground, and his endless speed transitioned to a panic squawk. Courtesy of one of the human reindeer, the mad grin graced Chopper's face as he examined his newly acquired research into the portable microscope, sitting on the bubble of his own. Leo, this is truly a most intriguing compound. Elastic Easter, possessed of a laudable viscosity, like entirely natural. How fascinating. Whoa, the disinfectant quality of the stuff on top as well. He leaned back from the perch and smiled thoughtfully. Whoa, I should say that since medical establishments. I can only imagine what kind of application or advancements the local company managed to develop based around this stuff. Simply, you self-like the sheet of bubble from the barrel, hopefully up to keep the bubbles naturally pop. I wonder if they use the stuff or anything else besides those bikes or that cool stuff Cross mentioned. And lo do I make 3. Rourke declared from his position upside down from a bubble, the peaceful violin tune of the company. Already my start my own I believe I should propose a new piece, Ode to a Bubble. Blue Tilda. Okay, that's about enough. You 3, I called up, waiting to get their attention. It'll be time for sightseeing again, but right now I think Nama's about to break out in rhyme. I am not. Our navigator snapped, but she suddenly stopped spreading her arms to the course. So let's go. Actually, I think it's more than the fact that she doesn't have her climate tech assembled right now. Chopper frowned. Indicating this assembled weapon strapped to her navigator's leg. It's kind of really given how much of an extent of my mind it would be like Zoro walking around without his swords. The clink of Zoro grasping his weapon told us just what we thought of that idea. We thought that right, and I'm not actively working to keep her fingers from jerking down her leg. I know we need to use Rodrigo at the moment, and that living puzzling is beyond conspicuous, but sweet hills, do I feel needed right now? Zoro, Vivi, and I actually stopped in our tracks to boggle at her incredulously. Simultaneous boggling that she met head on with well. I rescued her, but I always wear something. She snapped, her expression tempers like an eagle's. Look, we can just get going. Before I bring up the temple, the precisely to the second you all are not going to enjoy. Yes, ma'am. Salute the erstwhile bubble rider. We're now on the ground. As we started onward again, the bubbles in my line of sight started to block, and I shot a glance at her way. I just realized. The sheepish assassin could be the queen of this island, I muttered. Soundbite blinked several times. I'm caught between laughing and shuddering. Just be grateful that she's on her side, Robin said softly, unconsciously rubbing her wrists. And that was, well, that mostly. It certainly wasn't the last time we got distracted by the bubbles on the way. But we still managed to keep up a reasonably brisk pace. So World 13 came not much longer. They came to the river golf bar, and surprisingly nice it was, dingy, proud and dignified. A marked step up from the rest of the building would seem the way, which was the well kept. Takoyaki gate was moored down by the dock set up in the room of Hangar 13, with Kirabai and Ju currently manning the boat. Well, I say manning, but honestly, they looked like silver team. They looked up at the approach and exchanged looks with each other. They turned their backs, making a point to look at anything but us. Match, race, 0.75% cut. The rest is yours to take, making it like a dark, like the trusted sound like hearing to us. Since we welcome you were there, just tell Hatch how to get us from the chew rouse. The way they were able to coordinate their bodies and go by. Oh, I don't think so. It's Hatch, and actually sound like it. This work was like they're getting front row seat to the show. So plant your asses and hold your tongues. Why do you keep dragging us along? We'll not see each other ever again. Kirabai demanded however much I need to ask me to obviously right. Because Karma's a bitch and working with magic. I just moved it off my half. I did hit, not sparing the glances I walked past. Now cram it and sit tight. 40 days out, me and my going to dominate the game. And I'd hate for you to miss the opening act when the show was going to change into a blue wide world. And with that, we marched up to the bar while I was in front of the So, honestly, the person we're here to check you right. I grunted the combination. What you like? Yeah, I scratched my cheeks. That's what phrase the character that was Shaggy. Well, she's sort of like some scary on my shoulder built an indication day. And I need to push the ball. Your golf ball just as nice inside and out, point just thinking enough to give a place and attitude. And help you blend the comfort and parties. Very so almost said that we would make it. Hatch and Shaggy all the time. Having a casual polite conversation about something else, one of the guys would proceed into action. Well, I say conversation, proficient in Shaggy's time to make him his head smart. Something to me wasn't exactly welcome anymore. I quickly drew my furrow getting conscious of Mare's attention. Or at least Hatch. I mean, while Shaggy smiled and nodded politely. Hey guys, Hatch I greeted us, 3 of his arms moving even while the other half gestured to his friend. I saw your face. So awesome, loved it. I knew you'd be next time here first. You couldn't put down that much treasure without the tricks up your sleeves. Oh, over here. She's an old friend of mine. So you're finally here. Barton over and voice so smooth it couldn't be a pocket. Welcome, Straw Hat. Both sounding here for like a holy rip off bar. I'm Shaggy, the newest swing establishment. Pardon me, that's a stealing. She gave her patron an extra hard bounce off the bar before before holding him up in place. Unpleasant cheek speed at the moment. 15%. The tenderized look slurred out miserably. Is a perfectly acceptable tip. Whack. In this bar, it's 15 Shaggy informed him his desert dry tongue, adding no look right cross for good measure. Now out. And with a brief flick of her wrist, she flung him straight out the door, forcing the residents to leave. Luckily, the way left would get brained by the poor bastard. I stayed angled to the side for a bit before finally glancing back at Thomas. So yeah, she's kind of like that. Meep. I can learn a few things from this program of music. Meep. Connors, you're embarrassing yourself. Oh, is that Connors? Jackie, any sooner than lazy at some point. Mine, of course, I'm not justice. Say it's no tap on the course. That was not to catch up. Fuck y'all. Jashishi. What is it over in the court? Man, we're really fine. Actually, remind me of shit for a bit. Great. Seriously. While we bubble a bit. Shacky, meanwhile, donned a sharp smile for all. Ah, yes, the ginger-haired twerp. I remember him. Vivi twitched and inadvertently let out a small gale of terror. Did she just call one of the four embers a twerp? Well, of course I did, the bartender remarked with a fond smile. I got to know him when he was just a rookie, though I'll admit that he's done pretty well for himself since then. Her smile became significantly more sincere, and she waved her arm out over the bar. I've got plenty of stories to share with you if you care to hear. What up? This week, I'll start out at the bar and come on, and that was the rest of us. Surprisingly, spreading out the single.
Damn.
Slightly too small building. Namely, hey, bet my skull gets thicker than this table. Not a chance. Crack. Well, I'll be damned, Crack clean through. You were right. Word got that A. Lots of proper damage. Our bursar gave Shacky a long-suffering look that begged forgiveness. I am so sorry for everything, Shacky. Shacky carelessly waved her off. Oh, no worries. I'm actually enjoying this if I'm being honest. Our bar bar has been playing for a long time. We have had their days. Why am I giving you this right? Nodded frantically. Good.
Let's go.
That's what Go back to having fun. Less destructive fun. Once the latter part was confirmed, Nami turned back to our host. But speaking of the prize money, a knock of leather on wood and a trapdoor fixed with lined up. The trapdoor from which a veritable flood of golden light spilled forth, accompanied by the dulcet tones of angelic trombone. That was just sound by being overdramatic. To the victors go the spoils, Jackie said, waving by him. If you care to check that everything's well accounted for. Hey, Evie. And it was that quick to your running screen on over and Nami literally backflipped out of the seat, diving head first into the road enough skill to make him or more appropriately in this case, Mine! All the other. This gave the cackling trap roll break was over. Just making sure that humans can't actually spontaneously transform into dragons from excessive green light. That's just making that correct. Chopper also staring at the trap door eagerly. We'll find out soon enough. The wind blowing shut her hair. To slam the trap door shut. Joy. Shack was positive to me to return to full force. Now this truly reminds me of the good old days. You mean the days when you Shanks right? Right. Let me cut it. Eagerly bouncing on the stool. Why yes, the bartender nodded, a slightly wistful glint entering her eyes. Our regional friendly color. Now Pat volunteered to play quartermaster when the ship sailed on. I'm sure he loved it well about it. Unfortunately, Shacky's gaze sharpened as her eyes flicked aside. Towards me. He's not here at the moment. Honestly, I'm not sure when he'll be back. Her lips perked up with a slight smirk. Though I believe I recall that he said something along the lines of things too slow. She said that both glanced at Orwell's oral glance. Lovey stared with open and innocent curiosity. Anyway, it was easy to see that this was a test of what's happiness. And given that I wasn't in the habit of disappointing. Translation, I decided to truly put upon me. Probably my chin up on my fist with an over-exaggerated puff. The old coot sold himself for shits and giggles. He expected to come back and smashing through the door like a rate of package of signals. Though I said all this in dead interview, the effect was slightly blown by the smirk I wore. While I started twisting the cool smashing and crashing while the band. I'm not feeling that moment. Anything in mind, he let him stew for a little while. Jack mumbled his finger rhymes. Having what I was expecting to notice. Well, just when he clapped her hand, he grabbed his phone. I wanted to hear another triple bars over the straw hat pirates were back in her mind. She cast half the news. Half the fucking news loved you. Aside from bottomless free food and booze, of course. I'll allow you a couple of
I didn't know that. Don't get mad.
I wouldn't even much love to complain mildly, oblivious of being the from his nostrils. Just till I was full. And I would bankrupt even the biggest restaurant in the world, Sammy Deadly. Shaq and chuckled and shook her head. Anyways, the music is dangling food before your hungry capitalists. Pretty as an everything. If you don't mind me asking, would it be too terribly impolite for me to inquire about whatever machinations you went down the street of the life? There is only inquiring for this was done as music, she tried to make things sound good. Her question sobered me up damn fast. And prompted me to give the order I'd been dreading giving all fucking day. Soundbite. Pump it in. My snail shuddered miserably. Roger Rockler started to use his liver but brace for hell. And hell was exactly what I heard a moment later. Male. 9 years old. 4 feet 4 inches. 60 pounds. Female. Ginger hair. Green eyes. The potential to make it super. Skated 10 this week. Need to do something more permanent. Why don't you just tear
The
up the
cheapest
first?
thing gives you the
Purple
best,
slave,
and
price.
Bowser the
Nah,
most
man.
expensive.
Really now in the case. Crap. I came here for a winch, not a winch's brat. It'd be a waste of my time and money now and for the rest of his life. Now shut up, you. I'm a beach. Try and scream all you want, it won't make any difference. You're not lost labor company, and it probably makes too much noise. Might kick the habit now. Wonder how much you'll go for. Stupid slave, now hold still. A success. No words. Just periodic cracks, followed by wet squelching sounds and a steady drip drip. And if you strain your ears, you can maybe hear the sound of whimpering. Most of the animals curled in on these sounds. None of them had its informal, and her face was dark as her rolling clouds. Thomas brought Mary, even Sandra looked in varying stages of misty attack. Hatch-Eye's entire body was one of despairing misery, curled over the bar, and all 6 of his hands clamping down on his head, hard. Everyone else, even Shacky, had an expression mixed between disgusted and outrage. Lucky in particular was looking absolutely murderous, his head bowed, his face shadowed by his hat. Speaking of Shacky, she stayed grimly silent for a straight minute before she finally took a deep, heavy breath, her cigarette, and ashes in the cigarette. Then, letting the smoke curl up her tightly gripped teeth like a damn demon, she gave sound like a glare that would have peeled the scales off the sea king. Turn. That. Off. She yelled. It only took a tighten off for me to sound like the curtains draw shut, filling the noise
Shit.
with harsh silence. A silence I felt by slowly drawing my teeth together and rhythmically drawing my fingers on the countertop. This is the only thing keeping me halfway sane. Let me spell it out for you guys. It's a foot of this late trade capital in the red line. Lord knows how long people on both sides of the wall have disappeared into the dark
I'm
corners of
bad
this
at
archipelago,
this one.
never to see the sun again. What happened to only thing this archipelago is big. It is beautiful. I slammed my hands on the table. And above all else, it is a trap. And more than that, it is a trap that the world government is fully aware of and allows to continue functioning with impunity, so long as the slavers keep providing them with both product and generous donations in return. This market will not crash anytime soon, so long as it is left to its own devices. I slid off my stool and stood heavily on the floor, grimly cracking my neck on the side. I've had 2 plans in mind for this island for a while now. One of them I'm putting off for as long as possible. The other is going to be set in motion before the day's out. I paused, gazing over my information one by one. I spent most of our stay filtered by discussing plans and procedures with every contact I had with some, and there's only a few things left to set up.
Shit.
I'm asking all of you for your help in this, because when the rest of the super and send my biggest plan into motion. We're going to devastate the slave trade. I let out a sharp puff. True, there's no way we'll be able to completely destroy it, but if the plan works, then maybe we can base something on whatever it costs. I slowly turned to look at Luffy. So, all that being said, I spread my arms. The orders, Captain. The rubber man turned his murderous eyes my way, and my bravado faltered as I realized that some of that anger actually was toward me. All you had to do was tell us, Cross. Did you really think we didn't hear anything like that when we stopped? He demanded.
I'm bad at
I felt sweat bead on my face, and I swallowed nervously, resisting the urge to bend my collar. No sane person would ever want Luffy to be legitimately angry at them. Still, the question demanded an answer, and I must have enough courage to look him in the eyes. I wasn't trying to be Luffy. I merely sought to appropriate, motivate, and unless I missed my mark, I paused and allowed the sensation to cure, malicious and complicated to wash over us. I accomplished it in spades. Luffy continued for a few more seconds. Then, to my immense relief, it really said a lot about just how much our crew valued Luffy's word without her. Same emotion absolutely galvanized the room's atmosphere into something out of this world. A light cough drew our attention, and we all looked at Shaggy, who was back in the corner of the bar, but this time, her stance was more reminiscent of a moving gargoyle. For the record, she drove tersely, obviously recovering from our little experience. The only reason our mutual friend and I haven't done anything about this mess is that if we did, we'd get the full weight of Marines crashing down on our heads, and while the rest of these islands might be scum, this bar is our home. But so long as you think you have any better ideas. She gave a solid grin that was as sharp as a knife and 10 times as deadly. I own properties in every district of this Bacchus forsaken cesspit, and I have many a person who trusts me and more will me favors, whether they like it or not. Anything you can wish for, I'll happily provide. Her eyes narrowed slightly, provided it goes towards Lansing brought out into place. Anything you say. I queeried, turning her with an anticipatory look. The bartender scoffed, relaxed, and almost sort anything that wouldn't go against the spirit of your crew, wise ass. I allowed myself to expression, while her demeanor changed despite the correct the situation. We're going to new base of operation. We started facing the same threat. We're not prepared to play with names and locations of the most trusted informants and most of the slavers now. It's water mobilized, pot coffee, protein, dodgers, and heads. I was someone who the snail as I snatched him from my shoulder and slapped him upside down onto the bar and spun him like a top. You, a honor, winning. I felt my nose twitch at the fact that he was crying out in both ears and joined the chorus. But what else was I expecting from a slime ball that was Meanwhile, Shaggy just nodded and started writing the requested information out. But given how much she was writing with a smirk on her lips, there were going to be some extra gifts added to that care package. Anyway, I coughed, looking over my crew. I've got tentative plans. So to start, Cross can I help? All attention from the official in the room, despite me determined to return to the rest of us. I have been disgraced and worked before it too long, he said, and worked himself. This will make up for everything I've done, but I'm start. I'm strong, I'm fast, and I can around me. I'm really sorry. Glancing at boss. But please, is there anything that I can do? I took a moment to consider matters and most definitely made sure to spend a moment trying to ignore the full mountain of glaring inside of my head. But ultimately, yeah, I can think of a few ways that you can associate with the use. I agree. You think you can keep them under control long enough for them to do some good for once? instead of his surroundings. Usually that was pretty easy, but after what he heard, what he knew was happening in the shadows, just out of his sight, well, it was surprisingly difficult. And it was in pursuit of putting an end to those shadows that Usopp and his roommates were out and about in Salvador's tourist district, raising the biggest ruckus they could and getting as many eyes on themselves as they could manage. It was already public knowledge that the Straw Hats were present in Salvador, so there was no putting a lid on that. What he controlled was where people thought they were, and the ruckus, providing a perfect distraction so that their crewmates could dig into the rotten woodworks of this archipelago of Salvador, and not just distraction, but observation. All three mature pirates were part of the while one of them was subtle, more talented as he was abilities to paranoia, and Brooke, well, he was no slouch at the skill of his audiences, although he wasn't being much help in the subtlety department. Even with the welding mask and gloves that he had chosen to wear from padlocks in the wardrobe hiding his bare bones, he was still prone to other tendencies. Oh, excuse me, miss. May I see your panties? Bong. My utmost apologies. Usopp ground out, tapping his hammer in his palm in silent threat. He's a bit of a troublemaker, aren't you? Seriously, I love that. I'm afraid I've lost her right now. Just keep away from us and don't send disgust. He didn't look at me for scouting, still prone to stood back up, slowly scanning the throngs of people coming to him. Everyone here is armed in some way, be they civilian or tourist. But where the civilians carry them for self-defense. They're not just expecting something. They're eager for someone to start a fight. Usopp finished. I hate this already. Luffy rumbled down beside them, drumming his fingers on his pipe. Everyone around here either can or won't fight back, or they'll just joke when the fight starts, but not for fun reasons. At least the chainsmith hunting is helping you scout out bronze stores for my your statue. Sounds like a statement. Speaking of which, there's another store 2 rows ahead of me. In spite of himself, Usopp's however, since he died quickly with Luffy's conspicuous absence from something that sounded like noticed as well, given how fast he snapped back into seriousness. But you're right, Cross has noticed something off too. For some reason, people make this about you don't like the so-called local culture. Well, the time to find out more across the convenience. Silence fell for a moment, save for their football. After a few steps, they spoke up. I know you have the experience of I must admit it's odd to be part of a group of pirates that the gold is bowing slowly, trying to find regulars. Care so much. Right. That does put me on more familiar. Yes, I only need 1 minute to do this. The 2 pirates turned to see that their captain had doffed his hat and was staring down at it with a great expression. I never wanted to be a hero, Luffy said quietly. But when I think about what Shanks would do, he trailed off, his expression was gleaming with a heavier frown. Then he shoved his hat back on his head and looked up. Soundbite. Connect me to Cross, Luffy said. Roger, roger. Yes, Captain. Came to his voice, shifting smoothly from one to another. Shanks, or Whitebeard, or someone else done this already. Luffy demanded. I know how strong they are for meeting their crewmates on Skeleton Island, so why not? They could do it all by themselves if they wanted to, and the government wouldn't be able to stop them. There was silence for a few seconds before the to the pirate side. This is an educated guess. But no, because they're on the other side of the red line. Foreigners are from the world, transferring enough manpower to this idea to be painted and targeted on their backs. Both for the other emperor and the government, because they wouldn't take this line down. Not that we're going to give them any choice. The bottom line, they have too much on their plate. What about some of the crew? What about dad's crew? Luffy pressed a slight tinge of frustration. Across the head, they don't sound overlap the power to take consequences. The latter forces are spread thin all over the world, and this is just one reason. Forces here on the islands that don't throw off all the government. Whatever all that rhetoric slaves out there.
Oh, I pressed the button. You didn't let me jump.
Any luck, our actions did alleviate some of the pressure. Luffy mulled that information over for a bit, his face reddening, something influx before he nodded. The past doesn't matter. What matters is now how I myself. Get back to me, humans. Where's everyone else across? What are they doing? Right now, they're spread out across their half are still on their original jobs, but I rewrite others based on information. Oh, Frankie Terry can contact them. They're getting their constructed out of here. They're en route to meet the New York smuggler and the world's almost at speed. Despite how reliable business slavery was for the world government's local bodies, it's surprisingly large number of times criminals were running out of war. There were several reasons for this, and the competition was civil disinterest in that side of crime, and the fact that being criminal minorities they lack standards. If anyone alive should know that better than anyone has been the sidewalk trouble. Bringing with a hint of malice the dungeon group in the warehouse he had barged into. After all, I ran crime on Water 7. So finding you guys, not that hard. So now, the only question you need answered is moment. Swing back and forth on Frankie's shoulder, she idly drummed her fingers on her canvas barrel. As which side of wrong or wrong. That apparently hit nerve, and the bandit flags in front of the pirates visibly bristled in both body and weaponry. You want to say that again, Mr. The broad shoulder grin was on her felt, yes, say it again. Then I just ran up the knife and the meanwhile, the rocket leaves. Look at humans as we are. That goes better. What do you mean, humans? Frankie. Slang. Before Robert accident was going on. and seeing how they keep toting up to the celestial dragon. And the best ever bought bubble bearing one of those bleeding slaver bastards is a truly green-blooded Sabayanian. Like me and my boys.
I haven't played this game in fucking
Dealer gets his
forever.
band, he ripped people off yet, but they do not deal in flesh, and if ever I found out that any of mine did, I'd time to a bubble and throw him up into a pot. The man punctuated my right to Maybe the smuggler boss's gaze sharpened slightly. Local perhaps. Pirates shared another look, and a nod from Frankie prompted Mary to stow her gun and respond. We're here for information. Criminals, smugglers especially, know their cities better than anyone else. And we need to know this article legal life back right here before the day's ready. So, Kinky, the sounds of the grizzled men gave the pirates a ride so right. Strong out. We thought police and football. The old pirates. We're not sorry. We just know anything no players and that's right. So, we need to look inside the house. I'm afraid of the same. Taking the place inside the house. In a place like this, and I gotta say, I kind of agree with you. Frankie was looking around, indicating the warehouse. We thought you were all slavers here, but instead we're finding out that barely any locals are slavers at all, not even your criminals. How are the locals doing? And in terms of criminals, how come there are police here too, or government? Don't the Marines usually run the show on places as small as this? Actually, you got the little tidbit backwards. You're clanking bloke must grouse. First off, those white men are seeing here's a new thing. Up to the right, off the top on his arrow, they left well enough alone. Or then, the great thing was the length of the water, he the tired sides and scratched the back of his neck. Really, the major ain't changed things much of the way. Roy put started with the everything else was straight back to the bush. Fun fact about the single trees. Literally the single closest island town area of all the 60s. And that makes it one of the biggest crossroads in the entire damn world. And an intersea crossroads means intersea trade. You're right that there was never native in one of these here trees, but the bottom of their islands. That don't mean we ain't got our roots. The smuggler paused to proudly thump his own chest. Sabayanians are basically people whose families stuck around hundreds of years ago, macking money off of everyone else who came through, and then just kept on sticking around macking and living like that till today. We stuck around long enough that we even started macking this place off, and macking our own food. How we got our own government, all that, our own culture. We've got blood from all over the world we see here. Heck, in case my boy St. Cujo yet, he does blood hails from the deep south. Oh yeah, I wondered, Mary muttered. Anyway, like I was saying, trade. Times where that Sabayani was the biggest trade hub in all the world, and to a level it still is. If you want to pass something from one blue to another, easy money says it'll land here first before popping off to where it should go. Smuggler leader then scowled and chopped his hand to the side. But back then, slaves weren't our bread and butter. They were there, yeah, but that was a long time ago, and they were everywhere, so it wasn't nothing special. At least Sabayani slaves were nothing special. Another hop, and he glanced away. Until some arse-headed bastard got it in his head to have a name, the byproduct nobody else could manage or find elsewhere. Mermaids and pirates started to grow. Merfolk in general more like mob us nine. See, you've got to understand things. Just like how you'll never find Sabayani in flavor, you'll never find one with his hand in his skills either. And why would we? They're our neighbors, we live right next to the boats, and we know they're just like everyone else. It's not everyone else, they're monsters and must sell big. When one blighter started macking hardcore for scales, a lot of other bastards started getting insane. And this held steady for a bit, until the scaler collided out and stopped macking themselves easy to catch. The smuggler sighed, and his head fell. By that point, the chum was in the water. As the slavers had funds and an appetite for more, Frankie slowly closed. They didn't drop the slave trade, they doubled down. Damn right they did. Criminal smuggled, slamming his fist on the crate. When they couldn't make money on scales, they started selling flesh by the truckload, especially to the world nobles. And when demand for quality product for water started building up, others came sniffing around for a cut of his too. Made things right nasty around here for a while, true now. Plus the scout. Things didn't get right until 200 years ago. 200 frowned, Mary counted on her fingers before steadying the realization. Wait isn't the slavery was officially out for the Yay. Officially. Of course, the faster the rate was slide to the right feet, and told things nice and free. Several snickers echoed out of the warehouse, and almost at his head, he threw in the right direction. Yet, he was going to shut it and get back to work. Anyway, he shook his head. When the law passed, most other slavers would make themselves worth enough to the Marines to be worth keeping alive. The one spot that our bros did, they let their gold sink right in the ears of the nobles, after that Sabayani became a blind spot. Not just for them, but for the entire damn flesh market, especially when it came around for damn close to it. The smuggler spat to the side in disgust. Now it's not just all goods that come from Sabayani. It's all chains too. The Sabayani, we hate our own and come with every inch of our veins. Besides, loving the sea. But it ain't like there's much we can do about it. You tourists, you've always had power. More weapons, more strength, more goods and gold. He waved his hand dismissively. Heck, even the Marines don't give a darn. If an ink pirate has a gold, they don't see a thing. Our home become a glorified playground, nothing more. A staging ground, meant for everyone else's use to exploit their vermin spices. It means we can't change how it's used, no matter how much we hate it. All we can do is watch. Let me guess, the local government is just as messed up thinking Frankie. Huh. Clever prefectus and his cronies. Yeah, let me tell you all about them. Though, Robin, Vivian, Koala are infiltrating the archipelago government. It'll help us gauge what the reaction is better. Besides that, it'll give us warning if anything interferes with critical part might want to follow through. I understand about government prefectus and in this cabinet, they're not bad at their jobs. In fact, it's rather good. It's just at times, he did. Choose not to be Koala slowly. Her face screwing up in his face as she looked over the civilized landscape of the 71st World War. Bureaucrats, pirates, and revolutionaries. long to study the whole hair and see how. Better let the aside from this name, maybe let's stack the documents and look at the desk and grab another, even larger stack that's coming through. Professional documents. Do like the worst kind of politicians do because they always make sure to dig in my ticks. Oh, maybe so, maybe so. Robert
I don't
Bush
know
shooting
the
off
fucking
floor.
things
Every
for
so
this
often,
game.
several unflinching gazes in the surrounding hallways. And there are advantages as well. After all, members like to make such delightful squealing noises when you continue Maybe pause and pick up their pseudo-memory. You're speaking that a fork door. Ladies, I do believe this line of questioning is relevant to our current purpose while I'm broken pieces. Landscape is certain to bring up every night you know. And also, I think you're starting to scare ourselves. Surely she must be used to such topics of conversation. Quiet, prepare the name. After all, this is the optimal process of all the generous donations made to the government of Saturday by, what do they call it? Faithful constituents who have read off the documents. Ah, yes, constituents. That is your business, is it not, Miss Lydia? The green melted away to red, and the paper will show itself up. Slap my hands on her desk. Mrs. Lydia, she firmly corrected. And I want you to know that I have no part in this. She's fat, sweating a stack of papers off her desk and scattering them across the floor. I'm just the one that the bastard told me forced the paperwork onto it. And what am I supposed to do about it? Lydia groaned and sank back into her seat with sobbing in her eyes. I can have eyes sharpened and swords to notice every inconsistency that comes through. And I can count every single show company refund past before reaching you. I can even the genealogy of the bastards. All these brides are coming from going back to their 10th generation. But what sort of whistleblowing can I do when everyone above my head is corrupt, when they're the ones making me handle their dirty money? She picked up one fluttering paper and regarded it with a defeated expression. Dirty money that comes from both above and below at that. Honestly, one thing to receive generous donations that are delivered by courier, at least it's halfway settled. But it's insulting when payments delivered by the Marine Corps to provide financial support for our government. Tossing the paper aside, Lydia slumped back in her immediately very comfortable chair, one hand over her eyes. One instant ran down her face. Her eyes fell on the picture on the desk and began to whistle. You know what they call my person, she said, her voice soft and movable. The Office of Cultural Affairs. Okay, this is what the world seems to culture is. What do you bastards like prefects think it is? Olivia held up a picture with 3 I love to see, her face a picture of despair. I have a husband. I have children born and raised here. And I'm genuinely terrified that they will not only think that this is their legacy, but if nothing is done, they can come to accept the after the night. For a long moment, nobody said anything. Then, Robin spoke up. Pardon my curiosity, but aren't you being attacked too? Sharing bodies with freedom might remind you. Broke into your office not 10 minutes ago, and are among the most infamous criminals in the world. I might know who all have. And who else would you have me discuss this with? And Olivia snorted dismissively. In case you haven't been hearing me, all of them are a literal part of the trouble. All of them. Vivi repeated. You can't think of anyone else you trust. The bureaucrat's expression turned to laugh. I haven't exactly heard the decision on the matter, no. That's a severance tax they're not collect. It's all the same to you. Well then, in that case, Koala said, clapping her hands and stepping away from the window to show an eager grin on her face. I think I know what we'll be looking to next. And I think I know where we can get a few leads on the start. Living mused, snapping her fingers toward her crew's leading snail. Oh. Tashi is making contact with Vincent Osmoker's fleet and infiltrating the local garrison. Under the pretense of acting as reinforcement to help Hunnies. When the time comes, she's going to put a hurt on them like nothing they felt before. Got it. I'll move it up on the priority list on the page, like Lieutenant Rupert Jam. I can't promise it'll be that fast. We don't have that kind of tunnel right. Alright, I see where you're coming from. I'll do what I can. Pisces out. Static faded, and Tashi nodded and turned back to face the Marines before her, straightening out her outfit for more of that oddly satisfying feeling. The outfit was brought out and forced her to securely locked away in the box. Only to be removed so that it could be burned in the early summer. So happy not to as the uniformed Marine, the smoker had sent a dozen of his men ahead to the island a week prior without notifying anyone. If anyone were to ask, the cover story was that Tashi had sailed with him to the island for a private mission, taking advantage of a likely once in a lifetime deficit of pirate presence. Alright, Chief Petty Officer Namaru reports she will have 3 or 4 observations in the past week. Lieutenant, the lead soldier snapped a salute and nodded. We had no issue acquiring information from local operations. They've been very cooperative. They frowned. Actually, they were too cooperative. I've witnessed inspection of cars in several different cases. I can rightly say this is the first time I've seen one, and I'm ready to do what it is. Tashi commanded so around. After the line back, the intersection of record. She had to go for a meal, and every day she inspected right away. Did you get every pirate trying to get to the New World coming from here, Tashi pointed out, for the sake of devil's advocacy, if nothing else? Yes, much like how we got all the ones trying to get to paradise, and then we agreed with slow nod. But back in Logtown, we unilaterally arrested all criminals in the island, regulars and gangsters wherever possible. These Marines, they barely acknowledge the existence of the other kind of outlaw, the expression guard, especially in the slave trade. Every time they get back, we have the same responsibility. Let me guess, Tashi, you broke with them for guilt. There are a lot of times, 100 years ago, there is no slave trade in the world. And from the outlaw bit out, this is the best thing jobs I've ever seen. Your word, ma'am. Tashi gets this and more than you clearly. It's 11 and trying to change these live in efficient conclusions without too much hardship, Tim. Just give me your records, and I won't be forced to resort to drastic measures to extract knowledge. In fact, we might even go so far as to compensate you for your time. He replaced his goggles and filled his mirror gaze curiously. The sound of metal tubes. Alright, it is. I provide surplus supplies to some very powerful people. If they find out I talk no way, they'll be damned. I am not telling you anything. So screw off. I don't have to admire the determination of these people in your remark. And it really was impressive. What with Don, perched on a high shelf, in the back alley, saw Bones' ankle fitted upside down. His head nearly touched the
What does the hand do?
Penance. Kindly motivated me. With pleasure, the angelic got her chair from the car. But instead of making any threatening moves, she walked over to a brown paper bag sitting on top of a pile of syringes on a nearby table. Opening it up. Is this your lunch? The doctor blinked. Chocolate blinked. So the Don. Yes. The doctor winked and replied. Nodding Connors peered inside and gave it a sniff. Reaching in, she pulled out a somewhat reasonable fried chicken sandwich. Smells great, where did you get this? She asked. At the Standing Grill 21. It's a called the Crazy Chicken, I think. Excellent. Connors beamed. We'll have to check it out after this. She took a bite. Oh man, that is good. Alright, Carl. Can I call you Carl? That's not mine. Great. Here's the deal, Carl. Abruptly, all traces of good cheer vanished from expression and posture, replaced by cold indifference. I spent 6 years being forced to send innocent people to their deaths at the hands of distant psychopaths. Unable to so much I never got the chance to pay the tyrant back. If I did, I would not hesitate to take flight. And you, her lips turned down with a harsh frown, emphasizing the quiet fury in her eyes. You're almost worse, stating the betting practice of taking innocent people and putting them in that situation, so you can mind your own pockets. But I know what you're thinking, and you're right. As a rule, the straw hats don't like taking light. Stepping up to man, she leaned down, her expression eerily serene. So I have a friendly suggestion for you. Perhaps you should be worrying less about your employers. You've already made up your mind too late, and worrying more about still more about being down. And then, she took another bite of the sandwich. For several seconds, Sandra over the corner, until it was broken by a low whistle from Sue. Damn girl, you bullshit, now what do you have to guess? The doctor's fast and said about courage. I don't care what you say, do you really expect me to use a straw hat to murder a complete stranger point blank? He's a specialist, it's of all people. You might be enough to unless you're making yourself really nuts. You're nothing but a coward. Oh well, from the plan B, Chopper interrupted, rummaging around in his bag. Time for plan C. The string, the ball, common market, having something to do inside, which really should stand for complicated mess. Because there's a 50% chance that that's how I'll be describing one size fits. Again, silence hung over the air, though this time the doctor was sweating buckets. Then Chopper turned around, a wide grin on his face and his eyes glowing with madness. Oh well, for some reason, Con is holding still, get ready for some crashing. Of course, doctor. Con is chirped before we can more with the sandwich. Oh well, we can get another. Holding the sandwich in front of the doctor, she minded opening his mouth. Don't worry, this is just to make sure you don't bite your tongue off. Still need to answer the draw. Now if you say what we want or say off. Con is shrugging with a screen smile. Well, if you say so. Alright, let's talk. The doctor finally howled, pointing to stand clear of panic. See there under the floorboard, beneath my desk, beneath my desk. Jesus, leave me alone, damn you. Chopper paused in preparation. Now see what it's so hard. The angel chirped pleasantly. She's the first blind, better sincerity. Chopper took his head away, turned to show Sid to the side. And just in case, Sue was lying in his testicles. Wait, what? Beneath my clock, like from the partners, second the bunches and pressed saw Bones' face, and her back. That'll be my pleasure. Oh, well, Sandy's getting help from Mikey and Sandersonia to accomplish the same with their food supplies. There were a few reasons that Sandersonia had chosen Sonia to come despite the latter's efforts to reach her. He was still one of the strongest members of the group and needed the help with most of the other crew members occupied. He could be counted on to scare away anyone who looked at her the wrong way without having to risk revealing her identity. No, the last one was definitely the most relevant reason at this stage. Everyone knew that not even Sanji's attraction to women could overpower the absolute respect he had for food. Considering the nature of the Sanji, the sheer amount of waste of salad for food that Sanji was forced to observe was a very foul move. The small blows of his cups and faces when he saw the death of the he would flash out the first one so stupid as trying to put the still scary as the perfect moment. Certainly, the knife is doubly back in line. Pretty sure it was the worst. Sanderson would hope. Sure that he whoever his name is, they can be virtually thinking, it's still moving alive. From the start was so much fun, and that was wasted to find over any. Only over this thing made sound quietly as well as a lot of the time to see her. All moving them out, and some followed each other. The sister some not okay, how do you actually follow this character? The cook's going out of the that's the hard part. I'm starting the trail, and then we can start bringing back. So that, hey, she said, might be something spoke up about the morning and the other. You mentioned garbage. Yeah, what about it? When you pointed out the screen, see those buzz over there? Sanji and Sanderson shoulder at the men he was indicating. The one splitting a water cat. Last time I saw them, the two going bit out. They were walking out of a restaurant carrying trash bags. The brief moment of silence that encompassed the trio was broken by the harsh whoosh of Sandy's cigarette and waiting. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. Credit where it was due, said those boys clearly with good survival instincts. They immediately straightened and looked right at their parents. Unfortunately, their good sense of the ground. All one of them turned to the other and dared to the next second, Sandy and Shade in front of the bar and Mikey shot a gun out the other. drummer
all.
pointing at the last location he recorded.
Hey,
All of
she
that.
missed.
The purple wearing the dawn nodded
I
before
was
turning
going
around and
pretty-
bouncing off of it into the
I was
air.
going
If she gets
alright,
mad, it's on your
but
head, not mine.
that
The fish
middle
would call
part
after him before
hard.
diving back on the waves. Whack! And taking a fist to his skull as soon as he submerged. And what was that for-hatching chew? The smelt whiting fisherman snarl. The octopus holding his 6 arms, disappointment written all over him. In case you haven't noticed, we're doing something amazing here. I haven't felt this good since Fisher Tiger was alive. I don't need to try and justify what I'm doing. But you, is it really that hard for you two to bite down under hatred? The other 2 fishermen narrowed their eyes. A moment later, Kira cried, "Wait, almost ceases off. This isn't about eating him, check. Hell, it's not even about eating straw hats." The way he snarled the name out made the unspoken barely very clear. I don't like it, but I'm not upset about it. I'm pretty sure we're in the same mindset. Chew what you chimed in. We're upset about playing all this work to try and make it impossible to chew. The Saturday audience supported every attempt at the world and so what makes you think that this human plan will be different? And before you bring up Night Lobby, that's another point gets all this. The world government is going to let straw hats play something that flies pure by tech. Seriously, Mitch, you've done some boneheaded things before. And even giving Bruno's Oral the ride out of our long park after he broke out of prison. And 4, Hermes' part wasn't as stupid as this. Hatch Eye's face written. Hard to say how much of it was anger versus shame. Unfolding his top pair of arms, his current counting off on his fingers. All right, I'll interject as over that. Second, I'm not privy to all the details, but from what I heard, straw hats have helped this time around. A lot of help. Third, the blockade was the government's second best shot against the straw hats. And at this point, as well as that phrase, matches and razors. And 4th, he slammed his knuckles together, looking 3 seconds away from helping his employees. Again, have you guys already forgotten? Bring their AWOL. Bring every last slave. What Fisher Tiger did was impossible too. He didn't care that what he wanted to do was impossible. Maybe they're straw hats, maybe they're alive. We're pirates. Ignoring reality and checking possibility. That doesn't mean we're finding out wrong. Like it all day. Catching hell silent, but she lands no irritation. The source of the What is that verb meaning out there, Chico? It sounds like something about life and power. Pure white right. Seriously, what does wrong have? This question from crazy pirates and getting back to the catching the road. A pair of them scowled, but swam off without complaining. Once they were out of earshot, but she checked with himself and slightly staring grin. So, and lastly, while Karu lassoed and thumped, free to resting up with a real action back to Shaggy Zoro's Nami, and I are sticking in one place and coordinating things. She pulled us and sheepishly from there, I felt the inside of my hand. Or well, I'm bored and observing and scary Nami is. Hunter with murder race. I went, rapidly back and walked by the motion and sunlight all around us emphasized a feeling of freedom. Sound, like we've been playing some genuinely relaxing music. But even with that positive atmosphere, on top of Calvin's mind white, the fact that Nami wasn't ignoring the map off the information that Fishman provided for her was. There really are no words to properly express how much I hated putting her through this situation. I don't know how I'll pay you back for this, Nami, but she set the pen down hard in the lap as Frankie would have before turning her head to face me. I am gambling over half of our prize money and including excruciating numbers to help make sure your plan works across. Remember how I said I owed you back? She chopped her hand across her throat. Yeah, back to 0. She looked inhaling and exhaling slowly before turning back to me. Just check it out. As long as the plan works, it's worth it. It'll make us even richer and far more importantly, it'll cripple the possibility of another 8-year-old girl going through the kind of hell that I did. She looked back down and raised her head again. Her voice was breaking and lowered her sound like no one brought. What's taking me with this on top of the 2 years off? I don't care how much you finish yourself. You do not want to imagine what I will put you through if your plan fails. I shivered with existential terror. I shoved that to the back of my mind. Rest assured, the plan itself more than any other plan I've made on this crew. We have allies to tackle from now on. Even if there are some unexpected outcomes, we need our primary win condition. We won't fail. My gaze sharpened into an outright glare. We can't fail. Nami let out that little breath, visibly reassured. Slowly, echoing our surroundings. We were on the outskirts of the Savioli Park, and while from the outside it looked like we were just sightseeing, Soundbite was in full surveillance mode in an attempt to map out the kidnapping gangs. Big surprise, but to the damn bastard, the park was one big barrel of fish. Literally, in the case of the Norfolk children who came to the surface to fantasize about what they never did. And even worse, it seemed like parts of the park itself were designed to facilitate making people disappear from the attractions. Not all of it, thank you. There were too much people the cast, but luckily we helped soon enough. This had called for the Christmas media like Friday, and they were on their way now to the blockade was down. But with how much of a time crunch we were in, we had to rely on what scarce information they could convey in passing and nail down the finer points ourselves. Of course, between Soundbite's powers and Joel and Tom's experience before they joined Luffy, it was more than enough to go off of. Which meant they had to pass. So anything else, Captain? Thanks, Maurice. Thank you, enough back. And with that Soundbite clicked the connection shut with clear air and we wanted to share. On the one hand, Luffy's seriousness is going to be an asset today. On the other hand, I shut out fear. It never really gets any less terrifying to be on the receiving end of it. I think I'll skip feeling a particular feeling thanks. Never respond to shuddering as well. Don't count on it, Witch. He's not going to be happy with any of us when Kuma shows up again, and we're not surprised about it, George told me. That got another shudder out of Nami, but it passed quickly. Anyway, you're right, George. She leaned back and pulled her wrist. Alright, let's stop somewhere for a minute.
Wow, yeah,
I need to
I'm
put
not
down some fine
doing
details,
that.
and then it should be complete or close to it. On a related note, how far out are the rest of the supernovas? Specifically, on one unique, may not go far, sound by frown. Kid, Log, and Majed have real motor power on their side. They're all docking right now. From what I can glean from the field hospital, they gave up on the prize, so they're taking your sweet care. Blocking bloody things and process including their allies to an extent. Sounds like they're still taking scandal out of their go. Sorry, not sorry, Nami and I go to. So yeah, we got time. The cafe, what sounds like a decent blow up walk, plant herself there and grab a bite to eat while we plan our next move.
¿Cuáles pinches instrucciones? No te dicen nada.
Not really, soundbite shrugged as he just decided to shut him up. Let me guess, he had a date with his ass. Specifically, a war noble, I groaned. So for now, let's just sit down, shut up, and let me try and downgrade my heart rate from Jackrabbit to normal. Mercifully, I got the moment's reprieve that I needed. A good solid minute of rest. The hustle and bustle of the bubbling popular rep helped to calm me down. Honestly, as long as I could force myself to ignore the despicable undertone place, it sounded like rather nice. Pleasant atmosphere, cheer in the air. The perfect place to relax and forget all about your troubles. Boy, you, right up until I felt a hand land on my shoulder. Not a hand that was familiar with. Something out, I know given how pretty much everyone in the room grabbed my shoulder at one point or another. A little person grabbed me, and I sent a flat glare at my other shoulder. And what's your excuse this time? I didn't have any look behind me for a moment. One malignant jackass splitting off from the generally pissy mass of my gas republic on the side of the day. I didn't notice until he was right on top of the West. Shrugging and accepting the news. I looked back at the camera light, with all the deadness and sincerity. May I help you? I inquired, but my tone clearly precisely as a hog. Do that too many times. I don't regret it. I snapped my hand up to stop any intervention from my fellow officers. You can bet they were already at foot out of their seat button and buffing the exit so that I was halfway turned towards the guy. Yes, that's me, I nodded. Kind of quiet. Can I help you? Yeah, you actually can. The heavy-set guy nodded forcefully, before pulling off slightly and looking a bit closer. Okay, first, sorry about my tone. Just to be clear, I love the show. Listen to every broadcast. Really great. Oh yeah, I cocked an eyebrow at him. This all sounded good, so why was I getting such a bad feeling? And the guy's expression twisted in a way I just did not like. But for all that your stuff is good, I think could you do the world of decent people a favor and stop talking about those dang fish freaks on your show? My facial expression fell flat as paper. There it was. Oh yeah, I repeated, my tone bone dry. Yeah, the man nodded, still calm and apparently completely oblivious to my change of demeanor. Look man, I know people whose kids listen to that show. You can't just go around filling their heads with nonsense about us being equal with those fish freaks. It just ain't true, it'll screw them up something bad. That's not right. My eye twitched slightly. That was the only muscle that let slip out of my control. But it was a slip that got most all the passerby around me back in the way fast. Characters had reached me. I posed calmly and condescending. And now he was looking at me like I was the idiot. Mind boggles. I mean, have you ever even seen those freaks? They're all slimy and gross and weird. Total monsters, obviously. No clue how anyone would be stupid enough to act like these people. Okay, yeah, no, I'm handing this off at the pass. And I did that by shutting him up with a raised hand. Alright, look, Ige. Do you mind if I call you Ige? I'm going to call you Ige. Hey, what are you? I just started the test. Listen, Ige, what's going on? Slowly rising from my seat. I've heard your arguments, your reasoning, your logic. Now allow me to go with it. Maybe my call is perfectly rational. Keep me aware of everyone watching on vacation to sleep right off the crap. In 4 o'clock, the club square up the dog on my bed. I do without a feature the last 1%. I'm very happy to get back out. I did have a sharp turn to wake up and take some time. Fuck off, that's what this is. I turned on the key and started working on it. Come on, before he wakes up, he can do something. Now he has something fun. That left me very stressed. I'm out of the water slowly. Believing the snarl. Flexing my arm, the blast of the impact eye. Seriously consider doubling back and putting it to use. If I were pissed, his body would either be solid or unmodification. Last time I tried talking sense to a couple of stupid bigots who wouldn't hear my words, I snapped. It's an exercise in futility and I'm distinctly not in the mood. What happened to the cross who couldn't stand even killing an otter and a vulture? Zoro asked. 2 full-blown wars and a whole lot of asphalt later. I grumbled. It was for those jagoffs. I was the offended party, so I had a choice to turn the other cheek around. He was shooting off about people who weren't allowed to say anything in defense. After a few more seconds, I body was better than the nobles. I'm not sure I was able to pull back in front of them about their nonsense. I'm sorry. You were old. You're on the tree was down like so compared to the once he ripped things out of it. Also, I actually stopped myself from calling my huge burning purple disc block. Shit! He had a set of opaque glasses and a whole bit of all of which I probably won't elaborate on. You're not supposed to be looking out. Seriously, the thing was rounder and larger than most globes I saw back in Florida. Weird color too. One side was auburn red, the other alabaster fucking hell with a ball. Of all the people here, these straw actions that words like freak and monster aren't so much an insult as a mark of pride to folks like us. No, comic all the way out here. Out in Grimland. Freakishly straw is exactly what we need to target. The stranger said, dancing to his own beat, no weight. Soundbite was actually looking beat in the air, which the stranger was moving to. Moving his arms around, strutting around us like a prideful bird, spinning around in place every so often with the confidence of someone who's been doing this kind of stuff for years. You can only be in the school with watching Saturday Night Fever. After all, he continued, pointing off in the distance to make in a way that I missed was like hell level from down. In order to truly rub this chaotic rhythm of the grand line, you've got to choose to get down to the strength. You can so freaky cause the jam all the way from the blue channel. He did proceed backward and walked past us. None of us even reacted to him watching him shuffle to the other side. Really now, suddenly this guy was up, turning his face and his elbows ran. It's a viable time when he's back. Okay, there was something wrong with that sentence. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out what. What do you mean we? Billy asked, raising his wing. By way of the rest of us. His undeniable sees the truth of the concept. They're completely incapable of acknowledging as he folks anything more than animals. You know, I didn't know it was possible to taste disgust until now. I mentally noted the acrid stench of seething rage and hatred emanating from my friends for the future, while taking a moment to calm myself. Meanwhile, the stranger offered a much prettier grin, swaggering up to me with a posture eerily similar to leather. Truth be told, darlings, I ain't even a full-blooded fisherman. Half lamb, half sea, but all me, baby, you know what I say. But if you listen to me half of what some of those not known press about already moving, you'd be wanting to come inside with your elegant steps too. So to hear you defend us so vigorously, to see you lay the punk out with your elegant moves, it really brings a tear to my eye. Oh, he shot his finger up in a picture-perfect point. Courage. Oh, he's walking closer than his other finger was fit. Man, shit. Oh, get to the point before I cut the shrub on your head. Zoro interrupted. In his breath, I should have wanted to come on the other cheek. What? This good dude staggered away from us, flailing his arms in front of him. I just wanted to picture a piece of full man. Cross man. And no need for slice and dice. I'm nice, I'm nice. Well, now, he was offering. I snapped with a wide grin. It would be my pleasure. The flamboyant stranger grinned widely as he shot me with a pair of fingers distance. All right, baby doll. Struck a pose. Oh, hey. He tossed a shell I near instantly recognized as a bidding dial Tanami. Picked up this nifty dude over in the markets. Sweetest thing I ever did find. Just snapped his mouse away. No, I don't know. None of you can call it cutie, so you uncertain way. Something about all this feel talked to me. Did I mention I always took my paparazzi most generously? The dude rolled, flashing his 10K bill between his fingers. Cross, move a little bit to your left, please. You're slightly up the frame of the border. Angling the dial with professionally photographer. I didn't even feel like to forward inside of my fan. Slinging my arm around his shoulders and donning a nice and massive smile to match his. We put the finishing touches on it all. We both flashed peace signs to the camera. All right, 3, 2. Say sombrero wearing pineapple ducks. I held my smile even through the twitch of confusion until the flash went off. Then I fixed my partner with flag glare and the flat uttered voice. Wait, never. You don't rest. Well, long story short, you're missing out. The snail snicker, getting back to Bobby and blocking the beating of Belgium. You old, I'm inclined to agree with your little buddy, the stranger trouble. If I'd have bought the show, I would have sent to you to keep the song on all the time. As is, there any chance I could get one more favor, mister? Cross. Taking a photo of Nami, he held it out to me along with the pencil. Didn't take a few minutes to understand the request. I didn't hesitate to sign out my name. Oh, thank you so very kind. Keep up the energy, mister. Cross, you've got a lot of people calling your name. Bye-bye now. With that, he dashed away with impressive speed, leapt onto a mangrove root, and backflipped off of it, finishing with a swan dive into the water below. Because of course he did. What else could you expect? Well, that was fresh. I grinned, folding my arms behind my head as we walked away. Seeing as the taste of bile and idiocy was washed out of our mouths, how about we go about finding a better place to relax while we wait for the rest of the star players? No objection before coming, so we made our way out to the road. But en route, the thought occurred to me to turn my for a sound, but an apologetic frown. I just realized I should have said this earlier soundbite, but I shook my head grimacing. I'm sorry about making you listen to all of this. The slave trade, the rampant racism. I mean, I expect to hear some manner of shit out of nowhere. This place is concentrated to say the least. Are you alright? Soundbite stared at me with neutral expression for a minute before he retired sigh. Partner, let me remind you of something. Thanks to that phone of yours, I can hear the whole internet. I winced. I caught my phone. So, 8 speeches, 4 documentaries, the worst parts of the game. You had to snuff films, kill yourself with pages. You couldn't run a dead man before double taking him in the face. No surprise since I'm involved in no small amount of horror. Well, I mean, I usually bury the shit in our mountain means. Thanks to this listening on both fronts anyway. If you love me, go along, I'm fine. That's the size of the tire storm. Nothing I haven't seen before anyways. He swooped out of where she was squeezing out so to comfort her audio counterpart, nuzzling her cousin. Oh, I did say I was fine, didn't I? Ralph gave her a slightly exhausted glance right up until his eyes stopped sharply. Honestly, the problem with hearing this stuff is that for the first time I'm hearing you live. But you know what? As much as this all pisses me off, I'm also happy about it. Because for fucking once. A determined smile spread over his face, so different from his usual expression. I can actually do something about it. Oh, a good half hour later, in something of an eerie echo of brook and chopper cannon, we found ourselves relaxing on a bench with a decent supply of food and drinks. We were several groves over from Savoy Park, part of the tourism district, so as to avoid any PTSD, even with our nerves full. It was still a massive relief for all of us when Nami laid down the final version of the night. Thank goodness that that's over. She sighed in far too much relief as she all but slammed her quill onto the table. Alright, the math's as done as I can get it. I'll put it to use as soon as I know where to put next. Should be coming right up, Zoro said. Then knocked his frothing mug back with a glance my way. Of course I did say should. I'd have done it if I could, but sadly, I was too busy vindicating him on my current call. As is, I spared him a scowl and a quick flip of a certain finger before focusing on soundbite. Who was silent as I found the call he was carrying through my headphones. So you're saying the answer is still no matter how much you offer. What about you? You cover the cost long enough for them. I pinched the bridge of my nose. No, it's not your fault. I should have seen this coming. I just thought. I shook my head and waved my hand dismissively. No, you know what? It doesn't matter. Look, does he actually have it? He just hasn't. Perfect, then things are still a go. We've got people on our side who can handle that end of things. So all you have to do is be prepared to mobilize on earth. And I mean, one shot at two I waited for the response, and this side immediately was affirmative. Alright, that's good. So, just to be clear, where will we be growth 77 then? I snapped my fingers and pointed enough, prompting her to start scribbling a dozen notations at once in the map. No, that's fine. Perfect even yet. He isn't poetic. Alright, what are you ready to bring? I Winston tapped my headphones cup. Yes, I know being a dead sea king next. After all, this is... I relaxed with a slight smile and nodded gratefully. Yeah, good point. I suppose I don't understand. What do you? Okay, I think that's everything then.
I can't get the star.
Alright, Godspeed. Cross out. My good mood evaporated as I just got connection. Leaned back and massaging myself tired from the face. If I had one complaint about this plant, I groused. It's the sheer amount of politics that I had to go through if I wanted to get anything done. Not only the brains here, but it's just as toxic as the back of the world. All the streets of a child. It sounds like Clooney's condescending tones he can manage. It's only gotten worse since you left. I wish that people were surprised at growing, pushing myself with my feet and stretching my feet. All right, there are real story rivals. Tiger, Rooster, and Monkey. If I were going to have a chat and build creative ideas on payback, you might want to see about getting these contingency rules. So when you did this, you're on your own. Careful what you wish for the bridge. I think I heard my name. Some alive constructed barriers were pressing on my sides. Everyone packed lunch except Zoro, who I could just tell was now looking at Barty's barriers as his next challenge. Or as for the rest, he'd count as 6. Hawkins is the only one that yet gets scuttled, but I don't say that word enough says he's on the horizon. In that case, I could go for a few more drinks, Zoro said, getting to his feet as well and starting to walk off. Sounds good to me. I can do some news after this. No need for it. Billy and Mac. And I imagine my little buddy here would like to refreshments too, you boy. Let me get some of that good stuff Frankie likes so much. Pete up walked eagerly. We all headed down the street. I knew you could put ice cream in the it's really good. Soundbite, find this duck his ice cream parlor. I ordered down the street. Alan White and Evan. YSGila 5, Soundbite snickered, crossing his ice docks for a moment before nodding proudly. Alright, got one. And going by how they're playing our best hits on repeat, I think we can even score something here now. I think the Soundbite suddenly felt an absolute terror, like a blue stare, started pulling on my shoulder. Soundbite, what the hell's got me? Soundbite didn't hear me, we babbled the same conversation in 2 places at once. No, we have to move, we have to run. Fuck, no, the other way, get out of his line of dodge. And then out of absolutely nowhere, everything we've been doing stopped, and everything that was to be started. Both a bang and a whimper at the exact same time. A single lone gunshot, far off in the distance. So far, it leads to the point of their existence. But with the impact it had on all of us, we might as well have fired right next to us. My breathing and pulse quickened as I pieced together what had happened at what felt like both Mock's speed and a slug's pace. I choked as for my veins. Nami was in much the same state I was, her face near instantly green in color. What was that? She asked softly. I knew it was her growled teeth grinding his shoes with and yet somehow he was still close to walls. In fact, he demonstrated by snorting out a harsh breath. We'll make him pay, and now we should. And then we heard it. Blam, blam. The five of us didn't move for a moment, and then I felt and heard my blood scream, and before I knew what I was doing, I was nearly pump speeds. I knew that I couldn't save them. I'd known they were dead at the first shot. I knew that, I knew it. But, find follow-up shots, so I looked for a He was talking about your heads up. I need your greatness. All that getting disposed of, showing resume your skin. Before you were so complete, you were breathing immortals in the archipelago for worthwhile servants. Then you said you wished to enjoy your lunch at St. Chalry and Charlotte at noon in Grove 45. Followed soon after by traversing to Grove 1 to something the matter, my lord. Silence as St. Roswell snapped, remaining otherwise motionless and staring at nothing with great intensity. But nevertheless, no matter how nonsensical the order in his actions were, the knights and eight silenced themselves one and all. The rest would rather master their necks. They were coming surprised when we knew all the St. Roswell and all the rage. The fact that had a tendency to look at what was going to be sensitive, but this did not. It meant that the ability would have been lost on him anyway. Likewise, he would be more likely to doubt than trust even his own mind's eye when it presented him to someone who could destroy him. As such, it was a mystery whether possessing the ability to be remotely helpful to the world noble and fending off his common feelings suddenly played him unease. Slowly, no one turned to look to the left. Nothing out of the ordinary reached his eyes, yet the feeling did not subside. He ordered his guards to investigate first the inside of the place, then he dismissed the notion swiftly, looked away and ordered his underlings onward. His initial notion was unfounded. Indeed, Roswell's steps was in fact more specific than watching Roswell. Roswell thought he was staring at sight, revealing the livid form of Jeremy across, whose hate-filled eyes Roswell had unknowingly met for those few seconds when certainly felt. The other workers' eyes followed Roswell along after the celestial dragon and disappeared in sight filtering away. He then approached the folks and stared down. Disgust stirred in his mind for the complete waste of potential, the inane waste of life from crime, the apparently inexcusable crime. He hadn't asked because he didn't want to know, because it didn't matter. For all that he felt at that moment, all that his everything was blazing and freezing and crashing into cemetery. His face was completely blank as a cadaver, blank as a roll of his comments, blank as he slowly and respectfully closed the victim's eyelids, blank as he straightened and marched back away. He came donning his arm with her in sharp and quickly efficient angles. His helmet drone the hate-filled instruction of the terror started to work. This time, together, everyone together. It starts and ends now. Prospering, it's set. The curtain rises with the next chapter. Be prepared, patient, look at the ensemble dark horse of the Nintendo GameCube public bringing back in a future game. An unrelated note, our immense gratitude to Discord user Cyber Josh, Inspiring Shoulder, and Hydro Tiger 83 for his characterization. They did most of the work on that section for us, and so we give them the credit where it's most definitely due. And on another note, I'm just saying this one to obey the rule of 3, Chapter 75, Chapter 66, 7, Revolution, 2, Part 2, Initialization, Crossbreeding. If we have not said this clearly before, let us do so now. Soundbite can be the entire of it, except for what happens when you want one piece, courtesy of the OMD. Sensory. When he awakened, he gained access to the soundtracks, nothing more. He looked towards it, another supplemental information about the gender swap in the future. He had no plans of allowing him access Cross's last week in the Earl and his knowledge runs out, and even that is unlikely. Sabo is demonstrated. Crossroads will accept it being every word in the level of strength has civilians on the island have complete sense of their business. They weren't about to improve their daily lives to do so. Infamous pirate with a multiple and millions rebounding in the corner booth. They take their usual fish and close a couple of seats down, nothing anymore. They look and question whatever this attitude from the familiar and mostly welcome face on the smallest bounty holder that gained the 4 crews sitting together the locals on carrying nonchalance. Of course, it could have also had something to do with the smuttering, killing intent the pirates were putting out over their drinks. 8 billion. Iris. Foxy ground out, glaring bloody murder into the center of the table. Gone. Reversed. Those fucking ladies are the damn building. Anyone here's my lord ass. Bardo spat. Well, shit's out of the drink long enough to cock eyes on the reason required to do. Shouldn't you be lavishing on crazy with a prison? There's 100 million in that pot. Law surprise. That's surprising to say. Now how the hell am I going to buy my 50-foot tall bronze statue of Luffy, damn it? So what about you, Big Mouth? Law smoothly transitions entirely orange Bardo's elbows. Apu merely raised an eyebrow. I'm a long arm surgeon. Do the math. And yet you're still pissed. Why? Apu scoffed as he knocked back his frothing mug. I might appreciate the beauty of a comment, but that doesn't mean I'm taking my money. Ooh, money. Is that really all you bitch about? Exactly what Rich Nami was able to interrupt and say those words to anyone as she, Zoro, and Billy marched up to the table begging aid. Commanded one response. You're the last person who wanted to hear that from. All 4 captains roared. Told you they'd take it badly, Zoro blandly stated, digging a finger into his ear. And I'm telling you, I don't get what they're getting so worked up about, Nami dismissively replied. We're worked up because you're the straw hats, raven gold sniffy bitch who put her first one up for collateral if it meant getting better prices. Law grumbled, the statement backed up by the gruff tones as follows. Prices? What are those? Nami questioned, deliberately tapping her finger on her chin before bringing it. Oh, you mean the numbers attached to those? Yeah, these days I just pointed them. It says send me the bill and all sorts of self-help. It doesn't happen to you. If those could kill, there would have been a new canal with a red line, no sign over which it even existed. Just get to the damn point, Bardo got out through her teeth. Well, if you insist, Nami simpered. Reaching into Billy's saddlebag, she took a sheet of paper out and handed it over to a flute. I dropped like a shit before I came here. I started mass producing this map for our purposes. I still got this written just in case, keep this one on hand. Awfully gorgeous. If you were still going to help you out, you just comments with this right. It was still the Nami then stepped to stare with her own. Looking back her entry to 10% interest. It would still be chump change compared to the kind of payday that we're about to rake in. She blandly told me. We didn't bother warning you about our trump card because we thought you already smart enough to figure it out yourselves. So much reading on the black cloud, depression, bark, and several prayers.
This shit doesn't do any fucking job.
I can still be angry about the trick. So be angry. As long as you follow the plan, we don't care, Zoro replied just as flat. Law sat back with a shrug, speaking for Foxy. You know what? He decided, stashing the map in his clothes and burning it up. He thought that Motherlode was making me feel better. So, what are we waiting for? I'm here. My people decided the government will never leave us down. That killed the Straw Hats' collective good mood, Nami did some things. We're waiting for Hawkins to get here. She glanced aside. And for Cross to be less likely to kill someone. All 4 damn criminals. Why am I remotely surprised? Cross aside. Pretty much hesitant on something he said. Could even be a good thing, while mutters he stretched out his neck. Jeremy seemed to use screwdriver to his temper. Not exactly what it is when we're launching a 3-pronged attack from every side of the law to make sure that this sticks. Nami snapped at him, drawing a slight wince and conceding nod from superior supernova. Anyway, Bill was not used for supernova crews only, so you're going to be doing something else. Until Nami told Fox more details. All ears, Callie replied. Nami pointed to one specific spot on the map, namely the one that had a large exile. Gather your entire crew and stake out Grove 77, Nami ordered. We've hit a little snag trying to arrange things, so we need a first line of defense until we've got that solved. Pull out every trick you've got and make sure that nobody not on our side gets in right of this grove until the kinks are worked out. You'll have Lasso and Funky for backup. They should already be there waiting for you. If you can do it perfectly, I'll wager tribute money for the next year. 1 second Foxy was frozen stiff, and the next everyone blinked. All that was left of him was a small puff of dust that quickly relaxed. Walked to the bridge of his nose. I knew I'd be the same person for the rest of his life. I knew I'd be in love with the same person. But if insanity is the price for being able to break the laws of reality like this, I'm conflicted. Crack and I opened and looked skyward. Where the hell are you, Cross? I need at least a little sanity back in action. Oh, I stared blankly at nearest wall, trying to get mentions and thoughts in order. I was well aware that I couldn't. I stared blankly at nearest wall, trying to get mentions and thoughts in order. I was well aware that I couldn't save everyone. That hadn't been my goal when I came to this world. It hadn't been my goal when I joined the Straw Hats. It hadn't been my goal when I started the SBS. And it wasn't my goal now. The only ones that I had been determined to save at all costs from the very names, and I had already done both. Beside the size of that corpse, the bloody war of wounds, it wasn't the main character, it wasn't anyone of insignificance. I would never know their name, and there was no brand of veg played up like the soldiers who tested on the most tactics in United Lobby. The person Russell killed was somebody. That was why they bothered me so much at the time. I was still bothering me at the time. Not only a bit, it wasn't the main thing bothering me right this moment. Yo, what's going through your head now? Soundbite asked, looking me over. I blinked and glanced at my shoulder in surprise. How do you know I wasn't still stuck on? I clammed my teeth down on my cheek at the sudden spike in my temper at the thought. On that. Because I'm not an idiot. The gastropod dead before lightening up a bit. He went from hurting to blue screen filling with head-tearing rage to contemplative silence. So I know that your train of thought made a transfer. Sue, what's up? I let out a grunt of acknowledgement and turned away back to nothing in particular. Well, without any sugarcoating bullshit, I'm considering the exact message that I want to send during what we're about to do. And if I have any right to send it, I rank the one who's been wearing a fighting slave ring. Every person who has a decent person to the high exact motivation. I want to take a bit of a cue from the similar revolution going down. You know, the jab may come over my shoulder. Back home. Soundbite's eyes immediately lit up with an almost riveting eagerness. Cool. I get it. You want to kick up what started in Boston, and then move all the way to Yorktown. I can dig it. Let's turn the world upside down. Long live the red, white, and blue. Already got the tunes for this too. And a 1, 2. It was right around when the rendition started, but I decided no, enough. Smack. And chopped him over the shell to shut him up. Knock it off, you Dixie whistling dingus. I chided him, equal parts amused and irritated. That's not what I was talking about, or what, not entirely anyway. You're definitely on the right track. I'm thinking of basing this off the red, white, and blue, yet just not that one. Soundbite blinked at me before shaking his head to stare some more. I'm sorry, what? I chuckled slightly, but I in one of my coat's pockets. Here, maybe this will clear things up a bit. I drew out a patch of fabric and held it in front of Soundbite. I tapped the loose back and scaled the bite before I knew about the clothes. This answers your question. My partner told me to patch and ball with a shot. The appropriate reaction, really. Because yes, the flag patch is decorated in red, white, and blue, except arranged not in stars and stripes, but rather 3 equal bars. The French tricolor, the snail queried, confused. I mean, yeah, there was a revolution there too, but not quite what you typically cross. How the heck did you get here? Well, I answered after a moment. Remember all the times I've spoken French? I did not like the way he suddenly perked up. Ooh, yeah. Water 7 really sticks out in my mind. Wanted you to repeat, refresh my memory. Finish the sentence and I give you a salt shaker, a deadpan, prompting you to recoil into the shell. Anyway, long and necessary life story short, a little bit of a half and half. One American, one French, I spent 2 years growing up in France. So I speak the language and know some of the history. No kidding, you mean you're half Chinese surrender monkey? Sounds like gas and over-exaggerated again. I've never mentioned this before, but I've always thought this one bit. I already threatened you with assault and see how I can play with frog. I retorted in an almost word tone. Well, I was going to say the lavender fields of Marseille, but hey, if you're going to make that leap. Soundbite whistled in a way that could only have convinced a tontado. But anyway, the French Revolution didn't get really messy. I nodded in acknowledgement. In the later days, yes. Hence part of my hesitation. Then why not Yankee Doodle and Smother instead? Well, 2 reasons. I shrugged, raising a finger. First, because the revolution was external, and about getting freedom from the oppressor. I tried to buck the WG tirelessly close to the back of the revolutionaries. They burned it to the ground. This one, however, was internal. Lots of upheaval and change, yes, but so long as it's targeted its farm. Alright, you can see that. Soundbite nodded. And the second, well, I rubbed the back of my neck. The American Revolution was primarily nationalistic. I can appreciate that. God knows I've seen it.
But if it's supposed to be the first one that comes out, why is it fucking Luma?
That was and is a personal cause, not about your flag or development.
This doesn't
And well,
make
I've
any
been in Paris
fucking
and
sense.
it matches the 4th of July
Supposed to be
intensity.
the first one to come out.
Stars and stripes stand for America. Excuse me, I tapped the stripes on my hand. These stand for the human spirit itself. And that, well, I chuckled nervously and shook my head. Maybe I'm just feeling homesick after all these
Sí,
years
es el
or something,
primero.
but I want to bring the stripes here. I want to use them for what they stood for all those years ago. Makes sense. Before Soundbite could respond, I sighed and ran my fingers through my hair. As for why I'm hesitating, well, as you mentioned, it's all real sideways real fast in the original take. And we can't really afford for that to happen here. Beyond that, I mean, I've never really considered
Se
French.
supone que debe ser el primero.
I know how to speak the language. I've lived there for a while, but I've always described myself as an American first, if not exclusively. Do I really have the right to use your flag and ideals
It's
for
the
my
third
work?
one.
For a moment, Soundbite was silent, and then he smiled.
Okay, that's
An
the
honest one,
fucking
for
third
once in his
one.
slimy life. I think that for a guy who's proven himself to be red, white, and blue as much as the next Texan Earth can go either way just fine. You live the life, proper talk, you know the history. Say what you will, but it really is your culture. So whether or not you use it is up to you. But personally, using it for a cause like this, any sane person would be proud. I mean, I know I am. The uncharacteristic support that my partner was showing me left me kind of unnerved, but not enough that I couldn't return his smile. Though it was too much that he wouldn't spoil the moment. If anyone asked, I told the fart joke there and nobody else will ever know otherwise. Got it. Maybe not. But hey, it wouldn't be Soundbite any other way, would it? Cross. We both looked at the seat in the doorway, using picker bag in hand. Sandwich.
I don't
She offered.
fucking like
I
this
got them at this stand
game.
called the Crazy Chicken. They look good. All the supernos think so too. Though, she scratched the back of her neck warily. I don't think they'll last or buy you more than a few minutes. If I go into your stock room, they'll figure out why they're all here, so I've taken on the implications in case it's good. So they're all here then. Yep. Sue barked, clambering up onto her partner's shoulder. Hawkins just walked in and started intimidating everyone. I'd say you've got a clean minute before you throws the first punch on principle, or at least until Killer stops being able to stop. I nodded before giving Soundbite with this. Ready to go together. What do you mean watch you somehow wrangle backwards hemispheres top 10 most wanted to do? What do you say? Well, they all wonder. He still shot back. Hell's yeah, man. Don't worry, I said, waving my hand. We'll get to the point faster than the patience.
What the fuck do you want me to do?
Uncertain of an idea. So, I'm sorry if I'm being pessimistic here, but this is going to go bad in less than a minute, isn't it? And I really had a hard time ignoring the way Sis coughed with amusement. Connis police are going to shoot them in a diseased face, and the worst part of all was that I couldn't find a way to turn around and deny her. But we conquered impossible odds before, and with so much on the line, I was going to pull out every stop to make sure that this time was no different. Though, gathering the supernovas together hadn't been all that hard with the number of new cruiser fluid on the ship. The two Albatross deliveries to the 7 crews outside of the mountain everyone was gathering in a room set up much like a conference room without a clue as to why. Well, the idea was that they had no clue why, but from the muttering filling the room, they were all perfectly aware of who had summoned them. That they had complied anyway came down to either respect or interest in the Straw Hat Pirates War, and more likely, an interest in severing Jeremiah across his head from his shoulders and using it as a kickball. Either or, they were all in the same place at the same time, and that was what was important. Well, that and the fact that a fight hadn't broken out yet. All right, Eustace, Captain, keep the word as he kicked in the door to the room he and everyone else had been Let's hurry up and get the ship just over with. I got more important things to do than such. Move it, Jacob. Flat. Stop. You're blocking the door. Bonnie growls. Damn care to step hard on Kid's sprawl. Front floor as the rest of the supernovas filed in. Killer, kneeling down next next to his cat leg, visibly fought the urge to stab a bitch with every step. At least everyone else kept their hands to themselves. Alright, we're all here, Drake announced impatiently, giving voice to the general tension in the room. Can we move this along already? I have an appointment with a ship coder. Slam. Mother. Sanova. Credit where it's due, these guys can do drama damn well. These were the general reactions to the door slamming shut behind the supernovas, plunging them into darkness. A darkness that was filled with grumbling and cursing, until 4 spotlights illuminated 4 chairs with their backs turned to the pirate at the opposite end of the table. Not much more was the thing. That voice announced in a flat voice. An announcement that was further punctuated by 3 of the 4 seats winning around to reveal straw hat wasn't entirely unaffordable, and whether which mountain was already the other seat was without characteristics. No butter beside us. The general summons the set of the pirates. Final chair, and the table swung around and revealed their mind against the and the 2 times the second was crossed, the famous male sound by Old One Race Wrestling favorite almost split a smile. I suppose you're all wondering why I'm doing it. Blam. Frost gave Vijay a flat look and equally flat look slid off in the sword's orbit from his path before it came close to his turn. You really think that would work? He asked, not demanding in a tone that was more annoyed than anything. No, but it made me feel a lot better than Mafia Pirate State is doing this long this time. On the other hand, CC clicked. Credit to the straw hat. None of them even flinched at all fire and pointed at her. Just so clear. Bonnie figured out having her finger on the grip of the shotgun she was toting. This is Mr. Blair Moore on you straw hats. This is mostly just stress relief. Speak for yourself. Hold your heads. Kid scoffed and splittering the wooden grip of his own pistol in his floor. He went along with these checkoffs and they stabbed him in the back. He showed over but still wasn't his patient and couldn't kill her from the side. He didn't quite do that. The hell are you? Kid, if he stabbed her in the back, you wouldn't be breathing from the nuts. Cross cut in. Even the second best of them was thoroughly unimpressed stare. We didn't draw blood and we didn't take it. At best we scanned your sucker and undermined the worst and screwed you over, but at no point did we leave your mind dry. Right now, all I know you are doing is about how we managed to pull it over. All while conveniently ignoring the pizza fact that each and every one of you would have done exactly the same thing if you could. Go on. Cross spread his arms wide, his grin gave me a bit of an edge. Tell me to my face that I'm wrong. There was suddenly a lot of point of looking away, silent scowling. Cross's trigger smirk came onto his face. That's what I thought. So why don't you look it over yourselves, grab a seat, and let me blow your minds, Tim? There was another moment of uncomfortable tension as the captains plus one regarded one another, hearing someone to make the first move. Unfortunately, he was once again kid. Only this time he seemingly to escalate by forcefully shoving his pistol back into his coat. Fuck. This, he snarled, and then to feel silky and packed into 2 words. I don't need to sit here and listen to you talk to me like I'm some sort of idiot. You want to jerk off your hand, do it to someone who gives a damn. But before I go, I'm going to give you a piece of my mind, you son of a... Cross cut off the nascent tirade as a varying sound by amplified side. Oh, for the love of it, who's really going to be that pissy about it? Fuck. Where Cross's interjection had paused Kid, the sight of a massive sack literally bulging with both cash and gold slamming down on the table. In full view of everyone, held by numbing of all pirates, was shocking enough that all ears fled from his face. Down 5, raise year 6, 100 million. Cross announced with a roll of his eyes not at all becoming the massive amount of money on display. A net profit of 20%. Go on, take it. Stay or leave, it's yours either way. And this goes for all of you. If you're such sore losers, then so be it. You'll have your entry fees delivered back to your ships plus interest. You can walk away right here, right now, and it'll be like nothing ever happened. Or, Cross slowly leaned forward, giving the super, no, absolutely chilly stare. You can take the other route for an even bigger payout. And all you have to do is agree to parley, take a seat, and let me do what I do best. You did not escape me, but the bounty hadn't raised the slightest objection to Cross's promise to give away over half of the pot. They had just one other piece offering. Still, if only for pride, most of them hesitated. Only Bartolomeo, who took their seats immediately. Finally, with a snarl of exasperation more than some sort of rated animal, the kid sat down, every inch of his brain screaming discontent. Nobody could read on Killer's face, but it seemed like he dearly wanted to issue some kind of threat, even as he followed suit. The remaining supernovas seemed similarly conflicted, but one by one, they took their seats. The last one to sit down was Drake, who was eyeing the straw hats suspiciously. If this turns out to be another plot like Golden Skelter Bite, you'll regret it, Jeremiah Cross. Cross leaned back in his seat, and ever so casually folded his hands behind his head. 2 things. First, one who I can't claim responsibility for that plan. It was a group effort in planning, execution, and benefit. My crew may have taken the pot, but the point was to make it to Sabaody, and all of us are here now. And second, tying into that, it turns insinuating that the reason they gathered you here was to initiate another mutually beneficial plan that will give all of us something we want. The straw hats get the lion's share. Cross crossed his arms and walked away. Well, of course it is. After all, you can't find the collective initiative to snake some of the hall for yourself, then that's hardly our fault. The tactician tilted his head to the side with an innocent stare. Glances were exchanged, and the silence was as good an answer as anything else. Cross took that as his cue to smirk even wider. Well then, now that you're all willing to speak, let's still Cross withdrew to him out with his jacket and clicked it off. Let's begin. So, this is the 5th time you said. Pull my ass, the smirk playing on his lips as a freshly fixed home dial wafted up and down to his hand. Whack. Lowering her cane to her brows, don't you get smoked over easily. Trust me, you get smoked every time you're starting to get sick. Then maybe get some better security control so we don't have to go greasy again. The other vice admiral reported, brother throwing mistake. She allowed herself a thoroughly nasty smirk as she sat in front of her desk, leaning over to withdraw a form from one of the drawers. A form she slapped in front of the junior officer with a satisfying thump. That's where you come in. Every step of your investigation is every week you exploited. In triple. Before you leave this office. And yes, she had a common glance down at the This is where you can get your trouble from. Not so fun to be the smartest man around anymore than now. All could properly muster up and leave this trouble. Now, said the keeper. Dun. Ah, let out the bark of the way she was caught the stab in his forearm. That's not what you really is good luck charm. You can write and watch somewhere else. What you don't want full attention to realizing everything's good. Homer smoothly countered. The elderly vice admiral paused. Then very slowly she lowered her staff. When when you're asking me why I'm making you personally clean out the restrooms of the room, I can't remember why. I'll simply tell you deserve it and I will be right. Pull my scoff and lean back in his seat with a cock. That sounds like future meat trouble. He'll have to deal with that himself. Right now, I can't be bothered. Sue's eyes narrowed. She's walking out of the corner. You had better hope that this is what the rest of the broadcast is. I'm sure to begin to project. The image will listen to the as for the image it focused on, scriptures that hit any of their features. No pace, a sense of purpose. Both vice actors appeared at sight. Silent, wondering what the cross was up to. Then the music moved closer and one figure, so they held up their hand. And child the child told out to the Let's begin the voice of anarchy. White voice now. First things first, Tony, we're 213 superheroes and all of the slave trade. In an instant, because of the entirety of the marine was dumped in ice water. For my own piece, the last one was spread upon the looking top. Thanks to the U.S. because they come out of the mouth. Suru, meanwhile, reached up to massage her newly throbbing temples. This promises to be the start of a very long, very interesting day. As if to confirm the worst fears, but we all too familiar voices sounded out from Michelle. Till the 2 hours earlier till the reactions I got to my innocent question were more underwhelming than I'd have thought. Of course, Fake Tail, sounding perfectly tired, and just breaking his nose. Ha! I should have known the opposite of the something. He laughed. Should have seen this coming out. Bonnie muttered. I actually did. The blue snake probably taking those from Scowling Kid, and the fast Hawkins. Wait, you didn't say that he did. You missed it. Everything was ones I've ever seen. Hawkins merely shrugged. Honestly, I predicted that he'd be burning his desecrated hot scum and going into cinders. I woke for shot. Yes, sorry, but no, I cut in getting everyone's attention again. I'll admit to the temptation, but the article was to blame just the people involved in this. So yes, moderation. Now, if I make a statement, you feel preferred because it was a yes. Anyways, skipping ahead a bit, I adjusted my caps slightly. You're all fully aware of the slave trade, the present concerns, so let me refrain from question where does it exist? That got lost. Exactly, yeah. Still as well. Allow me to specify and elaborate. Slavery, rampant, bankruptcy, is one of the worst actions of the movement against nothing. Rather than regarded as the enemy of the world, acknowledging that nothing short of purity will discuss this world. And yet, how we go to get it is very high level. It not only exists, it thrives here at several vertical like can anyone tell me why that is? Why the trade of human flesh still persists? Still more confusing. That's the machine and mutter speculations pass back and forth. This persistence of body raptor killing. I'm not that complicated, is it? Blood and bandit. I mean, labor still members and all legal flies. As easy as that, isn't it? Briefly, the room felt quiet. Sage, idiot girl. Quiet broken by the racist golf and the Bonnie, predictable. Didn't take the slight well, snapped towards the big snarl and gnash her teeth. The hell you call me short stack? Said short stack, however, pointedly ignored her ire in favor of taking a slow, hard draw from the cigar and breathing out before turning my way. The answer to your question, he drawled patiently, is not morality, though that is a factor. But rather, the reason the slave trade continues on this archipelago can best be answered. Major tapped off his cigar's ashes rather harshly. My money. I'm not at safety. To be more specific, it's economics. The age-old concept of supply. I held up my hands like a pair of scales. Somebody wants something, and somebody else provides something that they would be more likely to sell. Online for any purchase ever. And it applies here that there's any other good. I held up my right hand. Slave owners are the source of the gain. It desires to have a reason to monitor it. What is important is that due to the illicit nature of goods, they demand flesh the value of the man is incredibly high, because of all the risks of procurement. I then raised the look. This high value, meanwhile, is what attracts the suppliers and slave traders. They deal in this illegal practice because of this meaningful transaction. Their greed smothers all other considerations. Hence, they supply lives without losing their sleep because it benefits them. I leaned back in my seat and clapped my hands together. I asked her why the slave trade exists, why slaves are slaves, and now I'll give you the answer. The trade exists like all trade exists. Because there's problem. Because by selling rights and liberties to the highest bidder, the traders get their hands on the highest bidders. Instead of through reality seeking profit, they're slowly dying in this vicious ceramic advantage. Instead, they're involved in all the product. Tilde Tilda. It had taken a considerable chunk of the suddenly sharply curtailed budget to ensure that every marine devoted to Marineford above a certain size had gotten a snail and screen permanently installed. But with Jeremiah Cross's influence reaching new heights with each broadcast, it was a necessary expense. It was this new capability that everyone in Marineford on high alert from the moment that Cross posed his first question. Everyone, including the poor souls, just looking to relax a bit in the mess hall. Which when the voice of anarchy announced his plan included Vice Admiral Garp, his 2 apprentices, and his executive officer. Ooh, I think I get it now, Kobe Bree, staring at the screen with a flabbergasted expression. Garp's expression was neutral, thanks to the throbbing when Cross 6 single flow. Not an unfamiliar feeling, granted. It still hurt. Yeah, I'll admit it's too smart to handle like this. Hell, I'm almost halfway impressed with the little shit. Except that you're still pissing. Bogart deadpan. You're damn right I am. Garp snorted and slammed his fist down the table. I don't care how brilliant the plan is. It might be Grant and the delusions he's made. Thinking he's a pirate when he should be a hardworking petty officer by now. I'll wring both their necks. Bogart's already flat. His skeptical expression somehow felt even flatter. You still think Luffy can be a marine? When literally everyone in this room is ordered to shoot him on sight. He punctuated the statement by indicating the mess hall where they were enjoying their lunch. You can practically see him with his companions right on the screen. Don't be an idiot. Garp scoring dismissed. That little moron's made of rubber. Boys don't do jack against him. Believe me, I checked. And just like that, so many questions answered and so many new ones raised in a single sentence. Still, though, I wonder if anyone possibly tried pulling off something this big or brown or being bred like that. Bridges. Yes, I see how much I'm out of the way. Well, at least I know that little plan of theirs, as brilliant and intricate as it is, can't be any worse than breaking the bunny cake. Everyone in earshot looked at him with the most deadpan looks. Well, everyone except for Kobe, who was too nice to do that. He just looked at him with pity instead. We have no idea what Cross is getting at, but Bogarts did more than that. What? See, that is preposterous. Slenderous. Salubrious. Bogart turned to Kobe, who was by now resting his face. Next time you're by the library, stick a dictionary down his throat, would you? Aye, sir. Kobe realized his right. Oh no. Tharp said, fixing a second apprentice with a leer. The word was as much of an honest as it was when they attacked the Nice Lava. Case in point, sir. Kobe suddenly yelled, directing everyone's attention back to the display. On screen, the disguised figures were entering the building. Cameraman, I am sure the entire audience knew that when we were on the storefront. By all accounts, there was nothing special, no scene in the building children's store, lacking any particularly distinctive features aside from an eye-searing yellow green t-shirt prominently displayed on the store front of the. As the group pushed open the doors, the camera followed them inside, zooming down the swoop inside the corner of the door frame and shoot up from the crown of the room. A move which the building's owner totally missed, as he was more focused on the dozen or so customers that had just entered his establishment. Said only looked at a group that practically radiated a stressful crowd with a distinct lack of nerve, which in turn set the nerves of all other viewers on edge. May I help you? The shopkeeper asked, addressing him when he dealt with shadowy figures on a daily basis. He went directly here by Mr. Drago. The lead figure of the group answered in a measured and unrecognizable voice. Our business is currently short-handed. We were informed that you provide the disenfranchised with quality employment. As the exchange progressed, the camera scanned over the interior of the building, a sizable space with nicely arranged mannequins and clothes racks with a selection spanning a fair age range in both genders. The officers watching were meant to abide by the law and stop any wrongdoing that they saw. Here, however, it was very clearly just an ordinary clothing store. All right, I give up, Helmeppo said. What dastardly deed is done in this dashery? Designer smuggling. Receiving no answer, the young Marine glanced at his best friend and recoiled in surprise at the expression on his face. How had that one sergeant put it? Oh right, fit to shank a bitch. Garp grimaced. Oh right, I had you helping with that overflow paperwork on the prisoner transfers. You knew! The Meppo snapped incredulously. Couldn't do anything about it, none of us could, Garp replied, looking like he'd been into a lemon with a cut in his mouth. Came from above our heads.
But
and before
not
you say
today.
anything, Los Sengoku's too. Kobe's face remained a few shades darker than his hair as he turned back to the screen. Luffy,
have
could this
the-
actually happen to? All for the benefit of those of us who didn't help with that overflow paperwork Helmeppo prompted. The confusion for Helmeppo and everyone else in the room not savvy enough to understand it promptly evaporated when the owner slid the front counter's top back and opened one of its sides, revealing a hidden staircase to an underground level. Oh, said Helmeppo then again darkly. Oh, turning to Garp with a thunderous expression, he asked, so how much money is the government getting for this? Way too much, kid, Garp sighed, trying to knead away his growing migraine. Way too much, he then glanced aside with a slight scowl. And way too much of it is going places I can't follow. Meanwhile, on the screen, the hooded figures followed the shop owner down the stairs in single file. And as the view followed them, Cross's voiceover resumed. Tilda, oh Tilda. All right, so the slavers come stay scum because they're making money hand over fist, log rouse. Shooting me a grim look that I'm pretty sure was at least halfway genuine. What was the point of telling us all this? The first half of this was meant to properly explain that the slave trade is profitable. Now I want to impress on you just how much it's profitable. Somehow I doubt you're building up to us getting a slice of it and empire ourselves. Well, you're not entirely wrong, but I'll elaborate in a bit. For now, let me impress on you all just what that pie looks like. I fished a pamphlet out of my back pocket and held it up for everyone to see. Let's start with the baseline. This is a pricing list from the Human Auction House, located on Grove 1 of the Archipelago. It says that the starting bid for a single human is 500,000. As the auction house is the single most successful slave store, let's assume their price is to set the standard. This means we can assume that one slave's life is worth 500,000. There were a few grimaces and scowls at the idea of putting a price on a person's life without them having done something to earn it. I mean, but nobody disagreed with me. Now, time for some simple math. Let's assume that one slaver sells on average 10 human slaves in one day. That means that slaver earned their lives worth 10 times over. So at the end of the day, that slaver has 5 million. Few of the gathered pirates shifted, but it was the shifting of boredom rather than interest. Kids' body language in particular screamed, get on with it. Next, let's broaden the scope a bit. Let's assume that there are 10 slavers in the South archipelago, and they all sell 10 slaves in a day. Tack on another zero, and collectively it makes 50 million in one place. A few people perked up at that, but denied everyone around them did the math and settled down again. But at this point, people was starting to look interested. And now, let's move this into the fourth dimension a bit, time. See, the thing about scum like the slavers, there are two assumptions you can make about pretty much any of them. They're greedy sons of bitches. And they're paranoid sons of bitches. So, I swung my arms out in a grandiose manner. What's the last thing greedy, paranoid piece of shit's gonna do with his money? I'll tell you, let it out of their sight. Rather, I lean forward, grin widening. These kinds of people, they hoard their money, keeping it in arm's reach at all times, and spending the bare minimum to get what they need, both personally and for their business. Because while buying things with money is fine, for these guys it's more about having it. Makes sense. While the impatience is still there, a handful of them, most of whom were damn not even understanding. So as I said time, let's assume these slavers sell 10 slaves a day. I knock my finger on the table. And let's assume they still have all the money they've made. Another knock. Over the past month, a third knock. Let's multiply our original 50 million. I grinned savagely as I finished. By 30. One by one, everyone did the math in their heads. They ran the numbers, they added it all up, tacked on the zeros, and one by one, their faces would slack as though they had seen the face of God. 50 million times 30, Killer wheezed, knuckles white from how hard he was gripping the table. That's 5 billion to risk, Rouge bit out, staring at nothing in sheer awe. On one island. I think he just summed it up as the Lord let out a sharp wheeze, though some of the still amusing as this was, for I was like to crunch and sue. Evil people, please. I waved my hands clicking. I implore you to take a reaction to this direction. After all, I grinned impishly. I'm not quite done yet. The way the other nose's attention snapped to me, you would have thought I'd just robbed the business. You see the number I just put before you, that 1.5 billion bounty. I folded my hands patiently. That's a little off. I swear to God, I think I heard some of their minds break. You see, ladies and gentlemen, what you have to remember is that all those variables I was giving you were essentially established baseline. In truth, the statistics improved quite drastically, aided by the fact that Sabaody Archipelago is the world's premier slave-selling hub. Not the only one, but the main one. And as such, we need to take some more variables off the market. Pop up one of my fingers. Variable 1. Each slave house sells a lot more than a mere 10 slaves a day. The second figure. Variable 2. Because this is the primary slave market, there are far more people here than slave shops. And of course, we also need to tack on the slave shop's own providers, the kidnapping agents, a third. Variable 3. Sabaody Archipelago has been open since 24/7/365 for the past 200 years. And over that time frame, wealth has built up enough to rub these gross. And I will just bet you that every person getting their hands on that money has been loath, absolutely loath to part with it for any reason whatsoever. Money comes in, it doesn't come out, and the numbers just keep ticking up. And lastly, I clap my hands together as I hit variable 4. The most variable is price. As I said, 500,000 is the baseline for a human slave. The baseline. Now, I won't lie, chances are that some shops will sell on the cheap for less than that, maybe even most, but others. Others will inflate their prices and sell for more. And again, that's just humans. The lowest, the weakest, the simplest. Literally every other species that passes through here in chains goes for a price per head that is a full factor higher than that of humans. Truly sickening and truly profitable. And you're all getting one last week and honey piped up, transferring attention onto herself and her right, flexing eyes and tempo. The clients. Dozens of rich people, spread across this entire archipelago, bringing with them enough money to afford these exuberant prices and plenty left over. And of course, there's their jewelry and the exotic pieces that wouldn't be caught dead traveling without on their yachts. Because of course, the rich must present themselves as such. Nothing but dressing and appearances. Her expression is positive and lovely at the same time. But appearance is worth millions apiece, and it's all you can just knock over and get. Zoro snorted with a grin smile that just promised pain. After all the power that slavers and slave owners hold come from the fact that they hold the chains. Take those away from them, and compared to anyone in this room, they're nothing but weaklings. And for once, weaklings who you can actually feel proud about kicking while they're down. My fellow Apex Outlaws, I picked up again, smirking menacingly at my stunned listeners. I think I built this up enough. My point in saying all of this is that while we could view these slave houses as hives of scum and villainy that are far worse than any one of us, we could view them another way. Namely, as our very own piggy banks, just waiting to be smashed open. And this archipelago, this horrid, wretched place of nightmares and misery, is the single richest location on the side of the red line, bar none. And it is all ours, for the taking. Tilda, oh Tilda. The abhorrent image now being broadcast showed a dark complex reminiscent of a prison in the shop. As the shopkeeper calmly led the hooded figures into the corridor from the cell, 3 cars rose to a nearby table. Their smokes and cards forgotten, their posture at attention. Kinda. They were still just dubs. But it wasn't a stark scene that had Topham's sweet commander staring at the screen with wide eyes. How has nobody considered this before? Demanding Cracker, his jaw twitching. Nobody who had the right balance of strong enough to do something about it and too rich and powerful to give a damn about it, I would guess. Katakuri answered, his fingers tapping against his arms in intense thought. As his mama and the beast have always benefited too much from slaver services to even consider the idea. Charlotte Moody snorted in equal parts disgust and sadistic anticipation. Not the first time that Jeremiah crossed his and world with his viewers. Katakuri hummed and nodded in agreement. Though the question is why he's sharing this opinion with a bunch of rookies who couldn't be made to, and so it was at the ineffable no. One of the big mom pirates stiffened, his eyes widened in shocked realization. Oh, Snack glanced at his elder brother with full curiosity. Hey, what are you? On screen, the merchant cleared his throat, and the commanders all fell silent. As I'm sure you've been informed, I offer a wide selection of merchandise, the trader announced, gesturing at his stock dismissively as he took a seat behind a desk near the back of the room. The pieces we have on display are good for menial labor, and if you're looking for a stress reliever, we have new shipments in the back that haven't been fully broken yet. A handful of use and a healthy supply of men and women. Base price is $1 million per head, but if you pay in cash or purchase more than 15, we can arrange for a small discount. Hiram, the leader of the group, pumped off, visibly tapping his fingers together. Stepping up and down the length of the prison, he examined each slave in their cage. Each slave, in turn, flinched back from the gaze. The examination finished with the leader in front of the trader's desk. How about I make you an offer and we go from there? By all means, sir, the trader replied. Tilda, oh Tilda. The mood in the room was positively jubilant. Weary signs had replaced eyes all around, and you could practically smell the greed in the room. It smelled like money, naturally. Everything seemed to be going as planned to CF. Zoro wins, kids about to book it, sound, quite subtly informed us, rolling his ice talks. Numbly scowled and Zoro smirked as our navigator tossed our boss head a bundle under the table. And true to Soundbite's words, Kid shoved himself out of his seat and turned for the doors. Fuck you guys. You brought us here to set us on slavers. Fine by me. Too bad for you. It worked too well on taking the money all for. Useless kid. You walk out the door and I guarantee that you'll be cutting a zero clean off your potential haul if not all of ours, I snapped, slamming my words into his back like a sledgehammer. A sledgehammer backed up by every eye in the room, suddenly piercing Kid's back and freezing him in place. Ever so slowly, the infamous captain turned his head to glare back at me, the air rippling around him with electromagnetic wave. Say that again. He growled. I almost flinched under the sheer force of his ire, and managed to channel it into a few twitches of my fingers. There's one more trait of slavers that I neglected to mention as you're forgetting, Kid. I patiently drawl. Paranoid. Greedy. Cowards. The rats, all of them. And what do rats do when one of them gets caught? They scatter, killer ants for me, said I, and keep them under his mask. Face facts, Kid. We've got a lot of losers on our crew, maybe second only to the Jiggies, but we don't have enough people to cover the archipelago. We can hit 2, maybe 3 slave houses at the same time. He slammed his gauntlet down hard. And that's what we'll get. 3. Everyone else will hear that slavers are getting hit and go to the ground. Instead of a force, we'll only get a fraction. Which is why we're all here, on you to create this channel. If we want to hunt rats, then we need to do it right. Close every escape route, push them into a corner. If we work together, we'll get them all, or at least a hell of a lot. So the question becomes, Kid, I draw, holding up my hand for an seat. What do you really want to walk away with? Will you leave with gold bullion? Or will you let it all turn to gold sand and slip through your fingers? Kid's face was as red as his hair when he turned back to me. Sighing explosively, the punk captain slammed back into his seat. Hurry the hell up, Cross, because I'm this close to throttling you with your own hands. I set my jaw and planted my palms flat on the table. So noted. I'll try and keep the short. Nani, if you would. At my prompting, Nani withdrew a sheaf of papers from her jacket and slid them down the table. She held up a sheet of her own, showing it to be her map of the archipelago. What you're holding is as comprehensive a map of Sabaody archipelago as I could manage on short notice. Each red dot is a slave house. And as you can see, she scowled at the paper, which looked like it had chickenpox. Cross was understating things when he said there were more than 10 slave houses on this archipelago, which is a good thing for our wallets, bad for covering the entire place. The truth is, even working together, we're probably not going to be able to hit all the slavers before they bolt. But if you follow our plan and we position people and shifts the right way, then we can move and clear the shops with maximum efficiency, and thus maximum profits. Sounds good to me, Kid said, standing up to leave again, though thankfully much less angrily. I'll go get my juggoss ready to go, and then you can call me the RG to start telling me where to start busting heads. Maybe cracking skulls will help mine stop pounding. Come on, killer. And of course, while you're busting heads, I tacked in, tapping my fingertips together. You can see about busting the merchandise, his chain's open too. I asked him. We wouldn't have any issues. But more likely, Kid stopped instead, slamming his hand to his face with a savage growl. It is a mistake to talk to you again, and an even bigger one to ask you this question. But why exactly should we care about? My gauntleted fist slamming down on the table was punctuated by sound bites Rottweiler-esque snarl. Watch. You're. Wording. The slaves, he finished tightly, though the door's hinges no, the room's whole structure was creaking ominously. Worse, while nobody openly agreed with Kid, I could see a few of our more morally dubious allies side-eyeing me, awaiting an answer. Not that surprising, really these were pirates we were dealing with, not saints. Hence why I'd come up with an answer long before this. I've got a few reasons that would appeal to you, actually. First, the obvious one. Snubbing the Navy. Yeah, that got them paying attention. As you'll recall, we're right on Marineford's doorstep. In any other circumstances, they'd have all three admirals bringing down the wrath of God on our heads. But this is the one they explicitly can't touch with a 10-foot pole. Their reputation is in the toilet already thanks to yours truly. So if we free the slaves as we go, then we can commit our little crime spree in broad daylight and all they'll be able to do is watch. This'll be front page news to begin with. How much worse will it be if it's not just pirates freeing slaves, but Marines trying to stop them? It clearly took a lot of effort for Kid to not smirk at that, and nobody else tried to suppress the urge. Second, rob the dealers of their treasure and they're left broke. Rob them of the slaves too, and they're left with absolutely nothing. It'll dramatically reduce any future profits, but it also means we don't need to watch our backs for vengeance in the form of assassins, hired mercenaries, things like that. This also counts towards the kick them while they're downside of things. The promise of pain visibly swayed Kid more, which wouldn't last long with what I was about to say next, but seriously. And number 3, leaving someone in chains when you have the keys in your hand is a dick move, I declared. Tone as dry as alabasta in a drought. Are you really telling us it's this hard for you to not be a dick? Or like, not even the whole day, just a few minutes at a time. Alright, that fucking. If my gauntlets hadn't ended since sea prism stone, they probably would have snapped my own neck before anyone could do anything. Since they did though, Luffy had plenty of time to zip over to Kid and grab his arm. With a dangerous look in his eyes, it came as a surprise what happened next. You can also ask them to join your crew. What was that? Kid demanded, side-eyeing the rubber man. You could ask the people you free if they want to join your crew, Luffy repeated. It's not just normal people who get taken, it's pirates too. Some might be too strong, but others could have been tricked and then they couldn't get out. A lot of them will probably want to go home, but if you free a pirate and they still want to go back to the sea after all they've gone through. There was a heavy moment as everyone mulled over Luffy's words. From the eager grins that spouted 10 seconds later, they agreed. Hell, some of the supernovas seemed almost more eager about this prospect than the money. He has a point, I admitted with a smirk, snapping Kid's irate though now somewhat restrained glare back to me. Whoever you free is going to look at you as a savior. I know you wouldn't care about a bunch of civvies licking you, but Luffy's right, even pirates can get bagged. Hell, it's even more likely because of bigger bounty and the kind of physical strength and stamina you get at sea both make a person more valuable. And if that muscle hasn't broken by the time they're set loose, well, you won't find a more loyal crewmate now, will you? Kid grit and ground his teeth as though the sign of admission were being tortured out of him, and normally I'd revel in that. But I still needed this much to work with me on this so. But hey, I shrugged in an exaggerated manner. If you're that opposed to it, then fine. Just stick with my group during the hunting. You grab the money, I'll break the chains. Hell, I swept my arms out to indicate the rest of the supernovas. We'll all do it. Split our crews up and mix the parties. That way, nobody can pull one over on the others, keeping us all honest. Satisfied. Kid stared for a few moments, twitching slightly. Finally, he sighed again, somehow managing to relax while staying just as tense. I hate you, Jeremiah Cross. That took my temper a bit. Standing, I marched up right in front of him, Luffy stepping aside and stared him right in the eyes. And I'm not your biggest fan either. In case you missed it, I don't give you shit for shits and giggles. I do it because while none of us in here are saints, you're a literal monster. I spat. I think I'd send you to Davy Jones in a heartbeat, but much like the Marines in Akenu, you're more useful to us breathing. You want me to change my tune, give me a damn reason to. But until then, we can either stick together and give the world a right hook that will leave it seeing double for the rest of its days, or you can walk out that door and be on your merry way, not having lost the grief from having associated with me. And it's all entirely your choice. So you tell me, Eustace, Captain Kidd. I stuck my hand out to the punk metal pirate, still glaring into his eyes. Are you in or out? Tilde tilde. I'll make this nice and simple, the group's leader announced. I have 2 offers I can put on the table. Either you can hand us the keys to your earnings and savings, along with the keys to every slave collar in this joint, or I can give you a lifetime supply of chocolate. So tell me, good sir, which will it be? The slaver, up to now thoroughly professional, leveled an unimpressed glare at the speaker, the thugs nearby fingering their weapons. I don't know what you think you're playing at, but in case you haven't noticed, I'm running a delicate business operation here. I don't welcome jokes in my establishment, he tersely answered. Ah, but see, this is the grand line, and someone like you is good at reading people. So tell me, friend, the group leader tilted his head. Do I seem like I'm lying to you? Perry stared at his would-be customer for a minute, looking him all over, judging his words in person. And then his eyes slowly widened in shocked realization. You'll really give me a lifetime supply of chocolate if I ask for it. The potential customer gave him a thumbs up. Last you till the end of your days, guaranteed. The trader's expression lit up, and he let out a bark of shocked laughter. Then hell, should be pretty obvious, yeah. I'll take it. Give it to me. All too gladly, the hooded figure chuckled as he reached into his coat and held out 1 bar of chocolate. The shopkeeper's expression collapsed entirely into even stronger blandness than before. You serious? How do you consider this? Click, 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 click. The trader's words died in his throat as the visitors to his fine establishment produced well over a dozen firearms between them. There were at least 2 for every guard, and 4 on the trader himself. The leading figure shifted his hood just enough to reveal a cheery grin. Would you like to enjoy your chocolate now, or would you rather take a mulligan? WW, what the fuck is this? The slave trader gibbered, somewhere between furious and terrified. What? You've never been robbed at gunpoint before. My own, you have my sincerest congratulations. The hooded man laughed, applauding. Truly, your clientele must be outstanding paragons of virtue. Why, you little? The trader snarled. He stepped forward, but hastily reversed direction when four thumbs cocked their guns. W, why the hell are you doing this? Huh? Wheel. Most first reason I can think of is that your scum of the earth who deserves to have the worst things imaginable things that you've done unto you. But honestly, the trader nearly had a heart attack as the leading man tossed back his hood, revealing the familiar Samaritan face of Jeremiah Cross, with his damnable pet snail resting on his shoulder. Yeah, my identity says it best, huh? Cross smirked tauntingly. Wait, you're... H ha ha ha. Trader suddenly broke out laughing, a word relief in his voice. You're bluffing. You're bluffing. You wouldn't kill me. None of your sea crew would. The slave trader jerked fully upright and slammed his palms down on his desk, snarling at Cross. You really think I'll ruin myself just because the worst a little twerp like you could do is beat me up? Cross and Soundbite exchanged mischievous stares and malicious smirks. True, we'd likely just beat you black and blue and leave it at that. Cross admitted. And then another finger grabbed the trader's head and slammed his face down on the desk. Their other hand drawing a pistol and landed against the side of his head. The hood slipped off from emotion, revealing the wickedly grinning visage of a pirate that was decidedly not a straw hat. But I don't have any problems putting one through your skull and leaving you in a secret and just kid leered. Not any doubts about that. The trader turned a desperate look at Cross, who simply made show buffing him. When he noticed the trader looking his way, he shrugged casually. Hey now, what do you want from me? My captain isn't here, and I'd rather like living. Getting in the way of the kid to save your worthless ass runs counter my sense of self-preservation. Come on, does this really surprise you? Soundbite taunted. I'd say that a lack of empathy is something you of all people should really empathize with. What do you want? What do you want? The trader begged miserably. Cross's smile turned cold. Let me be nice and clear here. Your life is over. It's your choice whether that statement is literal or metaphorical. Now, we'll be taking all the funds in your coffers and every last one of your victims. If you're still inclined to resist, I should warn you that I wouldn't be able to stop my associate here from tearing you apart if I wanted to. Quite frankly, he doesn't want to. The kid finished, bloodlust radiating from his grin as he increased the pressure he was putting on his victim's skull. So by all means, give me an excuse. Suits of all this down the HH hallway, last door on the right. Keys are right each here. And the guards have the keys to the slaves and stock room is through the side door. The shopkeeper bowed and carried his hand gently with from his belt. The kid snatched the ring, shoved him aside, and kicked him in the ribs while he was down for good measure. All's all yours, agreed Cross. Kid gave the slightest of nods back before stalking to the end of the hallway. One of the thugs had enough common sense to toss Cross's keyring. The other two still hesitated. Cross rolled his eyes and gestured flatly at the rest of the hooded figures still with him. Did I forget to mention that these guys are from other supernova crews, i.e. not straw hats? That loosened the hold on their keys right quick. Cross nodded in polite thanks. Much obliged. His expression then darkened, and he jerked his head directly at the pirate. Knock him out. The guards barely had time to obscure before the lights more than a few teenagers shouted. As tempting as it was, leaving the slave merchant and his lackeys alive was the better thing to do, both morally and practically. They kept the operation's image clean, and would spread the tale throughout the slaving community. All of those considerations damn near went out the window. They opened the side door and got a good look at the slaves' living quarters. If their current state of existence could even be called such, another person in that room was chained to the wall by a bomb collar around their necks. Skin exposed by frayed reject bin clothing oozed blood and other. Wounds chained to the wall by bomb collar around their necks. Skin exposed by frayed reject bin clothing oozed blood and other, more unpleasant liquids from weeping sores. But it was the faces that really got to him. Faces painted in despair and hunger in their dark bags and prominent cheekbones, traces of anger and sadness only barely visible. And there were easily dozens of them. As the trader had said, he didn't lack for diversity. It took a solid minute for him to fight down his anger, and after that minute, he climbed onto a convenient crate, with all of the slaves over, and spoke. As of 3 minutes ago, this place is OUT. Oh, business. He announced, garnering the undivided attention of the ex-slaves in the building. Unsurprisingly, skepticism was the order of the day, but many of the ex-slaves had some life back in their eyes. I'll say again, while we are getting out of here, if you think you can get home safe on your own, feel free to bolt. Anyone who can't find their way home, follow the maps we can. We'll have you out of those chains as soon as we match the keys. Silence met his declaration, disbelief tint took upon their faces. But as he split the keyrings between the other pirates within them, they began testing keys and keyholes. The realization that they were about to be free began to sink in. Tears welled in their eyes, and with them cries of relief and adulation. Cross wasted no time once he had the cells open. Recalling the organizational process of 69, having confining keys revealed that the slaver had a similar labeling system between keys and their chains. One by one, Cross fitted the keys prisoner after liberated prisoner offering in their heartfelt gratitude. And this trend would have likely continued, were it not for a major and unexpected interruption. What the hell is the hold-up, Crow? Cross couldn't quite bring himself to care the kid had stopped mid-demand. Focus as he was on going through the keys. Either shut your mouth and help or shut your mouth and get out, but either way, cram it. Finally locating the right key, Cross inserted it into the lock. He was thus caught entirely flat-footed when a ripple passed through the air, the lock in his hands, in fact, every lock in the joint, clicking open all at once. It took Cross half a minute to properly reboot his brain, and by the time he turned around and looked back at Kid, the other pirate was already halfway to the store's exit. We're wasting time. Come on, he tossed over his shoulder dismissively. Cross stared at Kid's back in stunned silence before nodding and snapping up a quick salute. Aye, aye, Captain Kid. Lead the way. And though Kid didn't openly acknowledge either of his gestures, the fact that he actually missed a step spoke volumes. Once the moment had passed, Cross followed behind him, deftly positioning himself as he walked so that he impeded as few of the escaping freed slaves as possible, even helping a particularly injured man hobble up the stairs. And as he went, smiling all the way, Cross patted the pocket where he'd stashed his tone dial. Tilde, tilde. I clicked my tone dial again, ending the recording process. That should be more than enough material to get the ball rolling. Now we just needed to start this thing off, and it'd be over before the world government could even process what was happening to it. As such, with parts assigned and crew combination gruffly hashed out, everyone got up to leave the room. Right in the middle of the door, however, Bonnie paused and looked back at me. What aren't you telling us here, Cross? She asked, everyone else freezing themselves. Look, don't get me wrong here. I'm willing to believe that you're not going to double-cross us this time. And God knows that this is totally in line with something you would pull, but at the same time, I can't shake the fact that it isn't. No matter how big what we do today is, no matter how unprecedented, the fact is that it's still too simple, too fleeting. The deal was the next to front of it. She's right. Even after we burned down these slave houses and stolen all their goods, they'll still have their skills and connections, and still have their funds to keep stashed off the archipelago. Some of them have to be prudent enough to store some savings off island. No matter how much we reduce to ash, it will all be like nothing ever happened a few months from now. So tell us, Cross, what's the real scam here? I coughed and tugged at my collar, taking a second to arrange my thoughts. We're not the only ones who will be doing this, only for that to become unnecessary thanks to Luffy of all people. My captain wore an expression that even I couldn't quite decipher. He didn't elaborate. I bowed my head and backed up a bit, which got him to continue. Why do pirates bury treasure and use X to mark the spot? Luffy asked. Continue into a very weird place that had the superheroes look at each other and confused, but continue nonetheless. Why do we wear eye butches and have hook hands and peg legs? Why do we listen to people call for parley who are digging back fire before Sean? Why do we fly the Jolly Roger as our flag? Silence. None of you know why, do you? The doubtful looks the other captains wore spoke volumes. I'll tell you why. It's because all that stuff is just what pirates do. It's who we are, what piracy is. We do all of that stuff because it's how things are done, how things have always been done. You're talking about the mimetic identity of piracy. Law mused thoughtfully. Chalk up another ingredient for the anachronism stew. I hit a chuckle on the clock and sobered up quickly because Luffy was I nodded. Yes, Law was right. Anyway, this identity stuff is how all pirates define themselves, Luffy continued. I know there isn't really a pirate code or anything, but this is pretty close. And now Luffy tilted his head forward, and the shadows of his hat made his eyes stir. Now we're going to add one more thing to it all. In the space of a second, it was as though the room was struck by lightning. Luffy gave it no time to settle. We're not going to tell the other pirates, Luffy. No Straw Hat Luffy. Because this can just be our plan.
The manatee.
Instead, we're going to start on our own. When the pirates will hear all learn about this from our crew, and when everyone sees it on this BS, they're going to think we can do this too and do the same thing we do. And then because it was their idea and it worked so good, they'll do it again. And again. And again. And when the other pirates see that we'll grow our crews, our treasure, and our reputations in a way that the Marines can't protect us for, they'll take that one foot meat just like we will. And it will keep happening, none picked up, over and over again, because it's easy and it will work. They're going to learn that this big, vile beast known as slavery bleeds gold, and they won't stop cutting into it until it runs dry. This plan becomes a legend. Zoro picked up, drumming his fingers on Chusuri's hilt. The legend spreads around the world, and imitate the legend. The legend fades, and the raids become tradition. And even when tradition fades, the habit remains. And lo and behold, the circle has spread out wide, as though it were all nice and self-evident. A new dawn on a new world. Simple, no. From the awestruck expressions of the Novas, I'd say it was more than simple enough for them. Bonnie slowly sank into a chair, staring off into space. You're going to set piracy against slavery, she all but wheezed. And not just slavery, but other reprehensible criminals who are not pirates as well. Years uttered, sounding way too happy at the idea. Drug traffickers, criminal syndicates. It'll make pirates a whole lot of enemies, Vijay wondered, his expression swiftly lighting up as realization struck him. And when other criminals band together and try to fight back against pirates, they'll hit those uninvolved too and draw vendettas on their backs. Pirates band together to survive, fight even harder against criminals. This isn't just drawing lines in the sand here, it's carving them in stone. The mood was quickly rising, vindictive glee filling everyone to the brim. His won't change pirates, you know. And then of course the move was Pop, though rather than Kid doing it, it was actually Killer who grounded us in reality. They'll still loot and pillage, still go after civilians, the mass marauder stated. And even then, this won't be instant. 5 years, 10. The next generation, or the one after. No matter what, Easy Money says we won't live to see this through. I let the mood hang heavy for a bit. But only for a bit. You're right, we won't. But that's not the point. Even if this won't change everyone, it will define us. Define our generation. Define those who can adapt and grow, and those who are locked in their ways. In the end, we will be as immortal as Galdi. Roger. And I think that's a goal we can all strive for, isn't it? The room fell silent once more, but this time it was with an awe and hope that was truly positive. Maybe I could pump it up a little more. Oh, and have I mentioned the other payment to all of you for going along with this plan? I whistled innocently. Well, consider it a surprise for later. You're all gonna love it. And just like that, everyone was glaring daggers at me. Even my own crewmates. Oh, come on. A good surprise. I clarified, snorting and crossing my arms in disgust. Each you people no trust. Your last surprise rubbed us all blind. Bardo belted out to the nods and grins of everyone else once more, including my own crew, seriously. And yet you're still standing here like I promised, and I'd forget it, I groaned, waving my hands. Yeah, you know what, I'm done arguing over this. Let's just move this along to the part where we boot the world government in the balls, please. Tilde tilde. Once more, the population of Amazon Lily had clustered inside of the Coliseum, and it took Boa Hancock and Boa Marigold every ounce of willpower that they had to keep any semblance of composure, though their hellish memories roiled just beneath the surface. The reality of one of their wildest dreams before their eyes was stirring too much shock and bliss for them to succumb. Even after everything else, I never expected that they'd go this far, Marigold whispered. The fact that he has those other rookies nigh on helping him is proof enough that he's been planning this one for a long time, Nyan said shrewdly. Even so, the question, Nyan, is whether it will be enough. It must be, Hancock nearly snarled, staring with determination at the screen. I never expected anyone to do this much damage to those damnable slave traders again. But now that this is before my eyes, I've only dreamed of this happening, and I will not accept the possibility that he fails. Hancock's voice was relatively quiet, the passion within notwithstanding. The nearby Amazons couldn't hear the words she said, but they could definitely interpret the fury therein. And nobody wondered why, considering that they now had a view of the erstwhile slaves in sunlight rather than the dimly lit dungeon. Every scar, every teardrop, every dirt stain, every evidence of the slavers' abuse was plain as day as the dozens of humans, men, women, and children alike embraced their newfound freedom. Rather quickly, the screen burst into motion. Many of the more recently captured slaves were quick to bolt without a second thought, undoubtedly running off to either find quick transportation home or rejoin whatever cruise or ships they'd initially been on before getting snatched. Others, however, who showed more significant and longer-lasting scarring, were nowhere near so eager. Those unfortunate individuals had been imprisoned for so long that either they were too weak and disoriented to get very far on their own, or the transportation they used to get to the archipelago had long since departed. These were the people who were stranded, but those without recourse actually had one option remaining to them: the maps that had been handed out to them by the pirates. Despite their new freedom, several of them were hesitant, whether from general trust issues or trust issues regarding pirates specifically. Ultimately, though, they had little choice in the matter, so the released slaves used the maps to get their bearings, and started migrating to the destination marked upon them. As the
Hey
slaves made their
Jay,
escape,
my day's
pirates
going
casually
pretty
strolled out of
good.
an out-of-funk
Thank
shop,
you so much for
idly
the
watching these
follow, I
captives stream
appreciate
around.
it.
So now what? They'll just go from shop to shop, beating up slavers and breaking their chains. Marigold hissed. The others will bill like rats. I thought Cross was smarter than that. He said that himself even. Hold on, Mary Nyan. Nyan interrupted before the larger of the boas could really rile herself up. What did he say earlier? None of the pirates with him are part of his
Sorry
crew.
for the TTS,
In fact,
I'm
he is with
listening
them.
to a fanfic.
So, what does this say about how well the other supernovas took his plan?
Don't talk very much.
Very good, Marigold reasoned, settling back
So I
in
have
the
it as
chair.
background noise.
Still, Hancock sighed despondently. I would greatly appreciate some sign of how well their endeavors are going. A few seconds ticked by. All three women looked at the screen with frowns. Really, Nyan, he's usually so punctual when someone. Kraboom! No, never mind, there it is. Nyan yelped, reeling back. And indeed, all eyes in the stadium were locked on the screen, thanks to the explosions pouring on it. Any actual smoke and flame, however, was conspicuous in its absence. The explosions themselves sounded distant even. Those must have been the other parties, Hancock mused. Any of ours? He had unknowingly echoed. The latter pulled out a map, his eyes roving over it quickly before adopting a demonic grin. Not a one could confirm with a tone of immense satisfaction. Quite above the speed of word of mouth. The Amazons all boggled in shock at that little revelation. Wait, what? Was the boa sister detected since? Alden got a hold of her much more quickly as her eyes widened even further in realization. Is he trying to? The elder breathed to herself. Meanwhile, the more reviled pirate regarded Cross dryly before snapping his head away with a sharp tusk, and an even sharper flame. Guess you're halfway useful for something after all, you arrogant jug-off. Cross snickered as he walked off, backhanding Kid's arm as he passed. Come on, chick kicker. Let's go and earn our buns. That sunk in for a few moments, and a decision that Hancock had been debating for the last few days finally crystallized. Elder Nyan. Yes, Snake Princess. You still have that number that Senator Sonia sent us a few days ago. Why, yes, I do. Why? Are you considering the idea of accepting? No, but I'm considering the idea of considering. Oh. Jeremy Cross had, of course, had the good sense to turn on the transceiver's dead zone before he commenced the SBS, even with all the supernova's crews in place. Odds were that the competent slaver could pack up their stock and vanish with only a few minutes' notice. Despite this, there was one loophole that it couldn't prevent. A snail that was on a call with another snail off of the island could listen into the SBS by proxy. And so it was that the owner of the human auction house was in the middle of a panic attack. Oh my god, they're coming again. Cisco wheezed, digging furrows into the top of his desk in an attempt to keep his brain from outright collapsing. Nye, calm down. You're overreacting. The voice on the other end of the line droned, noisily snorting up an errant trail of snot. Overreacting. Disco shrieked. Straw hats are hunting slavers, and I run the biggest slave house on this hellhole. They even mentioned my name. I'm a dead man. You have to tell Doflamingo too. Nice. Your twice as dead. 10 seconds. Don't shut up. Voice cut in. Any trace of good humor gone. Disco instantly locked his jaw, crushing his panic for what could happen to him under the immediate threat for his life. Why, yes, Master Treble. The auctioneer miserably whimpered. Right, that's better. Now then, Treble huffed, tamping his temper back under control and rid of his careful haste. Although you presume much of thinking you can tell Don quick. So Doflamingo what to do. You're right that something needs to be done. And then, just like that, Sting was there to come and feel her. In fact, the young master foresaw something just like this from the moment the straw hats set their eyes on Savage. This is why the young master is already handling it. More specifically, that's why I'm here. This man behind him, beside his box office, and staggered as he tried to leap away from one of the last people he ever thought he'd see. Why you? He wheezed in mortal terror, his brain misfiring as he tried to figure out what the hell was going on. W, what are you doing here? Oh, you know, not much. The malicious smile on the middle of his face made him very grateful for very many things in his life. First and foremost, that he was an ally rather than an enemy. Of the Don Quick Silk Famiglia, just taking care of business. Chapter 76. Chapter 67. Savio's Revolution. 3. Chapter 67. Full steam. If Chopper were here, he'd be having a field day with how we're using these bubbles, numbing remark through slightly green tea. Well, having enough of a field day without that, Karu returned in a similar tone. Also, yell for you the bolt of lightning lashed out, frying another sap attempting to blow the whistle in Straw Hat's coop, with perhaps a bit more force than was usual for Nami. Understandable, but we should recognize the mark on Sap's arm. Some twist comments from soundbite about the Sap establishment were just gas on the fire. Thanks. You definitely got that right, Nami huffed, swirling her clouds around as she built up a fresh charge. Honestly, why couldn't these bastards have set up somewhere sane, typical and flat, like a desert or a plain? Instead of this damn labyrinth, Billy, barrel roll. The navigator clenched tightly under her mount as he spun in midair, flinging out the bubble from under another runner, and discharged a blast of voltage into the runner on his way down. That comes complete with three-dimensional vehicles. Also, one's going high. On it, Kerr said, zipping across a half-dozen bubbles to the trunk of the nearest mangrove. An impressive display of the training. He charged up the trunk and pushed off the body slam, the bubble bike off the drive. And the sage teed down, and Tabi Faya. Fair. Nami and Billy squawked in indignant unison. The prior throwing a concussive blast of wind that cheerfully reduced her turret skull to the nearest building. Let's not wait to say Gaish, I'll be can shy wait to begin with. Sheesh, let me finish my sentence. Carlos coughed as he hopped back onto the bubble. A second of travel later, another target came into sight. Before anyone could attack him, one person began body checked him, sending him something into view. The straw hat started to stare, giving the rider time to direct his mount to the slow glide towards them. Status update, sirs and ma'am, the rider said, saluting. Boss Jubal and Motabera have joined your guard force at Grove 77. The rest of us are spread out. Glad to have you guys on our seventh time. Nami replied with a quick salute of her own. Tell most of your guys to keep finding and bushwhacking these schmucks as long as you can and keep them inside soundbite's dead zone so they can't raise the alarm. We want the element of surprise to last us as long as possible. Aye, ma'am. Fish Rider nodded before his gaze snapped down to the roots of the mangroves. For the record, does that include those three guys trying to sneak by down while they're running? Mine. Karu quacked, shooting down at the hapless slavers. While Karu bounces those stooges off the pavement, Nami said, the ongoing carnage a flicker in her peripheral vision. You have any updates on how the rest of the teams are doing? The explosions are pretty self-explanatory, and I'd normally ask Sound, but for details. But I'd rather not distract him any more than absolutely necessary. Of course. Let me see. The fish rider withdrew a map from his jacket and gave it a quick scan. So far, things aren't going bad. Your captain as well as the men on War of the Seas are going strong. They'll be done with the 20s gross pretty soon. But the rider paused, scratching the back of his neck. The 10s are proving to be a bit more of a challenge. Oh, look out. It was this panicked cry that allowed the Nautic slaver employed mercenaries to narrowly avoid getting slammed into the wall by the ballistic body of one of their comrades. Never mind that would have been a far kinder fate than what the two pirates they were fighting were planning. A fate that one of them experienced almost immediately by way of Bonnie ramming her heel into his chin. Alright, anyone else want some? Or are you going to do the smart thing and give yourselves up for a slightly less severe beatdown? She demanded, the unconscious action kicked bouncing off the ceiling and landing behind her in a crumpled heap. The mercenaries nervously shifted around before one of them, fumbling behind his back, opened the door that he'd been backed up against. Immediately, he vanished into the dark room beyond, his comrades scrambling in after him. None of the pirates moved to stop them. Not even when the last mook slammed the door behind him, and the sound of haphazard fortification filtered through. Bonnie sighed in mock disappointment. The hard way it is then. Now, Hippo right. If you wouldn't mind. Aye, ma'am. Polar bear barked, marching up to the door. A firm kick from a mink that had been in Trafalgar Law for 11 years. And neither the door, nor the hasty fortifications stood a chance. Poe took a few steps into the darkness past the door, only to leap back a few seconds later, ducking and covering on the ground to avoid the salvo of bullets that smacked into the far wall. Poe pulled the broken door shut again and looked at the supernovas with him, expression apologetic. I'd like to report that I think we just chased them into their armory, ma'am, he said. Right. Roronoa, you go in first, Bonnie ordered. Zoro heaved the put-upon's eye and drew one of his blades. Slicing the door open, he strolled in, casually deflecting the bullets fired at him. And here I thought I could have some fun. Make yourselves useful and free the slaves, would you? The mink and captain scowled at the swordsman's back, and Bonnie glanced up at Poe. Next place we hit, do me a favor and accidentally break his leg. Aye. Though, I don't really think that'll slow him down. No, but it'll make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside to see him bleeding. You know I can still hear you idiots right. You were supposed to. On the other side of the room, Ever rolled her eyes as she brought her heel down on a cage's lock. I really hope that the other groups are being a lot more efficient than us right now. Oh, two stoic supernovas, one with a bored smirk and the other with an impassive scowl, stood before a particularly stubborn slaver. Let's make this nice and simple, Mr. Scumbag Slaver, Trafalgar Law stated patiently, drumming his fingers on the barrel he was using as a makeshift table. Listen here, you worthless shit, my name is. Irrelevant because of just how dead you're about to be, X. Drake cut him off. See, here's the thing, Law explained. As you recall, we have a third big shot with us today. And even though he doesn't look like it, he's Blackleg Sanji of the Straw Hats. This is important because right now, he's outside comforting the mother who we just freed from your gainful employ. And he's comforting her because she just begged us to retrieve her child, her 7-year-old son, who you sold earlier today. Which means that you have all of 10 minutes to cooperate with us and give us what we want before Sanji comes in here and kicks you to death. So for the sake of keeping this brief and moving things along, tell us who your buyer was, would you kindly? Law's expression stayed stoically smug for a moment before shifting to annoyance, an expression he directed skyward. No, I will not get a mustache and a golf club. Why would I even want to? I don't care how appropriate or hilarious it would be to hit him with a golf club. What do you mean I would be the one getting hit? Scowling, he stood up from the barrel with an annoyed grunt. Finish up here, would you, Drake? I need to see a snail about an impending salt checker. Yes, you heard me, a salt checker. Drake rolled his eyes as Law wandered off before taking his place. Look, here's the deal. Your books state that you sold the child for 2.5 million. Borderline extortion, even if you consider longevity, meaning that whoever you sold to must have been wealthy. Now, normally we'd have already beaten your head in for this, except you don't record your customers' names. But someone like you, I don't doubt you have it somewhere in your head. Now. Drake leaned his head forward just so that his now slit pupils were appropriately shadowed. Talk. CCC, come on, it was just a slave. The trader whined desperately, somehow managing to combine that and incredulous annoyance in the same breath. In response, Drake's expression and demeanor returned to calmly impassive. His hand grabbed the slaver's head. Thump. Gah. Bounced the slaver's face off the top of the barrel between them, cracking its lid clean through. That was wood, Drake drawled impatiently, ignoring the slaver's howls as he cradled his shattered nose. The next one will be metal. Let's try again, before I have to get insistent. Oh, a simple question. What do you do if your business is being attacked by pirates, and the entirety of the island you're operating on is their target? A simple answer. Get off the island. An answer every criminal not under attack grasped and executed. Or at least attempted to execute. See, in their panic, they failed to consider that the simplicity of the solution meant that any competent attackers would have long since thought of it first, and thus set up countermeasures. The same story on a different day, but why am I doing this? Vijay wondered aloud. Beneath his feet, the Nostra Casallo's cannons aligned with the ships, trying to flee from Sabaody, his main port. Thus immobilized. His men and a grab-bag assortment of pirates from other crews could, and were boarding the ships to question the crews and search for any illicit cargo. I mean, really now, Vijay continued to monologue. I have plenty of treasure, a big enough reputation, and a solid crew around me already. So why am I playing the big damn hero here? Because you would have returned to piracy because enough was never enough, perhaps. Hawkins mused from the prow of his ship, the Grudgeorf, which was moored next to Vijay's fortress ship. His eyes never left the card spread on the velvet-covered table before him. For my part, it appears that Cross's little surprise approaches pricelessness in its value, he added. Vijay huffed out a mouthful of smoke and shook his head. Or is it simply because of the debt you acknowledged when they attacked Tanai's lobby? Again, Vijay did not answer the other supernova, under the pretense of searching for one particular ship name. And then a snail rang inside his headquarters, his quarters inside his head, and suddenly the pretense was no longer a pretense. He tapped his finger to his ear, Hawkins curiously glancing up. What? Got a ship for you to look out for, came Drake's dry voice, his expression tense. Keep an eye out for a Royal Cruise liner called the Windsnipe. They spent a lot for just one kid, so they're likely to have plenty more cash on board. Along with the kid, yes, I got the implications. I'm not Black Bart, you know, but Jay growled, side-eyeing his priority target, the Windsnipe, a luxury ship. One kid in particular. Hawkins exhaled in disgust, then got to his feet. Shall we then? I believe that one is just ahead, the luxury craft 90 degrees off the port side. It would certainly explain why they've been so dead set on trying to leave before everyone else. Vijay snapped his attention around, noting the garish ship, and promptly scowled as it suddenly dropped full sail and tried to make a break for open waters. As I was saying, the diviner sighed. Yeah, that's our target all right. Hey, a round of blanks aided his shout in getting the attention of his subordinates, and also the attention of the contingent of dugongs that was helping support said subordinates and maintain the aquatic advantage. As for the Wayne snipe, the people on board were sent into a panic frenzy all right. A frenzy that only accelerated the ship's progress away from the island. Hawkins sighed and snapped the cards in his hands back into their deck. If they're this inclined to resist, better to cripple their vessel. Do you have any harpoon weapons in your arsenal? The magician inquired. Shouldn't you already be able to tell that for yourself? Vijay demanded. I realize that I'm a measure of what you plebeians would call bullshit, but I am not that level of bullshit, Hawkins huffed, rolling his eyes. He set down his cards and rose to his feet. Rather, I'm the kind of bullshit who has to tell you to duck, so that I don't run the risk of accidentally incinerating you. Will you, Jh? Vijay was given ample warning, as Hawkins had only begun to draw the blade. His panic and haste in hitting the deck were because he, like anyone else on Skelter Bite last week who was not a swordsman, had no desire to be in the crosshairs of a cursed sword that was as dangerous as any supernova and 10 times more bloodthirsty than Kid. A prudent move as it turned out. Hawkins, almost dismissive of the cursed blade, let loose an arc of green fire that not only ripped the Wayne snipe sail in two but also set what remained of the sail and a good chunk of the ship's mast on fire. Hawkins resecured the sword in its sheath, which appeared to be one gigantic metal seal tag, then retook his seat as their ships approached the Wayne snipe. The dugongs will likely be displeased with this amount of damage, he remarked without a hint of remorse. Then he paused and slowly turned his head to focus toward the ship. Do you hear those cries? Vijay looked at the wrecked ship, tilting his head and outright cupping his ear. Then he heard it, and his eyes narrowed as he identified what Hawkins meant. They fell into silence until they boarded the ship. All right, who owns this rotten tub? Vijay asked the cowering crew and passengers who'd been cornered on deck, though for all that his tone was calm and even. Demanded seemed more accurate for the sheer sense of foreboding his short stature exuded. Only one person seemed unaffected, and it was that person who stepped forward, everything about him screaming pompous. Why, you uncouth, ill-bred ruffians are being an inconvenience. Do you have any idea who I am? Bah, doesn't matter. Relinquish the funds to repair my ship, and maybe I will ask the Marines to be lenient with Og. The demonic scarecrow that had just torn at his arm stepped back, superficial but bleeding cuts. As Hawkins resumed his normal form, he gathered the blood from his fingertips and let Vijay take over scowling at the noble. A scowl only amplified by the cries he could still hear below deck. You're going to tell us where the kids are? Vijay literally rumbled with a voice too big for his small body as he marched forwards. And if you do it fast enough, then maybe you'll be able to walk before the end of the century. And if you hesitate to comply, Hawkins picked up, shaking the newly woven straw dog. We have our reasons to sack this archipelago without killing anyone, but you would be surprised what you can live through. So saying, Hawkins stuck a pin stuck through the doll's right arm, and the noble screamed as his corresponding limb tore open and started dripping blood. He grabbed his arm in terror, staring at the pirates with wide eyes. I think this is the part where you beg and concede, one of the passengers said boldly, with no small amount of guiltless glee. A glee he backed up by directing a suddenly far more amiable expression to the pirates. For the record, those of us who work for him only work for him, nothing else. So any chance we could just abandon ship and leave him to your mercies? Vijay took a few seconds to gauge their faces before answering. Go then. Take half of what you can carry, he said. He gave Hawkins a look that the other pirate returned. It was apparent to both of them that whichever ones went for their weapons were insincere. With that, the castle man took the cigar from his mouth, brandishing the burning tippet at the noble. Want some more incentive? All right, he screamed, ripping off a jeweled necklace that, upon further examination, was a keyring. The pirate replaced the cigar and took up the ring. And they're below deck, said a door, then said a door again. The former Don strode off without another word, casually breaking the door as he ascended into the depths of the ship. Passing through the second door, his face turned to disgust. The door was fortified, as were the walls. While the room itself was a spacious sitting room, there were two holes in the fortifications, one cracked from the damage above that had crippled the soundproofing, and the other sealed by steel bars, beyond which was a group of kids. Every last one had tear stains on their eyes, and it took only a moment to identify the one who had just been added. He was the most terrified of them all, and was chained to the outside of the cage. Suppressing a sigh, Vijay approached the boy and gently but firmly raised his head so that his eyes locked with Vijay's own. Come with me. I'll take you back to your mother, he said simply. The boy trembled, but after a few seconds, his hand hesitantly reached out to take Vijay's own. He looked at the other kids, their expressions wary but hopeful. Shock overtook the other emotions when Vijay unlocked the chains of the boy beside him, and then dropped the keys to the cage and chains within easy reach. As for you, you're all free to go. Go to Grove 77 if you don't know your way home from here. Vijay jabbed his thumb over his shoulder at the suit-wearing pirates that had entered the room behind him. And if you need help getting there, just ask some of my guys, and they'll do you a solid. Two of the kids didn't hesitate, bolting out of the room as fast as their legs could carry them, and the rest didn't take long to follow. A few remained until the others had gone, and Vijay watched them until the cell was empty. He looked over it carefully, seeing nothing of note, before sending a mental order that had a cannonball flying behind him as he walked out, obliterating the cell. Re-emerging, he found the noble sobbing miserably as he watched the children escape, to the disgust of every pirate present. Vijay also noticed Hawkins raising a brow at him, almost certainly because of the boy who was still holding the ex-Don's hand. I guess I've just got a soft spot for kids, Vijay shrugged with casual and not exaggerated indifference. Somewhere in getting called father all these years, I thought about being a real one. Hawkins watched him lead the boy away, his expression unchanging. Indeed, totally unchanging. Anyone who implied that the magician had a look of respect and or approval at that was nothing more than a soon-to-be suffering liar. Slam. Ogsanova. Hey, we got a runner. Speaking of those destined to suffer. Hawkins huffed a tired sigh as he flicked the hand in the blind corner, waiting patiently for it to strike the ground, and secure the runner's foot to the floorboard while he calmly sauntered around the corner. A second later, one of the law pirates, Penguin, his hat proclaimed, ran up and grabbed a hold of the would-be escapee, using one hand to shove them against the all while the other wiped at his bloody nose. Ugh, piece of thanks for that, magic man. Caught this charmer. He emphasized the words by stomping on the nail, drawing a whimper of pain from his captive. Trying to sneak out through a porthole with a freaking slave. Ballsy, gotta give him that. Mem Hawkins noted. I imagine our compatriots will find ripping said balls off quite enjoyable. Why, you stupid pirates! Tail's struggling captive held in both outrage and panic. Don't you get it? We've gotten away with this for this long because the law is on our side. Once they get to their ships, the port authority will shut you down, and if you try fighting back, Marineford is right next door. Both pirates fell silent while they processed the statement before Penguin donned a bloodthirsty grin. Oh, can we tell him? Please tell me we can tell him. I really love how the hope dies in their eyes when we tell them this bit. That drew a slight smirk from Hawkins. Quite. He turned a gimlet eye on the prisoner, causing him to stiffen up. I believe that you will find the super, Nova drawled emotionlessly, that the local government is slightly preoccupied. Oh, we finished securing all the corrupt elements and have them detained and awaiting arraignment, ma'am. All that's left is the man up top. Would you like us to finish this? That won't be necessary, Captain Mrs. Libya answered, not breaking her stride through the halls of the Sabaody Regional Government Headquarters. I'll be dealing with that man myself. For now, have your men maintain the perimeter and keep this quiet for as long as possible. I don't want word one of this to get out until it's too late for anyone to do anything. As you say, ma'am. And on a personal note, give him hell. Libya's hands clenched into fists at her sides. 7 years' worth, Captain. And you can believe I'm going to make him pay for each and every day of it. It was with those words that Libya reached and shoved open the doors to the building's executive wing, striding into the heart of the local government with a squad of local officers, police officers, mine, not Marines hot on her heels. The group's march through the offices went wholly unimpeded, thanks to the wing having been sworn a few hours earlier, and as such were almost dead silent due to the sheer number of vacancies that suddenly opened up that day. Almost being the key words here. There was one last source of noise in the office complex, a muffled storm of bellowing originating from the highest office of all, and it was in the direction of this very bellowing that the party was marching to. The bellowing was loud enough to bother Libya and the officers when they reached the foyer before the head office. Only the governor's secretary remained outside, a professional. Calm air around her contrasted mightily by the cold sweat on her neck and trembling frame. Hard to say if it was her boss's anger or Libya's entourage that was more to blame. Does he have a weapon? Libya asked immediately. The secretary swallowed and shook her head. She looked up at the officers. Never needed one before. Libya nodded and looked over her shoulder. Give me a minute, please, she said, receiving a nod from the officer before stopping her ears, calmly opening the door. Hell do you mean indisposed? What is more important than this? Get me the captain now, these pirates scum need to be handled. Maybe so, sir, but that doesn't change the fact that Captain Iguchi isn't available. The hell he isn't. Prefectus roared, slapping his fist right next to the snail's head. I pay the man's salary. He's available when I say he's available. The governor then snapped his gaze to the side with a sharp tusk. But if he wants to spit on my years of generosity, then on his head be it literally. Get me Lieutenant Kulsa at once and tell him. Ahem, Libya coughed pointedly. Mr. Prefectus. A word. Now is not the time, Miss Libyo. Prefectus snapped at her, waving her off without even a glance her way. And you will address me as governor. We will have words about your lack of respect at a later date, but for now, get out of my office. And as for you, get me Lieutenant Kulsa. I believe I can save you some time by informing you that ex-Lieutenant Kulsa is also unavailable, Libya dryly informed the governor. What was that? The governor grinned out, slowly looking up at her. Along with lieutenants, sergeants, and corporals Kobakawa, Damon Boyce, Savary, Stavish, Tuckerman, Libya shrugged with feigned indifference. Basically, everyone in the police force who was in your pocket. Prefectus sputtered as Libya turned her attention down to the snail. Officer, I will handle this. I apologize for the disturbance to your work. Please see that everything proceeds as discussed, if you will. Aye, ma'am. We'll inform you of any developments as they arise. Good man, she nodded, and with that she hung up. By now, Prefectus was full on glaring at Libya, looking fit to erupt. Miss Libyo, he grinned out, his words undercut by the grinding of his teeth. For your gross insubordination, you can consider yourself fired, effective immediately. Prefectus slapped the side of his snail's shell with a fierce snort. Dial Oyamata so I can tell him to draw up the paperwork you. He won't pick up either, mister. Prefectus. The rising rant choked on its own bile when the bureaucrat found his glare being matched favorably, with Libya providing some extra toxicity of her own despair. The fruitlessly ringing snail between them only gave her words more weight. You see, the reason you cannot contact Iguchi or Oyamata is that they have both been arrested on charges of corruption, she coldly explained. Funnily enough, the same can be said about the majority of the upper echelons of the government. We had to go very far down the department hierarchies to find acting heads for them. You should really have kept a more open door, Mr. Prefectus, if you had. You'd have noticed that there's hardly another soul in the building apart from you. You Prefectus echoed, his veins visibly pulsing. I don't know what you think you're playing at, you brew number cruncher, but you should have kept your head where it belongs. Down in your books counting my money. He slammed his fist down on his desk. I'll deal with this mess, and then I'll see you ruined, but for the moment, get out of my office. No, Mr. Prefectus, Libya said, glaring hellfire at her erstwhile superior. What did you just? Prefectus began. Then he shook himself, and with a visible effort, pulled together a cold, professional demeanor. Miss Libyo, I'm warning you for the last time. Get out of my office, or I can't guarantee you'll see tomorrow. Libya's jaw set firmly, her temper fraying almost to the point of snapping. She nonetheless controlled herself enough to only glare harder. First, she bit out. What I hope will be the final time I ever have to do this, my name is Libya. The snarled correction was punctuated by a fist slammed onto the man's desk, and followed up by a thoroughly vicious grin. And second, I very much do not regret to inform you that you no longer have the authority to do that, Mr. Prefectus. Stop calling me that! The rotund bureaucrat bellowed indignantly. That's governor to you, and I have the authority to do what I damn well. Actually, Libya cut him off, her grin turning venomous. As of 2 hours ago, you aren't, and you most definitely don't. Prefectus reeled back with a sputter. What are you? Libya practically tore a document out of her pocket and slammed it really down on the desk, shoving it forward for Prefectus to look at. Remember when I said we confirmed new acting heads for all departments? At noon today, the Sabaody regional government conducted an emergency vote of no confidence, and by the final tally, every single one of them had no confidence in you. Libya stepped back and raised her chin as Prefectus scrambled to pick up the paper and raked his eyes over it, analyzing it in nothing short of total panic. Mr. Prefectus, you are hereby relieved of your duties as governor of the Sabaody archipelago, effective immediately. This Prefectus wheezed, his face rapidly paling and panic setting in at the sheer gravity of the situation. It can't be happening. This isn't happening. This is treachery. Our rebellion. Revolution. No, Mr. Prefectus, Libya sniffed primly. The word you're looking for is coup, and you're on the receiving end of it. Officers. To Prefectus's horror, the law enforcement officers that had shadowed the doors of the room and flanked the ex-number cruncher. Your orders, acting governor Libya. The late officer intoned, pointedly ignoring Prefectus's panic stammering. The thus named acting governor jabbed her finger at her inglorious predecessor. Arrest this man for bribery, corruption, gross incompetence, every one of the myriad crimes he's committed that you can think of, and get him out of my office. At that, Prefectus seemed to get some composure back and grabbed the rifle hanging on the wall. The officers promptly tackled him to the ground, bound him up with cuffs, and then dragged him out, kicking and screaming. Libya took her seat behind the governor's desk, triumph written over her features as he was dragged out and the door pulled shut. And the moment that it closed, cold fury gave way to cold sweat and hyperventilation. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What the hell did he? Justo. Was the gist of her panicked rambling, and it was all that she could manage to avoid outright screaming the words at the top of her lungs. Two women materializing from the shadows specifically. One figuratively melting out of the shadows, and the other literally coalescing and materializing from thin air. Before her was only slightly calming. You're doing perfectly fine, Mrs. Libya, there's nothing to panic about, Vivi reassured the bureaucrat. Nothing to panic about. Libya wheezed. I just confessed to a coup. I'm practically the only one still in this building. The fat bastard threatened to have me killed. I just usurped a position that I'm not even remotely cut out for. I cannot keep this job. And you don't need to, Robin pointed out, her sunny disposition intact. Or at least not for very long. You only need to stay the course until the world government is no longer able to interfere. In all likelihood, you'll be back to your previous position in a week tops. And what if the world government sends someone 59 after me in the meantime? Your crew is the ones who proved they're real and that the government will send them out without a second thought. Panic and bureaucrat bemoaned. They were also the ones who destroyed them. I can and will do it again if we must, Robin finally replied, filing her nails on the blade of her butterfly knife. Any assassins that make it this far will meet their match against us. You'll never notice the knife 10 inches from your neck or the bullet narrowly grazing your... Robin stopped speaking, Vivi groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose as she waited for Libby's latest bout of hyperventilation to die down. Once her breathing evened out, and she was certain Robin's tongue was properly glued to the roof of her mouth, Vivi waved her arms as placatingly as she could manage. And Libya, I promise you, without any incongruous morbid rambling. Vivi pointedly ignored the disembodied dope slap she received at that comment. That we will keep you as safe as we can until we're gone. By that point, all the blame for this will lie on our shoulders, and you'll be nice and forgotten. Vivi's gaze then sharpened intently. But before all that, we need to do the thing that was the entire reason we put you in that chair in the first place, so if you don't mind. Libya took a few seconds to gulp down calm some more, then nodded, this time with only a slight shake. Alright, fine. Let's do this then. What do you need from me? The Corsair Princess unfurled a document from her pocket and laid it out on the desk, proffering a pen to the acting governor as she indicated a line at the bottom. All you need to do is sign at the X. Libya nodded shakily, accepted the pen, and laid it to the paper. And then she froze, slowly looking up at the pirates with an expression laden with doubt. I just know the and perhaps more importantly, the hypocrisy of booting out my predecessor based on how frequently he accepted backroom deals and bribery, only to turn around and get in bed with pirates the literal second I take a seat. She asked. Robin cleared her throat and gave Vivi a look. Muttering darkly, the princess dismissed the command. You do yourself a disservice by forgetting the context, Mrs. Libya, Robin stated. Your predecessor accepted those deals for personal gain and actively ruined the lives of those he was obliged to protect. In comparison, what are potential outcomes for this as they pertain to you? Libya swallowed heavily and tugged at her collar, eyeing the paper like it was a venomous snake. At worst, execution or assassination. And not fast either. And what potential personal gain do you stand to achieve from this transaction? Willoughby glanced about uncertainly. Chances are I'll get some new and less corrupt management now, and my job won't leave me wanting to bash my head in after I clock out. You knew the stakes when we explained the plan, Vivi picked up, laying a comforting hand on the woman's shoulder. You knew that there would be a high personal risk and negligible accolades in return for those risks. And yet you still went through with it. Why? Libby clenched her eyes shut, visibly trembling. But when she opened them, they blazed with the same fire that had gotten her recruited for this endeavor in the first place. Because this will make the lives of others better. Because I personally believe in the righteousness of the cause. Because it's the right thing to do. Vivi pushed the paper forward. Sign here, here, and here. This time, when Libya put her pen to the paper, she didn't put it down until the document was filled out in full. Vivi didn't waste a second waiting for the ink to dry. Instead, she was blasting the document with some warm to lock the signatures in place before ripping the paper away and literally storming off through the building to get the document in front of the notary. With the deed now done and her adrenaline speeding, Libya slumped almost to her feet. Her mind whirled as she processed once more what the hell she had just done. And then her suddenly panicked. She grasped onto one given in particular and wrenched Robin's leg. She was sure that he was trying to do it. She whimpered. Robin responded and chuckled in a way that was both encouraging yet entirely not. Oh, you can rest assured, acting governor. The Marines find themselves even more preoccupied than they already were. Ruined my damn business. A broken and bruised slaver raved, nearly wrenching his arm out of the sling it was in the process. They wrecked my store. Stole my merchandise. Stole all my hard-earned money. You need to get it back, damn it. What the hell do I pay you bastards for? It should have been a surprise, but the one acting as a sympathetic ear and shoulder to this man was blatantly clad in a marine uniform. And especially since they were standing in the storefront with bloodstained chains and busted cages strewn about. Tragically to the inhabitants of Sabaody, it was anything but. Just as it wasn't a surprise while the commander of the main squad took notes of the slaver's testimony. The rest of his squad stood guard around the store, ignoring all the blatant evidence strewn about with professional skill. The commander nodded wordlessly for the testimony, right up until he heard the slaver's comment regarding his financing. At that point, the pencil snapped in the Marine's fingers, and he fixed the slaver with a scathing glare. The better question is, how do you intend to pay us now if you don't have any money left, Hem? The commander pointedly asked. The slaver's ire swiftly melted into panic, the man stammering for a moment before affixing a fearful smile on his face. Well, when I say they stole all my money, I only mean they stole what I had on hand. I still have plenty of funds stashed away offshore, I swear. The slaver's pulse was doubled as the Marine glared at the same. And the funds you stole from me are all yours too once you recover it, on top of my monthly payments. The scowls spread over his face. Just make sure you get my merchandise back to me so I can make up for the loss. Money I lose is money you lose too, you know. Grunting dismissively, the commander stored his notebook and turned to leave. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. It's not like you're the only one who got hit, you know. And with that he walked away, deliberately avoiding any eye contact with the evidence lying under his feet. Once more, his total and purposeful ignorance was nothing the inhabitants had not seen before. Hey, what are you all doing? That man is a slaver. We need to arrest. Oh, shut up and take a cut, rookies. A recently transferred Marine who had not been exposed to the corruption of his base having their illicit practices forced upon him. This was also nothing that the inhabitants had not seen before. You two, you're actually going to. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Put your hands behind your back. Go click, 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 click. Without a word or even a second glance, the commander walked on. The Marines dropped their accusers and cocked their weapons, aiming straight at the man who had spoken up. All nothing even remotely new to the inhabitants, but seemed to step in his place. What happened next? Komatachi. Shing. Yeah, that was new. One of the Marines sheathed her sword as she stepped over the firing squad she'd just cut down, and stood alongside the Marine who had been about to be shot, adjusting the surgical mask she was wearing. A small group of other Marines approached from outside the store, their apparent lack of attention discarded in favor of deadly focus. Nobody threatens my men but me, the masked Marine told them. And speaking of, men arrest these stains. The Marine saluted, then got to work, grabbing and shackling their corrupt brethren before they had a chance to recover. Two of the men split off to grab and subdue the commander of the Marines, forcing him to his knees in spite of his protests, while two more shoved the slaver down alongside him. RRGH, what are you even doing? This is how things work around here. The commander spat, struggling against the men holding him. You think you'll be rewarded for this? Newsflash, the government doesn't care what you scum do as long as they pay through the nose for it. Not one man in the entire garrison doesn't know that. You'll have your cut just like the rest of us if you stand down. He then deepened his scowl with a vicious snort. And if you don't, you can take it up with the Public Employment Security Office. Marines quit without warning every day, and they're always taking new applicants. The masked Marine slowly turned to face him, the glare of the sun reflecting off her glasses. Oh, is that so, Commander? Before the corrupt Marine could respond, she reached up and removed her mask, revealing a face that every last one of the Sabaody garrison had memorized as a possible threat to their well-being in pocketbooks. This was someone who couldn't be swayed by any amount of money. Marine. She put her life on the line for altruism, and worst of all, she was good at it too. No, don't stop there. You were on a roll. She said. These backstreet deals, these applicants you mentioned, tell me more. The commander's jaw worked nervously for a long moment before he clicked it shut. Well, we're right fucked, aren't we? He squeaked. As they like to say in Alabasta, one of the soldiers holding the chocolate crimson, right in down under. An understatement if I have anything to say about it, Tasha had a tapping sheet sheath in her palm. But before all that, there's actually one other thing I want from you. She gently tipped her sheath to the slaver. The information to access your offer rate counts. You're going to tell me all. While the commander's expression contorted in confusion, a distinctly off-character demand from the poster child for Marine integrity, the slaver had no such context, and as such just struggled harder. Why, you bitch? I'm not telling you a damn thing. That money's all I have left in the world. You call yourselves defenders of justice. I won't give in to this coercion. This prutality. Tasha had narrowed into a vicious glare. Shocking how those accusations can come to mean no damn thing depending on the subject. She then cocked her lips into a fiendish smirk. And for the record, did I say tell? I meant show. Take him out, Pupor. Can. Whack. And neither of the criminals knew anything more. Oh, Tasha leaned on the crowd while her men dragged off the dazed and losing Marines and slaver. All of whom would be having a rather difficult time remembering the exact details of what had just happened. But for all that passion and confused, there was still one thing she was clearly on, prompting her to correct the doubt. That was very well done, as usual, but she took it as a Why did you hit the Marines too? Cool, the rabbit wolf side imitation hit for the calm manner. He got a notepad and scribbled something down. He then folded his earwings upon themselves as he showed Tashi what he'd written. They had how much money. The better to whether Tashi showed it. One of Tashi was on the shoulder at the sun and whistle. The little fellow must have dug out their own cuts in the take too. Not a anything to say about it. It took Tashi a few seconds to recover, but once she did, she gave a savage grin of her own. Well, in that case, I say we double down on what we were already planning and pay all that out alongside the slavery's funds and the torches. She slammed her fist into her palm with a determined nod. Come on, man. Time for us to implement a new income tax. The Marines and Wolf Dog all exchanged doubtful looks for a moment before waving their hands paused and also gestures. Miyakuan. Tashi's head snapped around with a snarl, an inch of sheer steel clicking out of its sheath. What was that? And nothing, Lieutenant Tashigi, ma'am. Peach. That's what I thought. Now move out. Oh, it made things a little more convenient with GIF and sound by jointly handling his VS this time around, as it meant that soundbite could focus on censoring the more secretive aspects of our conversation, something that was especially vital when taking a breather. The straw hat-themed dive bar was good for security purposes, but when we had passionate enough fans to try reading lips and memorizing every whisper that came from it, the location lost a few points for being so blatantly fan-oriented. So Pisces has started her end, but moving my lips as little as possible, feeling for all the world like a villainous mastermind. Which, let's be honest here, I kind of was by this point. Pity that I didn't have Lasso with me. Would have loved to complete the image by menacingly stroking my pet. But what can you do? Well, I'd also need a better locale because straw hat themed or not. A dive bar was certainly not the best of locations in which to plot and enact master schemes of world-changing proportions. But hey, I was a pirate on a budget, I didn't have much choice. Plus again, it was a straw hat themed dive, and the owner was kind enough to let me use the table to plan while Kid moved on to hit other slave houses. I didn't exactly have room to be ungrateful. He was oddly familiar too for a reason I couldn't quite place the day it would come to me. And now let's see where we are. I'm used, counting down on my fingers. Marines are about to get reamed. Vivi and Robin have stuck a stick of dynamite up this place's tailpipe and secured us the last hypercritical piece we needed. We've hit a pretty high critical mass on the number of slaves we've freed. At least half of the pirates that have made it to the archipelago are getting in on the act. Yeah, we're making good time here. Anyone need anything while I'm here? Well, so long as you're asking soundbite, piped Yuru's inquiring voice into me. Is there any reason that we're not going after the human auction house, Cross? You said yourself that it's the biggest one, so. Yes, I did, and that's a major reason why we're not touching that place with a mile-long pole, because it's even bigger than you think. I snap. Spinning my finger to signal sound, bait to send my voice to all our allies. We might have all 13 supernovas working together on this crusade of ours, but the auction house is backed by one warlord. And we Straw Hats have already taken out the only two warlords on the roster who weren't New World level strong. But hey, I made sure my shrug was audible in my voice. If you think you have a chance of fighting off Donquek, so Doflamingo, take your shot. Sure, it's a toss-up on whether or not he'll give a damn, but I'm not planning on poking a dragon, even if he's occupied with other things. I let the sheer gravity of that statement sink in, and then I smirked. Or at least, I'm leaving it until we're running out of here like our rudders are on fire, once everything else is on fire behind us. A collection of groans, both good-natured and goodly exasperated, rang out. One of these days, Cross, maybe I'll stop assuming that you have any good sense about who you provoke, Connus mused thoughtfully. You'll never find out, Soundbite sneered. But for now, I'm about to give you all a big hint about which way my attitudes lean in that regard. I chuckled, pushing myself up from my table. I'm going to polish off one last ploy I've got in store before we move on to the main event and blow literally everything up until now clean out of the water. Oh ho ho, is that so? Do tell more, dearie. I jumped and spun around in shock. The remark had come from one of the many characters hanging around the bar. A word that, in most cases, simply referred to the colorful individuals that were a dime a dozen in this world, and especially in this ocean. The white-clad chemist woman who either had tall black, spiky hair or a hat that resembled the same and was wearing a pair of thick, tinted goggles peering over from a nearby table where she was mixing several vials of pink liquid was not one of those cases. Oh ho ho, do pardon my little interruption, Mr. Cross. She crooned in a dulcet voice that brought to mind 1,000 violins being played by Luffy. But I would love to know how you plan to outdo yourself with this. She swept herself up from her seat and spun about in a grandiose manner. First, gathering all of the most infamous pirates in this generation together and pointing them at the slavers, the nasty little slavers. Then you start robbing them of their resources and funds, which inspires other pirates to rob them of their resources and funds as well. Box them in so that they can't leave the island, and manipulate the marines and government to box them up in prison on top of that. And when it goes to court, she suddenly spun around and struck a pose. Ah ha ha, they'll be smashed with the hammer of their own justice. It's brilliant, 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 I tell you. Genius, I say. A particularly exuberant gesture knocked over some of the lives, sending them crashing into the water. Nothing happened to the young mass, which was strange because I could have sworn something was supposed to be. I could definitely hear the sounds of a detonation somewhere. No, wait, that was just a spare verse of insanity in my head by mistake. This is the most beautiful tale in the history of ever soundbite mumbled, adding on to my suffering. Silly me got carried away there. The chemist simpered in an entirely two-fake tone. But anyway, tell me what you're doing next. I need to hear your words. I turned off the creepy vibes. She was radiating and returned to smirking menacingly. Now, you'll have your answer along with everyone else before the day's out. Within the next couple of hours even. No offense, but I'm not trusting anyone else to created the Midjo Showstopper for multiple reasons. I blinked as I ran what I just said to my head. Midjo Showstopper, no, that's no good, I can do better than that. Halftime H-bomb. Soundbite piped in. Ah, that works, thanks. The woman frowned, but cast her arm over her forehead with an exaggeratedly put upon sigh. Oh, very well, all the best plans go awry if anything gets leaked after all. She settled slowly back down in her seat, then looked at me again. Incidentally, though, I'm a frequent patron of this bar. Any chance I could get a snapshot with you so I can prove that I met one of the Straw Hats in person? Innocent question. You ever wonder what tinnitus sounds like? Sorry, two of the Straw Hats in person. She hastily revised before clapping her hands expectantly. Now then, bartender. Oh yeah, folks. Answered the suspiciously familiar bodybuilder bartender, setting down a tray before us. Anything I can help you with. Food. Drink. I offer a mean back rub if you've got the time. Later, bartender, later. The chemist waved her hand dismissively, and before either of us could properly react, she tossed him a camera and draped her arm around my shoulders as she struck an extremely ostentatious pose. For now, immortalize this moment, if you would please. I gave her a doubtful look before shrugging and donning my own grin as I flashed the camera a peace sign. One flash and photograph signing later, and I was turning around, all ready to book it. Now then, darling. Hirk. When out of the blue, the lady swung her arms around my neck and all but draped herself off of me with a way too toothy smile. Would you care to hear how else I can think of immortalizing this beautiful moment? Yeah, you can imagine that froze me up for good. In all fairness, the woman before me wasn't ancient like the counterpart she was giving me flashbacks of. I'd say she wasn't any older than 30 on the outside, and even quite attractive under the lad gear she was wearing. Unfortunately, I wasn't in much of a position to be slowed down by Crazy Stalker's emphasis on crazy today of all days and now of all times, and the flashes of what she could look like in my mind's eye weren't doing me any favors. So, acting on a whim that I hope was well-founded, I plastered a shaky smile on my face as I reached behind me to a skull that was on display as part of the 3D Jolly Roger and grabbed one of its incisors. Actually, I chuckled semi-hysterically. I'd rather immortalize this moment by pulling this lever. That got her blinking behind her goggles. What lever? Fuck. Ah, wrong LED ear. I was immensely grateful that upon yanking the tooth, the floor directly in front of me fell out from under the stalker's scientist and sent her plummeting out of sight. I slumped forward and wiped my forehead with a sigh of relief. Noob, I'm pretty sure that was definitely the right lever. I paused as the thought occurred to me, and I looked up curiously. Why do you even have that lever? I posed to the barkeep, immediately regretting my wording when my partner started busting another non-existent rib. The bartender scoffed and looked at me like I'd lost even more of my mind. Hello. Episode 76, Usopp's lecture on the theory, implementation, and advantages of trapdoors. Right. Now I remember. I chuckled, slapping my forehead in realization. Well, as long as it works. Anyway, it's been fun and thanks for letting me hang out, but I've got to bounce. Halftime H-bombs don't set themselves up, you know. Oh, before you go. He knelt down and brought up a steaming tray. Oh, damn it, now it hits me. Care to try some of the house special, my spinach puffs? I deliberately allowed all emotion to drink from my face a sound, by howling crescendo to the point where he actually keeled clean off my shoulder. The man tilted his head in confusion. Yeah, that I know. Oh, Reza Frezin cross, Reza Frezin Sebodi, Reza Frezin. Something eaten at you, darling. A feline with an individual smeared over his tuna casserole. Is your humble pie a wee little bit raw? No, it's the perfect temperate raw. The shirtless but jacket-wearing woman sitting across from the mink snarled, winding up like a fastball pitcher. She bounced her glass, which did absolutely nothing to stop his cackling. Kindly choke on a furball, hubby dear. Have me take it. Lindbergh, commander of the Revolutionary Army, Southern Armies, chuckled and waved her off. Ah, come on, Betty Boop. The woman aka. Below Betty, commander of the East Army, twitched and shot a skating blower at the springiest DS was playing on. One more thing to stuff the slimy pest down his owner's throat for. Oh, pish posh, come on now. Lindbergh scoffed, waving his hand but smiling ear to ear. Tell all dear and darling Winnie the Cat one, not the baddest wizardy when your problems. PSH, come on, it's almost like you're, I know, jealous of Cross or something. Zizizi. Betty remained pointedly silent at that comment, glancing away from her cohort, her teeth digging into her lower lip. Even behind his goggles, the widening of Lindbergh's eyes was plainly obvious. Oh dear lordy, you are. The fact that it's entirely to our benefit is immaterial because he's a Mormon who's managed to blow your ability out of the water, isn't it? Betty still didn't say a word, but the way she guiltily glanced down at the table spoke volumes. The feline mink's grin took on a more sincere air as he leaned across the table to place a comforting hand on Betty's arm. Well then, as your beloved friend, companion, and fake fiancé for the sake of this dinner. The plump woman glanced up at her friend, who suddenly slammed back into his seat, howling with mirth with a fuzzy finger pointed at her. Allow me to laugh even harder. Zzzz, I will drown you in the soup, you mangy. With it being the Verity and an arguing couple, nobody was all that disturbed when Betty shot halfway across the table and did her level best to try and throttle her chortling friend. Of course, it may have also had something to do with them having a baby room to themselves. The only witness to their fight was Zeph, who had taken it upon himself to deliver the dining cart with their orders personally. And even then he didn't actually see anything so much as he beheld his two incognito patrons sitting comfortably in their seats, slightly disheveled, and a few thankfully empty plates rattling to a halt between them. He took one look at the completely comfortable and innocent couple and barely kept from rolling his eyes. "Everything all right in here?" he asked politely. As polite as Zeph ever was anyway. Lindbergh coughed and polished his knuckles on his jacket, grinning all the while. "Oh yes, everything's fine. The food is resplendent, my good man," he crooned, pitching his voice into the most exaggerated, hoity-toity and fake tone he could manage. "Yeah, it's well," Betty grit out in agreement, her twitching face clearly the result of a nervous tic, and not her heartfelt desire to stab something. Or one, as it were. The head chef allowed himself a slight smirk as he pushed his cart forward. "Well, in that case, allow me to recommend our famous chili." Zeph's smirk deepened with a hint of an edge. "Local critics have rated it with 5 red flags." The revolutionaries' distracted animosity instantly vanished as they both snapped their full attention to Zeph. Lindbergh cocked his head to the side. "Maybe said it was some red lobster legs, no?" he inquired piercingly, actually sounding serious for the first time that day. Betty ground her cigarette in her jaws as she nodded in agreement with the cat meat. "Yeah, and could you cook them here for us? We're particularly fond of dropping them in the pot and listening to them squeal." The tension in the room ratcheted up for a good minute until Zeph smirked and gave them a nod. "I'll see what I can do. In the meantime, enjoy your meal," he said before exiting the room. Settling back into place, the two revolutionaries fell into continual silence for a minute. Lindbergh taking a bite of one of the best hamburgers he'd ever had while Betty sipped spoonful after delectable spoonful of Ade Blanco. But as was par for the course with more influential people on the high seas, such peace simply could not be left to stand for long. Case in point, not going straight for the marzipan. The literal cat person snickered, shooting his ally yet another cocky smirk. "This is much harder to come across," Betty retorted, pointedly ignoring the jab in favor of the flavor of her soup, though not without eyeing the dessert platter nearby. "But you know, I figured it was only a matter of time before that happened." "Oh, agreed on that front," Lindbergh nodded sagely. "Grand line veterans are never pushovers, and the word on the street is really foggy about where and why Red Leg decided to pull out, so yeah. Let's step lightly." He took a final bite to finish his first burger and then leaned back in the seat. "But anyway, where were we?" Lindbergh snickered at Betty's prior emotional storm cloud snapping back into place. "Ah, right, you're complete and utter upstaging. But seriously," he coughed, his voice going down to the closest thing to sympathy he could manage. "Look, he's a rabble-rouser and kind of pushing on your stick, I get that, but it's not that bad." "I mean, come on, it's not like he's..." Lindbergh blew out a scoff as he rolled his hand dismissively. "I dunno, actually getting in front of a crowd and trying to start a riot. Attention, people of Sabaody Archipelago." The pair simply turned their attention to the display, which now showed Jeremiah Cross, standing on a pile of crates in front of the crowd. Lindbergh slowly blinked and tilted his head. "How would you look at that?" Both individuals present were now acutely aware of the steady spike in blood pressure one of them was now experiencing. The other, for his part, simply chose to ignore any semblance of good sense. Which is to say, Lindbergh looked back at Betty with a perfectly innocent smile. "You know, maybe if you asked really nice, we could give you some tips or..." That is the blind man could have seen this result coming. Yet Lindbergh made no attempt to dodge as Betty threw herself clean across the table, expertly avoiding the remaining food upon it in the process, and tackled him to the ground. "Oh, honey, here upon the carpet. You're a beast, a savage of W. Watch the whiskers, you 2-bit soapbox preacher." Though the upper brass of the government and Navy had anticipated that the straw hats would cause some damage to the Sabaody slave trade, but the sheer scale of the operation was far beyond even their worst-case scenarios. Even so, the broadcast image of Cross literally standing on a soapbox, or well, a soapbox on top of a sizable mountain of crates, barrels, and other random debris with a large, ever-growing, and eagerly attentive crowd around him should not have come as a surprise. The thrice-damned snail munching on a spinach puff, on the other hand. Cross took a second to clear his throat and redouble his nerves before starting again. "People of Sabaody Archipelago," he announced, speaking in a calm and measured voice that was highly amplified by the distinctly unamused snail on his shoulder. "Allow me to do away with the preamble by getting straight to the point. You all know who I am. You all know why I'm here. You know what my allies and I are doing, and you all probably know why I'm speaking to you now. And what I want to ask of you." The crowd shifted in distinct discomfort, Cross words heading into an area that was once familiar and uncomfortable. Sensing how the mood was turning, Cross held up a placating hand. "I know why many of you are going to say no to what I ask. Why many of you have said no to endeavors like this in the past, and why none of you have ever tried this for yourselves. You'll say no and you'll turn away because it's not your problem." Much of the crowd looked like they wanted to just walk away, but whether by reputation, inertia, or even a pricked conscience, none acted on that desire. And Cross's next words ensured they would stay that way. "And I get it," the anarchist reassured the crowd, earnest and honest compassion in his voice. "I understand. You all agree with us, agree with our cause, agree with what we're fighting for, but you have your own lives. Your own worries, your own hopes and dreams, your own lives. And if you help with this, if you stick your necks out and involve yourselves with this problem, then it will be your lives on the line. And you will be next. And I understand this, and I sympathize. Truly I do." The crowd tense, everyone knowing that there was a but in there. And indeed, as Cross bowed his head and tipped the brim of his cap down, he didn't disappoint. "But the truth of the matter is that this is your problem, and it has been for a long time. And I'm not just talking about the soul-crushing guilt of seeing this evil eat away at your homes every damn day and not being able to do a thing about it. Oh no. What I'm talking about is the fear you all live in day after day, that this problem will eventually, inevitably come and involve you. So, you can lock your doors, you can bar your windows, you can be as vigilant and as well-armed as you like, but each and every one of you lives in fear of the day where for 1 second, 1 instant, you'll let down your guard, and lose everything. And it doesn't just have to be you. A friend, a family member, even an acquaintance. Anytime, anywhere, so long as this threat exists, everything you know is in mortal danger. Just one glance away, just one moment, it will be gone." Cross's shrug was transmitted worldwide by way of his broadcast, as was his sorrowful grimace. "And you know that it will be the moment you look away because no one else is looking for you. Everyone else is too concerned with their own lives, and those who are supposed to be watching for you refuse to do so. Either because they've been given explicit orders not to, because they're benefiting from it, or they couldn't be made to give a damn either way. In a bar in Logtown, a brace of uniformed Navy officers off duty had their mug snatched from their hands. They looked up 2 seconds from tearing whoever had interfered with their drinking a new orifice, only to choke up when they saw that it was the bartender himself giving them a level glare. "The tap is closed," he all but snarled, and with his hand under the countertop, it was very clear that this wasn't up for debate. The Marines reeled back at the amount of venom in the once kindly man's voice, and in the process noticed just how much unwelcome attention they were receiving the other patrons. Glares, snarls, they ran the gamut of unkindly expressions. H.A. The least senior of the group of soldiers tried to protest, desperately looking around for any form of support. See, come on guys, are you seriously? Look, even if Cross isn't lying, what I'm getting at is that you know us, we're not like those guys. We're not with them. Oh really? Another patron sneered, not even bothering to look their way. In case you've all forgotten, you're wearing their colors. So you tell us, how exactly are you not with them? The rookie made to protest, but was silenced by one of the seniors dropping a hand on his shoulder. The new recruit took one look at the head shake the older Marine shook gave, and didn't protest when the squad shuffled out of the bar and down the street. By now, the officers of the Logtown garrison could only ignore the increasingly hostile attitude among the civilian population. They had done nothing to earn it and were well aware of that fact. Smoker and Tashi had been particular about ensuring trustworthy officers were left in charge of Logtown, even if they weren't Masons yet. Yet it was increasingly clear that Cross was breaking the world's faith in the entire Navy, and there wasn't much they could do to address it besides hunkering down and doing the job right. A line was being drawn in the sand, and sooner rather than later, it would come time to put aside. Oh, so yes. No matter how much you try and turn away from it, this evil is your problem. But now, a different issue presents itself. Cross spread his hands out, gesturing to the crowd. How can I possibly help? How can I make a difference? After all, we're just civilians. No skills, no strength, while they have weapons and they can fight. No chance at all. Pirate's eyes sharpened, and his expression grew more severe. Well, let me tell you, you are dead. Wrong. The last word roared, even by his elevated volume standards, and the heat behind it struck a chord in all those watching. These people might be stronger, might be better armed, but I'll tell you what, they're not better motivated. These people, they fight for greed. They fight for wealth, personal gain, and nothing else. But you... Cross's eyes flashed over the audience as he stepped forward, alighting with particular attention on every hand that bore a wedding band and every child who answered their parents. And he could see the fire beginning to form in the eyes that looked back at him. You all fight for something far more important than that. Cross pumped his fist heavenward, starting his voice and their spirits even more. You fight for your lives. You fight for friends and family, for those who were lost and those you could still lose. And most important of all, you fight for your home. For 200 years, this Abodi archipelago has been forced to suffer under the cancer of slavery. For 200 years have the home you built with blood, sweat, and tears been stolen from you, twisted into a living nightmare for all the past for 200 years, any traces of your past relations with your aquatic neighbors have been ground into the dirt and abused, and you've had to watch in silence for fear of being ridiculed or worse, attacked for defending them. Well, I'm asking you, here and now, are you willing to live like that for even 1 second more? I say no. The denizens of the deep of all ages heard to the ongoing speech. It did not escape them that a large force of royal guards had gathered around the area, probably to prevent any outbreak of violence. With a certain whale shark fisherman present to organize things, it was a stout impediment to any trouble from Cross's speech. This is your home, these are your lives, and they are not. Welcome. Here and now, it's time to make a stand. Time to cast off the chains of fear, of doubt, and put these bastards in their place. Time to stand strong, stand firm, and say once and for all no, and the warlord's presence served to deter other forms of obstructions as well. Something that came in handy when he suddenly stiffened and glowered at a perfectly innocuous patch of ground. Innocuous, anyway, until he planted a sandal on said patch of ground's throat and pressed hard enough to damn near crush its windpipe, prompting the patch to drop its camouflage and scramble frantically for an escape. I let you discover Hork. Zio's protest was cut off by more pressure and Jinbei's bone-rattling snarl. I mean, I just wanted to sneak some free concessions. Jinbei scoffed and took his sandal off the Wadagong fisherman so that he could grab him by his throat instead, hauling him back into a stance that had Zio scrambling all the more desperately. If you're that desperate to watch your pathetic perversions of my crew's hopes and dreams burn to the ground, Jinbei bit out. Then you go back and ready and do so. Jinbei flung his arm out, sending Zio flying way up and far out of sight. Back in the pit you crawled out of. No twinkle, the Taidu Tilda. Groaned Ruboshi, though he smiled the whole time. I've really got to stop you from listening to sound, but it's Happy Fun Time copyright infringement hour. It's giving you unrealistic expectations. Akamembo Tilda. Chortled Memboshi, grinning just as much. Oh, will it be dangerous? Yes. Will people be hurt? Undoubtedly. Will some of you give your lives for this? After all, most of the world wins as Cross slid one of his gauntlets off and unwound his bandages enough to flash his bare arm, reviving some very disturbing memories for the people who heard him acquiring it live. I felt it firsthand. Cross nodded solemnly as he rewound his bandages. I stared death in the face more than once, and I've rarely come away from it unscathed. It hurt when I got these scars, and they can still hurt sometimes. I've been lucky, and some of you may not be. The rabble-rouser's eyes then shone, not with the grave, solemn light of defiance from before, but rather the blaze of absolutely righteous fury that had made him famous. But in the same breath, I guarantee, Cross roared once more, that if you shy away now, if you back down now, then now and forever, you will regret it. Every time you see someone in chains, someone suffering under the yoke of slavery, you will come back to this moment and find yourself asking Cross straight at both his audiences. Could I have done something? Could I have stopped that? Could I have made a difference? And it will haunt you. You might die if you fight, but I tell you this. Cross bellowed, the moment emphasized as if by divine intervention via a ray of sunlight bouncing off the bubbles and giving him a celestial spotlight. Here and now I tell you, it is better to die. If you must choose, then rather than live forevermore on your knees as a slave, that it is better to die on your feet. Die kicking and screaming, fighting to the last for that which you believe in. Oh, across the world, the vid snails flash new images from across the archipelago. And so here I stand, begging, pleading, for one thing, for just one thing. The Corsair princess stalked through the archipelago, a concentration scowl on her face. A forceful thrust of her palm and a firing line of mercenaries flew into the drink. A crushed mini twister in her palm, and a large ship trying to draw a bead on her crumbled beneath a cyclone. And a blade clean through her back and out her chest didn't even warrant a glance. Merely a snap of her fingers that bounced the would-be stabber off the nearest wall with a nasty punch of bone. Fight. Here and now, please help us. Please, fight. The white menace was in the process of guaranteeing herself a future lecture on ammo conservation, cackling and taunting all the while. The only break in her blasting was when a would-be rogue tried to sneak up on her, which prompted her to stop just long enough to swing around and utterly brain the sneak with her gun still rotating barrel. Fight for liberty, your own and those who have lost it. The cyborg stood with a ferocious grimace, his wide stance intercepting every bullet aimed at the newly freed people behind him, then blowing flames from his lips once the shooting ceased. He flexed, letting the few bullets that had sunk and fall to the ground before rearing back his right hand and slamming the shooters to the ground with a strong right. Fight for equality so that you may never be crushed again. The devil child held a man bound by a dozen arms. Two of his fingers already clearly broken and slave after slave being free behind her thanks to other arms unlocking their restraints. One way or another. Fight for brotherhood, for fraternity, because when one of us suffers in chains, we all suffer as one. Sniper King crouched on a bubble bike at the highest point he could manage. A frown of concentration plastered on his face as he fired off star after star, supporting his allies on all sides from the best position he could be. Oh, fight. I screamed, I demanded, I begged the crowd, hoping against all hope inches away from outright kneeling and praying that they would listen. That they would please listen. Fight. So that these rights may never be stripped from you or anyone else ever again. I expected the silence that followed. Righteous mobs needed build-up more than just the one speech. I waited, not letting my expression give an inch as the seconds ticked on and on. All I needed was one person to start yelling from within the crowd to get things going, someone to take the first step. And I really didn't want to use soundbite to fake it because with my reputation there was a good chance I could get called on it, but damn it, if there was no other choice. As it approached a full minute of silence, my resolve started to waver and I was about to twitch my finger for soundbite to spark things off. When I heard it, liberty, equality, fraternity. I had no other response than to sag in relief. I had him. Just one person yelling at the top of his lungs. Hell, the guy literally rose above the crowd, presumably standing on a crate or something as he echoed my honestly off the seat of my pants. Got a bit caught up in the moment their chant. Then, just as I knew, or at least had hoped would happen, a liberty, 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 equality, fraternity, liberty, equality, fraternity. The whole crowd started to join in. Thousands, literally thousands of people cheering and chanting, pumping their fists as the flames of revolution ignited in their souls. It was that sight, that blessed, awe-inspiring sight, that finally allowed me to let a smile of bloody euphoria plaster itself on my face. Now, after months of running a pirate protest pirate, whichever radio show and leading the world in raging against the global scale machine, I thought I knew what a rush was. This was a feeling that I had never even come close to knowing until now. And hell, I wouldn't have even gotten this far if it wasn't for who did I owe this all to anyhow? Because for all that I had faith in the human spirit, I doubt it was any normal person who'd be able to stand up like that. So, using the cover of the crowd's ignited fervor, I worked my way through the throngs toward the spot soundbite had identified as the start of it all. The individual responsible, as it turned out, was a familiar face. Well, not for me, but the grizzled mug giving me a toothy grin and his bush hat rung some damn familiar bells. Jeremiah Cross, you are without a doubt the craziest son of a sea king this half of the red line, the old-timer chuckle. His hat. But heal if you're the only one. Yano, if it weren't for those two friends of yours talking to my crew and me earlier, I may not have bothered to give you a split second of my time. Two friends, I repeated, trailing off as I ran the possibilities through my head. A surprise. So you are Brewmaster then? Damn straight, he answered, his grin showing more teeth than humor now as he clapped a hand on my snail-free shoulder. We might be scumbag criminals, but it hurts to admit that it took you and yours to help remind us that this is our home too. Even we've got standards, and damn it, when the day comes that a tourist is making sense like that, well, I figure that if overthrowing this order needs to come, nobody expects. He cackled and thumped his fist against his chest. Then that's where it'll come from. I chuckled at that before nodding in agreement, smacking my right hand on his shoulder. And you can be sure we're all grateful for it, Brewmaster. Welcome to the fight. Brewmaster nodded gratefully at the gesture, then looked at my arm in surprise. No, wait, not my arm, my shoulder, my patch. A fight it looks like you've already labeled, huh? He said more than asked, pointing out the tricolor I was wearing. That doesn't look none too random, but it ain't no flag I've ever seen before. What's it mean? I briefly hesitated to answer both because I wasn't expecting the question and because I needed a tick to put an answer together. My response straight. I pointed at the colors. Blue, the liberty of the ocean, vast and unrestrained. White, the equality of living under the same sky, free and clear. And red, the fraternity of sharing the same blood no matter who or what you are or where you're from. Brewmaster gave the patch an intent once over before nodding proudly. Yeah, that's a right view to the symbol right there. And if you don't mind, he chuckled and waved his hand, a gesture bringing a few ruffians closer to him through the crowd. A few whispers to them had their expressions snapping to their grins, and he laughed as they all darted off. I think we'll be taking it for ourselves. Get ready to see a lot more of those colors around, mate. Cool, old boy. Looks like I've got to start putting some things together. Soundbite crowed. Take whatever lyrics he throws at you with a few grains of salt ready to pelt him in the face, a deadpan. Nee. Soundbite whined obnoxiously. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and start barking out the marching orders to get this party train to roll jape. The snail suddenly cut himself off with a choked gurgle, eyes suddenly wide in a very unhelpful combo of shock and terror. Oh, sorry, passengers. A slight change of plans. The 10:30 express to Revolution will be experiencing a delay due to the tracks being obstructed. I gave Soundbite a sidelong deadpan look. What in the hell are you babbling, Ab? Attention, citizens of Sabiati! My head bounced, both from the sheer volume of the voice that blasted over the crowd, and the sizable sweat drop I was suddenly sporting. Yeah, no, never mind, I see what you're saying. Give me a second to get an eye on things. I looked around real quick, searching for some sort of vantage point I could find to look over the suddenly tentative crowd, and then my eyes fell on Brewmaster. Hey, old-timer, it's trouble. Hey, I'm pretty tough, but what's the matter to you? Hey, watch ice. Well, good news, bad news. Good news. I could not clambering up and over someone so that I could stand on their shoulders off my bucket list, so that was a plus. Though Brewmaster swearing and cursing under me kind of ruined the moment a bit. Probably didn't help that I'd planted my foot on his hat to keep my balance, I'll admit. Bad news. The crowd had been stopped in its tracks by a firing line. And I don't mean a firing line of cars that would have been easy to steamroll. No, I mean a line of white and blue. Marines stretched across the route we were on and blocking the paths to other groves. They didn't have their guns leveled at anyone, no, but the sight of a full squadron of Marines in shoulder arms position was intimidating enough to do the job. And the jug off of a commander in the front with a bullhorn wasn't helping things either. Citizens of Sabiati, Jagoff bellowed, regarding the crowd with an
I don't
almost
know,
bored
look at-
intensity.
this
You are
looks
currently
like
violating
that
Section
guy.
2001 of Title 18 of the WG Public Ordinance Code. This is an unlawful and unruly gathering. Mass rioting is punishable by incarceration and 15 years in prison. We have authorization to use legal force and refuse to comply. By order of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, disperse immediately. I repeat, disperse immediately. Assassinova. I cursed under my breath. How the hell did they get here so fast? That battleship Combe I left behind to guard this place is nowhere nearby. SSSS, starting to think that those insignificant fishing boats I heard docking at Grove Away weren't as insignificant as I originally thought sound. I coughed uncomfortably. On a marginally related note, where fuck aren't we? As they say in Alabasta, Walmas grumbled from beneath me. There is no way they'd actually fire into a crowd. I muttered to myself. Do you have any blooming idea how many other crowds have said those exact words before shite went tits up? The smuggler I was using as a makeshift ladder demanded. Look, you deaf god, in case you haven't noticed, this is about to get real bloody real fast, so let's get out of here fast before. No, you don't get it. I interrupted, my brow furrowed in intense thought and disbelief. I mean, there's literally no chance on this planet that Sengoku would have given those orders, or that he would let anyone stupid enough to claim he did within a mile radius of this archipelago. The Marine's reputation is running on a shoestring budget as it is, and this entire shit show is nothing short of socio-political suicide. They can't even afford to touch Paradise's public enemies numbers 1 through 14 when we're right on their front porch, so they shouldn't even be able to sneeze in the direction of civvies. Why the hell are they? My brain froze as everything I knew hit me at once and the pieces clicked together, which prompted me to slowly don a vicious grin. Oh. Whoa, so that's how it is. I chuckled, nodding with further. Well, I'll be damned. That is either the cleverest or stupidest thing they could have done, and for the life of me I can't tell which. Care to share, mate? Ditto, I can hear a LOT of things, but not if you don't actually say it. I looked at my companions and told them what I had realized. They matched my expression and said, you know, I think that lot's closer to stupid because you're the one who's closer to clever, Vamos chuckled. 8, I'll spread the word around, keep morale up and all. Oh, and while you're handling those gods, maybe get off me head. Gah. I yelped in shock on account of that particular exclamation being punctuated by Vamos shrugging me off his shoulders and onto the pole. Unforgiving well, actually the ground was soft and moist because of the moss, but still. Vamos was perhaps a tad too smug about that. But since he was spreading the word, and the mark wasn't losing any intensity or people despite being ground to a halt, I could let it go. Citizens, the lead Jagoff repeated. I repeat, disperse at once and return to your homes. We are authorized to use legal force if you continue with your non-complete dues. Jagoff's tirade collapsed into a gurgle of shock, probably due to the neas and shocking sight of me walking out of the crowd and straight up to him. I kept my face neutral as I walked right up to him, completely unfazed by the many soldiers who all wanted me dead, as well as the many weapons they were ready to kill me with. They couldn't miss if they tried, and I couldn't escape if I wanted to. Yet still, they were more scared of me than I was of them. Well, I asked patiently, sound by doing me the favor of bouncing my voice to the rest of the surrounding onlookers. I'm showing non-compliance, I'm a wanted criminal, and you have the permission to use legal force. So, force me. The Marines' collective composure started to crack, and most visibly at that. Here a little trembling, there a little sweating, and everywhere a decided lack of gunshots. The commander was a particularly nervous example, taking a shaky step forwards and pressing the barrel of his flintlock pistol between my eyes. You are outnumbered, he grit out, doing a rather impressive job of keeping the shudder in his voice hidden. Outgunned and way out of your league. Surrender now. I narrowed my eyes at him and pressed my head against the barrel of his gun as I made a single request. Make me. That took the wind out of the commander's sails, and both his eyes and gun started to shake furiously. I immediately plastered a pleasant grin on my face. Here, let me help you with that. And before the Marine could react, I snatched his pistol out of his grip, pressed it to the side of my temple, and pulled the trigger. Click. With absolutely no result, as the suddenly deathly silent crowd all heard. My expression once more utterly unimpressed, I shoved the weapon back in his hand, forcing him to stumble back and scramble to avoid fumbling it. A word of advice, I commented dryly, my every word and likely the crowd behind me sending the line of Marines into terrified retreat. The next time you point a weapon at someone and try to tell them what to do, find the balls to load your guns. And with that, I ignored the panic babbling of the worthless boob, so that I could turn back to the crowd and pump my fist in the air. People of Sabaody, I bellowed sound, fight ramped my voice up once more. I then leaned forwards and donned the absolute best of the grin I could manage. Let's go wreck some shit. And that just about did it. The crowd bellowed their furious agreement back at me, and as one, stampeded through the now defunct firing line. As they went, not one person touched any of the Marines. After all, why would they? It wasn't like they were a threat to anyone anymore. I chuckled and thumbed the brim of my cap as the mob raged past us, and I shot a smug look at Soundbite. Well, I don't know about you, but I think that went well. Soundbite's only response was to just lay out and laugh. Oh, where in the hell did they get a cannon? Muttered a sharp-dressed redhead in blue and red as bullets pinged off the overturned cart he was using for cover, while the supernovas were doing most of the damage to the slave economy of Sabaody. There had been a great many other pirate crews present on the archipelago, either awaiting a coding job or equally blocked from leaving the place by the blockade to keep pirates out. These pirates, led by this man, were of the latter persuasion. With the conclusion of the previous SBS, they had been returning to Fishman Island and from there to New World. But the minute that the SBS revealed what the supernovas were up to, they jumped at the chance to repay the Straw Hats for helping them and strike a good payday in the process. Like many others, however, they were finding that slavers could defend themselves surprisingly well given a little warning. The slave house had only a single entrance, and they'd heavily barricaded the entrance as well as the front wall. Every slaver inside had a gun, and while their fire was more enthusiastic than accurate, in confined quarters, enthusiasm counted more. And they had a cannon that roared and shredded another wagon nearby, sending his crew scurrying for new cover. Pretty sure it's a wooden cannon, Cap, muttered his crewmate Gyro, also huddled behind the wagon. Certainly got no shortage of powder and bullets. Puzzle bit out a curse. He was good with a chain, good enough to catch bullets on a lynx, but dozens. And a narrow cone. Oh, wait, hell. Right. Well, I'm open to ideas about how to take it out, he said. Then he heard the chanting. What in the sweet? He muttered, lifting his head up and looking down the street. His eyes widened and he paled slightly. That was a mob. No pitchforks, but plenty of torches, and frankly, the diverse array of sharp and blunt objects they were carrying weren't much better. Oh boy, maybe they're here for the slavers. Gyro offered. Maybe. Still, tell the rest of the crew to get ready to bug out if that crowd goes for us. Gyro nodded and scampered away, crouched low as Puzzle continued to watch the crowd. The wait as the crowd came closer was agonizing. Minutes felt like hours. But only a couple of buildings away, the front began to jog right towards them. Puzzle tensed, and then the crowd veered hard left and went straight at the slaving house. Oh no, Puzzle breathed, eyes wide at what was about to happen. The cannon roared, and so did every gun in the store. The entire front rank of the mob melted, and then the rest were pressing up against the wall and the open door, hammers and crowbars and a few hand axes going to work. Another volley rang out, and more people fell, but the ones behind simply grabbed up the tools and went back at it. There was also an almighty bang and screams of pain from inside. The cannon, Puzzle realized, shooting to his feet. Men! Attack! Not waiting for a reply, Puzzle dove towards the shop, the crowd parting in his wake, and he let out a roar of exertion as he lashed his chain into the barricade with the force of a sea train at full speed. It was all over in a matter of minutes. Vicious, hectic, and exceedingly brutal minutes for minutes. After all, without their artillery emplacement to keep their attackers off their backs, the mercs were still nothing but slaver scum, and thus no match for real pirates. Once matters had mostly settled down and he had a chance to catch his breath, Puzzle stepped aside and stared in bewilderment. The crowd of civilians, of all things, was in the process of ransacking the store, stealing everything that wasn't nailed down, applying crowbars to the stuff that was, and freeing any slaves they could find. Someone want to tell me what I'm looking at here? He asked nobody in particular, not really expecting an answer. Hence why he jumped almost a foot in the air when the thin air gave him one. That, my friend, was the start of the slave industry's bad day getting even worse. Oh, and don't worry, those injuries look worse than they are. Turns out that facing down a charging mob throws your aim off something fierce. Who knew, right? Puzzle took a second to process that before shaking his head dismissively. So the explanation is act of straw hats, just roll with it, got it. Well, if that's everything. Yeah, return to your usual loot, eh? Crap. Alright, return to your usual looting if you want to, but if you can't, maybe see about swinging back towards our staging grounds at Grove 77. Things are starting to get tense there. Oh. Fiendish Foxy had not been this fatigued since his mono a mono with Luffy, and his crew was starting to feel the strain as well. The combat itself wasn't the problem, not really. Under normal circumstances, his crew could handle it just fine. But fighting and supervising a timid, unkempt, and not in the least fit to fight sea of individuals. That put a hamper on their abilities. As such, they had opened the book on war tactics and acted accordingly. On one side of the Foxy Pirates' captain were the escaped slaves. It was, simultaneously, both a very inspirational and very depressing sight. The grove's landscape had been transformed into a sea of both hastily erected tents and huddled, frightened bodies. There were a few dozen appropriately trained pirates and miscellaneous volunteers milling through the crowd, providing what comfort they could to the recently emancipated souls. On its own, the situation would have been difficult enough to deal with, given just how many people needed help, as well as the sheer variety and intensity of their injuries and traumas. Krakoom! Foxy winced, scowling as he shifted his head the other way. And the situation was even worse than that, wasn't it? Erected on Foxy's other side was a massive wall of debris. Anything they could get their hands on. Stone, dirt, wood, metal, they'd even dismantled a few buildings. Small ports had been cut in the barricade to allow the pirates to fire out without getting winged by a bullet, and a few small mortars that Foxy had appropriated back when he'd been in the blues were helping keep the Marines' heads down. The fact that Cross's weapon hound was scampering back and forth across the top of the barricade and blasting out a few choice lobs of his own helped. 2. Further out beyond that, on the other side of the route to the nearest grove, the Marines had pulled out their shovels and dug in, creating a full trench line with a 2-foot berm in front. Rifle-armed soldiers manned the line, and they'd hauled up a few cannons to take puckots at the barricade. Not many Sandersonia, Koala, Duval, and Funk, for each collective efforts, had them moving after every shot, but enough to keep the pirates' heads down. The closest thing to a break that the captain had was providing a sit-rep with the newly arrived commander of the whole operation, who, regrettably, hadn't brought much with him in the way of reinforcements. Foxy, how are things looking? Cross started immediately, while his slimier half's attention was basically anywhere within his mile radius that wasn't there at the moment. But given the situation, that could be excused. More importantly, not good, Cross, Foxy huffed, gesturing for Cross to walk with him as they continued his patrol along the perimeter. As you can see, we're holding things together, tending to the ex-slave's injuries, trying to keep them calm. Boom! The slow man flinched as another cannon shot landed, demolishing part of the barricade. However, Foxy noticed that while Cross did react to the explosion, it was by glaring at the blast with what could only be described as contempt. At this point, he wasn't sure if it was from confidence, foolishness, or both. Probably both, Foxy muttered. What was that? Nothing, just thinking out loud. Foxy waved him off. But as I was saying, that isn't helping with the whole keeping the peace thing. There are a lot of Marines and mercenaries lined up out there. So far, they haven't made any serious pushes that we haven't been able to push back. Your allies and weapons have been useful on that front. High cross by Cross. Lesu barked as he leaped past above them, the aforementioned tactician giving him a casual salute in passing. Anyway, all they've been doing is lobbing fire and such, a lot of saber rattling and warning shots. But they haven't actually broken out their heavy artillery yet. The threat to either the civilians or the merchandise depending on who you ask is keeping them in place. But Foxy winced at a sudden bout of shouting from a camp. It was hastily shushed down, but the fact that it had happened at all. The split-headed captain groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. Cross, it took me a bit to figure out why they're focusing their efforts on only one bridge to this grove, but breaking the barricade is only their second priority. They're trying to get the civilians scared and it's working. The idea of fighting the Marines themselves is getting spread about. And we both know how badly that would end, this close to Marineford. Foxy began grinding his teeth, half out of terror and half out of sheer frustration. You may have dismissed the unarmed jackasses as no threat, and you're right. The slavers' mercenaries are only really a threat now that they're coordinating with the Marines, but if people start to riot, if the Marines can muster up even a half-baked excuse. I know, Foxy, I know, Cross cut in, silencing him with a raised hand. Just keep it peaceful. Foxy was about to snap back with a snide remark. What the hell did he think Foxy was here for? Before he noticed the look on Cross's face. Now he, like many others across the world, had seen many different expressions from the rabble-rouser's visage. From incensed rage to mad grins to genuine sorrow. But that look, the look of raw, determined resolve, was none of those. Faced with that look, Foxy's retort died in his throat. I hope that this out of yours is as good as you think it is, Cross. That solemn expression didn't shift an inch. As good if not better, Foxy. Now go. Foxy nodded slowly, reassured by Cross's composure, and returned to the fray, a beam sort of slow-mo photons materializing in his hand. As soon as his line of sight was beyond Cross's, the latter allowed his desperation to show, raking his steel-clad fingers through his hair. Vivi, please tell me that things are on track, because we're running out of time. Everything on our end is finished, and we've regrouped at the government building to escort Libya. We've caught a ride with a few flying fish riders to reach you faster, so we'll be there in minutes, Vivi responded, sounding like she was gnawing on her thumb. And I just heard from them. Communications are cut off now, of course, but as soon as they're ready, you'll be the first to know. But in terms of getting here, their route is proving troublesome. Cross slapped his palm to his forehead with a groaning growl. Because getting from there to here is no cakewalk, even for them, right, damn it. In all fairness to them, you did kind of pull the trigger on this out of the blue. Are you really starting this with me? Just commenting. Anyway, all I can suggest is that you stall for a little longer. I'm sorry, Cross. Ross continued rubbing his scalp and his signal for soundbite to drop the Okay, alright, maybe if I flank them and draw attention to myself, I can divert their attention for a few minutes. If I take Lasso and Funk Freed, might even be able to keep them occupied long enough for... Oh hey, we're going somewhere. Funk Freed's high-pitched question was a welcome surprise as the elephant clambered slithered over the barricade, soon joined by a panting and eager Lasso. Want us to help? Chaos knows you've got a bad habit of biting off more than you can chew. The droll offer made by a returning koala, however, was less welcome, especially when backed up by Senator Sonia's presence. Well, I thought you two were supposed to be on the front lines keeping those bastards back. Cross hissed incredulously. The anaconda woman blinked in surprise. I thought you called us back. Her gaze narrowed suspiciously. At the same time that all their raiding parties got called back, and the cannons on both sides are stopping. As silence fell on the whole Grove 77 in the lull of the battle, Cross and those near him all turned their focus on a shamelessly grinning culprit. What? Forgot about me already? Soundbite sing-sang, shamelessly swaying back and forth. I'm more than a pretty face, you know. You needed a plan, I've got a plan. And you need a distraction and to keep people calm, well, I'm giving you both at once. And trust me, A will be happy till the sea. Somehow I don't think a show of force is going to help us much right in. Cross started. We're not the distraction, dingus. I just needed to shut this place up long enough. Soundbite's grin widened enough to mirror his partner's typical countenance. To let everyone hear this. The moment the snail's voice died, literally everyone in the grove heard a drumroll. A relatively short, common drumroll that ended in a firm strike. Then it repeated itself and again. Following the noise showed that the drumming was coming from Brook of all skeletons. His lack of flesh still masked by his welding mask, but his afro plenty distinctive. Gotta give him credit, one rendition of Bone Jangles is already playing his perfect. Soundbite grinned. Cross though, the voice of anarchy, while he had originally looked skyward in panic, now wore an expression of pure, unadulterated joy. A wide grin adorned his face, though for once it held no malice, only unbridled jubilance at the blaring of the anthem. Then in a voice that was barely louder than a breath, Cross sang the lyrics of a song unknown to any realm in the world, yet one that with a ubiquitous message. Do you hear the people sing? Koala looked at Cross in confusion. Singing a song of angry men. Before he carried on the next segment of the chorus, her eyes lit up like a lighthouse in a raging storm, and without a second thought, she took up the next line. It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. At this point, Senator Sonia had caught on. With memories of relief, hope, and joy stirring in her heart from the day she was set free, she raised her own voice to join in the song. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums. The three of them crescendoed, with or without gastra amplification, and echoed throughout the grove. There is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. And then, out of the blue, a fourth voice chimed in. A child's voice. W, will you join? One of the nearby refugees, a girl who couldn't be older than 10 stammered out the words, likely barely even understanding what she was saying. In our crusade, who will be strong and stand with me? This, however, was stated with far more force and confidence by a man with heavily bandaged wrists, who was standing up and sporting the grin of a man possessed. And on it went, the song bouncing from person to person and gaining more force as it went. Beyond the barricade came from a shaken but recovering couple leaning against one another, while Is There a World You Long to See? Was sung by a woman cradling her child. And it was at that point, when the mood swelled to an absolute peak, that Cross snapped out a series of gestures. With one hand, he snapped at Koala and pointed to the top of the barricade, prompting her to clamber on up to where everyone could see her. With the other, he pointed at a makeshift flag that had just been painted with the tricolor and gestured for it to be tossed to him. The instant it was in his hands, he threw it up to Koala, who caught it and started waving it to the cheers of all who could see her. Then join in the fight, she roared, leading the eruption of sound that echoed across the grove. That will give you the right to be free. It was at that point that the refugees truly took heart, as nearly a dozen across the camp picked up instruments and joined in, raising their tunes and voices to the chorus. From there, everyone drew breath as one, and the archipelago sang. Oh, he's at it again, Zorro muttered, failing to hide a smirk. Yep. Damn cheeky son of a jewelry Bonnie trailed off into a frown born of memories that flashed through her mind. After a moment of thought, she glanced around her. Her company was her own crew whom she trusted, the Straw Hats who would not judge, the Heart Pirates, who were allied with the Straw Hats and previously allied with her crew, and the crowd that they were leading on to Grove 77, who were already singing. The glutton breathed in deeply and joined in the chorus. Do you hear the people sing? Singing a song of angry men. It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. Oh, really, given everything I know about the bastard, I should have seen something like this coming, the Pooh sighed, giving a defeated shrug. Yeah, Cross does a lot of things like this. It is the first time he's done something this big, though. Luffy replied with a slight, proud smile on his face. I'll say, Yuruj guffawed, clapping his massive hands together in a raucous show of appreciation. The man may disdain the divine, but he can certainly deliver a good sermon all his own when freedom enters the picture. In more ways than one, Apu dryly thought, slightly pushing his glasses up his nose. But that bit of snark was quickly dismissed in favor of joining the following chorus. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start. When tomorrow comes. As the singing continued, Luffy's expression slowly fell and turned solemn as he refocused on his current surroundings. Namely, he had the chains the freed slaves were carrying. He'd have broken them if he could, but with bombs strapped around their necks and tying something of a luxury, he'd just had an easier time knocking out the walls around their shackles wholesale. Sure, they'd all be able to get their collars off with the lockpicks waiting at their destination, but then, as the gears in the rubbery mind started to turn for once, he slowly beamed as an idea came to him. Apu grunted at a tap on his arm. He turned to see Luffy facing him with his trademark grin, but the long arm swore he saw a bit of joyous glee in there. Hey, long arm guy. Big mump guy. The other two supernovas felt chills go down their spines as Straw Hat's grin became an almost eerie parody of his tactician's trademark expression. Aya, I've got an idea tilde. In that moment, neither Apu nor Yuruj were sure they'd ever grinned wider in their lives. Oh. As the anthem continued on, the air still singing strong with the voices of thousands crying out for freedom, Cross dropped his voice from chorus and took a bit to catch his breath. During that pause, I smiled proudly at my brilliant partner. You know, I don't say this often enough, but good job, Soundbite. Yeah, I'm brilliant, yada yada, the snail grunted, his perturbed grimace a stark contrast to his earlier eagerness. Just one problem. Inspirational this may be. Krakoom! Cross and his fellow revolutionaries all flinched as another chunk of the barricade was suddenly blown to matchsticks. And while the singing never stopped, the hiccup and harmony was palpable, as was the waver that infected the lyrics to follow. Soundbite snorted furiously as he watched the roused foxes scramble to patch the hole and evacuate any injured. But Detroit, become human this isn't, and Marcus we ain't. Panic stop, Marines not. We bought time, not victory. Got anything else up your sleeve? Cross ground his teeth, searching his companions for an idea. Nothing came. A little desperate, he turned to Koala. You're the one who's got experience with war zones, any ideas? Koala bit out a sharp tusk as she cast her gaze towards the no-man's land. How much longer do you need? Until we get Piru. Ringing cut soundbite off, and Cross nearly ripped the receiver off, he grabbed it so fast. Hello, he demanded. There was a short pause as the answer echoed in Cross's headphones. To the immense comfort of everyone watching, he heaved out a sigh of contentment, his entire body sagging with pure relief. No, don't worry about it, everything's fine. Hell. Hearts all around were positively buoyed when Cross's countenance returned to its familiar demonic status. You're exactly on time. Soundbite. Cross snapped his attention around, staring straight through the barricade. Call the Marines. I've got only one thing to say to them. Oh, Harley. Jeremiah fucking Cross tells you that he wants to parley and you actually listen to the shit. Fuck's sake, if you can be this dumb and still get a damn coat, then maybe I should try my hand at this whole Marine shit. Bet I'd be a vice admiral by the end of the week. Marine Commander Ahara glared at the mercenary commander Tora. We're in a stalemate with one of the worst pirate crews in history, and half of this island is already burning. And there are hostages in that grove that need rescuing. I will take whatever victory I can get at this point. Hostages. You actually buy that shit. Frankly, I'm not paid enough to care either way. The battleground had fallen silent as the commander emerged from the barricade, a seasoned mercenary beside him. The pair paced forward, and Jeremiah Cross came to meet them, his arms and legs bare of armor as he entered no man's land, and the snail on his shoulder. The pirate was flanked by two figures, both rendered unidentifiable by the anonymous cloaked trademark they were wearing. Granted, one of them was literally 3 times taller than the other two, and the other's frame was distinctly feminine, but otherwise, they were totally obscured. Two groups walked until they were about 10 paces apart, coming to a mutual stop. Tora took an ostentatious step forward, but immediately retracted it when Cross shot a glance at him. So, Cross said, his trademark grin never wavering. I'm curious what you're going to concede to get us to give up. Better be something good, because we can keep this up all day and you've still got an archipelago to subdue. The Marine commander glared at Cross, clearly unimpressed. There will be no concessions. There will be no terms accepted other than immediate and unconditional surrender. Decline, and we will move upon your. He glanced at the improvised and by now rather battered barricade. Woodworks and slaughter you all to a man. If you bend the knee, however, then you will possibly prolong your worthless lives for a few more days. Or, to put it another, more accurate way, the mercenary chuckled as he unslung an axe from his back and tapped its haft in his palm. You lot can repent, give us our merchandise back, and bow your necks to the white hat here, said White Hat, grunted in irritation at the moniker. And maybe you'll suffer less. Least, the merc let out a grim chuckle as he danced his fingers across his axe's blade. It'll hurt less than what my boys and I are planning to do to you. Cross's impressed whistling was expected, but still annoying. Well, I'll give you lot a little credit for sticking to your guns. Sadly, I'm afraid you've misjudged things quite a bit, the criminal responded, pointing at the pair. See, you're not here to tell us to leave, we're here to tell you to leave. After all. The voice of anarchy then plastered a vicious grin onto his face. You can't touch us anymore. A silence fell over the warrior battle-torn grounds. Ahara and Tora, struck dumb by the pirate's audacious statement, could only stand frozen. Then Ahara did what any sane man would have done and scoffed. What are you talking about, you insolent thug? Though we very much wish you were, you don't seem to be a ghost. Har, dickweed, Cross flippantly replied with a flip of his hand no less. No, I mean that the land that we now stand on is no longer under the world government's jurisdiction. So unless you want the ones who do have authority here to take exception to your continued existence, I'd very much advise you all to step off. Excuse me. I thought you were intelligent, not blind and deaf. Our name is the world government. If I don't have the jurisdiction to arrest you, who does? Cross simply grinned the grin that raised islands. Oh, that's simple. Sploosh. Scrang. The Marines started as 2 pillars of water shot out on either side of the route, a pair of projectiles accompanying them. They slammed into the ground before Cross and an axe, at which point the law keepers recognized them. Tridents. Them. Splash. A moment later, the waters next to the roots burst open again, only this time instead of the scorching weapons, they disgorged the weapons bearers, who landed right next to their tridents and brandished them without a drop of wasted time or energy. Still drenched and no less intimidating for it. 2 muscular fishermen bedecked in very heavy shell-clad helmets and pauldrons stood before Jeremiah Cross, leveling their polearms at the unwelcome parties. You are trespassing on the property of the Ugu Kingdom, one of the fishermen growled, his expression remarkably calm for the sheer rage in his voice. Vacate the premises immediately, or we will remove you by force. Ahara gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to politely ask what in the name of the Elder Stars, sweet almighty beards, the fisherman thought he was talking about. The merc didn't give him the chance by posing the same question. Oh yeah, fish fuck. You in what army? Albeit in a cruder fashion. Neither did the suddenly grinning fisherman who delivered the ultimatum. Oh, I was really hoping you'd ask. And then he snapped his webbed fingers. Cross, who was by now running out of cheek to stretch, spun a bundle out of his belt and unfurled an umbrella of all things, leaning it on his shoulder as he flashed them a shaka sign. Surf's up, brah? What are you? Cross splash. Wog. A moment later, the waters next to the mangrove root literally erupted in a practically volcanic manner and then crashed down, blinding and drenching everyone who hadn't prepared for the event. It was also only these individuals who were prepared for the sight that everyone beheld when the salty sheets of rain finally stopped falling. Where once there had been still water, now there sat 2 massive galleons, encrusted all over with sea life ranging from barnacles to 60-foot kelp fronds to the biggest starfish any of them had seen. In stark contrast to the limp, tattered sails that clearly weren't designed to catch the wind, the unmistakable flag of the Ugu Kingdom, a cyan flag bearing a vertical conch shell superimposed over a cross harpoon and trident flap proudly in the wind. Oh, and the rails were lined with uniformly armored fishermen, and in place of broadside cannons, the ships were bristling with harpoon guns. Very, very large harpoon guns. Very, very large harpoon guns aimed right at them. And it wasn't just the ships that were teeming with fishermen soldiers. The original pair on the route had been joined by at least 24 other equally armored knights, the lot of them forming a wrought iron wall of interlocked shields interspersed by protruding lances. The only real break was the one right in front of Cross, allowing the Marine and Merc to maintain an unbroken line of sight with the pirate's rapturous smile. "So boys, tell me," Cross inquired ever so politely, closing his umbrella with a deft spin of his wrist. "Is this enough of an army for you?" One last time, the first of the fishermen soldiers repeated, a smirk both visible on his face and audible in his voice. "You are trespassing on the property of the Yugu Kingdom. Vacate the premises immediately or we will remove you by force." The suddenly self-conscious Merc let out a nervous chuckle as he slowly slid one of his feet back, glancing towards the Marine. "I still get paid for this, right?" The Marine shot the Merc an irritated glance before exhaling explosively and glaring even harder at the fisherman, with a decidedly unamused expression. "Soldiers of Yugu Kingdom, allow me to make it clear to you that you are in the process of making a very grave mistake. I don't know what you think that," he pointed at Cross, who returned the gesture with a jaunty wave. "Terrorists told or promised you, but the actions you are taking are illegal. If this is a declaration of secession, it's the most foolish thing that I've ever seen. And I can assure you, no matter what his broadcast might have you think of the world government's current state," Ahara's expression darkened as his hand fell hard on his sword's hilt. "We most certainly still have the strength required to put down one nation that's committing a capital crime. Save that in this instance, the only so-called capital crime I see being committed here, sirrah, would be the international incident you and that lout with you would perpetrate, were you to take one step more. And believe you me, punishing you all for committing said incident would be one of my fondest memories for years to come if you actually went through with it. So I implore you, test your luck and give me half a reason." And now the attention turned to two specific fishermen, mermen moving towards them. One of them was an elderly catfish merman, clad in a top hat and purple robe with his tail slithering behind him, a horn king helping him along. The other was easily twice their size, held aloft with a bubble ring around his waist, but also using an ornate trident as a makeshift walking staff to push himself forward. He had long and untamed blue hair and wore little, only a purple skirt-like garment and a cyan sash that seemed to defy gravity to wrap around his back and above his shoulders. The lack of clothing only served to emphasize every inch of his muscular frame. Ahara and Tora did not recognize these two individuals, nor did they care to fit the pieces together, but there was a justifiable sense of intimidation emanating from them. Cross, on the other hand, actually bowed his head in respect, even doffing his hat at the pair. "Ah, Honorable Minister of the Left, and Your Highness Prince Fukaboshi. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Your reputations precede you. Welcome to the Sabaody Archipelago." While the Marine and Merc bawled with the newly identified nobles in abject shock, Prince Fukaboshi returned Cross's greeting with a smirk and a nod, while the minister let out a good-natured laugh and tipped his top hat. "And a fond hello to you as well, Jeremiah Cross. A pleasure to be here, both on the archipelago and the SBS. But if you'll pardon me for but a moment, I just need to put some affairs in order, and then we can discuss matters in earnest." Speaking of which, the minister turned to the sopping wet pair, and his kindly mood evaporated in an instant. "You too. As the good soldier already informed you, you are trespassing on sovereign soil of the Yugu Kingdom territory. Leave now or face the consequences." Ahara grit his teeth as the dual irritations of a fish person speaking back to him, and being spoken back to at all piqued his ire. "Are you truly trying to say before the world that Fishman Island know that the Yugu Kingdom is invading Sabaody Archipelago? Because that would mean the invasion of an allied territory, and thus tantamount to a declaration of war. If that is the case, you can be assured that the world government will involve itself. And you don't want that." "Deputy," the minister scoffed, waving his staff dismissively. Hardly, my good man. Really now, invading an island. Why ever would we do that? We've already plans to seek the rights to claim an uninhabited one at the next reverie. As it stands, you've misunderstood me quite badly. We are not claiming that the archipelago itself is the territory of our nation. Rather, the minister tapped his cane on the root, nodding his head back towards the mangrove tree behind him. Merely this single district, Grove 77. This grove specifically bears the sovereign soil of the Yugu Kingdom and thus no longer falls under your jurisdiction." Tora's face twisted up in confusion, even as Ahara's expression darkened still further. "Wait a tick, sovereign soil, where have I?" The appropriate neurons flared in his brain, and his face lit up in honest panic. Wait a second, doesn't that usually mean a... Yes, it does. It was with that declaration that Prince Fukaboshi planted the butt of his trident in the ground, drawing himself upright so that he could stare down at the humans. As of 1 o'clock today, Grove 77 has been designated as the grounds for an embassy of the Yugu Kingdom. The first embassy that our kingdom has ever opened on the surface, as a matter of fact. You should feel very honored, Commander. You're witnessing a momentous occasion. Ahara's cheek twitched with the effort needed to suppress a curse. Save that you can't open an embassy on another country's grounds without their explicit approval. And I know for a fact that there's a chance of Governor Prefectus actually approving this as. You will find, Commander, a positively frigid voice cut in, causing Ahara to instinctively snap to attention, that ex-Governor Prefectus is unable to decide so much as the color of his own clothes, much less matters of international policy. With a mounting sense of dread, Ahara and Tora slowly turned to look behind them. Both froze up. They didn't recognize the woman in the center, but distressingly, she was wearing the governor's ceremonial badge. And perhaps more distressingly, she was flanked by Nefertari Vivi and Nico Robin and the Straw Hat Pirates, along with a host of Sabaody law enforcement officers. And since he's currently under arrest for embezzlement, corruption, and a shocking amount of bribery, from a source we are very intently investigating, the woman wearing the badge hummed, making a show of examining her fingernails. You'll find that he won't be making any such decisions for the rest of his life. As such, the government of the Sabaody Archipelago, which has recently undergone a re-evaluation of its own, has elected me, Governess Amadi Libya, to act in his stead. And it was I, with all the rights and privileges that my office affords me, who approved the Yugu Kingdom's acquisition of this grove. She tilted her head in such a way that her glasses flashed. Will that be a problem, Commander? Ahara's jaw twitch intensified. Are you completely certain that that is a course of action you would like to take, Governess? Oh, absolutely, Libya stated, her voice as blunt as a hammer as she breezed past the Marine. I and much of my current cabinet are of the opinion that it was long past time that we renewed our relations with our fishermen neighbors. Relations that we have neglected for far too long a time. It was with that proclamation that she halted in front of the fisherman royalty and dropped into a polite bow. I can only hope that this will be the first step on the long road to peace, Your Highness. That is a sentiment that the whole of the Yugu Kingdom, my father and myself in particular, reflect, Governor. And congratulations on your election. Fukaboshi chuckled as he inclined his head in turn. No thanks required. I just hope I do a better job than my predecessor. Not that that's a high bar, but still. Speaking of which, straightening up, Libya turned her attention to the Minister of the Left and held out a laminated, notarized, and long since dried document that at least looked very official. Keep this well protected. Normally, we'd have more fanfare for this, but given the circumstances, this will have to suffice. And with that, changing neither of their deadly serious expressions, Devil Child Nico Robin drew out and popped a champagne popper, while Corsair Princess Nefertari Vivi blew a party blower, a curly one, with streamers, SNRK, and since Cross was suddenly biting into his knuckles to keep from cackling while his snail was silently howling, yes, that had actually just happened. Ahara was beginning to really hope that he woke up soon. I am not getting paid enough for this shit, the merc muttered, unknowingly echoing his misery. But still, just in case that wasn't in the cards, you should be aware, Governess Ahara ground out, in spite of how it felt like he was chewing glass to get it out, that the world government had several agreements in place with your predecessor. Agreements that I would very much advise you take into consideration before you make any further uneducated decisions. Oh, is that so? The freshly minted governess mused, glancing at the commander with intense disinterest. Well then, that sounds like something you'll want to take up with my successors. Ahara felt the shudder that wrecked his body and his soul. Successors, plural. He yelped. Indeed, Libya hummed, casually taking off her glasses to polish one of the lenses. You see, we citizens of Sabaody have taken the chance to review our government's history, and quite frankly, we found our prior governors to be somewhat. She let out a slight hiss as she pushed her glasses back under her nose, lacking in a number of areas. As such, we decided that a change was in order. Come the end of the week, we'll be dissolving the current government and calling a, what was the term? Oh yes, constitutional convention, so we can set up a proper constitutional democracy. Anything the world government wishes to discuss, they can take it up with a council of civilians that will be elected in my stead. Is that clear, soldier? Yes, Mananhara snarled out, his nerves ratcheting even higher as another option to get out of this with even half a chance of keeping his job evaporated. But not being one to admit defeat without a hell of a good reason, he kept trying, this time with the Minister of the Left. Even so, this changes nothing. You still have no right to refuse us passage or to harbor these criminals and their hostages. Ahara felt the nascent temperature drop 20 degrees, but he pushed through with his statement. This grove may belong to your kingdom, but your kingdom, Bell. He snapped his teeth shut as the temperature hit freezing around him and hastily reworded his sentence. Is a part of the world government, meaning that you're still within our jurisdiction. If you still refuse to stand aside, we will be forced to file a report stating your secession. And as I stated before, you know as well as I that the consequences to such a course of action would be dire, to say the least. And I believe the Minister of the Left intoned, frigid as the polar seas, that you could use a refresher course on the very laws you and yours supposedly enforce. What are you? Ahem, if I may. Nefertari Vivi coughed into her fist. If you don't mind, kindly refer to the World Government Foreign Policy 25th Amendment, Article 7, Section 5, Subsection 62, Wealth Revision. Piece of legislature more commonly known as the Drake Doctrine. Ahara twitched in confusion. For some reason, that name struck a chord in him, but for the life of him, he couldn't. To paraphrase for the sake of those not well versed in legalese, the Corsair Princess sniffed primly. In the event that a member nation of the world government proves to be too remote, too inhospitable, or lacks the proper infrastructure to support a proper marine presence, that nation will be granted the right to maintain its own standing forces and handle matters of judicial nature as the ruling body deems fit. End paraphrase. This law is followed by a list of nations that fall under the aegis of the doctrine, at the very top of which, the Minister of the Left sniffed imperiously. Is it your kingdom? But what does that? The choked gurgle occupied Ahara's throat as the implication struck him like a sea king. No, you can't be saying. That's not what that law means. Oh, but isn't it? The minister all but sneered at the Marine. After all, the quick and dirty summary of that legislation is you're on your own, handle matters as best you can, so here we are handling them. The catfish merman punctuated his ire with a sharp rap of the staff on the ground. For the past 200 years, has the world government made their stance on her jurisdiction in our kingdom explicitly clear for all to know. All instances of crime, from disturbing the peace to kidnapping to murder, fall to the Reboot Kingdom's monarchy to solve and punish. All authority has been ceded to our administration and oversight, and at last, we are exercising it right to its fullest, even if that should be verging on the definition of abuse. And as such, the minister all but roared as much as his elderly voice allowed. By the authority vested in me by His Majesty King Neptune, I declare that so long as they remain under our aegis, that you and yours will not touch one hair on the heads of these pirates' nay, these heroes, or those poor unfortunate souls they have rescued from their wretched fates. And that is final. All Ahara could manage was a wheezing gurgle as his last hopes all burned to cinders before his eyes. Now, Minister, there's no need to be quite so harsh on the poor fellow. Ahara's gaze snapped up to Prince Hugoboshi. He knew he shouldn't put too much stock in the seemingly placating tone of his voice. He knew that there was another shoe waiting to fall. But damn it, if he had even an inkling of hope left then. After all, he's merely acting according to the law, the prince said in the same calm tone. If he wishes to reclaim his organization's authority in our nation's borders, then it's quite simple. All the Marines have to do is establish a base of authority on Fishman Island and fully man it while maintaining peace and order in their home. Simple, no. And loaded the good Marine know what hope sounded like when he died. BB, but that would take years to establish. He babbled weakly. And the PP price of upkeep alone? I'm sorry. Am I hearing this right? And of course that was when Jeremy fucking cross-piped in, his ear ostentatiously cupped. Sir, are you implying that the world government puts a price on the safety and well-being of its citizens? Did I hear that correctly? And if so, can I quote you on that? And in that moment, the Marine swore that it was not a man smiling at him, but the incarnation of chaos itself. Where live. After that, Ahara suffered a brief moment of confusion where he couldn't tell if the pounding in his ears was his jackhammering heart or the gavel of his court-martial. And then everything went black. Oh, the Minister of the Left fumbled his monocle in surprise when the Marine commander suddenly collapsed like a puppet with his strings cut. Mr. Cross, he said, turning to me. Please don't take this the wrong way, but you scare me. None taken, I think I just scared myself a bit, I replied, just surprised. I mean, this is only the third time that I've done that. I realized too late that the looks almost everyone was giving me were anything to go by that saying it had happened before, and more than once. Probably was reassuring. So, the merc broke the awkward silence with an even more awkward cough. I'm just Gannon. He jabbed his thumb over his shoulder with a shaky smile. Go and get my boys, and I'll tell everyone else that we should all find somewhere else to work. Far, far away from here and all your very pointy spears, yeah. I schooled my expression into a look of patient disdain as I pointed at the Marine. Take him with you and tell his men what's going on, and maybe we won't hunt your asses down for the years of blood on your hands. Deal. Right, I will definitely do that. The merc nodded, tossing the marine over his shoulder. Well, happy trails to ya. And with that, he booked it but good. I nodded in satisfaction, and gave a glance up at Gif hiding in the folds of someone's hood. In full awareness that the entire world was watching, I swept my arm to my waist and gave the merman towering above me a proper bow. Your Highness, your presence honors us all, I declared in as formal and proper a tone I could manage. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for coming here. To say that pretty much everyone around me was left surprised would be an understatement, and I couldn't blame any of them. Oh, aha. So, this is your answer then. My oh my, you really are something special, you brats. The both of you. No more like the whole lot of you, even the ones you roped into this. So youthful and determined to make the rest of us old-timers look like absolute fools. Rayleigh thumped the back of his head against his cell's wall, chuckling. And all I wanted was to make those kiddos sweat a bit. So this is karma. I don't think I care for it. Aha. Dark King Rayleigh continued laughing, even as he sat chained and shackled in the depths of the human auction house. Normally there'd be no reason for laughter in a place as hellish as that, but today was an exception. Once more, Rayleigh congratulated himself on having the foresight to smuggle in a baby snail with him when he decided to try and make the straw hat's arrival more interesting. He also resolved to thank Shanks for helping him circumvent Cross's localized transmission embargo when he figured out why his snail was being suspiciously quiet. After all, he'd have hated to miss even an instant of what he was seeing. Especially this. And to think you actually do have a concept of respect in that hellish brain of yours. Rayleigh whistled. I wonder if you'd had a chance to meet the old king, would you have bowed to him too? He fell silent as he contemplated such a meeting, before throwing his head back and laughing even louder. Aha! Oh, who am I kidding? You'd have something positively nefarious in mind, and you both know it and be looking forward to it. Haha. Should I... Clang! Rayleigh's jaw snapped shut and his mouth twisted into his mouth, glaring at the one of his cage bars, even as he subtly shoved the snail further into his coat. Hey, what gives? You told everyone to stop screaming and crying, and I'm doing neither. Disco was already ugly grimace deepened into an even uglier scowl. Yeah, well, I'm telling you to stop laughing now, too. Maybe you stay silent. Rayleigh couldn't help but crack a smirk and lean forward towards his captor. Well, what? I'll get the lash. There was a brief pause, and then the star-spectacled man's face twisted into a smile all around. No, he sneered nervously. Someone else will, and you'll watch. That killed Rayleigh smirk dead. He scowled at the slave trader, barely keeping himself from tucking his collar free of the wall. Try that, and I will do things to you that haven't been done to another human being in almost 20 years. His voice dripping with a darkness that had left many a hardened pirate as well as a certain red-nosed cabin boy with nightmares till the end of their days. So he was quite shocked when Disco merely threw his head back and laughed, chuckling and spinning his cane with an airy care in the world as he turned and walked away. Promises, promises, for old dog. Promises, and nothing more. The old man watched him go, all good humor drained from his face. Over the course of his stay, Rayleigh had become well acquainted with Disco's personality, a typical dirty coward, who only had power and confidence as long as whoever he was fighting couldn't fight back. For the auction house's owner to be that aggressive and confident with all that the Straw Hats were pulling off. With all he had to know by now, the Straw Hats had pulled off something was wrong. No more than just wrong. In the deepest part of his gut, the Dark King could tell that something was very, very wrong. Though, see Cross, Vivi stammered out, Robin staring at me in wide-eyed shock. Holy, is he really? Koala breathed, Sanders Sonia nodding in numb agreement. But perhaps the most stunned was Fukaboshi, who was staring at me in naked surprise. This Jeremiah Cross, this is hardly necessary, he finally managed to get out. I must agree, Mr. Jeremiah. The minister of the left blustered, wringing his cane in shock. One as distinguished as yourself need hardly humble yourself in such a matter, least of all for a matter as trivial as this. And yet I insist that it is, insisted, keeping my head lowered. Your Highness, what you are doing here today, there just aren't words for it. What is happening here today, what will happen here today, none of it would be possible if it weren't for your bravery and integrity. Our actions here today, your actions will reshape the history of both our species. Today is a day that will live on in the memories of all sapient species on this planet for generations to come, and for that, I can't even begin to thank you enough. And with that, I straightened up and gave Fukaboshi a watery smile as I placed my hand on his arm. I can't even begin to describe how proud Otohan would be of you, Fukaboshi. That got twin jerks of shock from the fishermen nobles, and even the soldiers within earshot recoiled at my comment, but just as quickly. Fukaboshi recovered and gave a tearful smile of his own. I don't know how you can claim such familiarity, but I thank you nevertheless. Indeed, indeed. The minister's whiskers flapped a bit with how fast he nodded his head. And dare I say, our dearly departed queen would have been overjoyed to make your acquaintance as well. If, ha 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 ha. Alright, I kinda regret making everyone reel in shock when I burst out laughing at that comment, but come on. Oh, he'll know. I wheezed, still giggling madly. Oh, non. Oh, Newell, Adoheim would have utterly despised me with every fiber of her being. What? Yes, utterly. Dude, I scoffed, wiping a tear from my eye. In case you missed it, I'm a reckless firebrand who starts wars around the world with my words, and who advocates harsh, violent resistance, and whose hands are soaked in blood, whether through skulls I've personally cracked or by proxy. If we'd ever met, Adoheim would have slapped me so hard her wrist would have shattered, and I'd be in more pain than her because of it. Seriously, I respect her to hell and back, and we might have had the same goals, but our means are totally opposite, and you know, she would never let me hear the end of it. Everyone stared as that sunk in, and then something happened that I had never seen in the story. Prince Fukaboshi threw his head back and busted a stitch laughing. Why, your Highness? The minister blustered helplessly. Oh, come off it, minister, he has us there. Fukaboshi chuckled, slapping a hand down the old-timer's back, nearly laying him out flat in the process. We both know the mother wouldn't have abided by his methods, and she'd have given us all hell for giving him the time of day too, even as she hung onto his every word. If she were still alive, we'd all be stuck listening to the SBS in the basement for fear that she might find us. The minister weighed his prince's words before glancing aside with an uneasy thought. I believe we have other matters to attend to, my prince. Quite right, I nodded in agreement, turning around and gesturing for everyone to follow me back towards the barricade. I tell your soldiers to hold their positions, in case anybody gets it in their head to pull something unwise. As for the rest of us, well, soundbite answered for me by shooting a smirk at Fukaboshi. Let's get this guy in front of the crowd, he hooted. As the snail says, let's move. And with that, I marched back to Grove 77, the rest of the party following along. As we went, Vivi walked up and side-eyed me. This is the second time in 2 weeks that you've shown another royal of my standing more respect than you've ever shown me, she muttered in annoyance. I haven't had to see them preening in front of a mirror in their underwear, I blithely answered. Excuse me. Vivi hissed snarled, staring at me in equal parts rage and embarrassed horror. You should really remember to lock the room door more often, Princess. It can get horribly drafty in there, you know. Robin hummed ever so casually as we both strode past our suddenly frozen crewmate. Also, I don't recommend something that's sheer and lacy for everyday wear. Man, after so much seriousness, the sound of Vivi's tortured moan of embarrassment was like sweet, sweet music to my ears. Oh, Kirubai, Hachi, and Chu saw every moment across his interaction with the authorities of their kingdom, Prince Fukaboshi himself in the flesh, forging an alliance that was built to last for a very long time. All three of them were gaping openly, but while for Hachi it was from joy and awe, the other two had the same question on repeat in their minds. What is my life right now? Oh, you know, it never ceases to amaze me how potent the power of sound can be when applied appropriately. The latest example soon to come is Fukaboshi pushed off of the ground and floated atop a pile of crates remarkably similar to the one I'd used earlier. All it took was sound by amplifying the sound of the princess trident knocking against the crates for the crowd's hushed but deafening muttering to cease. Fukaboshi paused and took a moment to properly clear his throat before addressing the crowd properly. Greetings, everyone, he declared, keeping his voice at a nice and even tone and pace. I'd like to start by apologizing for bothering you all. I'm aware that you all have been through a horrendous amount of trauma, and that your only desire at the moment is to rest. As such, I'll do my best to keep this brief. My name is Prince Fukaboshi, eldest son of King Neptune of the Ryugu Kingdom on Fishman Island. I stand before you now to declare that from this point forward, the 77th Grove of Sabaody Archipelago is now an embassy for our kingdom. He thumped his fist to his heart, and as such will stand as a sanctuary for those who have been afflicted by the slave trade. Slavery has long been a scourge on both our peoples, so you can rest assured that we of the Ryugu Kingdom will spare no expense to see it combated, in whatever means we may. And in pursuit of that goal, Fukaboshi turned to the side and gestured behind him at the galleons that he'd arrived on him with. These ships you see before you are crewed by the finest soldiers my kingdom has to offer, and are capable of making not only the trip to Fishman Island, but also to all four of the blue seas with ease. Soon, we will begin taking names and destinations, and from there we will guarantee you safe passage to the oceans you call your homes. The prince paused and bowed his head sorrowfully. Regrettably, it is simply not feasible for us to return you all home at once. So many of you will have to wait for subsequent ships to make the voyage, but no matter how long it takes, I give you my word that I mind, and ours will make certain that every last one of you will return home. Many of my kind are personally familiar with the devastation that slavery can bring upon a person and the ones that are left behind. Rest assured, we will provide all the resources that are needed for you to return to your lives as the best that you can be, physically and mentally. I promise this with the hope that it will be the beginning of many positive relations between humans, fishfolk, and merfolk, as was the desire of my late mother, Queen Ottoheim. In her memory, and on my honor as a prince, I swear to you that we will not rest, and we will not falter. We will see to it that none who set foot on our soil need ever feel the sting of the whip or the chill of chains ever again. This, he thrust his trident skyward. I swear. That was when the skies over Grove 77 erupted. A shower of leaves falling upon our heads at the cheers and applause of the free, and the proud quiet literally shook the heavens. Honestly, if it weren't for Soundbite's intervention, I and a few others might very well have ended up deaf. But man, to see so many people literally jumping with joy, clutching one another with and crying tears of relief, to see such a pure and honest expression of adulation and jubilation. Yeah, I think I'd gladly go deaf for that. But Fukaboshi wasn't done quite yet when he announced that by repeatedly thumping his trident against the face. No real silence, but the roar went from deafening to present, so that was enough. Finally, I would like to address the ones responsible for bringing so many people to freedom. Those who were brave enough to take the first steps today. Even if your motives were not humanitarian, your actions were still without compare, and this would seem to be for them. The minister of the left carefully slithered his way up onto the crates next to his prince, and withdrew a decorated briefcase from the folds of his robe. He drew a small blue booklet made of metal from within, holding it up for all to see. As our show of thanks, all pirates present here today will be the first to receive these royal passports, known as the Broken Chain Passports, authorized by King Neptune himself, the means to announce. As you all know, the only way that one such as yourselves may continue your voyage into the New World is to first pass through our island, and for a long time, such voyages have been unregulated. The result is a perilous voyage through the depths of the Grand Line, which many cannot survive, and as a result of the lack of oversight of those who would come to our island, all too often are our waters frequented by criminals who would do us harm. It is the intention of these passports to alleviate matters on both ends of the situation. This passport will allow us to keep track of those who would seek entry to our kingdom, for the document will be a sign that you possess the favor of the Ryugu royal family. Holding it both guarantees you facilitate passage to our kingdom on Fishman Island. Possessing this passport at our embassy will authorize your access to an expert ship coder, as well as the services of a personal guide to escort you to our kingdom by the securest routes available, free of charge. This will also facilitate your stay on our island. Room and board and food of the highest quality are available for all discounts, so long as they keep within the country's laws. This passport guarantees the holder and their crew the VIP treatment for the entirety of their stay. And how might one come to possess such a wondrous boon, you might wonder. Well, regrettably, that will involve a rather lengthy and exorbitantly expensive screening process to make sure that your backgrounds are clear enough for us to allow you entry. But, he described I would throw one of his mustache's long whiskers. We're a crew to present evidence of their goodwill towards our kingdom, a token such as a set of broken chains, a bureaucratic process, shall we say. And so, to all those present here today, who might still wish to earn themselves a few extra copies of the passport, as well as those watching and listening beyond the horizon, the minister chuffed and tipped the brim of his hat down ever so slightly. Well, now, we will issue a pirate statement on behalf of the Ryugu Kingdom.
I feel like
There was a murmur, and a man with pride beside. I'll say this. The old man suddenly swept his cane out and pumped his fist in the air. Go out there and give them the what for, lads. That proclamation initiated a whole round of cheers, and while it was less deafening than when the whole grove did it, our fellow buccaneers made up for it by sheer raucousness and liberal use of their firearms. Man, it would have been awesome just to be standing there before the crowds, next to the semi-aquatic heroes who'd helped turn my madcap plan into the madcap reality we were living in and just soaking up the praise. Hey, you guys, you gotta come check this out. Yoink! Wah. Whoa, watch what you're pulling on. But some things never truly change, and I'd never have it any other way. Of course, a certain merman prince might have a different opinion of being yanked off our high horse's high pile, whatever by an all too familiar rubbery arm, despite the minister of the left's protest as he attempted to slither after us. I don't suppose you could try and stop him, Fukaboshi shouted, completely failing to gain any purchase in the ground with his trident. Let me check, I groused as I was dragged across the mossy ground by my boot. Hey Luffy, think you could let us go? No way, Shishishi. Explaining or letting you guys walk would be too slow, this is faster. The best I could offer Fukaboshi was a shrug to tell him that I'd at least tried. Could you at least explain where you're taking us while you're dragging us, please? The prince demanded, really showing off his negotiation skills there. Something really cool. Luffy unhelpfully answered. See, I had this idea. That little proclamation had me and Fukaboshi exchanging looks. I feel like I should be screaming in terror, Fukaboshi bit out in a deceptively calm voice. It's the oddest thing. I tugged the brim of my cap down over my eyes. It's Luffy thinking, I'm pretty sure that's your primal instincts warning you that this is all against the laws of the universe. Sadly, nothing more was forthcoming from my captain. Not until he skidded to a halt right in front of one of the massive roots. Fukaboshi and I had no time to catch their breath. The gathered supernovas demanded our attention, as did the lit torches they carried. Torches they were carrying around a pit they were pouring what looked to be pitch into. Come on. Luffy eagerly cried, hopping up to his spot around the pit and grabbing up a torch of his own. Oh god, why? They're almost done. You gotta take a look before they light it. Alright, now I'm terrified, I muttered, working my way to my feet and trudging after my captain, Fukaboshi a stepper, tail length behind. Reaching the edge, we looked in and gasped, eyes wide. There, in the pit and soaked in pitch, was a small mountain of chains and slave collars. My eyes darted from the chains to the torches, and suddenly everything made sense. You're burning them. Fukaboshi breathed in awe, eyes wide. You're burning the chains. Do you guys realize the symbolism of this? I wheezed, running my fingers through my hair. Burning the literal instruments of oppression. Do you take us for fools, Jeremiah Cross? Hawkins drawled. Because any fool could see the symbolism. Point of order, a fool did, Drake huffed, casting a sidelong glance at a snickering Luffy. After all, he's the one who suggested this to begin with. Which is the strong point of this, Nami added, staring wistfully into the flames of her torch. If even Luffy can see the meaning of this, then everyone will. It'll be a physical symbol of everything we've done here, something that nobody will be able to ignore. Well, until it burns out, at least, but it'll be pretty till then. Bonnie shrugged in a what can you do manner. That snapped Fukaboshi out of his trance, and he chopped his arm down in denial. That will not happen. I'll make arrangements to keep it burning eternally, see to it myself if I have to. But this rest assured, I'll see to it that this site becomes a historical monument. I will not let it die. That got lots of honest surprise from the supernovas, and I do believe that, in that instant, a lot of respect was earned all at once. Once the moment passed, Big J reached inside himself and plucked out 2 more torches, holding them out to us. Prince, if you'll do the honors, he grunted. For a moment, the two of us reached for the flames, ready to accept them, but in the next, we exchanged a look. An understanding passed between us, and we lowered our arms. Man, I drawled, crossing my arms behind my head. Personally, I think we'll sit this one out if you don't mind. Indeed, Fukaboshi nodded in agreement. He raised his hand, the impending protest dying in the supernova's throats. Cross had his moment of glory earlier when he orchestrated this masterpiece, and I had mine not 5 minutes ago. This gesture, this moment. He swept his hand out over the pit, and the evil they were all prepared to burn. This I offer to you. To the 13 supernovas who brought about this earth-shaking paradigm shift, for your part and for all that you have done, this is yours. And yours alone. There was a moment of stunned silence, and of course it was broken by Luffy snickering and running a finger under his nose. Shishishi. Told you guys he was cool. You never even met him before today, Monkey Brains, Killer grumbled, even as he tossed a bundle of bills toward the too smug Nami. Hey, I had a good feeling about it. Anyway, Luffy started eagerly waving his torch around. Let's do it. Another round of nods, and the pirates raised their arms too. Whoa, wait, hold up. All eyes turned to me, catching Luffy's wrist, various levels of annoyance on their faces. What? Kid snapped. This just occurred to me, but we're burning the collars, I hissed. Sweet lightning, how had they overlooked this? How had I overlooked this? Right, adrenaline rush at the sheer beauty of it. You do remember they've all got explosive charges in them, right? And we're lighting them on fire. That got everyone yanking their flames back nice and fast, except for Bardo, who just scoffed and waved me off. You seriously think that didn't occur to me, Cross? The Mohawk captain demanded. They're bomb collars, those things use small charges to sever the spine, not TNT. So it'll be small rolling explosions rather than one big one. No big A. He blinked at the blank, accusing stares he realized he was getting. I like explosions. But whatever, if you want to really overly safe. A wave of his hand, and a shimmering barrier spread out over the pit, with a far smaller hole in the middle. There, you pansy. Perfectly safe. Pansy. That shrapnel could have shredded us into chunky salsa, you. You're overreacting, Zoro replied, rolling his eyes. That would have just torn us up a bit. Chopper could have patched us back together, no problem. Say that again, you blithering troglo. If I may, Fukaboshi interjected with a raised hand before Chopper could fight his way out of our gunner's grasp and really made things interesting. I believe that now that all protests have been addressed. A moment of silence, and he nodded. Then I shall do a christening. To the flames of liberation. May they burn eternally as a symbol of our defiance. And with that cry, the supernovas raised their arms and cast the torches into the pit. Krakoom! F whoosh! And the rest, as they say, was history. Oh, unseen to all. Standing just a few paces behind the captains, behind one obliviously smiling captain in particular, was a woman casually taking a drag from her cigarette. The moment the supernovas this new man, absolutely incredible generation of pirates threw in their torches, she flicked in her smoldering stub right alongside them. That one's for you, Jack, he chuckled wistfully, watching the smoke rise to the heavens. You damn gold fool. And with that, she turned around and walked away. She lit up another cigarette, calmly blowing out smoke to join the pillar, and her voice softly joined in the new chorus that had risen from the masses around her. Will you give all you can give, so that our banner may advance? Some will fall and some will live. Will you stand up and take your chance? Beyond the horizon, your freedom awaits you at last. Oh, do you hear the people sing? Singing a song of angry men. It is the music of a people, who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start. When tomorrow comes, much as I wanted to join the swelling chorus that would surely echo in this place's memory for generations to come, I had to turn away for a bit. Stepping a short distance away from the main glut of the crowd, I leered down at my partner. What is so important that you have to drag me away from the celebration? I hissed, making my consternation sound genuine, but really it was taking all my discipline to muffle my smile. If everything up until had been the climax of my plan, then this was without a doubt the coup de grace, and I intended to play it perfectly. This is important, Cross. Soundbite whined piteously before redonning his cocky smirk. You will never guess who followed you all the way here hoping for an up-close and deadly visit. I heaved a weary sigh, slapping a hand to my face. Oh great, a vendetta seeker. Soundbite, that's a long list. If you want me to guess, I need a clue. Who, fair enough. The gastropod cackled. Here's a clue. We last saw them in the land of sand. My facepalm slowly transitioned to pinching my nose. Swear to God, if Croc or Disbonus got out. Eesh, that would be nasty, but nope. Also, wrong side of the law. Then who? I recoiled as I affected an expression of terror. Not that hard with all the memories I could draw from. Oh crap, tell me it's not Smoker because that could be a real. Yeah, trust me, I'm aware. I've been keeping a non-existent ear out for any reports of killer smog sound. Bite grimaced and glanced aside before eagerly perking up. But we're in luck, cause not a peep on that front. For now, we're only being shadowed by his four-eyed flunky, Tashigi. I blinked in surprise before cradling my chin thoughtfully. Alright, not as much of a threat, but still pretty skilled and definitely still bearing a grudge against us. I paused and looked at my partner in confusion. Wait, how come we haven't heard reports of her hauling pirates in by the crew full? Even if you were redirecting people around her or her around us, she'd still be on the hunt, wouldn't she? Oh, she is. Soundbite nodded eagerly, looking like he was seconds away from busting into joyful hysterics. It's just that she's distracted by other prey. We leave behind a luwad of scraps, don't you know? Scraps. What are you, OH? I slammed my fist in my palm. Ooh, so that's what you, and then I trailed off once more as my face slowly underwent a metamorphosis of realization. Oh. Ooh, oh. Kruos. Soundbite drew out. Puff, ff. Oh. I chuckled menacingly, not exaggerating that in the least. Oh. Yes. Oh, that. Is. Good. Brilliance, even sheer brilliance, right at its finest. Oh lordy, you've got a plan, the snail moaned. Don't sound so scared. The last time you had an idea this happened. He sniped, waving his eyes up to indicate, while the entire archipelago. I have every right to be scared. I briefly considered that before shrugging. Point. Anyway, you willing to help me with this idea, or do I need a snail with balls? Or at least, balls bigger than yours? No such snail exists. He snapped. Then he blinked and rolled his eye stalks. Guess I have no choice but to handle it myself. Thank you for your sacrifice. Now. I snapped my fingers and proudly pointed out into the groves. Connect me to Tashigi on the double. Roger. One call coming up, featuring Jeremiah Cross. I sneered as I thumbed out the collar of my jacket. Himself naturally. Say wah. That makes two of us now, ring. And a soundbite rang. I reveled in the anticipation of the display I was about to put on. After all, as far as the world knew, Tashigi and we're still enemies. I was the cocky manipulator, she the hapless but idealistic marine. And it was with that very dynamic that I intended to hammer the final nail into the world government's coffin. But of course, for an effective dance. Kalik. One needs an equally able partner. This is Lieutenant Tashigi, busy in the middle of something to— what? A clang of steel obscured her voice, presumably to put down some idiot stupid enough to think this conversation was even half an opening. Sorry about that, I'm clear now. Anyways, who is this? Why, this would be third mate Jeremiah Cross, currently in the middle of celebrating an overwhelming victory on the part of piracy. I all but purred, sweeping my arm across my chest in a nice and mocking show of a bow. Good evening, Lieutenant, long time no infuriate. How's the blood pressure? Spiking now that I'm speaking to you, you pompous blowhard. Tashigi roared, soundbite's veins nearly pulsing. Why are you calling me, you bastard son of a bitch? New and out, let's all calm down, Lieutenant. No need to bring Akanu or his mother into this, I said placatingly, making a show of examining my gauntlet's nails, which must have broadcasted quite well if Tashigi's feral snarling was anything to go by. But as for the why, well, I shrugged ever so innocently. I missed you as all. Ha! But I did, I whined in my most petulant of tones. I mean, I put on this most wonderful of song and dance and spun the world on its ear, and at my hour of glory, you don't even RSV. I feel so betrayed, my dear. Why, I don't even have the words. Standing a man up like this at his peak, it's just— I choked back a Neas and fake sob as I made doe eyes at soundbite. Who looked fit to choke on his own tongue? Be honest with me, is there another pirate? Is he more infuriating than me? The act was dropped in favor of biting my knuckles as Tashigi made noises that shouldn't have been producible by a human throat. No, seriously, I don't doubt that somewhere nearby, Chopper was taking notes and muttering as he amended some thesis of his. Oh, can hate fucking be verbal? Because I'm pretty sure that this count at this point, Nami muttered, staring at Breen in a mix of horrified awe and disgusted fascination. Apu chortled, filling in for Vivi, who was too busy leaning against a thoroughly hysterical Mary. Clearly, you haven't been listening to Law and Kid snipe at each other over the past 2 weeks. It's sickening, bizarre, probably banned in most of the world, and kind of awe-inspiring to watch if I'm being honest. Robin promptly tossed him a tone dial. Get me a recording, would you? For research, I'm guessing. Mostly blackmail, but Chopper greatly appreciates any contributions to his research. Oh, but I picked up once Tashigi finally ran out of air. For real, where were you, Lieutenant? I wouldn't think you wanted to miss a nice little meetup like this without good reason. Oh, you gave me plenty of reasons, you smug prick, and you know it. Tashigi snorted, actually puffing out a cloud of steam. The entire time you and your fellow scum have been running rampant through the archipelago, you've been leaving your scraps behind. And as much as I would love, and I mean love to see you chained, shackled, and nailed to the wall, I exchanged a very wary look with soundbite. Not even touching that one, I stage whispered. The fact remains that we can't leave the monsters you leave destitute free to do as they please either. We've been stuck with dozens of arrests, countless counts of accessory to these crimes, trails miles long leading off into the blues themselves. Tashigi's outrage slowly contorted into an expression of pride. You pirates might have your victory right now if you can call it that, but we Marines have our own too. We'll see the evils of slavery rooted out of this world once and for all. Us and not you. I took a moment to let that statement sink in, and then just dismissively and turned my head away. Pardon me if I don't exactly hold my breath. After all, didn't you and yours already make that promise 200 years ago? Screw you. Sorry, not interested, I shot back before moving on to the main event. Especially since I doubt you'll be in much of a position to do anything for much longer. Come now, how long do you think you can keep this up, Tashigi? How much more can you do before Marineford slaps you silly with a cease and desist order and tell you to get back to hunting us before they boot you down to chore boy? Huh. Your lies are as see-through as your so-called integrity cross. Tashigi snapped, sound by leaning forward and transmitting the tiniest grin she was wearing under her scowl as she ramped up for her finale. There is no possible way that such a thing would ever happen, because the Marines and world government are utter bastions of truth, integrity, and morality. Never in a million years would they condone the villainy of slavery. As bad as you are, the priority is obvious. The slaver scum will be dealt with in totality, and that's a promise. Each and every last one that you pirates discover and put out of business, we'll arrest and convict them all. Just a bit more, just a bit. Sound bites eye stalks, snapped upright as Tashi herself snapped to attention. I staked the very pride of the Navy on this vow, and there it was. There. It was. At long last, checkmate. I shivered, literally shivered as the sensation of victory washed over me, before redonning the demon's mask so that I could bring it on home. Do you now? I crooned. Well then, so be it. Let's hope that your precious Navy still has enough pride left to put up at all. Especially since I swept my arm out at the world and grinned. Well, now that the entire world has heard your vow, it now holds each and every one of you to account. Put your money where your mouth is, Lieutenant, or lose it all forevermore. In case you didn't notice, soundbite sneered. You're presenting from the other end of the spectrum on Canton Snail. A moment of silence, a heartbeat that stretched for an eternity, and beamed. Jeremiah Cross, you son of a... I cut her off with a lackadaisical swipe of my hand across my throat, though the echoes that bounced through the archipelago weren't halted in the least. The deed all nice and done, I shot a final smirk up at the overwatching gift. Well, I think that just about does it, I preened. Yes, there are still enough Marines who can be trusted to do the right thing in the world, so I can trust that this market is condemned to the shadows where it belongs. If it can operate at all after this. So from all of us here at the SBS, see you next time. This is Jeremiah Cross. And Soundbite, signing off. Once I thumbed the cradle and the broadcast was properly cut off, my partner's grin fell into a grimace. You know the world government is going to kill her for that, right? Oh, they will certainly wish they could, that's for sure, and they might even try, I admitted. But we've just shoved the spotlight directly onto the good lieutenant and chained it in place. In one fell swoop, she's become the public figurehead of integrity in the Navy, and is such a hero to the public. If she gets so much as a nosebleed under suspicious circumstances, I sneered as I slowly dragged my thumb across my throat. Then, every whisper of corruption becomes ratified, and the noose around the Marine's neck twists out even tighter. As such, there are only two options. Play nice, Soundbite summarized with a nod of his own. Or fold. Precisely, I nodded, securing the mic in its cradle and turned to walk back to the party. For you see, behind me stood every superhero who wasn't part of my crew of Masons, all of them staring at me with unreadable expressions. All right, seriously, Cross Eustace Kit said at last. How in the hell did you pull it off? I stepped forward and casually swung my arm over his shoulder, pointedly ignoring the snarling glare that hammered into the side of my head. Ah, Eustace. You mind if I call you Eustace? I ignored the litany of curses that streamed out. Let me tell you something interesting. Before today, I never thought I'd be saying this. But, one day, I honestly chuckled as I poked his chest. I just might trust you all enough to tell you. And then, before he could snag and wring my neck, I darted away from him, past the rest of the captains and spun around to give them all a smile as I swayed back on my heels. Just be what till the aren't. If, and that is a very vague if, mind you, that day should come. I swung my arms out wide, and let them behold the sheer everything that had come to pass and that still had yet to be. You will all look back on this day as nothing but a footnote. Chapter 77. Chapter 68, Saviati, Revolution 4. Chapter 68, Stalling. Cross Brainen. We're aware that many of you have been anxious to know why around some matters to go south after this much has gone right for the Straw Hats. Many of you have said as much. Well, we'll leave you one thing to muse over. When you show a deep and colorful tale to someone with a brain that is yet fully developed, do they care about the depth or the colors? We'll find out at the end of this chapter that the answer is the key to everything going very, very good and very, very bad. Patient and bad enough that, with blatant reference to the trope, the fourth wall will not protect you. Seriously, Zom claims that he threw up in his mouth writing parts of this chapter. Zomiac, and, no joke, my mind entered headspaces I wouldn't wish on my direst enemies. Well, maybe one or two of my old professors. Next, I called Roman the bridge of my nose. 3 hours. 3 hours since Grove 77 was anointed, for lack of a better word. And rather than deal something easy, like Marine infiltrators or some kind of legal challenge, I'd spent the entire time handling logistics. Medical care for 1,001 ailments with a shortage of doctors and supplies. Fresh water was the biggest problem, as it was something none of the Urugu troops had ever needed to consider. Thank God the whole no blood-sharing law meant that at least had enough stores of human blood ready to go. And then there was the housing. Not all of the problems have been completely solved, but with Soundbite going wiki diving and some help from the pirate quartermaster passing through, the Urugu troops and I had managed to at least start addressing them, and hopefully that would hold until permanent facilities could be constructed. Just one more fire to put out left. Just one more. It was the mantra that had kept me sane, and as the last man, a ragged refugee this time, stepped forward, it was all that kept an admittedly brittle smile on my face. Welcome, good sir, Prince Yukobo, she greeted, bowing slightly. How may we assist you? The refugee winced and shuffled back and forth on his feet, rubbing at the still wet bandages on his wrists where the shackles had held him. Even Soundbite kept silent, letting him find the words. Be begging your pardon, sirs, but it's been a few hours, and quite a few of us, especially the younger ones. Me too, I know. A man reached behind him and mine wiping his ass. I groaned and transitioned to massaging my face. I'll give this sound stupid, then blame the stress migraine, and said migraine is not your fault, so don't worry. But, can't they just come to see? Cross, we have thousands of people here, Fukuboshi child. With hustle over turbo current in the archipelago, it's going to fall out fast. He sighed. And unfortunately, there's not going to be much help here. Fishman Island has a permanent system holding sand filters and adaptive plankton, and that's not something you set up quickly. Or those sea level, for that matter. I didn't respond, on account of being a bit busy trying to keep my stomach settled at the thought of the sewage of thousands accumulating in the span of a few minutes. Oh hell, we need to clean this mess up fast. Soundbite. I prompted, hopefully keeping the shadow out of my voice. Dig down 8 feet, layer, go right, tree roots make that 10, 15. Yeah, 15, dig down 15 feet, and then bury the snail answer. We'll have to keep digging holes, and we need about all the chamber pots we can get our hands on. But it'll do until we get something more permanent. The smile on Kukaboshi's face was distinctly predatory. Excellent. Commander Nelius will be happy to have his troops do something when they're off duty. He schooled his features and gave a nod to the refugee. I'll set my men to work at the first pit right now. The refugee nodded back, before freezing and turning shifty again. See, the thing is, some of the young ones might not have been able to wait game. Kukaboshi browsed into the line and back his head, while I stood, smile more brittle than ever. Reaching out, I clapped a hand on the merman's shoulder. Well, it seems you've got things under control, Prince, I declared confidently. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go check up on the crews. Thanks, bye. You can do that right here. Yukoboshi yelled at my now rapidly retreating well, kinda rapid. Damn leg was asleep back. Sorry, Karsh. Bad cunt, Karsh. All back later. You are literally the last person that applies to. Get back here. Oh. And he's gone. Fukoboshi groaned, a good 10 seconds away from slamming his trident over his head. Ocean's protecting me. I didn't think it was possible, but he really is even more annoying in person. Now, how in the hell do I deal with this before someone gets? Use it to start a garden. Fukoboshi damn near leapt out of the bubble too with a sudden and bizarre interjection. Wah. He, Princess Nefertari. He explained, both at the fellow royal's sudden appearance and her suggestion. What are you? Suggesting a productive use for the waste situation, Vivi replied. While it won't ever smell nice, properly handled, that much excrement could be used as fertilizer to kickstart a garden, a rather sizable one. From there, you can start planting edible crops. A refugee camp this size will almost certainly run into food shortages at some point, so having an organic food supply will be an invaluable resource. Gun Merman took a second to process that before both nodding and grimacing in agreement. A necessary arrangement. Thank you, Princess. One eyebrow rose up. Though you're surprisingly knowledgeable about this. In case you missed it, I'm one of the most selfless royals in this generation, and the heir to a kingdom that just got off a Malta, a year's civil war. Vivi blithely replied. Did you really think I wouldn't know everything, and I mean absolutely everything, about setting up a refugee camp, and you haven't been helping? Fukoboshi demanded. Oh, I have. Rest assured I've corrected any mistakes you have made while your orders were en route, Vivi replied, before smirking cheekily. I just wanted to see you across the blue room for a bit is all. Cross because he's an ass, and you, she shrugged, a cheeky smile not moving a millimeter. Well, you're the new royal on the block, and I just know everyone else will need help. I didn't haze you a bit on your first day on the stage. Nothing personal, okay? Fukoboshi opened his mouth and raised a finger, then closed it and lowered it, before finally rubbing the back of his head. He said that I can't argue with that. Yes it is. Still smiling that damn smile, she patted her larger counterpart on the shoulder. And now that you've acknowledged that fact, we can get things underway properly, alright. No more hazing, he warily asked. Well, Prince Giovanna has a fraternity paddle he's normally attached to, but otherwise, yes. Now then, Princess Nefertari Vivi clapped her hands and donned a massive grin that would have been more appropriate on her captain. Allow me to start this off with one word you're going to hate yourself for missing. Congratulations. Motherfood. Oh, did you hear something? I asked my oddly silent partner. Which in itself important. I mean, I know you can hear everything. So did you hear something just now odd? You know what I mean? Nope. Soundbite whistled, looking straight ahead with a be shit-eating grin and an insultingly southern accent. Not line. For the sake of my sanity, I choose to accept that. And yet, you still choose to ignore any forms of common sense. Quite the double standard you have going, isn't it? I blinked in surprise as Robin suddenly glided up beside me, giving me a teasing look. The heck are you talking about? Allow me to answer your question with a question. Is it wrong of me to think that there was ever a chance of you not compromising your good faith with someone to whom you showed total respect only a few hours ago? Cross. Robin politely hid a chuckle behind her fist. Over a rather harmless matter, of course, but still. Now see, that comment got a flat look for me. To this